Before his rebirth, the main character was an unemployed man who was smitten with girls. However, those who often chased after beautiful girls knew one trick. If you stop messaging and flirting, the girl will start to notice you. Just like the campus belle, who suddenly started paying attention to HanLii, wanting to tutor him properly. Even a little lowly girl was willing to tutor him. It turned out all of this was thanks to the infinite money spending system. As long as he enhanced his own attributes, those goddesses would have to fall for him in return. During an interview, the recruiter held his resume, glanced through it, and said, "HanLii, your work experience and academic background don't match this position. But since you are an old friend of Daotom, I can help you find a suitable role." Upon hearing this, HanLii's face turned grim. He only replied with, "Is that so?" Immediately after, the two interviewers quickly found an excuse to leave. The man said, "If a suitable opportunity arises in the future, I will definitely contact you. I have something to attend to, so feel free to leave." The woman politely said, "Sorry for wasting your time. Do you need me to call a cab for you?" At this point, HanLii slowly leaned on the chair to stand up and politely replied, "No, thank you." After they left, HanLii followed them out the door. Not far away, he heard the male recruiter mockingly say, "I heard that Daotong and he went to the same high school, but he ended up attending a less prestigious university. I also heard he was swindled by his girlfriend out of all his savings." The woman, who had been so polite earlier, now spoke rudely. With such a miserable state, how can he have the nerve to ask Daotong for help? Only our Daotong is kind enough to remember old times. Every word pierced HanLii's heart, making him feel extremely self-conscious. His face changed, filled with extreme inferiority. His last chance was gone. Walking on the highway, surrounded by tall, luxurious buildings, his mind was filled with countless vague and uncertain thoughts. Help and care were just jokes. He was a failed young man. After passing through the company's security area, he saw numerous employees coming out. But why did he feel so endlessly lonely? Standing in front of the company gate, he hesitated, feeling as if stepping outside meant he didn't know where to go. Suddenly, a bright light flashed from afar, heading toward him. Everything became blurry. All he could see was an indefinite light. Ending it all seemed good. The piercing noise of train wheels clashing on tracks echoed continuously. Alone in the vast open space, his small figure seemed even lonelier. Yet the light remained bright, but now darkness enveloped everything. Startled, he thought, "Power outage?" He didn't realize there was no one around. He looked left and right, searching. Where is everyone? From afar, the beep of a car approaching could be heard. His face turned anxious. Before him was a strange system emitting sounds. "Spending system, please provide your information to open the newbie package." Immediately, a strange light gathered before him, revealing something. The system continued, "Consume all previous savings to fulfill one wish." Hearing this, he looked up in surprise, thinking, a wish system. He had never encountered such a thing before. To him, this was incredibly extravagant. The system urged, "Please make a wish." His eyes became clearer, seeing this as his last hope. HanLii thought, "If this is real, I wish to return to the past." Immediately after, he reached out to touch the system screen to confirm his wish. At this moment, a series of numbers appeared on the screen, creating a bright space that he couldn't look directly into. However, in his mind, he was still longing to become a winner once again. After a while, the light finally stopped, but he still hadn't received any information, so he kept his hands clenched in front of his eyes. Ahead of him was a very tall mountain range. Outside, it was a very quiet night. Everyone seemed to be asleep. At this moment, the sound of the train wheels continued to ring, creating a flash of sparks as they hit the rails. Looking up, the sky was still filled with stars, and the moon was shining brightly, making him very surprised. Ahead was a very ordinary railway track with nothing special, just like the system earlier. Immediately, he was surprised to see a train. Inside the train, looking out, he only saw the gentle clouds floating freely in the sky. He reached out to touch the train window and saw his reflection, incredibly surprised. He then reached up to touch his face, as if he couldn't believe he had been reborn. With a mess of thoughts, he wondered why he was younger and if he had traveled through time. He then looked around, very familiar, stammering that. In the next train car, there was a very beautiful girl sitting there, enjoying the scenery outside. On the table was a hot pot and 2 unopened cans of Coca-Cola. He blurted out, "Green beans." At this moment, his eyes suddenly became very surprised, as if he had experienced this in the past. Why now? The girl's eyes turned back to meet his, making him very panicked. This was Fay. Then, he became very nervous, looking straight at her. She seemed to notice something wrong and immediately asked, "Are you talking to me?" To avoid any awkward situations, he rubbed his face and stammered, "No, I just wanted to ask where we are." He suddenly remembered and was very puzzled. How could our high school goddess sit opposite me? Suddenly, an unavoidable situation popped into his head. Could it be that day, August 30, 2013? Immediately after, his face became very confused and dark, seemingly unable to believe the image in front of him. Quickly changing his attitude from shy to incredibly confident, he started chatting with the beauty. "Do you remember me?" he said. She then happily replied, laughing, "Ah, we went to the same high school, didn't we?" "No." The two began to talk more, and HanLii opened up more to Fay. He said, "You're also going to register at the university, right?" She enthusiastically replied, "Yes." But then HanLii said something very strange. "It's a pity you took the wrong path." Hearing this, Fay's face became very panicked, looking at him and asking, "Wrong trip? Isn't this train going to Zhuhai?" At this moment, HanLii raised his glass with a very mysterious look, not saying anything. Then he ran his hand through his hair and said, "I mean, you have entered my heart." After hearing his cheesy pickup line, Fay's face became very shy. She grabbed something to cover her face, hiding her expression. Without hesitation, he quickly moved forward, gently placing his hand on the seat next to her, with a very romantic demeanor. "Do you think our meeting is a kind of fate?" Immediately, she screamed in fear, "Don't come near me, Fan Xiaohang. There's a madman." As Fay called for help, he looked at HanLii with a very confused face. Immediately after, he acted angry, clenching his fist and waving it in front of HanLii's face, loudly threatening, "You, get out of here immediately." HanLii quickly returned to his seat, embarrassed by his previous behavior. 10 years ago, why was I like this? On the table, there was a pack of instant noodles, a sausage, a snack pack, and an orange neatly placed. He thought of eating instant noodles to calm his nerves. He then picked up the noodles and stood up, heading towards the hot water dispenser. Fan Xiaohang was very irritated, seeing him walk by, and said, "Ha, feeling smugged just for making instant noodles." But Fay's face at this moment was very focused on his actions. After hearing that remark, HanLii looked at him with judgment. The young master of the Fan family was still the same as before. If it were his former self, he might have been mocked. But immediately after, he ignored the provocations and cheerfully moved forward. "But I'm not the same as before, haha." Once he reached the place, he poured hot water into his noodle bowl to cook it quickly. Suddenly, the system issued a notification. Prayer functionality permanently disabled. This notification made him stop in his tracks, still smiling. Then it continued displaying his personal information. HanLii, the consumption system is officially activated. Life, education, physicality, appearance-based attributes, and secondary attributes will all be frequently updated. Because he had never encountered such a strange system before, when it notified him, he was extremely surprised and thought, "What the heck is this? Could it be a divine artifact?" Following that, the system displayed more information about his past. He looked for a while and thought, "At 18, I was really rustic. Just looking at me, you'd know I'd be single forever." The system then reminded him, "System Center. Through consumption to gain experience, you can upgrade any attribute and skill." HanLii read these notifications and immediately felt an immense joy. This rule is too awesome. Following that, the screen displayed more information. HanLii suddenly stood still. "Wait, why do I have level 3 driving skills?" At this moment, his face changed as if he remembered something, and he exclaimed, "Ah, genius artisan." Images of him holding a roll of toilet paper and running extremely fast flashed in his mind, making him very surprised. Is it just driving skills? Immediately, he placed his hand on the system screen and said, "Earn money, spend it to level up. If I can raise my attributes to level 5, I have a very certain guess. I'll become a top existence, haha." Previously, he had to be like an ordinary employee, but now he had finally transcended superiority for you guys to become the third type of person, he thought, picturing everyone below him cheering and worshipping him without regard for the divine. But while he was lost in his immensely happy thoughts, a young man outside entered, opening the door and pulling him back to reality. "Brother, are your noodles ready?" At this moment, he finally snapped back to reality, quickly picking up his bowl of noodles and hurrying out very hastily. Spending money is certainly not a problem. Now there's no money to spend. I have to think about how to earn the first pot of gold. The scene shifts to Cheng Fei, who is talking with Fan Xiaohang. Immediately, he said, "Xiao Fei, let me take you to lunch in the high-class dining car." But she coldly replied, "I'll eat noodles." He couldn't accept such an answer, believing he shouldn't be easily refused, so he quickly spoke up to persuade her. "Auntie won't allow me to take you to eat these things." At that moment, HanLii finally finished making his noodles and returned to his seat. Cheng Fei, very angry, looked at him and said, "I am me, you are you, my mother is my mother, mind your own business." After hearing her firm response, he was left speechless, not knowing what to say next. At this moment, HanLii heard their conversation and chuckled softly, causing Fan Xiaohang to feel extremely embarrassed. Not wanting to be laughed at, he pointed at HanLii and quickly shouted angrily, "You laughed just now, didn't you?" HanLii immediately replied, "No, I didn't." Fan Xiaohang pointed at him and yelled, "I'm her childhood friend, whatever I do is none of your business to laugh at." Hearing Fan Xiaohang's irritating words, Cheng Fei immediately turned to him and said, "Can you let me finish my noodles in peace? Whatever they do is none of your concern." So HanLii seriously continued eating his noodles. At this moment, Cheng Fei was very angry and said, "Move, I need to go to the dining car to buy snacks." But Fan Xiaohang, like a tail, kept following her, saying, "Xiao Fei, don't be mad." Each act of outdated simping only helped her opponent. Xiaohang seemed determined to follow his old path. After a few minutes, HanLii finally finished his noodles neatly, leaving only some empty packages on the table. After a while, Cheng Fei returned, but her face looked very unpleasant. "It's too late, the snacks are sold out," she said. Seeing her somewhat disappointed, HanLii immediately offered her a packet of snacks and said, "If you don't mind, I have a packet of duck feet here." Seeing the food, Cheng Fei's face immediately brightened. "How much? I'll buy it from you." HanLii quickly replied, 2.5 yuan, the original price, no overcharge. She happily took out her money, but she didn't have any small change in her wallet and said, "I don't have any small change, 3 yuan, no need to give back the change." HanLii took the money, unpeeled an orange, and started eating, saying, "That's very kind of you." Then HanLii, very kindly, offered half of the orange to her and said, "If you don't mind, I invite you to have half of this orange." Cheng Fei, seeing the golden half orange in his hand, happily smiled and said, "That's great." She took a segment of the orange and slowly chewed it. The sweet and refreshing taste of the orange made her very happy. "I didn't expect you to be so well prepared," she said. Hearing Cheng Fei's compliment made HanLii blush immediately with embarrassment, saying, "Well, I know you like snacks, haha." Then, seeing her smile, he felt extremely shy and thought, "Oh my gosh, she smiles so beautifully." Suddenly, a stack of money was placed on the table, causing great surprise. Following that was a very familiar voice becoming increasingly arrogant, "I have money. If you want to eat the whole train car, I can buy it for you, but you accept a half-eaten orange." Hearing Fan Xiaohang's words made Cheng Fei increasingly detest him and said, "Don't be so rude." At this moment, Fan Xiaohang's face turned very ugly, angrily saying, "This poor guy sells cheap duck feet and is thoughtful. I take you to the dining car, and you don't accept." Immediately, Cheng Fei stood up, extremely angry, and looked at him, saying, "Fan Xiaohang, have you ever considered my feelings?" While they argued, HanLii sat very embarrassed, pulling up a piece of paper to cover his face, thinking, "This girl is really ruthless." Then, Chen Yunfei shouted, "Mind your own business." But Fan Xiaohang, seeing everyone around watching them, wanted to pull her down, but she pushed his hand away, looking very displeased and said, "We are not suitable, don't bother me anymore." Immediately after, Chen Yunfei quickly left. Seeing her leave, Fan Xiaohang quickly asked, "Where are you going?" She, very annoyed, clenched her hand and said firmly, "I'm going to throw away the trash." After she left, Fan Xiaohang turned back to HanLii, who was trying to hide behind the paper. His face looked very ugly, as if he wanted to attack HanLii. Immediately, he grabbed the paper in front of HanLii and angrily said, "Yes, exactly." Hearing him speak incoherently, HanLii very puzzledly asked, "What are you doing?" Immediately after, Fan Xiaohang threw HanLii into the air, catching him off guard. He looked at HanLii coldly and said, "It's all your fault." Then he rushed to attack HanLii, shouting angrily, "You poor four-eyed freak!" After beating HanLii badly, leaving him lying on the ground, Fan Xiaohang brushed off his clothes and said, "Get lost." HanLii felt both humiliated and in pain, muttering a curse as he spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground. His weak, trembling hand pressed down as he struggled to stand up. He thought, "I didn't realize my 18-year-old body was this weak." He wiped the remaining blood from his mouth and slowly stood up. But then, he looked up at Fan Xiaohang and said, "Xiaohang." At this moment, HanLi's face no longer had the gentle appearance from before, but became extremely sharp, like a predator that found its prey. He thought, "I was worried about where my first gold nugget would come from, but you're my benefactor." In the silent night, the train's loud sounds echoed. The train, just emerging from a dark tunnel, illuminated the tracks with lights from the car. Inside the train car, seeing HanLi's dangerous look while unconscious on the bed, everyone became very worried and approached to check on him. At this moment, Chen Yunfei, also very scared, went to the doctor and asked, "Doctor, how is he?" The doctor immediately replied, "His pupillary light reflex has completely disappeared, indicating a deep coma." He took out a medical flashlight, shining it into HanLi's eyes, and said, "There's a possibility of severe trauma. The situation is very bleak. Where is the next stop? We must quickly get this boy to a hospital." The system displayed the percentage of injuries on his body: bruised left arm, large bruises on his legs, broken nasal cartilage, bleeding mouth and nose, a loose tooth, and 4 teeth with multiple bruises on his face. In his unconscious state, HanLii read the system's notifications and immediately felt very aggrieved, saying, "That bastard didn't hold back at all. It hurts so much." Recalling the previous moment when Fan Xiaohang pointed at him and continuously cursed, "You little shit. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been embarrassed." At this moment, HanLi's eyes became terrifyingly calm. Looking at him, he said, "Loser." Then he thought, "This guy is just like in the previous life, only knowing how to use fists to solve problems." Hearing such shocking words, Fan Xiaohang quickly approached, grabbed his collar, and shouted, "What did you say?" But at this moment, HanLi's face showed no sign of fear. He smirked and slowly said, "I said you're a loser who plays dirty, right, Fan Xiaohang?" Unable to control himself, Fan Xiaohang's face turned increasingly colder as he shouted, "I'll show you what real cruelty is." Then HanLii looked up at him with a provocative expression and said, "Without your help, I wouldn't have known how to talk to Chen Yunfei." He then smirked, his face covered in wounds and blood still dripping. "I really appreciate it." At this moment, the veins on Fan Xiaohang's face became more pronounced and terrifying. He growled, "You bastard!" Immediately, he threw a powerful punch straight at HanLii, knocking him backward with a painful scream, "Ah!" Everyone around was shocked and said, "He's hitting someone." Some people at the back shouted, "Where are the police?" A person nearby immediately rushed over, pulling Fan Xiaohang away, saying, "Stop hitting him." But Fan Xiaohang, still in a rage, couldn't control himself and yelled, "I'll kill you today." As for HanLii, he still didn't resist, lying motionless on the ground. The surrounding passengers immediately pulled Fan Xiaohong away, but he continued to point at HanLii and shouted, "Get out!" When he raised his fist, preparing to land another blow on HanLii, a voice suddenly called out, "Fan Xiaohong." After a moment outside, Chen Yanfei had finally returned. Seeing the chaotic scene, she exclaimed, "What are you doing? Stop it now!" Upon seeing Chen Yanfei, Fan Xiaohong reverted to a very awkward demeanor, saying, "Xiao Fei, listen to me." He looked down at HanLii, who was still on the ground, and said, "This guy, it seems your chance has come." HanLi's face immediately became different from before. He looked at Fan Xiaohong and laughed, mouthing the words "loser." Chen Yanfei's face instantly became very alarmed. She pushed Fan Xiaohong aside and said, "Classmate." Then she knelt down, gently touching HanLi's face, and asked, "Are you okay?" Seeing this scene, she became very anxious, looking around and shouting, "Is there a doctor on the train? There's an injured person here." At this moment, HanLi's hand trembled as he slowly raised it, saying, "Don't worry, I'm fine." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately fell into a state of unconsciousness, as if his soul had left his body, showing no signs of life. This made Chen Yanfei even more worried. She became so panicked that she no longer cared about her own image and shouted loudly, "Doctor!" Soon after, the police arrived and took Fan Xiaohong away. He stood explaining to the police, "It was him who provoked me first." Then, a passenger on the train pointed at him and said, "Nonsense, officer, I saw the whole thing." The police then took out their notepads and started writing down the statements of the witnesses on the train. The passenger continued, "That guy was trying to woo the girl, but she refused, so they argued. After she went to throw away some trash, he suddenly attacked the boy." Chen Yanfei, while worrying about HanLii, also listened intently to the information from the other side. Others added, "That's right, we couldn't pull him off. I saw it too, the guy being beaten didn't even fight back." Hearing these statements made Chen Yanfei feel very guilty. "It's all my fault," she thought. "I've caused you to get involved in this mess." Her face suddenly turned very sad as she looked at HanLii lying motionless on the bed, thinking, "You absolutely must not have anything happen to you." Everyone gave statements against Fan Xiaohong, leaving him with no excuse. He became more and more frantic, saying, "I did start it, but he intentionally provoked me." Despite his words, the officer looked at him with a very displeased expression and immediately said, "Enough." At this moment, the police officer's face became very stern. He looked at Fan Xiaohong, as if making a decision about the case, and said, "Everything is clear. When you hit someone, did you not think about the consequences? Don't think that just because your family has some money, you can bully others. If anything happens to this kid, you won't escape responsibility. This is a crime. You could go to jail, understand?" Thinking about the scene of being handcuffed, Fan Xiaohong's tears immediately dried up, unable to flow. His face turned pale, and he momentarily couldn't speak, not knowing who to ask for help. Immediately, he approached Chen Yanfei, pleading softly, "Xiao Fei, please say something for me. You know I'm not that kind of person." But everything she needed to witness she had already seen. Now, she didn't listen to his excuses. Regardless of his words, she quickly brushed him aside, tears still lingering on her face, extremely heartbroken. Seeing this, he knew she was very disgusted with him now, so he gently called out her name, "Xiao Fei." Right after, Fan Xiaohong thought of someone who could help him. He grabbed his phone, dialed a number, and thought, "That's right, call Dad. My parents love me. They'll definitely find a way." Soon, the other side picked up, and a mature voice, full of concern, asked, "My precious son, where are you and Xiao Fei? Have you had dinner?" Hearing his father's voice, he immediately put on a crocodile tears performance, crying, "Dad, hoo-hoo." The image now was completely different from his fierce demeanor earlier, leaving everyone speechless. Meanwhile, after a period of unconsciousness, HanLii finally woke up, screaming in pain, "Ah, it hurts." Chen Yanfei, extremely worried, immediately came closer, saying, "Classmate." At that moment, he groggily sat up, his entire body aching. Chen Yanfei's hand gently placed on his, asking with concern. The two of them were really close, making both of them shy. However, with her kindness, she immediately asked, "How are you? Does it still hurt anywhere else?" Because of the close proximity and her wearing an extremely alluring dress, he found it hard to control his emotions, almost bleeding from the nose due to her charm. His face flushed, and his nose started to bleed, making her panic and reach out to touch his face, saying, "Why are you bleeding? Are you okay?" At this moment, HanLii seemed more stable and softly said, "I'm fine." Seeing Chen Yunfei's curvaceous and alluring figure made HanLii feel he might lose control of himself. His face flushed, looking at her, thinking, no wonder she's called a goddess. Who could resist this? After hearing his words, Chen Yunfei's face finally relaxed. Her eyes still held the remnants of tears from earlier, and she gently said, "You scared me to death. We'll arrive at the station soon and go to the hospital together." HanLii quickly replied to reassure her, "Actually, I'm fine." But it seemed she noticed something, pointing at him in a panic, saying, "But you've lost a tooth." Hearing this, HanLii became increasingly embarrassed, covering his mouth with his hand. He then looked forward, his expression unreadable, thinking, losing a tooth is nothing. If it's just superficial wounds, I'd actually be more worried. Meanwhile, Fan Chaohang, calling for help from his father, immediately heard HanLi's voice from the other side and turned to look at him. On the other side, HanLii said, "Classmate, this." He stammered, covering his face with his hand, not wanting Chen Yunfei to see. Then his expression turned very peculiar as he looked at Fan Chaohang, saying, "You suddenly attacked me, using violence without provocation. I want to have my injuries checked and file a report." At this moment, his determination was evident. His face, showing a desire for revenge and also thinking of earning a big reward from the system. This was a big prey he couldn't miss. After a night filled with many twists and turns, the train finally moved through a dark tunnel, finding the light outside. On the train, Chen Yunfei's face was full of confusion as she recalled the chaotic scene from the previous day. She thought about how the madman Fan Xiaohan could attack a stranger like that. She was still not entirely free from the fear and worry for HanLii. Recalling the scene where he lay on the ground, unconscious, filled her with extreme fear. She thought, if something happens. At that moment, the door suddenly opened and someone stepped out, surprising her greatly. It was HanLii, his entire body aching with various large and small wounds. He could barely stand, his strength utterly drained, and he immediately collapsed towards her. Luckily, she quickly caught him, preventing him from falling. She said, "Be careful, don't fall again." At this moment, HanLii wrapped his arms around Chen Yunfei. Somehow, at this moment, she felt extremely safe being held by him. His voice was very soft as he whispered to her, "Sorry for troubling you. Truly a goddess of our middle school, beautiful and kind-hearted." His words surprised her greatly, thinking, could he still remember the past like that? She then looked at him with a bit of embarrassment and pushed him back a bit, saying, "Did you also attend that middle school? No wonder you seem so familiar." Not being able to stand for long made him tired, so Chen Yunfei helped HanLii sit down beside her. She was very worried for him because of his many injuries. Seeing her concerned face, he said, "Haha, the goddess remembers me. I feel very honored." Hearing his half-joking words, Chen Yunfei immediately responded, "Seriously, you've been beaten up like this and still talk nonsense." After helping him sit down, she quickly sat beside him, constantly paying attention to his actions to avoid causing more harm to his wounds. At this moment, his face gradually returned to its calm demeanor. He softly said, "Remind me to exercise when we get back." Hearing this completely unrelated comment, Chen Yunfei was very puzzled, looking at him and saying, "Ah." To make her happy, he then raised his arm, posing as a muscular person, confidently saying, "Although I can take a beating well, at least I have the ability to protect the girl beside me, right?" He immediately patted his biceps, laughing, "I am a very strong man." Seeing his cheerful appearance, no longer the painful look from before, Chen Yunfei felt much more at ease. She patted his arm and playfully said, "Your awareness is high, but with your current condition, you should protect yourself first." However, he immediately posed as very strong and looked at her, repeatedly saying, "Hey, be gentle. I'm injured now." The laughter of the two sitting outside the police station was very joyful. On the other side, things didn't seem so good. Fan Xiaohang, looking very awkward, was being taken away by the police. This was indeed self-inflicted trouble. This time, he was probably going to be detained for a few days. A single tooth turned this into a criminal case. Growing up in a bad environment, it's hard to avoid picking up bad habits. Hopefully, this kid will change his hot-tempered nature in the future. Back to HanLii, he was lying on the hospital bed resting. Suddenly, he jolted awake, opening his eyes wide, looking ahead. His wounds were now carefully bandaged. In the hospital room, after the nurse helped bandage and carefully check his wounds, she prepared to leave. However, he cheerfully said, "Nurse, am I in heaven?" Hearing such a cute joke, the nurse immediately turned back, laughed, and then professionally told the two of them, "This is a special private room arranged for you, with the best medication and treatment. Just rest and recover." Despite his serious injuries, HanLii couldn't contain his positive energy. He immediately reached out, forming a thumbs-up gesture, and said, "Thanks to the nurse." Really, young master fan went all out. Hearing this joke, Yan Fei covered her mouth, laughing joyfully. Suddenly, the system automatically activated, startling him. On the screen, it showed, experience value, 12/50, current assets, 20,000. He immediately realized what it was and said, "Attribute panel." At this moment, his face became unreadable as he looked at the screen, thinking, is this more experience than before? Although the cab fare and temporary expenses weren't from me, they were counted as my costs. Lying on the hospital bed, his body bandaged and unable to move much, he could only look up at the screen, contemplating, so, my hospital expenses these past days will convert to experience value. He then reached out to touch the screen, wanting to transfer something, his face becoming more cheerful. He chuckled softly, "If that's the case, this is too good." Suddenly, a voice from outside startled him, and the system disappeared, leaving him lying on the bed in a state of panic. Chen Yanfei's voice called from outside, "Can I come in?" She then opened the door, happily looking at him, waving and saying, "How are you, classmate?" Her face was radiant like a bright, mysterious star. Holding a bouquet, she stepped inside, seemingly prepared for HanLii. As she entered, he quickly sat up, signaling to her, and said, "Let's change how we address each other. Classmate feels strange." Agreeing, she stopped what she was doing, turned to him, and said, "All right." Her mood was very good, looking at him mischievously and then suggesting playfully, "Shall I call you HanLii?" HanLii glanced at her, smiling. "Are you trying to make fun of me, HanLii? That really hurts." Chen Yanfei then took a pair of glasses and handed them to him, saying happily, "Here, HanLii, I brought your glasses." He reached out, took his glasses, and softly replied, "Thank you." At this moment, Chen Yanfei looked even more charming, captivating HanLii's gaze more than ever. Watching her gently arrange flowers and tidy up the table, he couldn't take his eyes off her radiant presence. Suddenly, he recalled their past lives, where they had crossed paths without leaving any lasting impression. Eventually, she got married, and he remembered her joyful look. In their past lives, he didn't have feelings for her, only hearing that her wedding was grand. As he thought, he put on his glasses, returning to his scholarly appearance. Wearing his glasses, everything seemed different, contrasting sharply with how he looked without them. At this moment, he truly saw Chen Yanfei looking extremely happy while peeling an apple. He thought, she's really beautiful, and her personality is so nice. Maybe I should thank Xiaohang for giving me such an opportunity. After she skillfully finished peeling the apple and placed it on the table, she turned to him and said, "My dad will arrive soon. Let's exchange contact information." This sudden suggestion surprised him, and he turned to her, asking, "Oh." She then took out her phone, looked at him cheerfully, and asked, "Do you use WeChat?" In a moment of synchronicity, he also asked, "Do you use WeChat?" After both of them said the same thing simultaneously, it created an awkward moment. They both looked at each other in silence for a moment. Then she spoke up, "It seems you do use it too." Following that, they exchanged contact information and chatted, making it convenient for their parents to get in touch later. After some time, they successfully found each other. HanLii said, "I've sent the invitation." At that moment, a voice came from the door. "Mr. HanLii, we're coming in." A nurse entered with HanLii's father and two unfamiliar people. The nurse cheerfully said, "Please come this way." When Chen Fay saw the mentor, she immediately ran over, delighted, like a child meeting her parents after a long business trip. She exclaimed, "Dad!" Her father's loving demeanor towards his daughter made everyone outside silent. He walked over, supporting her, and said, "Darling, are you hurt? Let me check." Meanwhile, HanLii noticed the son standing behind him, clenching his fists, as if dissatisfied with him, which puzzled him. Immediately, the bald man bowed deeply and solemnly addressed HanLii. "Sorry, classmate. I'm Hang's father. I didn't manage my child well. My wife and I are here to apologize to you." Seeing this, it was quite awkward for the elderly parents to bow to an 18-year-old to apologize for their son. HanLii, feeling embarrassed, rubbed the back of his head and said, "Uncle, I'm HanLii." The man quickly approached the bed, took HanLii's hand, and said anxiously, "Don't move. You're injured. If you move too much, it could make the wound worse." After examining the situation, Uncle Fans looked very distressed, thinking about the severity of the injury. Meanwhile, Hang's mother also appeared embarrassed, looking at him and saying, "Apologizing is natural. My child has been spoiled by me. Please don't hold it against him. We will compensate you." Hearing the term compensation, HanLii's expression changed to understanding as he looked at them and said softly, "Uncle Fans, Aunt Fans, this was also partly my fault. He kicked and hit me out of nowhere." Then he feigned the appearance of a victim, trying to justify that he had been hit. His eyes wandered, looking very understanding as he continued, "I got so angry that I called him a loser. That part was indeed my fault." However, Uncle Fance's face was still grim. He shook his head repeatedly and said, "I know, I've heard everything. It's all that brat's fault. I don't know how to make adequate compensation." He then proposed a few compensation options. "Let's do this. Listen to my suggestion. All compensation can be at the highest level as a form of settlement. Xiao Han, what do you think?" At this moment, he hesitated, considering a number that would make HanLii agree immediately. HanLii adjusted his glasses and looked at the two of them waiting. The man then said, "How about an 800,000 yuan compensation?" Hearing such a large amount, HanLii's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but think about the money. His injured body seemed to feel better instantly. He clenched his fists, thrilled at the thought of 800,000 yuan. His expression turned very happy, but he couldn't let it show. Seeing HanLii's solemn expression, the two were worried that he might not agree to the amount and looked at him for his opinion, saying, "If you think it's too little, we can increase it." Aunt Fans, standing on the other side, added, "Yes, we're willing to offer a substantial amount for compensation." HanLii thought, as expected from a wealthy family, Mr. Fans is willing to spend money for his son. He then waved his hand modestly and said, "Thank you, Uncle Fans." HanLii looked at them with sincerity and said, "No wonder Chen Fay always told me to trust Uncle Fans as a sensible person." However, when her name was mentioned, Chen Fay looked embarrassed and curiously watched the exchange. It seemed that everything was settled, but when HanLii mentioned the two words, "but," everyone in the room became tense. Uncle Fans asked anxiously, "But what?" At this moment, HanLii put on a mysterious expression and said, "If you use money to resolve this, it will only show that you're a responsible father. However, I believe you need to make Fan Hong understand that his improper behavior could ruin his entire life." It seemed that HanLii's words were meant to help Fan Hang's future, so the parents had no choice but to agree. Uncle Fans, reluctantly, turned to HanLii and said, "Yes, I'll make sure to educate him when we go back, so he doesn't act recklessly again." At this moment, HanLii, lying in bed, looked like a king, with everyone bowing in respect. HanLii, showing understanding, said, "Actually, I don't want the money. I want Fan Hang to understand that his bad behavior causes significant harm to his family." His eyes were even more sincere, and his words sounded like he was genuinely trying to help Fan Hang improve. He continued, "Because of your attitude and sincerity, I agree to the settlement. But if this happens again, don't blame me for not giving prior notice." Hearing this, everything seemed to be resolved amicably. Fan Hang's father was extremely relieved, tears and snot streaming down his face, which looked quite amusing. He immediately grabbed HanLii's hand, crying and happily saying, "I understand. Once the temporary detention is over, I'll have that brat come to apologize to you." Seeing HanLii, who was injured but still concerned about those who harmed him, made him like HanLii even more. He patted HanLii's hand, thinking, "This kid is so understanding." The touching scene of Uncle Fan's made Aunt Fans, standing nearby, use a fan to cover her mouth and gently remind, "Be gentle, let Xiao Han rest." Realizing he had been too emotional, Uncle Fans immediately stopped his actions. In the end, everything seemed to settle peacefully. Uncle Fans gently nudged Aunt Fans and quickly left, turning back to apologize, "Sorry, Xiao Han. Please take care and rest, I won't disturb you anymore." The couple then left, leaving Fay and her father, HanLii, alone in the room. Seeing them hurriedly leave, HanLii simply smiled and waved politely. Once everyone had gone, HanLii stayed in the corridor, alone in the quiet. Uncle Fans quickly went to hold Mr. Cheney's hand, apologizing deeply. "I'm really sorry for the trouble my son caused you." At this moment, the two fathers exchanged reluctant glances. Fan Hang's father continued, "If he bothers Xiao Fei again, I will send him abroad. Please don't let this incident affect the long-standing friendship between our families." Mr. Cheney, with a forced smile, looked at Uncle Fans and replied quickly, "It won't come to that." But in his heart, he was furious, thinking, "If that brat dares to bother Xiao Fei again, I'll deal with him myself." Seeing Uncle Fans acting so politely, Mr. Cheney, hearing him, said, "Everyone must be tired after all this. Let's go back to work." Uncle Fans, showing contrition, replied, "Yes, I'll get back to work now. I'll contact you again later." They then went their separate ways. Chen Fei followed her father, looking serious. Noticing his daughter's troubled expression, Mr. Cheney turned to her with concern. "What's wrong?" At that moment, Chen Fei's eyes became filled with grievance as she looked at her father and said, "Fan Hang is really unreasonable." Afterward, the two of them stepped outside the hospital gate. Seeing his daughter's distress, Mr. Cheney continued to comfort her. "It's good that you're okay. The young master of the Fans family probably won't bother you again. It's a pity that your mother used to tell him to take care of you." Chen Fei seemed so moved that she couldn't hold back her tears. She wiped her eyes and told her father, "I'll definitely talk to Mom about this when we get home." If Fan Han had half the maturity and sense of HanLii, it wouldn't have been such a mess. Hearing this, Mr. Cheney looked at her and said with a smile, "It seems you think very highly of this young man. You've only known each other for one day, haven't you?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed by the comment, Chen Fei blushed and looked at her father. Then, she regained her composure and said, while turning away to hide her emotions, "Actually, we have quite a connection. He was in the same middle school as me, and he was beaten because of me." She turned back to her father with an excited look, saying, "Moreover, I think he's quite friendly. What do you think?" Seeing his daughter so enthusiastic about the young man, Mr. Cheney commented, "He seems quite mature." Chen Fei, surprised by the lack of enthusiasm in his response, exclaimed, "What do you mean, seems? Aren't you asking?" Mr. Cheney then stroked his chin thoughtfully and made his assessment. "My dear, at your age, a young man who has matured to this extent is usually shaped by life circumstances. Someone like him, compared to personal feelings, will focus more on success. If you ask me whether he has a future, I would say yes." The image that appeared in his mind was of the young man being very successful, standing in front of everyone's acclaim and navigating through life with great vigor. Recalling HanLii's solemn demeanor, he continued, saying that with perseverance, understanding, and a broad heart, his decisive actions made him truly an outstanding young man. Hearing her father's remarks, which made a lot of sense, she covered her mouth and giggled, saying that her father's evaluation of him was quite high. Surprised by her playful tone, he responded with an "Oh." At that moment, his expression suddenly became very serious. He looked at her and said, "But I need to remind you that having a relationship with this young man might be very tiring." However, since she was his daughter, he continually reminded himself to hope she would not fall into love. Immediately, she reluctantly looked at him and said, "Yes, yes." She then put on a very cute expression, as if to soften her father's heart. She gently reassured him, "Don't worry, Dad, I'm not interested in dating." Returning to HanLii, he logged back into the system to check. After seeing the increase in experience points, he thought to himself that his previous guess was correct. Money spent on him by others would convert into experience points. He continued to focus on his personal information page in the system, observing that the examination fees, hospitalization fees, and the cost for the nurse for the past 2 days had all generated experience points and transferred into his account. At that moment, HanLii's expression changed as if he had discovered something. Uncle fans had mentioned that he had also advanced a treatment fee of 200,000 yuan for him, but he would only be able to claim compensation after the matter was resolved. After thinking for a moment, he exited the system, lay down on the bed freely, and pondered about how to use the experience points he had, which were quite limited. He wondered what could be done with such a small amount. At that moment, his mind felt blank, unable to think of anything. He touched his glasses, adopting a thoughtful pose reminiscent of scholars. After a while, with his empty head full of thoughts, he finally realized something and said, "That's right." He then logged back into the system, examined it seriously, and said, "The injuries on my face cannot be touched, and my teeth cannot be touched. If I silently cure my myopia, it might not be detected." Immediately, the system screen displayed his myopia condition. Left eye myopia 300 degrees, right eye lens. He suddenly recalled a time when an old man walked his dog outside, and he mistook the dog for a grandchild and asked the old man, "Are you taking your grandchild out to play?" The old man looked very puzzled, and HanLii realized how pitiful the situation was. At that moment, he touched the system screen and said, "In my previous life, I was mocked many times because of my myopia." The system screen then displayed, "is," and he immediately clicked to confirm. Now he no longer had to worry, as he said, "Based on you." And then the system started treating him. His eyes were closed and were gradually being fully restored. After a while, he finally opened his eyes, and it seemed he could see everything clearly in front of him, even the smallest objects from afar. After the treatment was completed, the system screen showed that his eyes had fully recovered to a healthy state. He then said clearly, right after finishing everything in the system, he stood up, wanting to go outside. He then went into the bathroom to remove his glasses and take a look at himself in the mirror without the bulky, cumbersome glasses. At this moment, he confidently took off his glasses, smoothed his hair contentedly, and looked into the mirror. HanLii's eyes were filled with delight as he said, "This is my original eye." Now he could confidently look into his eyes instead of through glasses. Immediately, he removed the glasses, thinking that eyes could indeed be called the windows to the soul. At this moment, his eyes seemed to be becoming more soulful. He remembered that a master once said that beautiful eyes value the level of structure, clarity of quality, and expression of color. He then accessed the system again to check his information, reflecting on how restoring his eyesight had such a significant impact on his demeanor. He touched the beauty value section and saw that his beauty value had increased by 3 points. It seemed that attributes could influence each other, prioritizing the upgrade of items. He could use all his experience to maximize the benefits. Suddenly, a notification appeared on his phone screen from WeChat. He immediately stood up, picked up the phone, and checked the message. The screen showed Fay sending him a picture of a gorgeous meal with a message. "Thank you for speaking up for me before. I'm still at the temple. Do you need me to bring you some delicious food?" HanLii immediately showed his discomfort, frowning and replying to the message, "It's too harsh. My teeth haven't recovered yet. Just bring me a few books instead." After reading HanLii's message, Fay was very happy and replied, "I'm not scolding you. Isn't it because you forgot to take care of your teeth? I'll bring the books to you later." After reading Fay's message, he smiled with great pleasure. Not wanting to keep her waiting, he quickly replied with a smiling face emoji and a message. "You don't need to thank me. This wasn't related to you in the first place. And if I acted too heartlessly, they would have blamed you for everything and caused trouble for you. What should we do then? At this moment, Chen Fei, while eating, read HanLii's messages, which made her very touched. However, the message continued to display, and at this age, being badmouthed behind one's back was still unpleasant. Seeing his daughter happily holding her phone like that, Chenny immediately looked over and thought, why does this feel ominous? The next day at the hospital, as the morning sun illuminated the space, and the greenery was very refreshing, HanLii finally received the book Chen Fei had sent and was very pleased. He held the book carefully and said, although I asked you to bring me a book, isn't it a bit off to give me this one? She brought him a book that made him feel a bit amused by her acting skills. She immediately replied, don't like it. At this moment, he acted very angrily and said to her, I suspect someone is playing a trick on me. I didn't say go away. I'll send you the money for the ride. Please take away this painful thing. Chen Fei, standing on her side, laughed happily. She then took out another book and presented it to him, saying, just kidding. I bought you this novel. Seeing that she just wanted to tease him, he took the novel with his hand and coughed lightly after receiving the book. He was much happier now and said, I know that a righteous heroine like this will definitely live up to my expectations. Immediately after that, she happily laughed, acting shy, and said, your mood swings are really fast. Just call me sister, okay? Chen Fei then winked at him, looking very expectant. Without saying a word, she approached HanLii, getting very close to him, making him feel very embarrassed. He immediately put his hand over his chest, slightly backing away and shouting, like a woman from ancient times, oh, heroine, I'm a man of the arts, not of the body. Hearing this, her face turned very shy as she looked at him and said, who needs to buy your body? I think you look much more handsome after removing your glasses. Proudly hearing her compliment, he touched his hair and said, it's nothing. After my injuries heal, I'll look even more handsome. Seeing his confident demeanor made her laugh. She then said with a soft laugh, so you're actually a handsome guy. It's just that your looks were hidden by your glasses, right? He then put his hand up in a gesture of approval, agreeing with her statement, and said, excellent. She then took away the book he had refused to accept and said, you should try to remove that seal. She put on her bag, and just as she was about to leave, she winked at him and said, I won't bother you anymore. I'll visit you again before I leave tomorrow. She left in such a hurry that he didn't have a chance to say much. He immediately said, hey, why don't you listen to me ramble a bit more? But she really had to leave for something, saying, tomorrow, you can arrange your words and talk to my father then. Hearing mention of Uncle Cheney, his face immediately became very awkward. He waved goodbye to her and thought, why did she suddenly drag my father into this? Later in the hospital, Fan Chohan's voice echoed with apologies. I shouldn't have taken it out on you. I was too emotional and couldn't control my feelings. Classmate HanLii, I'm officially apologizing to you now. I hope you can forgive me. After a period of detention, Fan Chohan was finally released. He followed his parents to HanLii to apologize. At this moment, he was bowing continuously, unlike his initial arrogant demeanor. His parents, standing on the other side, looked at him regretfully and couldn't hold back their tears, as their son was their treasure and had never been treated this unfairly before. After a while of apologizing, HanLii finally spoke. Sitting on the bed like a sovereign, he said, I forgive you. You have good parents, don't make them worry anymore. Although he said sorry, Fan Chohan felt intense hatred inside, thinking, this annoying guy. Soon after, the lawyer brought HanLii a settlement agreement. After he reviewed the contents of the settlement, HanLii saw that everything was handled carefully by Mr. Fans. The settlement had no issues except for the 800,000 compensation. After signing the settlement agreement, Mr. Fans immediately went up to HanLii and said, thank you so much. Xiao Han, rest assured, this will never happen again. In his mind, Mr. Fans thought, the 80,000 red envelope comes from the expenses of that little rascal as compensation for you. HanLii then took the red envelope from Mr. Fans with a polite smile and said, Mr. Fans, you're too polite. He thought that adding the 200,000 for hospital expenses and other relief costs The total was 1.15 million. He then looked back at the system, which immediately displayed his current experience points. He thought that now that he had the money, the important thing was to upgrade all basic attributes to level 69. At this moment, HanLii covered his face with his hands and thought, the expenses for half a month are 500,000. This amount is neither too little nor too much. In the future, upgrading will require even more money. If it's just for basic expenses, it doesn't have much meaning. After exiting the system, HanLii lay down comfortably on the hospital bed. He thought about whether to spend 1 million or directly buy a house near the school, like a one-bedroom apartment at Wongjian. With so many plans and thoughts flooding his mind, he couldn't decide. However, if that's the case, it might take a year for college. Suddenly, he realized something that could be beneficial. He immediately sat up and looked ahead when he heard someone calling, "Xiao Han, I'm here." Soon after, Rejection Fay, along with her father, arrived to visit him. She cheerfully said, "We came to visit you. How's your recovery?" Seeing her father approaching, he wanted to get out of bed to greet him, saying, "Hello, uncle." But immediately, Rejection Fay's father rushed over, helped him back onto the bed, and said, No, just stay there, it's fine." After that, he looked at his beloved daughter and said, "Xiao Fei and I are catching a flight soon. We wanted to visit you before we leave. Here's a little something from me." He then handed over a rather thick red envelope, which surprised HanLii. He immediately said, "Uncle Cheney, what's this?" Mr. Cheney placed the red envelope on the table and explained, "I didn't have the chance to discuss this before. After all, it's still my daughter who mishandled the situation and caused trouble for you. I'm sorry, my dear." Seeing the elder's polite demeanor, HanLii immediately stood up, took the red envelope, and intended to refuse, saying, "Uncle Cheney, I can't accept this money. Fan Hang's insanity has nothing to do with Rejection Fay. From my perspective, Xiao Fei is also a victim." At this moment, Uncle Cheney's expression changed as he looked at him. Rejection Fay, standing behind, felt a bit shy upon hearing him defend her. HanLii continued, "As I see it, Rejection Fay did nothing wrong. Please don't blame her. Even if it were someone else, I'd have the same attitude." Uncle Cheney put his hand on HanLii's shoulder, looking very pleased and excited to see his positive attitude towards his daughter, which made him trust HanLii even more. He said, "Indeed, you're a talented young man. I understand. When you come back to Wongjian after the summer, you must visit us." Hearing the invitation, HanLii felt embarrassed, scratching his head and smiling happily. Uncle Cheney then said, "By the way, Xiao Han's achievements should be quite good, right? If the school is near Xiao Fei's place, I'll trouble you to take care of her." He extended his arms to hug his beloved daughter and happily looked at HanLii. Suddenly hearing this, HanLii's expression changed and he said in surprise, "What?" Rejection Fay looked at him excitedly, but HanLii immediately waved his hand, feeling awkward, and said, "I'm right here." He then awkwardly scratched his cheek and slowly said, "But Inmun Academy is a private school." Hearing the name of the school HanLii was attending, Rejection Fay was immediately surprised and exclaimed, "Private school?" At that moment, the room fell into a deep silence as the three of them looked at each other without speaking. HanLii, not hiding anything, turned his gaze away slightly and said, "When I was younger, I thought achievements meant nothing, so I went a bit off course. After achieving something, I regretted it." At this moment, Rejection Fay immediately turned to her father, observing his reaction. HanLii continued, then, in great distress, took a long time to calm himself and adjust his mindset. After that, he took off his glasses, placed them on the table, and slowly said, as if he had reflected deeply on the past, "If achievements can't save the situation." He hesitated and spoke slowly. "Then we can only start sprinting in the next stage of university." Hearing his convincing response, Uncle Cheney immediately praised him, saying, "That's right. The past cannot be changed. Grasping the future is the most important thing." He then smiled at HanLii and said, "With the large compensation you received this time, you might start your career, right?" HanLii waved his hand in front of him and said awkwardly, "In the short term, I might consider starting a career." My plan is to focus on studying first. Uncle Cheney was pleased with his answer and said, Haha, I admired you. After a few years, it will be your generation's world. HanLii then slowly stood up, looked at them, and said, even in 25 years, you'll still be a pillar. Besides, Fay has been well educated by you and will definitely inherit your spirit and become even more outstanding. After a period of conversation, Uncle Cheney and Fay turned to leave. Before leaving, he looked back and said, remember my good wishes, Seo Han. Rest well. Seo Fay, and I need to catch our flight. Fay turned back, smiled, and said goodbye. Goodbye, Xiao Han. Seeing her cheerful expression lifted his spirits. He waved back and said, safe travels. At that moment, he felt as if his heart was blooming with spring. She really is lovely. He then showed his determination, clenched his fist, and reassured himself, now the real beginning starts. After a period of conversation, the nurse finally entered with a phone and said, you're ready to be discharged. HanLii had finished packing and responded, yes. She then cheerfully said, be a good friend. HanLii replied, sure. Looking at the rapidly developing country and the bustling city scene, with modern buildings springing up, he thought, in a few years, housing prices will rise. He prepared to board the bus back home. While sitting on the subway, his mood was mixed. He noticed that people who took advantage of opportunities often became wealthy overnight. Sitting in the seat, he felt unusually light. He gazed out the window, deeply absorbed in his thoughts. It had been a long time since he last rode a bus like this. After a period of travel, he finally returned to Wangjian. He took his bank card and went to a real estate agency, requesting a small house of 40 to 60 square meters. The process should not take more than 2 years. He asked the staff to show him properties in the school area and to pay in full immediately. After everything was arranged as per his request, the staff recommended a house. The orientation was good, and it was close to the school, offering better terms than the previous ones he had seen. Seemingly finding the most satisfactory house, he chose it and thought, I didn't expect the price to be lower than I imagined. He remembered that his parents had always helped him save money for buying a house. After finalizing his choice, he signed the prepared contract. He planned to rent out the 2 houses and sell them when prices increased. He imagined his mother's joyful reaction. She had once said, fly bravely. Your parents are always with you. However, reality was still reality. But now, HanLii then went to inspect the house he had bought. Stepping inside, he was amazed by the luxurious presidential suite. At that moment, he had a thought. There was something more important. Upon entering, he was deeply moved and nearly cried because in his past life, he had only lived in a modest house. He thought that such an important matter could afford a little extravagance. He then took a stroll in front of a large glass window, stretching out his arms and legs, feeling incredibly relaxed. He thought, with over 1 million experience points, it's time for a transformation. Suddenly, he noticed a broken tooth. His expression changed to one of anger, and he shouted, replace my tooth. At that moment, the system showed no response, so he calmed down. He then looked down at the system notifications, which indicated that the cost to replace the tooth exceeded his current level. The system screen displayed, Upgrade Condition 1. All basic and secondary attributes must reach 69 points. Limit 2. 3 level 3 skills required. Accumulation of 1 million required. Reading the upgrade conditions, HanLii realized, so the limit for level 1 is 69. Replacing the tooth would make the aesthetic value exceed this number. He then pressed the upgrade button and said, it seems I need to upgrade to level 2. Thankfully, I bought the house. Otherwise, spending 100 million would be troublesome. He felt a surge of power, his mind becoming clearer and his thinking speed increasing. The system emitted a blinding light, and the upgrade began. The light was so intense that it was beyond normal vision. HanLii had to cover his eyes. Suddenly, a mysterious and powerful force emanated from his body, making him ponder this newfound strength. He then stretched out his hand, his eyes growing tense as he felt his brain becoming clearer and his thinking speed increasing. After a while, his entire body seemed to merge into another world. He panicked, thinking, The mutation has entered my mind. A mutated gene immediately moved closer to his body, but he couldn't resist. Unable to fight it, his expression grew increasingly frantic. He shouted, "Wait a moment." Soon, it seemed he couldn't resist and could only accept it with resignation. His expression turned helpless. HanLii lay comfortably on the floor, relaxing his body. If he had known it would be like this, he would have prepared in advance. After some time, he finally woke up but couldn't believe he was still alive. He looked at his hand to confirm he was indeed alive. He then said, "Don't I have an interview today?" Remembering his schedule for the day, he sat up in a panic. "Yes, I've been reborn." His head was throbbing, and he thought, "I should have upgraded my skills and knowledge earlier. No wonder older people say you can't overeat." The system screen then displayed a series of basic information about him. He touched the screen and thought, "It seems that not only has my thinking speed increased." The screen showed Level 3 Accounting, Level 3 Finance, Level 3 Marketing, and Level 3 Literature. He stroked his chin and said, "So that's it." He continued, "The gap between people is not only in their thinking methods, but also in their knowledge reserves. Some knowledge might seem useless, but becomes an essential part of thinking structure." He imagined himself standing atop a high place, becoming the highest thinker, making everyone follow. He admired the interplay between these factors, understanding that, given enough time and experience, he could become an elite at the highest level. Immediately, HanLii sat up, deep in thought. Despite being lost in his musings, his phone suddenly rang, jolting him awake. He answered the call, and the voice on the other end said, "Is this HanLii? You had requested a 15-day leave, and today is the last day. Do you want to return to school? Military training is ending soon, and the teachers are concerned about you." HanLii stammered, No, my injury really isn't fully healed yet. I'll report back as soon as I recover in a few days." As he spoke, he realized that the days spent dealing with the house purchase had completely made him forget about returning to school. Before he could finish his sentence, the call was abruptly ended. The system screen then displayed additional information. "You have met all upgrade conditions. The system has upgraded to Level 2. HanLii remained silent for a moment, looking at the system screen. The screen displayed, "Added attribute points of excellence. Function unlocked and available for use. Additional experience points, 79. Each attribute point requires 200,000 experience points." HanLii felt helpless, tears welling up as he said, 200,000. The order items already cost 2 million. The system screen then showed a new page. The highest level of skills and specialized knowledge has been upgraded to Level 4. Limit: Level 4 experience 999,999. HanLii was surprised to see the high level of experience. It only takes 200,000 to upgrade to Level 4, but 1 million is needed for Level 5. He clicked on the 10 icon on the system screen and thought, "Forget it, I can't even think about upgrading to Level 5. Suddenly, his expression turned bewildered. He said, "Ha!" The system screen then continued, "New function unlocked. Reward system. Each spending will have a low probability of receiving rewards related to the expenditure." The system added, "Rewards will be directly placed in the item inventory." HanLii looked at the system screen and pondered for a moment, thinking, "Does this mean I can take it easy on this?" After some contemplation, he seemed lost in confusion and reassured himself, "Never mind, I'll check it out later." Compared to this, the university is now so new and modern. A suitcase was pushed forward, almost as if it belonged to a new student. All the girls in the school flocked to him, admiring him greatly and saying, "Wow, is he a new student?" With his dashing appearance and handsome looks, HanLii seemed to become the center of attention at Inmun Academy. He cheerfully said, "I'm back." He slowly pushed his suitcase into the school. Perhaps due to the system's changes in his appearance, his nose had become slightly smaller, making him unrecognizable to everyone. All the girls in the school were captivated by his looks, unable to take their eyes off him. Meanwhile, the boys continuously looked at him with envy. His eyes had become a bit deeper, and his face was now harmonious. He smiled contentedly and thought, it was worth investing in all that facial improvement experience. Society values appearances and it requires investment. After a long break, HanLii now needed to go to the principal's office to report on his return to study. He arrived at the office, knocked on the door, and asked, "Is Professor Liu here?" After knocking and announcing himself, he opened the door and saw the professor sitting at his desk. He said, "I'm HanLii from the finance class. I'm here to report today." Upon hearing his name, the professor quickly looked up and said, "HanLii, is it? Come over here and sit down." HanLii, feeling awkward, approached and said, "Sorry for the trouble. I've been in the hospital for a few days and am almost fully recovered, though I still have a bit of a headache from the aftermath." Immediately, he pulled out a hospital report and handed it to the teacher, saying, "This is the admission report." After receiving the report, the teacher's face turned very tense and he said, "Is it really an admission? If so, that's good. Did you bring any documents?" He then replied quietly, "Yes, yes." The teacher quickly took his documents and said, "Let's complete the paperwork first. After paying the fees, I'll take you to get acquainted." At this moment, he was very indifferent, scratching his ear and saying, "Yes." The teacher, Mr. Liu, wasn't a particularly good person in the past life, and his gaze was very hard to read. But the guy was simple-minded and not very developed, so he was easy to deal with. He then turned to the teacher and quietly thanked him, asking, "How is the dormitory environment for our class?" Upon hearing the question, the teacher answered very honestly, "The room assigned to you is quite lively." Hearing this, it seemed to match his personality, so he calmly responded, "Is that so?" He then took out a red envelope and presented it to Mr. Liu, which surprised him greatly. He smiled and said, "Special doctor said I need to rest and can't stand noise. This is a little specialty from my hometown." Mr. Liu immediately accepted the red envelope, stuffed it into his pocket, and turned his face away, acting very mysteriously, saying, "I'll try to get you a 4-person room, but the cost might be a bit high." He thought about his previous life, where he was assigned to share a room with 5 crazy guys and almost didn't survive. He couldn't experience that again. At this moment, he took out his black bank card, held it up, and said, "A bit expensive is fine, as long as it's quiet." Mr. Liu quickly agreed, "We'll do as you said, and I'll write you a note." Immediately, he sent a message to someone. It turned out he sent it to Chen Fei, who was sitting at her desk. She received the message and immediately opened it to see a photo of his dorm room with a message saying he had enrolled. She quickly replied with a happy tone, "Great, you just moved your suitcase into the dormitory. Your classmates are inviting me to dinner. You should go eat and rest up." After reading her caring message, he thought, "Not only do I need to rest, but I also need to look handsome." After tidying up everything in the dorm room, he returned to his desk, accessed the system, and wondered, the 2 rooms are rented out. I wonder if I can raise my attractiveness attribute to 79 before the summer vacation. Such a big change, how should I explain it to my mother? All these thoughts make me feel very anxious. He then stretched and reclined in his chair, saying, "I have 40,000 yuan left. I should buy daily necessities today." The bustling streets were very lively, and he could finally shop freely without looking at prices. He carried a large bag happily, and when a staff member politely said, "Please hold your items," he replied, "Yes." After leaving the supermarket, he reached into his pocket but couldn't find his phone, feeling very panicked, thinking, "Where's my phone?" After searching for a while, he finally found his beloved phone, picked it up, and decided to spend a little time in the next couple of days to buy a new one. He then looked towards the corner of the street and saw a man sitting there. He approached the man and asked, "How much is this book?" Immediately, he thought, "Xiao Luo, I remember his family has financial difficulties and he has to earn his own tuition fees." He then looked at the book, titled Life's Principles 66, and asked, "How much is this book?" Xiao Luo quickly responded, 168. Before he could finish, HanLii sat down, picked up another book, and asked, "Is this book still sold at the original price?" Xiao Luo replied, 100, and I'll also give you a magazine as a gift. It's a valuable addition. HanLii then said, "You should upgrade the magazine on beauties as well." Immediately, his system notified him, "You have purchased a set of life principles. You have gained an extra gift beyond the standard." A beam of light emanated, resembling an image of a book, making it hard for him to see clearly. He reached out to touch it, and eventually, the book came into full view, hinting at the need for self-cultivation and personal development. His eyes suddenly became very tense as he thought, usually, using mental focus to read through each level can increase an attribute point in intelligence. Based on the current situation, once upgraded to the genius level, each attribute point will require a huge amount of experience. He then held the book as if it were a treasure, his eyes shining brightly, marveling at its quality. Returning to reality, since only he could see this system, his actions puzzled everyone around him. Tialu asked, "What's wrong?" He awkwardly responded, "Oh." Outside, the weather was clear with huge clouds drifting lazily across the sky. Back in the classroom, everyone was noisy and happily chatting. At the same time, HanLii and the teacher walked into the classroom calmly. He noticed the teacher had arrived and then stepped up to the high platform to sit down. The teacher quickly spoke, "Please be quiet, everyone." He then announced, "Our new student has arrived. Let's welcome him with a round of applause." Everyone turned their attention to him with great curiosity, and the applause grew louder. He remembered being insecure in his previous life and being mocked by the class after introducing himself. However, everything had changed now. His demeanor had transformed into that of a confident adult. He placed his hand on the desk, exuding confidence, and smiled at his classmates below. He introduced himself, and his entire presence seemed to radiate pride and victory. He said, "Hello everyone, my name is HanLii. I am from Wangjian." His eyes were filled with confidence as he looked directly at everyone, with a dominating expression, and continued, "Because I was hospitalized, I couldn't participate in military training with all of you. This is my regret. I hope to make up for it in the future." All the female classmates couldn't take their eyes off his attractive appearance, and he felt a sense of success. He continued, "I'm very honored to be classmates with all of you. I study finance because I want to establish a place for myself in this market and become a wealthy and kind person. Writing this is a bit difficult for me, but I consider it a goal to strive for. I hope to meet friends with similar personalities and interests in the future." Below, a boy pointed at him, looking very envious, and said, "He's just showing off." Immediately, the students below began discussing and whispering about his perfect introduction, commenting on his literary talent. Meanwhile, he continued to introduce himself with great confidence, sharing his life philosophies. D in glory, live fully while still young. After nearly completing his introduction, he raised a finger as if making a significant point and continued, "I hope we can live up to our youthful era." Once his introduction ended, the teacher immediately applauded and said, "Very well done." Yuyan then turned to Lu Tin and asked, "What do you think of him?" Lu Tin, looking very uninterested, slowly lifted herself and then turned towards him. He was still confidently standing at the podium and continued, "I haven't finished my introduction yet. There are two more things. First, who is the class monitor? Please come find me later. I want to pay the class fund. Second, are there any single girls in the class who like someone like me? I'm still young and haven't had a relationship before, so it's easy to be deceived or to flirt." Hearing this, Lu Tin's expression turned extremely uncomfortable. He then said, "If anyone is interested," and his expression became somewhat flirtatious. He looked at everyone and added with a slight smile, "Pull me into a private group for a chat. I don't accept public flirting." After his introduction, he stepped down from the podium, waved to everyone, and returned to his seat. Below, a boy, visibly angry, said, "What is he showing off for? Isn't he just a bit good-looking?" He then turned to his friends and said, "Our dormitory doesn't have any position left. Let's see if we meet him again this afternoon." Another boy immediately agreed, "Exactly." As he stepped down from the podium and glanced at them, he thought, "Loisi and Duanqiaoi are not in the same dormitory this time. I didn't expect these guys to be targeting me." After returning to his seat, the group continued to follow him closely. However, he thought, "My target is not them." He then pulled out a chair and said, "Could the class monitor please come to find me?" Immediately, a girl quickly stood up and walked to his position. He recognized that she had arrived. Many girls around him approached, surrounding him and wanting to get acquainted. They were all different types, continuously calling him, "Join our group, please." They didn't leave any openings for HanLii, making him very embarrassed. One of them asked if he used QQ. He hesitated and replied, yes. Suddenly, Lutin approached from a distance, clearing the girls away, and said, "Please move aside." She then placed a piece of paper on his desk and said, "HanLii, hello." Her delicate face broke into a gentle smile as she looked at him and continued, "I am the class monitor." Her presence was surrounded by a gentle aura, and her purple eyes attracted his attention. She introduced Lutin with two things. First, collecting the class fund. Second, adding you to the group. After hearing her introduction and familiar demeanor, he smiled slightly and thought, Lutin, the top among the 3 campus goddesses, the most beautiful girl in the last 3 years. Though she is very beautiful, as she approached, he gently touched her hair and chuckled. He continued, "Class monitor, why are you asking about 2 things?" She replied softly, "Why can't you ask about both things? Can't I?" Reflecting on the past, he thought about how she had once tricked him and almost caused him to be expelled. Everyone was surprised to see the class monitor acting this way. He continued to ponder, but perhaps this time, making friends might be possible. Next, he looked at Lutin and gave a sly smile, saying, "But class monitor, I have 3 matters." His eyes were cunning, far from simple, and he quickly continued, "Is there a connection between joining the class group and finding a partner among these 3 matters?" Lutin's face grew tense and embarrassed. She didn't say anything further. He immediately called out to the class monitor, "You still haven't grasped the key point." Lutin then brushed her hair back, sighed, and calmly said, "There is a possibility. Actually, it's not that I missed the key point, but rather, I simply don't care about your second matter." He tried to calm himself and asked, "All right, how much is the class fund?" She looked at him and thought, the temperament has changed, so he must be a peer. Her expression didn't change as she said, "The class fund is 200 NDT. He then handed her 2 100 NDT bills and said, "Right. If there are any activities, could you inform me in advance?" Lutin showed an indifferent attitude, took the money, and turned to leave. Before she left completely, she said, "Of course, I'll at least inform you 3 days in advance." Immediately, people gathered around Lutin, hugging her, making her very embarrassed. They kept shouting, "Handsome guy, add you to the class group." He then picked up his phone, glanced at the very attractive girl, and said, "Sorry for the trouble, everyone." Then, a foot from the other side bumped into his leg, seemingly to attract attention. She pretended to be very charming, looked at him, and introduced herself, "I'm Yuvan from Gangnam." He forced a smile and politely replied, "Yuvan is a nice name." She quickly seized the opportunity and continued, "Your name is also quite good. I wonder what it means." Hearing Yuan's question immediately made him fall silent, unsure how to respond. Suddenly, seeing that he wasn't interested in her question, Yuan felt embarrassed, thinking she might have overstepped. She quickly changed the topic and asked, "HanLii, what brand is your phone? I don't think I've ever seen it before." He slowly replied, showing little interest in her. Yuan's face then became awkward and stiff. She said, "With your temperament, you look like a young master from a good family, right?" Immediately, she asked, "Is it because of some special feelings?" But he responded very casually, "Poor." Seeing his indifferent demeanor, Yuan became very tense and said, "Are you kidding me?" Almost unable to tolerate his indifferent attitude, she stood up and said loudly, "You." His expression remained unchanged as he focused on his phone. Yuan, feeling very uncomfortable, turned and left, muttering, "If you don't care, then whatever." Watching Yulan's departing figure, he thought, "It's not that I don't want to care about you. I just don't want to experience the feeling of being played for a fool again." In the past, he had suffered countless deceptions, making it impossible for him to turn back. After all, in his past life, in her fish tank, there was only one fool like himself. The image of Yulian holding a gift box, awkwardly and shyly receiving it from him, but in her heart, was filled with contempt for him. thinking that a 500 NDT gift was too much trouble. Next, many girls came to get to know him. One of them said, "HanLii, go you like Yuan? She's very beautiful." Another added, "Yes, the class monitor is also very beautiful." However, HanLii looked very relaxed and smiled at both of them before turning away and said, "Just getting to know someone doesn't mean you have to like or dislike them. The class monitor is certainly beautiful, but that doesn't mean I'm targeting only beautiful people. Besides, I need to pay attention to compatibility and a beautiful soul." On this side, Exilutin, hearing his words, immediately looked very displeased. She only judged silently. After a day, the sunlight gave way to the moonlight, illuminating the quiet space. Everyone had finished their classes and returned to their dormitories, which were very lively. Suddenly, a voice called out among the crowd, "HanLii, aren't you waiting for the elevator?" But he happily replied and headed for the stairs, saying, "No need, my room is on the lower floor." Taking the stairs is quite fast. The lights in the dormitory area were now truly lit up. All the students had returned to their dormitories to rest. His roommate was now very annoyed because of a game. He shouted loudly, "Do you guys still have any cigarettes? Give me one." At this moment, he suddenly stopped, looking toward the door in surprise. HanLii had returned to the dormitory without his noticing. Immediately, he pushed a chair away with his foot, and it spun around before bouncing into the corner of the wall. He then stood up, his face extremely angry, pointing at him and shouting, "If you're not coming in, then get out and stop standing there." The chair that had been thrown fell to the floor with a loud noise. HanLii just stood there, not saying anything for the moment. HanLii looked at something intently. It turned out that Zhongyu and the blue-haired guy were sitting and smoking. Zhongyu had his legs crossed and said, "Oh." The blue-haired guy put a cigarette in his mouth. HanLii pointed at something and asked, "Could you please get off my desk?" Afterward, he set the chair up. The blue-haired guy exhaled smoke and said, "What if I say no?" HanLii said nothing and silently moved the chair away. He asked, "Which bed is yours?" HanLii placed his foot on the chair. The blue-haired guy said, "You're asking to sleep next to your bed." HanLii climbed the ladder and responded, "Yes, that's good." The blue-haired guy, puzzled, looked at him. Ji Hyang-buk, lying on the bed, lifted his head and said, "This young fellow is indeed interesting." The blue-haired guy looked up and laughed, saying, "Still want to settle scores?" HanLii unlocked the door, and music played. Hyang-buk turned to look at HanLii, who suddenly took out a hammer. Jiangyu, sitting, was astonished at the sight. HanLii held the hammer with a sinister expression. Jiangyu was speechless, pointing at HanLii, which surprised the blue-haired guy. He slowly turned to face HanLii. HanLii raised a book. He was sitting with one hand holding the hammer and the other holding the book. Jiangyu and the blue-haired guy were so shocked by the sight that they couldn't say a word. The blue-haired guy, angrily clenching his fist, said, "You little brat." Jiang hurriedly hugged his neck, saying, "Wait a moment." This made him exclaim, "Ah!" Jiangyu, scared, whispered, "I saw this person earlier take out a hammer from his backpack. How can an ordinary person carry such a thing? Moreover, he looked at me earlier with eyes that seemed like he was looking at a dead person." Both of them fell silent. Hyang-buk, sitting up worriedly, thought, "What is this guy reading? Whip punishment? Could he be trying to judge us?" HanLii placed the book down on his foot and quietly looked around. He asked, "Are you all planning to leave the room and go out?" Hyang-buk, worried, said, "This guy's girlfriend has arrived and is calling us out to gather." HanLii glanced at him and smiled, saying, "A girlfriend?" The blue-haired guy's face turned pale, sweating. The door slammed shut. HanLii sat on the bed, wondering if he had threatened these kids a bit too much. Without saying anything further, HanLii closed his eyes and thought, although there is a system, it's not wise to rely on it too much. Knowledge might be gained a little, but it's not always possible. HanLii looked at the system and thought that mental power could be unlocked, but intelligence might not. He needed to work harder to mature. Somewhere, someone holding a sandwich said, "Hey guys, so it turns out it's Wang Bei." HanLii asked, "Could it be that he's a young master from a prestigious family?" Duan Xiaoyi replied, they're all students of the finance department of the business academy. He's in the international exchange program, while we're struggling to squeeze into the elevator. How can we compare? Yu Yun, lying on Exiluting's shoulder and holding her phone, asked, isn't your family very wealthy? How many houses does your family have? Someone interjected, isn't it just a few houses? Duan Xiaoyi turned to look at Yu Yun. Exiluting quietly drank her milk when she suddenly saw something. A well-built shoulder. HanLii was stretching, remarking on how good it feels to be young. By morning, HanLii had already run 5 kilometers. As HanLii was about to eat a bun, someone spoke up, classmate HanLii. Wine Bibi raised his hand high and said, good morning. HanLii waved back, good morning. In the school scene, Yuyan asked HanLii, I heard you're on the lower floor. How did you get this spot? Impressive. HanLii replied, it was just luck. There happened to be an opportunity. People behind were discussing, is the commercial law teacher sick? The blue-haired guy, walking and smoking, said, other teachers don't call the roll. It's really nosy. Move aside, can't see. How long will it take for the idol to show up? Each person seemed like they had a mental deficiency. Loishi whispered to HanLii, HanLii, move quickly. We can't provoke these people. The blue-haired guy arrogantly asked, who can't see? Suddenly, he widened his eyes in shock. The cigarette fell from his hand, his face turning green. He exclaimed, damn it! The cigarette, still burning, fell to the ground. A loud noise was heard as the two groups of people stood facing each other. Everyone whispered, wondering why it was these people. HanLii might have encountered misfortune. HanLii turned and said nothing. The blue-haired guy, sweating and grimacing, laughed awkwardly. Suddenly, someone called out, boss. Jae Buk and Jiang Yu loudly flattered him. Good morning, boss. Have you had breakfast yet? HanLii replied, good morning. HanLii asked, will you be coming back to sleep today? The blue-haired guy, preparing to flee, stood still and stammered, today I'll stay outside with my girlfriend. Yuyan whispered to Exiluting, do they know each other? The blue-haired guy pointed to Jiangyu and Jae-Buk, saying, I'm sorry. Let Jae-Buk and Jiangyu treat you to a meal. HanLii replied, no rush. Suddenly, the elevator beeped. HanLii pressed the elevator button and asked, aren't you all coming up? Everyone crowded into the elevator. Someone said, boss and your friend go first. We'll wait for the next trip. The elevator doors closed. Beep. HanLii was pushed into the corner. HanLii suddenly exclaimed, ah! Exiluting, blushing while brushing her hair, looked at him. HanLii thought, no wonder she has an S-class figure for the future. The elevator beeped again. HanLii wondered, everyone is leaving. HanLii and Exiluting stood there awkwardly. Suddenly, a hand was placed on HanLii's shoulder. Someone complimented, impressive. It turned out to be Jiangro. He hugged HanLii's shoulders and said, they seem to be very afraid of you. Did you two know each other before? HanLii shrugged Jiangro's hand off and said, please stop spitting on me. I don't like that. Jiangro, rejected by HanLii, stammered, HanLii picked up Jiangro's wallet and said, Jiangro. At this moment, Jiangro realized he had lost his wallet. HanLii patted Jiangro's shoulder and said, thanks for keeping my wallet safe. Make sure to be more careful in the future. Jiangro, apologizing, said sorry, then ran off, waving goodbye to HanLii. HanLii thought that soft power also works well. Suddenly, someone called out loudly, HanLii. He turned around to see Exiluting. HanLii walked over and asked, what's up, class monitor? Exiluting said, didn't you say you wanted to make friends with everyone? Why were you so impolite to that guy? HanLii replied, I didn't say I wanted to be friends with everyone. Yuyan, sitting there, stood up and waved to HanLii, here. HanLii, embarrassed, watched as Exiluting went up and sat next to Yuyan. Exiluting rested her chin on her hand and said to HanLii, you're right. You don't need too many friends. Exiluting crossed her arms on the table, appearing charming, and asked HanLii, so how do you want to make friends? HanLii replied, perhaps a friend shouldn't ask too many questions. Yuhyun, hearing this, laughed loudly, saying, haha, sorry, HanLii. This is really interesting, I couldn't hold it in. Suddenly, Yuhyun leaned towards HanLii and asked, HanLii, can I ask, could you consider adding me on WeChat? HanLii rubbed his eyes and said, I'll send it to you later. He continued, but I rarely chat. I usually keep notifications silent, so my response time might be quite slow. Lutin, hearing this, said, that's why you haven't replied to my messages. Do you not take me seriously as the class monitor? HanLii thought, anyway, I spent the whole evening talking with Jintaesu. I really like that name. HanLii suddenly said, sorry, there were too many things last night, so I couldn't pay full attention. Lutin, picking up a book in anger, thought, what's so impressive about it? Do I not need face anymore? She hid her face behind the book, thinking, although he is quite handsome, his personality is really annoying. Minus points. Lutin peeked at HanLii and thought, with a mind like that, it's better to keep my distance. Suddenly, Lutin's eyes widened in surprise when she saw something. The pages of the book were flipping incredibly fast. Someone was writing non-stop at an astonishing speed. Seeing HanLii writing furiously, Lutin's face darkened in shock. HanLii thought, although mathematics skills have reached level 3, the limits are still vague. He opened the book and thought, these problems are not difficult, but to apply them effectively, they need to be clarified. HanLii calculated that acquiring knowledge was one thing, but retaining it was another. He thought that adding more knowledge was more challenging. HanLii was using a notebook, feeling a headache, pressing his temples. At a crucial moment, he couldn't get the precise content, and this knowledge became a heavy burden. HanLii put the books into his bag, thinking it would be better to grasp this knowledge now to avoid trouble. He placed the book on the table and while writing, thought that he needed to adjust the plan first, and then handle tasks based on priority. Lutin propped her chin and thought, what is he doing? Why is he working so fast on the problems? Suddenly, someone called out, HanLii, the teacher hasn't covered this yet. HanLii, while writing, replied, can't I study on my own? Lutin frowned, thinking, fine, but if he really has such self-learning ability, how could he get into this place? HanLii closed the book and said, during the summer vacation, I suddenly had an epiphany. He told the two girls before the exam that he had fought with someone else, had to be hospitalized, and lost the chance to take the exam. Actually, I am a genius, but I wasn't motivated before. Now, I finally turned over a new leaf. There are 3 possibilities. You can believe whichever you want. Hearing this, Yuhyun stared at HanLii without blinking. Lutin, astonished, asked, are you trying to scare me? I don't believe any of them. Yuhyun laughed and said, I choose the 3rd one. HanLii remained silent. Yuhyun gave HanLii a thumbs up and said, HanLii is definitely a genius. I could tell right away. You're different from other boys. HanLii assessed and thought, you think you're the genius, huh? And also born with it. HanLii looked at the 2 girls and thought, teasing an ignorant youth, eventually marrying into a rich family. Now the goal is to get closer to me. Just thinking about it, I already know. HanLii spoke, class monitor, you're looking at me. If you don't believe any of them, why not guess yourself? Lutin suddenly stood up and said, guess? Fine. She pointed at HanLii and said, firstly, you are indeed a genius, but during high school, you had a rebellious personality and didn't want to spend time studying. HanLii's obstinate image appeared. Lutin continued, until the night before the college entrance exam, your girlfriend cheated on you. You were upset and couldn't even get into the second-rate school. You were so angry that you went to seek revenge, but ended up getting beaten by her accomplices and had to be hospitalized. Only recently have you recovered. Unwilling to accept this, you decided to make them pay and started studying hard. You kept the phone your ex-girlfriend gave you as a motivation to awaken yourself. You warned yourself to stay away from beautiful girls and didn't want to repeat the same mistakes, so you've been keeping your distance from me. Lutin pointed at HanLii and said, introduce yourself. You said you're looking for a girlfriend to forget your ex. Your lack of action and responses is because you've been hurt and fear new relationships. Exi smugly asked, "Isn't that more reasonable?" HanLii pointed at Exi and said, "Class monitor, are you moonlighting as a novelist?" Hearing this, Exi face flushed. HanLii thought, Exi is adjusting her hair and saying she needs to study again and manage the class. And what about her student council duties? She's making time to write novels. HanLii and the girl were at a loss for words. HanLii thought, this evasive reaction definitely means she's written novels before. He chuckled, finding it interesting. He thought, I never heard about this in my past life. Although she was badly deceived before, Exi is outstanding in many aspects and tends to be suspicious. With a strong, self-controlled personality, she's so excellent that ordinary people find it hard to approach her. I thought she'd have a good life after graduation, but it seems not. HanLii, holding his head and laughing, thought, I didn't expect her to have this side. HanLii pondered. In my past life, I never heard of someone talking about writing novels. It shows she's very meticulous about it and does a good job with confidentiality. Suddenly, HanLii recalled something. He thought, that's right. Back then, when I went to her office to borrow a printer, Exi said, I have something urgent. Do it yourself and don't go through my documents. HanLii accidentally saw a news headline that showed a lonely cucumber. The teacher cucumber had gone live, asking for money and saying she would be back later. HanLii thought, if I'm not mistaken, that's her alias used for writing novels. HanLii mused, interesting. He looked at Exi thinking, let me see how you hide your secrets. Exi blushed, clutching her book and biting the end of her pen. She worried. What's wrong with me? Why is he leading me on? Exi glanced at HanLii, thinking, did he suddenly figure it out? Suddenly, the bell rang. Yuhyun asked HanLii, do you want to join us for lunch at the canteen? HanLii replied, no, I have some errands to run. You guys go ahead. Yuhyun hugged Exi and pleaded, HanLii, you really don't know what's good for you. No one has ever rejected me before. Exi looked at Yuhyun and thought, aren't you trying to raise fish or something? Exi lightly tapped Yuhyun on the forehead and said, straight guys are all like that. Don't take it to heart. As night fell, HanLii walked down the street, thinking about the next day with no classes. In the afternoon, he planned to buy a new computer and also replace his phone and SIM card. HanLii stood in front of his room, thinking, the cost of going out is so high. Even though I'm inexperienced, I'm even more short on money now. He struggled with the door but couldn't get it open. Inside the room, 3 boys were asleep. The boy with green hair looked down at the bed and was frightened by something he saw. HanLii entered the room, giving off a feeling of pressure, causing the green-haired boy to panic. HanLii slammed the bag down, making the green-haired boy gasp in fear. Hangbuk also woke up, and the room was filled with various sounds. He said, I have to move out. This is really scary. HanLii walked down the corridor, smiling and thinking, scaring kids is really fun. In 2013, during the boom of the electronics market, a sales clerk asked HanLii what he needed. HanLii, looking at the items, thought it was a pity that such a prosperous scene had quickly weakened in just a few short years, ending up as a desert, wiped out on the sand. HanLii pointed at a phone and said, I want this one. By the way, which floor is the iPhone specialty store on? The clerk asked if he would pay by card or cash. HanLii replied, by card. He thought, although the price is a bit high, in more than a year, the prices for all items will be the highest. HanLii held the phone in his hand, thinking, this Apple phone is for work and daily use. HanLii noticed someone holding a chair and thought, should I buy a laptop as well? Some stores sold CPUs, known for deceiving customers. The sales clerk handed HanLii a Coca-Cola and said, NDT 2.5. If you buy a bottle, you can get 5 cents back. HanLii picked up the bottle and took a sip, feeling refreshed and saying, wonderful. He returned the bottle to the clerk, saying, keep the NDT 2. After buying the phone and computer, I'll only have 10,000 left. I still need to pay the tuition, which cost a few thousand more. I can't afford to waste any more. Suddenly, HanLii looked at the numbers on the door and thought, no matter how much I save, I can't save on the phone sim. HanLii stared intently at the numbers. The clerk handed him the SAM card and said, "Here's your SAM. Please check it." HanLii thanked him. The system beeped and announced, "You have purchased a phone's SAM. A gift has been awarded. Extra gifts included." HanLii looked at the SAM card with a dark expression, thinking, I bought 3 bigger ones before and didn't get any gifts. But this SIM comes with extras. HanLii pressed a button on the system, wondering, what good thing will it give me this time? The system announced, a normal phone SIM. Description: don't look any further. It's a custom number SIM card. Automatically connects to the network and registers. Grants top-level system privileges. Cannot be eavesdropped. Cannot access others' information. Can retrieve others' information. Can bypass all obstacles. Can call any number. HanLii broke into a sweat reading the announcement. He stared wide-eyed at the message and thought, is this really called normal? The value of the last 3 attributes is beyond comparison. HanLii inserted this SIM into his phone, thinking that this SIM would definitely provide significant assistance. Holding the phone, HanLii smiled, thinking, this must be a special card. At school, someone called out, Yuan, do you think HanLii is? Saluting wondered why Yuan was asking about HanLii again. Yuan replied, look at him in the international office. His family conditions might be pretty good, right? Duan Xiaoyi and the others are also quite wealthy, but their demeanor doesn't compare to HanLii's. Yuan continued, except for being a bit indifferent to others. Exi Lutin, reading a book, said, maybe that's just his personality. Suddenly, Lutin's phone vibrated, startling her. It was a message from HanLii. Class monitor, here are my phone number and WeChat. Please keep it confidential. Lutin read the message, puzzled. This phone number. At an auction, a man raised a hammer. Phone numbers were categorized into many levels. The highest level numbers were usually held by top-tier individuals, either auctioned off or acquired through high-level deals. To specialists, a phone number represented more than just wealth. HanLii thought 139 was the first phone number series released in 1995. 6,666 is only valued slightly less than 1,111. The last 4 digits being 8,888, plus the area code, would naturally be understood by those familiar with phone number rules. It's meant to signify status. Luting held the phone, confused about the number. Suddenly, Yuan exclaimed, oh. Lutin asked, what's wrong? Yuan, lying on the bed, waved her hand and said, nothing. I was just startled by something. She then asked, have you added HanLii's WeChat yet? Lutin thought, this man asked me to keep it secret, but now I'm the one spreading it everywhere. Meanwhile, someone was typing on a keyboard in a school setting. HanLii was searching for something and thought, nothing found. The computer screen displayed, no groups found. HanLii continued searching and saw a group named Cucumber Fan Club. HanLii wondered, isn't the name different? He thought, could it be that Lutin hasn't set up a group in her first year? Maybe she only started writing novels in her 2nd or 3rd year. If she has a fan group, it means she must have had popular works. HanLii thought, soon, the golden age of online literature will arrive, with many excellent works adapted into films. The system displayed Level 3 Literature, Level 3 Writing. HanLii pondered, even though I don't have time or knowledge about novels, I know future trends. With Lutin's talent and my foresight, she should be able to make a lot of money. As HanLii typed on the computer, he tried searching for a lonely cucumber and saw a message about an 18-year-old Eiffel. HanLii was surprised. Got it. He sat in front of the screen, smiling, thinking, fortunately, her secondary account is named the same. The screen displayed, the other party requires you to answer questions to verify. 1. Who am I? 2. Who are you? 3. What is my issue? HanLii frowned, thinking, is she writing novels or doing some undercover work? Exhausted, he rubbed his head and thought, Seems like I can't contact Eiffel directly. Suddenly, an idea struck HanLii. He moved the mouse quickly, typing rapidly. The screen displayed a search for the author, a lonely cucumber, but found no related authors. HanLii was frustrated, thinking, I don't believe this. Sitting at the computer, he pondered. After finishing college entrance exams on 7/6/2013, she wrote, on 1/9 before enrolling, there was no new work or it might be finished. With around 6 volumes, based on Exilutin's personality, it's normal to have a few bad volumes. If she persisted through 3 or 4 volumes, she must have the talent and mindset. As HanLii typed, he eliminated variables, finding only 2 factors that fit the author. His finger hovered over the enter key when a beep sounded. Yuyeon stood up and waved at HanLii. HanLii entered, puzzled. Yuyeon said loudly, come over here. HanLii glanced at Yuyeon and walked past the girls who scrutinized him. Yuyeon seemed interested in pursuing HanLii. Wasn't she already in a relationship? HanLii thought it was surprising that Yuyeon was so proactive and friendly with a male student, which was out of character for her. Yuyeon, smiling warmly, invited HanLii to sit. She then said to Exilutin, HanLii is here. Exilutin responded coldly, okay. Seeing Exilutin's attitude, HanLii thought, cherish your last bit of arrogance. The bait is set, just wait for the fish to bite. HanLii looked at everyone in the class and thought, these characters are quite interesting. Duang Xiaoi, although currently close with Wang Bibi, had a crush on Exilutin, but ended up marrying Yuyeon. After marriage, he was even cheated on. Wang Bibi initially liked Ruji, but Ruji was Yuyeon's team leader. Wang Bibi and Yuyeon didn't get along. Exilutin and Yuyeon seemed to have a good relationship, but in reality, they were just close sisters who minded their own business. HanLii assessed the class with his phone, thinking, university life is just beginning. Yuyeon asked HanLii if he was busy that afternoon. You haven't responded to my messages. HanLii replied that he was reading in his room and didn't notice. Yuyeon sighed and said, Hemph. Duan Choi, hugging HanLii's neck, looked at them and said, we can't compare. HanLii smiled lightly, thinking, as expected of a great manipulator, no chance for the wicked to escape. Suddenly, Yuyeon exclaimed, do you want to take the placement test? Exilutin, hearing Yuyeon's question, remained silent. Ruji, Duan Choi, and Wang Bibi all turned to look at HanLii. HanLii asked, why is everyone looking at me? The placement test is in May next year. There's still plenty of time, Yuyeon said, but with his effort, he should prepare early for a chance to compete, Yuyeon added. Duan Choi asked if HanLii wanted to take the test. Ruji responded, why not? Thinking about it is pointless. It sounds like I can pass it. Duan Choi looked at HanLii and said, try it. There's still half a year. It doesn't cost anything to practice. Ruji stretched and said, it's easy to talk, but if you don't pass, it's embarrassing. Duan Choi agreed, that's true. He closed his eyes and said, it's useless if you don't need to work after graduation. Wang Bibi laughed and said, I admire Choi for not needing to work, it's really nice. Ruji commented, doesn't Duan Choi have 4 houses? And they're all in wealthy areas. Duan Choi shyly said, who said I have 4 houses? He boasted about having 4 buildings, which was quite impressive. Students in the class were buzzing, wondering if Duan Choi's family was really that wealthy. 4 buildings must be worth at least 10 billion. A girl with short hair asked curiously, what area are your houses in? Someone sighed, oh my, just the rent must be incredibly high. Proudly, he replied, 4 buildings aren't that expensive. Maybe after working for 2 years, I could afford to rent 1 room in one of them. HanLii observed him and thought, Duan Choi is indeed a second-generation rich kid. The real estate industry provided his family with 4 buildings, but that's just the standard compensation agreed upon by the village. The actual situation is that his family owns 8 houses and a small shop. His parents started a small supermarket, usually just collecting rent. Life is indeed good, but Duan Choi's social status is quite ordinary, not as impressive as he boasts. Compared to these people, Exilutin intrigued him more. HanLii glanced over at HanLii and evaluated her. Although Duan Xiaoyi was wealthy, considering other aspects, he was just a useless scoundrel. However, HanLii was also someone who could be of value. HanLii looked over at HanLii and noted, "This guy seems exceptional in every aspect. He doesn't look like someone of our age." His calm demeanor adds 0.5 points, and his good looks add another 0.5 points. She blushed when seeing HanLii's face, adding, "HanLii is hardworking too." Duan Xiaoyi's voice made HanLii turn his attention. "Are you really concerned about the placement test?" someone asked. Bibi curiously asked HanLii, "Where do you plan to apply?" HanLii and Yulian also looked at HanLii, eager to hear his answer. Bibi thought, if he can perform well, maybe he's not blending in with the finance class or interested in classmates. Perhaps he doesn't plan to stay in the humanities department for long. HanLii closed his notebook and replied, "I haven't figured it out yet. Thanks for your concern, but it's a bit early to ask." Yulian turned and said, "I think you're finishing your studies early. You don't want to take the placement test, do you? What about math? Our school doesn't need it anyway. No wonder you're not interested in others." HanLii looked awkwardly and thought, as expected of a spoiled princess, "Is she making me an enemy?" HanLii hesitated, but found playing with these kids quite entertaining. Maybe he should show off a bit. Loiji sarcastically said, "Still haven't figured it out. Are you too shy to say?" Duan Xiaoyi chimed in, "Maybe HanLii has big ambitions and doesn't want to reveal them yet." "Right, HanLii?" he smugly asked. "What school do you want to apply to?" HanLii didn't engage and calmly replied, "I'm still considering." Bibi awkwardly smiled and asked, "So, what's your plan?" Ruji interrupted, "Isn't it just talk? I can make a promise. If you pass the test, I'll eat half a kilo of Yuan's snack." Hearing this, Yuan angrily stood up, her face red, and shouted, "Ruji, aren't you disgusting?" HanLii told her, "You're thinking too negatively. Why would you assume you'd get to eat something?" HanLii laughed in surprise at HanLii's words. Yuan, embarrassed, repeatedly hit HanLii's back. HanLii put on a pitiful expression and trembled. "Why are you hitting me, Ruji?" Yuan, flustered, turned away. "This can't be the same. You shouldn't emulate his disgusting behavior." The classmate spoke up, agreeing, "Yes, Loiji, don't be like that." HanLii was indeed impressive. Loiji's face darkened, feeling humiliated. He thought, "What's this situation? Yuan is embarrassed, but HanLii is laughing happily. I can't compare to him. If not, I wouldn't have a girlfriend." Duan Xiaoyi suddenly said, "My house isn't too far from the university. If HanLii gets admitted, I'll handle the rest, including the rent. Just let me take care of it." He pointed at HanLii and smugly added, "When the time comes, HanLii can stay at my place, and I'll cover the rent for 3 years. But HanLii, you need to work hard. Don't be afraid to even register." HanLii looked at him and thought, "Is he trying to provoke me?" He replied, "We'll see about that. Besides, there are 12 graduate schools that don't offer finance majors. It's not that interesting." HanLii's comment left everyone speechless, unsure of how to respond. HanLii looked at HanLii and thought, he doesn't seem to sense the malice in Duan Xiaoyi's words. How is that possible? Maybe he's just indifferent. They just don't like someone being better than them. They started murmuring among themselves. Why should Duan Xiaoyi care where HanLii applies? HanLii suddenly spoke to HanLii. "With your math skills, as long as you don't set your goals too high, you have a great chance. Your academic ability is strong, and with your math level, it shouldn't be hard." HanLii looked at her in disbelief and thought, HanLii is complimenting me and even helping me. This cold beauty has suddenly changed her demeanor. Duan Xiaoyi, dark-faced, asked HanLii, "With the class monitor praising you like that, how high is your math level?" He thought to himself, "I want to see just how impressive he really is." He eagerly snatched the paper HanLii was writing on. Duan Xiaoyi's face darkened as he saw the paper. "Isn't it just filling in answers? The draft isn't even done. Don't say that this is something anyone could do with a little guesswork." HanLii coldly said, "Guesswork? If it were you, you wouldn't even fill in the formulas correctly. Duanxiao's face fell when she said that. Baibi, curious, grabbed the paper from Duanxiao's hand and read the lines with interest, wondering why there was no calculation process. HanLii took back the paper and said, "The questions are too simple. Mental arithmetic is enough." Bibi sighed, "You're really impressive. I can't even understand a single chapter." Yuyan turned to ask, "HanLii must have put in a lot of effort, right?" HanLii replied, "Indeed, a lot of effort, but it's worth it." He thought to himself, high school math is at least equivalent to the level of a second-year student in a prestigious math university. These questions are really just for kids. Yuyan and Baibi continued to praise him. As expected of HanLii, you really have great determination. Lutin, sitting next to them, sighed, thinking, these two are so enamored with him. Maybe they'll ask him for help later. I also want to take the placement test, but unfortunately, my academic ability isn't good enough. I'm sure I wouldn't pass. How did you manage to self-study like this? Duanxiaoi clenched his fists, shaking with anger, continuously questioning why a mere outsider should act so superior. What a show-off, and these people are just pretending. HanLii is just putting on an act. Those who are opposing him now are just pretending. Duanxiaoi looked at them and thought, how long has it been? Even Lutin is speaking up for him now. He was infuriated and said, well, good luck with your university studies. Hopefully, you'll find a good job soon. Duanxiaoi drew attention by making a scathing remark. Try working hard for 10 years, and maybe you can save up enough to afford my house. But after graduating, your salary won't be much, right? HanLii looked at him dismissively as he rambled on about trivial matters. Duanxiaoi continued, rent, utilities, it's not much left. But it's fine. If you need to rent, you can stay at my place. Since we're classmates, I'll give you a discount. Is that okay? Ruji joined in. He's in the prestigious international dorm. Is there a need to worry about the rent? Duanxiaoi, flattered by the praise, smugly continued, 3,500 a year versus 100,000 a year is a huge difference. Our buildings are on the main traffic route. If you don't make at least 20,000 a month, you really can't afford it. Hearing this, Yuyan was intrigued, wondering about HanLii's background, and if it could compare to Duanxiaoi's. Seeing this, Lutin smiled mysteriously, thinking, it would be great if they could clash. I really want to see how this guy handles a confrontation. When the time comes, I'll personally step in and turn the situation around. Let's see if he'll keep playing tough. Lutin smugly thought of herself as the expert in stoking the flames of conflict. He's so arrogant toward me. HanLii, instead of getting angry, laughed aloud. Which of your houses is so expensive? Duanxiaoi looked flustered and replied, all my houses are that expensive. HanLii continued laughing, pointing directly at him and saying, could it be that you're really considering the 4 buildings you gathered from the whole village as your own? Duanxiaoi's face turned red with embarrassment as HanLii continued, aren't I right? I've hit the mark, haven't I? Duanxiaoi trembled with rage and stood up, shouting, what nonsense are you spouting? Everyone around was buzzing with confusion, not understanding what was happening. HanLii remained calm and smiled, continuing, building no. 4 in the residential area on that street. I know about the small unit on the top floor. 4 households, with 1-bedroom apartments of 42 square meters and 2-bedroom apartments of 64 square meters. Hearing this, Duanxiaoi's face darkened. HanLii went on, your family's 3 generations together got 8 units on the 10th and 11th floors of that area. You live in one, rent out the other 6, and there's also a 48 square meter store that your parents bought to open a small supermarket. But this year, the average price of buildings in that area, I'm not sure about it. Do you remember? Duanxiaoi's face turned pale as he was left speechless. Now, I'm giving you a chance to reorganize your words, HanLii said triumphantly. Which of your houses is so expensive? Duanxiaoi was embarrassed and could only point at HanLii, unable to say anything. Everyone looked at HanLii in astonishment. Lutin, bewildered, thought, who exactly is HanLii? HanLii continued calmly. The locals there put pressure on the developers, and in the end, they all moved back. That's impressive. But related to this, your house isn't really involved. It's just a matter of picking up some benefits. Hearing this, Duanqiu's face was full of shock, as if he couldn't believe it. HanLii coldly said, Duanqiu, you're someone lucky enough to be favored by the times. You can boast about your wealth to me, but you can't attribute the capital to yourself. You should be grateful that you're in a developed city with this kind of property handed to you. Understand this well. Hearing HanLii's words, the classmates looked at each other in confusion. Firstly, no one in your family brags like you do. Secondly, even if your family has some money, it has nothing to do with you. Remember these 2 points. Don't show off in front of me every day. You're nothing now and don't have the right to do so. Got it? Duanqiu, panicking, asked HanLii, how do you know all this? We came here to study, and my family doesn't want me to cause trouble. HanLii smiled, but they also don't want to see me being bullied. In our class, I don't provoke anyone, and no one should provoke me either. You should investigate thoroughly first. HanLii then said to him, as for you, which floor are you on? You probably know that yourself. Here's a warning, kid, this will not happen again. HanLii asked with a smile, has everyone understood my explanation? After HanLii's words, the whole class fell silent. Duanqiu, terrified, quietly turned his head and said, got it. The class bell rang and the lecturer addressed the students. Class has started. Today, we will discuss microeconomic behavior. Microeconomics studies the behavior of individual economic units in society. Duanqiu's reaction caught Xi Lutin's attention. She sighed, thinking that such a worthless person could still turn defeat into victory. However, she looked at HanLii and admitted to herself that although she hadn't seen him concede, his earlier performance was indeed impressive. Xi Lutin blushed, thinking that the nouveau riche like Duanqiu lacked intelligence and deserved to be disciplined. However, if that were the case, she would end up being a villain herself. Instead, she thought it might be better to write a domineering book about herself, using HanLii as the model. Realizing this, she lightly tapped her cheek to calm down, reminding herself that losing control of her emotions wasn't beneficial. She needed to calm down and think about other matters. As someone once said, words should be soft, but actions should be firm. To be a true man, one must be able to be both soft and hard. With HanLii's earlier performance, he exceeded even her expectations. She thought to herself that he had to be someone worth building a good relationship with. After the class ended, Yuan asked HanLii where he was having lunch. She suggested going to a restaurant with her and Dingding. HanLii, with a blank expression, replied that the cafeteria was too expensive, and he couldn't afford it. HanLii received a text message on his phone and blushed as he looked at it. Yuan shouted, I don't believe it. You can't afford a restaurant, but can use a new S-series phone. HanLii confirmed while typing on his phone, saying that all his money had gone into buying the S-series phone, so he could only eat dirt now. Yuan, annoyed, offered to treat him. HanLii asked if she was serious, saying he couldn't reciprocate. Yuan's face darkened, thinking, what's wrong with this guy? I want him to treat me, not the other way around. Annoyed, she said she didn't need him to reciprocate and that her living expenses were sufficient to cover a few more meals. HanLii looked up, still focused on replying to Jintaxu's message, and thought, great, I've accidentally hooked a fish. HanLii smiled mysteriously, pretending to be shy. This isn't good. Yuan, surprised, grabbed his arm and angrily shouted, HanLii, stop pretending. Come on, do me a favor and accept the offer. HanLii, feeling helpless, agreed. All right, I won't be polite then. I'm not afraid of being a freeloader. Bibi, sitting nearby, laughed at the two of them. Yuan blushed and asked, what are you laughing at? Xi Lutin also laughed along, finding the situation amusing. She laughed heartily and repeated, he said he's freeloading. Yuan, blushing and annoyed, pinched HanLii's arm and angrily asked, are you doing this on purpose? HanLii winced in pain and said, what am I doing on purpose? Do you think I'm so dull? I'm just eating at the cafeteria as usual. Yuan, sulking, turned her face away, wondering why she acted this way. HanLii's reaction made her question if he thought she was being casual. Bibi approached HanLii and offered to treat him, asking how disgusting Yulan's freeloading was. HanLii turned to Bibi and said, "I'm just a hanger-on. As long as I'm well-fed, I'm happy to eat anywhere. Why don't you and Yulian discuss it?" With Tuan Xiaoyi's assistance, they seemed to be more interested in him. But HanLii only wanted to earn money honestly. Despite their beauty, it was better to avoid them. One was focused on love, and the other wanted to marry into wealth. He had no intention of getting involved. Yulian watched HanLii and thought he seemed uninterested in them. She speculated that his background might be significant, and that he might have encountered many beautiful women. It was normal for a man like him to be hard to pursue, as long as his family background was good. Enduring some frustration was nothing for HanLii. While Yulan was speaking, Bibi interrupted, asking, "Didn't you just buy some skincare products? You don't have much of your living expenses left, right? It's better if I treat HanLii today." Yulian, resigned, agreed that she didn't have much left. "That skincare wasn't bought by me. It was a gift from a lickspittle," Yulian insisted. "I can still afford one meal. You don't need to worry." Bibi retorted, "Then let's go with that. Just don't come crying poor to me later." The atmosphere between the two became tense. HanLii, standing in the middle, interrupted, "Aren't you all hungry? The classroom is empty now." Yulian, standing behind HanLii, asked, "By the way, HanLii, why did you change your phone?" HanLii, worried, replied, "I was afraid the class monitor would use me to make up stories." Xiaolutin was surprised by HanLii's response. HanLii continued, "If I used that phone for another 2 days, the whole school would say I still had feelings for my ex and was hurt." Xiaolutin awkwardly denied, "I didn't spread those rumors." Bibi then asked HanLii if he truly didn't have a girlfriend. HanLii replied honestly that he didn't, and that in high school, he was so outstanding that no one liked him. Ruji looked at HanLii and remarked, "He's really good at deceiving people." HanLii frowned and asked, "What did you say? I didn't catch that." Duan Xiaoyi quickly shut Ruji up, saying there was nothing. "HanLii, you're too modest," Yulian said, approaching him. "But HanLii is indeed very modest," she added. Bibi, blushing and smiling mysteriously, asked, "So, HanLii, what kind of girl do you like? Tell us." HanLii thought about it and replied, "I like girls who are not too beautiful but gentle, understanding, and comfortable to be around." Yulian forced a smile and said, "No wonder HanLii doesn't have a girlfriend. It turns out he's so traditional. But it's okay. A good man like HanLii deserves the best." HanLii asked what the best was, and Yulian thought to herself, "I have a great figure. Don't men like something like that?" Bibi smiled and said, "Yulian is right. What HanLii likes is what matters." She thought to herself that although Xiaolutin was beautiful and Yulian had a great figure, she needed to find another way. Xiaolutin thought, even though she didn't have feelings for HanLii, it was still uncomfortable to see them take him. Comparing herself, she wasn't necessarily inferior. Watching them, she found their constant comparisons childish. Yulian then took HanLii's hand and said, "All right, let's go eat. The good food will be gone if we wait any longer." They went to a place with a lot of fast food like spicy noodles, sausages, and a plate of hot fried food. Yulian cheerfully showed off that she had bought some fruit, holding up a bag of fruit, and called HanLii to join them. Seeing HanLii was missing, she wondered if he had left. HanLii's voice came from behind Yulian, saying, "I'm here," and he presented a box of strawberry cakes. He explained that as a man, he couldn't just eat their food without contributing. Not knowing their taste, he bought several kinds of sweets. HanLii offered the cakes and told everyone to choose. Everyone looked pleased. Xiaolutin, drinking milk, felt a bit shy and didn't show her feelings directly like the others. The three shared the cakes, with one wanting strawberry flavor. Xiaolutin told them not to rush. No one was competing with her. Seeing this, HanLii thought that these kids were really easy to please. Noticing Xiaolutin sitting quietly without eating, he asked if the class monitor wasn't eating. Xiaolutin was staring at the strawberry cake on the table, seemingly hesitant. Understanding, HanLii said, "That's animal butter. It's very nutritious. Don't you like it? If not, I'll eat it." It's quite expensive. Lutin, hearing that it was animal butter, and thinking HanLii didn't want it, smiled and pulled up a chair. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she ate to hide her discomfort, still saying, "Why should you get to benefit from this?" HanLii chuckled, finding this tactic quite effective. Yuyan, a bit shy, asked, "But HanLii, how did you know I wanted cakes from this shop? It's quite expensive." HanLii responded casually, "It's just polite. Your meal isn't cheap either, right?" Wang Bibi chimed in, "Yes, and there are also large standard chicken legs. It's quite high-end." Yuyan, a bit irritated, replied to Wang Bibi, "Yes, I'm treating. How could HanLii not get to eat?" She thought to herself, "Why is Wang Bibi provoking me so soon? Is it because of concern for me, or does she just want to avoid being poor herself?" HanLii is HanLii. These two clearly have a thing for him. Yuyan also stubbornly insisted that if HanLii needed it, she could support him until he got his living expenses. HanLii, munching on noodles, joked, "Based on today's standards, I'd make you bankrupt in a week." Yuyan laughed awkwardly at his crudeness. HanLii then held up his chopsticks and pointed at Wang Bibi, saying, "To save you from being poor, I'll just eat at Bibi's place tomorrow." Wang Bibi was surprised but gladly accepted, proudly announcing she would treat HanLii to a nice meal. HanLii clapped and praised Wang Bibi as a noble woman. Wang Bibi, feeling pleased, replied, "Of course." Yuyan, her face darkening, said, "If you want to treat, go ahead. I won't be bothered with you anymore. I won't invite you again." Lutin, observing everything, felt helpless with the two of them. Wang Bibi, happy, said, "Fine, don't invite me." HanLii chuckled inwardly, thinking that things always change. He reflected that their current behavior was reminiscent of his past life. Indeed, people only gain insight after crossing certain thresholds, looking back at their foolish actions. HanLii peeled a tangerine, each segment juicy and fresh. Lutin watched him, pondering why he wasn't reacting while Yuyan and Wang Bibi seemed ready to start a fight. It was consistent with his restraint. He probably wasn't interested in such people. HanLii, about to put a tangerine segment in his mouth, noticed Lutin's focused gaze. He called her, causing her to snap out of her thoughts. He held up the tangerine and asked if she wanted some, but there was only one segment left, the one he was about to eat. Lutin, feeling embarrassed, waved her hand to refuse, saying she didn't want any and to keep it for himself. HanLii shrugged and thought that compared to Yuan and Wang Bibi, this small cucumber was even more interesting. He popped the segment into his mouth, feeling a pang of bitterness. He thought about how he had been terribly deceived in the past and wondered why he couldn't get a bit of justice. Exciting days were still ahead. At noon in the male dormitory where HanLii stayed, he heard a greeting. "Boss, you're back," and quickly turned off his phone. HanLii responded, "Good afternoon, have you all eaten yet?" Jae-kyang-buk, looking nervous, replied that they hadn't and would go out to eat later. HanLii shook his head and asked what time it was, placing his bag on the shelf. Jae-kyang-buk, trying to curry favor and sweating nervously, asked if HanLii had eaten and suggested they eat together. HanLii turned away, declining, "No need, I just ate." He suddenly remembered and asked Jae-kyang-buk if they were going out to play today. Jae-kyang-buk, caught off guard, laughed awkwardly, scratching his face and boasting, "Aside from going to the internet cafe, there's really nothing to do at this old school." HanLii smiled lightly, thinking, "How do these rich second-generation kids live? I know all too well." He realized that they would soon discover new ways to spend their time, guided by senior students. Many entertainment spots already had their VIP sections. He was curious about how they could make so much money, but he was no longer intrigued. He smiled confidently, thinking that he would soon have more money than them. Jae-kyang-buk brightly offered HanLii a soft drink and introduced himself, saying he's from a small, remote northeastern area. He told HanLii to call him Seo-buk and mentioned his family is involved in woodworking. He added that if HanLii ever needed wood for building, he could just let him know. Jeongyu continued, introducing himself as Jeong, from a nearby area with a family-run workshop. He offered HanLii a cigarette, but HanLii declined, telling them to feel free. Jeongyu accidentally dropped the cigarette, and Jae Hyangbuk put an arm around him, praising him for not smoking, as it's harmful to health. Jeongyu explained he only smokes occasionally, but Jae Hyangbuk interrupted to stop him. HanLii sighed, thinking he was scaring these kids again and disrupting the harmonious atmosphere of the dorm. He told them that if they were to share a room, he didn't want to hide anything. He continued, saying he had some small personality issues like sensitivity, insecurity, and introversion. He spoke as if he was lying without blinking, mentioning he was always suppressing his feelings and dwelling on trivial matters, not knowing how to solve them. He briefly added that his previous interest in Buddhism was a way for him to handle mental struggles and that he valued emotions but didn't know how to express them. If they lived together, it would be a chance given by fate. The two looked uneasy, shocked by his blatant lies. HanLii, with a gentle gaze, continued, hoping they would look after him and that they could become true friends. Jae Hyangbuk, pale-faced, thought to himself that HanLii would have been better off not explaining. Jeongyu was equally shocked, almost dropping his glasses, questioning the sensitivity and insecurity. Jae Hyangbuk, tearfully covering his face, was asked by HanLii if something was wrong. In the dorm hallway, Jeongyu, clearly exhausted, complained that if it weren't for the difficulty of finding a place nearby, he would have moved out immediately. Jae Hyangbuk, perceptive, suspected HanLii might be joking with them. Jeongyu, still sweating, responded that HanLii's comments did seem to have that effect, but he still felt there was something eerie about HanLii, which was quite frightening. Jae Hyangbuk playfully hit Jeongyu on the back, saying he should have some ambition. He continued, "Think about it. If we have such a big shot protecting us, we'll be able to walk proudly in the future. We could have HanLii following us, with one hand holding a Buddhist scripture and the other holding the thread, backing us up." Jae Hyangbuk imagined the scene with grandiosity. Jeongyu sighed, saying he still didn't understand HanLii. Jae Hyangbuk didn't give up and said that even if he couldn't handle things, Jeongyu's sister might be able to. Jae Hyangbuk imagined Jeongyu's sister with a seductive look, which was an exaggeration. She had long, shiny blonde hair, a gentle face, and clear eyes. He speculated that with her around, no man could resist. Jeongyu, angry, mimicked a powerful punch, saying he would never let his sister marry Angga-hwa. Jae Hyangbuk clarified he was just joking, but even Angga-hwa had left. At the dining room, Yoo-eun, furious, told Wang Baibi that she was shaking with anger. Wang Baibi waved her off, saying not to show such an expression as if they had wronged her. Exilutin, speechless, watched them. Yoo-eun, turning to Exilutin, complained about HanLii, saying, "Look at him. He ate my food and used my data yesterday, and now today he's doing the same thing." Before she could finish, HanLii interrupted, saying he had eaten and used her things, but he wasn't actually complaining. HanLii lifted the bag and said it was in vain, noting that he even packed a bag for them, but it seemed they were ungrateful and had lost their dignity. Yoo-eun grabbed the bag and said HanLii was just joking earlier. HanLii replied that taking it was indeed a gift for her. Yoo-eun, feeling awkward, thought that while HanLii's words were harsh, he was actually very meticulous. If she could win his affection, that meticulousness would be hers alone. HanLii, feeling dizzy, thought about how Yoo-eun was getting carried away. Although he didn't want to be involved with them, occasionally teasing them wasn't bad. Time passed slowly, and HanLii went through his daily routine of studying and practicing rules. He had settled into a monotonous life, with the only excitement being his sudden rise to fame within the academy, where groups of people would gossip about him wherever he went. HanLii sighed, wondering if this fame was really necessary. Jae Hyangbuk and Jeongyu bid him farewell, promising to bring back local specialties from their summer vacation and wishing him a safe journey. After they left and the door closed, HanLii returned to his desk, his eyes dark and weary. He mumbled that the long holiday would start tomorrow and remembered that there would be a party for those staying at the school. He then checked the group chat with the following conversation. "Long break tomorrow. A message from someone else. Sorry, I forgot. The ticket for Hwanrakok costs several hundred yuan. Some people might have to spend a lot of time just talking. really want to be beaten. HanLii pondered that this was the first time there was internal conflict since the beginning of school. And now, the little cucumber might be busy trying to persuade everyone. On the other side, Exilutin, dressed in cute pink pajamas, seemed to be trying to persuade everyone to stop arguing and suggested they could vote on where to go instead. On the computer screen, the chat group for Class 131's Financial and Humanities course was displayed, with thousands of members. Messages flew in. It's not us wanting to argue, it's those idiots who started it. Isn't it true that you're showing off because you have some money? I just like to show off. What of it? Does your house by the sea really matter? What's wrong? Did I hurt your pride? A passerby messaged Jack Jinpyong. What are you doing, Jack Jinpyong? If you don't have the capability, don't drag the old class into this. HanLii, resting his chin on his hand, scrolled through the messages, amused by the same old arguments as in his previous life. Even the reasons for the arguments hadn't changed. He thought the little cucumber was probably still busy persuading each person not to fight. HanLii sat up straight, pondering that in a class, some people only managed to get a graduation certificate, while others graduated with honors. Sometimes, it's hard to distinguish right from wrong. A careless comment could cause conflict between both sides. HanLii covered one eye with his finger, seriously reflecting. Exilutin, as the class leader, mainly relied on her personal charm, and everyone respected her. However, in such situations where everyone was arguing, no one wanted to show her respect. The screen still showed the chat for Class 131's Financial and Humanities course, with thousands of members. Messages continued. Isn't it just Wanrakok? Look at how worried you are. Roji messaged, offering to cover the ticket costs for everyone. HanLii messaged, noting that showing off in front of the girls was impressive. HanLii then messaged Jack Jinpyong, saying if you don't want to go, just drop it and stop talking. HanLii continued, challenging Ruji to come and argue with him, proposing that this would be the first gathering since the start of school and that they could negotiate where to go together. Exilutin directly messaged HanLii, suggesting a vote to decide on a few places and that the minority should follow the majority. Wang Baibi supported HanLii's proposal, and others also sent happy face emojis. Another person messaged in support, and an anonymous person agreed, saying there was no need to argue, and they would vote tomorrow. HanLii stretched his arms behind his head, feeling exhausted. Although he didn't want to manage this situation, he realized that helping might improve his reputation. In front of HanLii was a system panel showing an increasing reputation value. HanLii, tired and calm, looked at it. He closed his eyes, imagining himself as a rich young master. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a WeChat message. HanLii picked it up, surprised to see a message from Exilutin. I've covered the Xinqiangji expenses for you. Thanks for your help. Exilutin then messaged again. It's not much, don't ask about it anymore. HanLii replied with a simple, okay. Exilutin, looking at HanLii's message, felt annoyed, thinking it was the first time she had paid for a man. Annoyed, she clenched her fist, muttering that she would remember this. HanLii, reclining and worried, wondered why Exilutin had suddenly stopped talking. Ignoring it, HanLii opened his computer to read a novel. He thought he would talk to the little cucumber about it. Previously, he had spent money to reward the account. 4 new messages popped up on the computer screen. HanLii blushed with joy, thinking that someone had finally replied. He calmly thought it was not yet time to find any information from the previous evening until the following morning. HanLii, outside, called his mother cheerfully, asking how his parents were doing and mentioning that they had gained a few meters in height. He'd assured them that as long as they took care of themselves, everything would be fine, and once he succeeded, he would bring them into a villa. He'd assured them there was no one bullying him, and his classmates were very respectful, calling him brother. As HanLii and his mother ended the call, Yuan waved excitedly and called him over. As HanLii approached Yuan, she pretended to stumble into his arms, saying the ground was too slippery. HanLii was startled and thought, aren't you supposed to be going home? Yuan explained that her mother had sent her living expenses. She clung to HanLii's arm and looked at Wang Bibi, saying she wasn't going to do anything if Yuan wasn't there. Wang Bebi crossed her arms, facing Yu Yun. HanLii brushed Yu Yun off and said to go ahead. He looked at the crowd, noticing Duan Xiaowei and Jin Pion had arrived. Kexi Lutin raised a red flag, announcing she would buy subway tickets for everyone and told them not to wander. A male student in the group was pleased with Kexi Lutin's action. HanLii, calmly observing, wondered if it was really that impressive. He glanced at the students' legs, finding them nothing special. HanLii imagined various joyful images of Kexi Lutin and was satisfied with his imagination. Suddenly, Kexi Lutin called him back, reminding him to follow along, or she wouldn't be responsible if he got lost. HanLii hurriedly agreed to follow her. Kexi Lutin, worried, thought that this was the first class event with HanLii, and after enduring the crowded subway, it felt like just watching a monkey show. Jin Pion, with arms crossed, commented that it was cheap, with student tickets only costing 65 yuan, and questioned if everyone had money like HanLii, who owned 8 apartments. Duan Xiaowei, sweating and getting angry, asked if Jin Pion was mocking him and offered to cover the cost for him. Jin Pion, slightly surprised, calmly responded, saying he wasn't mocking anyone and that no one was begging him to come. This further infuriated Duan Xiaowei, leading to an argument. HanLii asked if they were ready to fight, and Jin Pion, with sparkling eyes, asked if he was trying to provoke him. Jin Pion then challenged anyone to fight, stating that the loser would be the coward. The argument escalated again. Jin Pion's eyes lit up. What do you mean? Fine, let's fight. Whoever loses is the coward. Kexi Lutin turned back, confused. Why are they arguing again? Kexi Lutin approached Duan Xiaowei and Jin Pion, who were arguing, under HanLii's gaze. What's wrong with you two? Yu Yun hurriedly grabbed HanLii's arm and yelled, "Oh no, will they fight? I'm so scared," making HanLii jump in surprise. The people nearby glanced irritably. HanLii, embarrassed, tried to push Yu Yun away. It's okay. They won't fight. Let go. It's hot. Yu Yun refused to release. I'm scared. Wang Baibi watched them from afar with irritation and hesitantly grabbed HanLii's hand. HanLii, I'm scared too, making HanLii jump. HanLii frowned, annoyed. What are you scared of? They argue every day, don't they? HanLii suddenly became embarrassed and looked down. Yu Yun and Wang Bibi refused to let go, putting HanLii in an awkward position. What are you doing, moving your hands like that? I should be the one who's scared now. HanLii tried to shake their hands off. How about you let go, and I'll deal with them? Yu Yun and Wang Bibi clung to HanLii's arm, acting cute. No, HanLii couldn't stand it anymore, getting pulled back and forth by the two girls. Yu Yun and Wang Bibi calmly said, what if they go crazy and hit you too? It's too dangerous. Don't go over there, let them fight. HanLii, don't mind them. HanLii closed his eyes and thought, you're not letting go, are you? You're forcing me. Yu Yun squealed in delight. Wang Bibi quickly covered herself, also squealing. Yu Yun ran off under HanLii's gaze, thinking these two girls were ridiculous, competing with each other. HanLii quickly turned attention to Kexi Lutin, Duan Xiaowei, and Jin Pion, who were in a heated debate. Kexi Lutin reached out to explain, we rarely go out, and you two are fighting over this. This small matter has caused bruises all over. Duan Xiaowei held his face, bruised in places, looking at Jin Pion. HanLii saw Kexi Lutin. Why are you looking at me? Kexi Lutin turned to HanLii, eyes sparkling. Help me. HanLii hurried over to Kexi Lutin, under the confused gaze of Yu Yun and Wang Bibi. After a few steps, HanLii collapsed to the ground, under the gaze of Yu Yun and Wang Bibi. HanLii, eyes squinting in discomfort, yelled, run! I have a stomachache. I need to go to the bathroom, to the bewilderment of Kexi Lutin, who raised a fist in annoyance, thinking, this coward is acting. Jin Pion and Duan Xiaowei lunged at each other again, suddenly fearful, looking at Kexi Lutin. Kexi Lutin looked at them and reached out. Enough. You want to fight, right? Find somewhere else without people. Don't do it here, disrupting others' mood. Now, disperse. Free activities for 2 hours, then regrouped for lunch. Lutin stormed off angrily as the class murmured, "Weren't we supposed to gather? Why disband like this? Are they crazy?" Fighting during an outing, injuring the class monitor. Meanwhile, elsewhere, HanLii was anxious, holding a phone with a message from Yuhyun. "HanLii, what are you doing?" "I'm in the small forest behind the great statue hall. Want to come see the flowers?" Wang Baibi messaged, "It's so hot today." "HanLii, do you know where I can change clothes? I want to change into something lighter." HanLii sighed, relieved he's not the one dealing with this. This is unbearable. Even though there's some amusement, HanLii calmly texted them, declining. "My goal isn't them. If I get hated by Small Cucumber for this, it would be a big loss. Small Cucumber has probably solved everything, right? Maybe later, I'll calm her down." At the Penguin Museum, Lutin walked to a bench with a phone. That coward ran away again. Lutin put the phone down. "I was expecting him to help me. I don't care about him anymore." Suddenly, Lutin received a notification. "You have a message from HanLii. Help me." Lutin didn't understand, picked up the phone, and turned away. "I won't look. I don't care." Lutin glanced at the phone again and messaged back, "What's wrong?" Lutin thought, "It's not that I care about him. I'm just curious." HanLii replied, "Help me. I have a stomachache and didn't bring any tissue." Lutin spit out water at HanLii's message and cheerfully replied, "Well, I can't help either. I can't go into the men's restroom." In her heart, Lutin thought, "This brat finally fell into my hands for once." HanLii messaged, "Just say a few nice words to the guard. It's very simple." Lutin messaged HanLii, "When asking for help, we must be sincere." HanLii replied, "Sister, I'm begging you." Lutin replied, "Think about how you should address me." Lutin felt smug. "If you can call me little invincible kind and cute fairy, I might be able to help you." HanLii replied, "Mother, grandmother." Lutin frowned, not knowing what to do. HanLii messaged again, "Calling you grandmother doesn't work. So how about darling?" This made Lutin furious, holding the phone. "This jerk?" Lutin, angry, looked at the phone. "You're out of tissue. Use water then." Lutin held the phone, slightly worried. "This jerk must be sent by heaven to tease me. Why do I even care about him? I'm the fool. He doesn't even know how to say things to make a girl happy." Lutin looked ahead, deep in thought. That's right. Yuhyun and Bibi also flatter him, and he shows no sign of it. HanLii from afar wondered what was on her mind, startling Lutin. She turned back, slightly embarrassed. HanLii approached Lutin, holding a phone in one hand and an ice cream in the other, handing it to Lutin. "If you don't eat it, it'll melt." This made Lutin blush with embarrassment. The ancients often said writing is like enjoying a mountain view. Writings that straightforwardly can't evoke emotions aren't good writings. Love is the same. Love that can't evoke emotions isn't true love. Beautiful love first makes people angry, then surprises them, creating a large emotional gap that can solidify feelings. Just licking isn't effective. Only by grasping and maintaining freshness can one attract the other. HanLii held the ice cream to Lutin's face. Lutin turned away, annoyed with HanLii. HanLii said, "Come on, take it. I stood in line for a long time to buy this. It's definitely delicious. Don't be slow. I just bought tissue, and now I have a stomachache and need to rush back." Lutin blushed with embarrassment. "If you want to go to the restroom, go. Are you doing this on purpose to disgust others?" HanLii chuckled. "This girl is usually quite cold, and this joke is very appealing." HanLii said, "Lutin, if you don't take it, I'll shove it in your mouth." Lutin, embarrassed, took the ice cream. "Did you wash your hands? You went to the restroom, then bought it. What's the point of washing?" "I didn't wipe them either." HanLii thought, if her sense of humor is different from others, then I'll just go with it. Lutin laughed, "Ha." HanLii was sweating. "What is it?" Lutin kept laughing, "Ha ha." HanLii still looked. "What's so funny?" Lutin touched HanLii's shoulder. "It's too funny." Let me calm down a bit. HanLii, embarrassed, said, Are you still laughing? I wasted buying ice cream for you. Lutin replied, No wonder Wang Baibi and Yuan hang around you every day. You, this jerk, are really interesting. Although sometimes you're very annoying, you are indeed excellent and interesting. Licking the ice cream, she said, Although I'm not in love, I can't say I dislike you. I can't even lie to myself. Lutin brushed her hair, embarrassed. If so, giving this man a chance isn't impossible. HanLii squinted. Why did small cucumber suddenly flip her hair? Suddenly, a blue board appeared. Congratulations, you've successfully acquired a new skill. New skill. Attraction, currently level 1. HanLii thought, I even gained a new skill. Anyway, reaching an experience value of 180,000. First, upgrade this skill to level 3, then consider further. Pressing the upgrade button, he continued thinking, Level 3 acting. Level 3 plus attraction. This isn't just for ordinary flirting. On the one hand, it can hide oneself, and on the other, explore others. HanLii asked Lutin if it was delicious. Lutin replied, It's pretty good, with enough milk flavor. HanLii responded, Really? There's no other smell. Lutin was surprised and asked, What other smell could there be? A piece of paper flew by, making Lutin nervously shout, HanLii, you jerk! Do you want to die? HanLii waved his hand and said, What are you thinking? I meant, do you feel the scent of love? The girl, shy and flustered, shouted, Love? You idiot, stop right there. A child ran past, bumping into Lutin, causing her to slip. HanLii shouted, Be careful. But inadvertently, when HanLii tried to catch Lutin, his hand accidentally touched somewhere inappropriate. Both blushed and looked down, embarrassed. HanLii said, Kids are really naughty around here. Be careful not to fall. Lutin awkwardly walked away. These naughty kids, really? Because of their age, the students in our class are even more troublesome than these kids. A bunch of strange people gather in our class, even more than when I was in high school. The fact that international schools are hard to manage is noteworthy. But I feel like the class president there has it easier than I do. They don't face big issues weekly, but our class? A single trip outside can lead to fights. HanLii replied to Lutin. Others' mental and physical energy has limits, you understand. Mental and physical limits mean we can only do so much in a day. But if we have nothing to do, that energy just gets wasted. That's why people in international schools are easier to manage, because they have money to spend on fun. Their mental and physical energy isn't enough to cause trouble, unlike us. We don't have that luxury, we only play with phones and computers. Our energy has nowhere to go and can fluctuate anytime. Though our class has constant small conflicts, it doesn't cause big troubles. In contrast, the international school is quiet, but when something happens, it's a big deal. You must understand these differences to find a reasonable way to manage the class. After HanLii's explanation, Lutin said, That seems right. Your observational skills are sharp. So, in a situation like our class, what should I do to manage it well? HanLii pointed to himself and said, You can't suppress conflicts like this. They'll only increase. Some people aren't worth your worry. Instead, focus on more meaningful tasks. Lutin nodded, eyes slightly red, thinking while eating. You're right. Focusing solely on my tasks is indeed one way. HanLii said, You're too harsh, putting all your mental and physical energy where it's needed. In Lutin's mind, arrogance without capability is just conceit. But if there's strength, what then? Although I have such intentions, I don't have the inner strength or strategy. Is arrogance really a capital? After thinking, Lutin said, What you said makes sense. I'll focus on myself more and learn from you. But someday, I'll surpass you and be better. HanLii didn't know what to say. All right, keep trying. Suddenly, Lutin got angry. Is your encouragement meant for kids? Do you think of me as a child to appease? HanLii replied, No, not at all. At this moment, Lutin was angry. Ah, a voice called from behind Lutin. I finally found you. It was Yu Yun running over. She continued to ask, Are you feeling better now? She saw HanLii and Lutin together, as if struck by lightning. HanLii, why are they together? Yuhyun was shocked, thinking in her head, HanLii hasn't replied to my messages because he's with Lutin. Yuhyun approached Lutin and HanLii and asked Lutin, are you feeling better? I've been looking for you for so long. HanLii sat there, glancing at Lutin, waiting for her response. Lutin held a piece of torn paper and threw it in the trash before Yuhyun rushed over to hug her. Lutin replied, it's all right now. I won't be angry with them. Yuhyun smiled and said, I was worried when you didn't reply to my messages. Lutin looked at Yuhyun and apologized, sorry, I wasn't checking my phone earlier. Do you want to visit the Elephant Museum? HanLii smiled and squinted. If it's not for the saying that boys like to stay 18 forever, two people standing together are all youth. Wait, the Elephant Museum is Wang Bai there. At this point, HanLii was worried. Yuhyun called HanLii. Do you want to come with us to the Elephant Museum? Her mouth was smiling, and she was holding Lutin's hand. But when she turned around, HanLii was nowhere to be seen. He had disappeared without anyone noticing. Yuhyun asked Lutin, where did he go? Lutin picked up her phone, dialed a number, and called. The phone rang and rang. HanLii answered, hello? Lutin angrily said, HanLii, where are you? HanLii, answering the call, replied, I still have to continue with the business I haven't finished. Why? Do you want to cheer me on? Lutin, irritated, said, who is cheering for you? Go to hell. After speaking, Lutin hung up the phone. Yuhyun asked, what business? What were you two doing just now? Lutin thought silently, this guy is teasing me, but I'm on speakerphone. Then, Lutin replied to Yuhyun while running away. He went to the bathroom here. Deliberately disgusting people. He's really childish. Yuhyun answered, yeah, at the airport, a plane was preparing to land. Chen Yanfei was chatting with HanLii. He sent Yanfei a picture of a monkey sitting on top of a mountain in a message. Yanfei messaged HanLii, so cute. I want to go to the zoo too. He replied, wait until you have free time, I'll take you. If we have enough time, we can explore the sea. The aquarium's performance here is just average. Chen Yanfei happily blushed and said, all right, anywhere is fine. I'm looking forward to the winter break. Meanwhile, HanLii thought, still a cute pet. Checking the time, it was already past 4 o'clock. First, I need to regroup with them. At the Elephant Museum, Lutin and Yuhyun encountered two women arguing over what to eat. Going for barbecue isn't healthy. Eating hamburgers isn't healthy either. What about the tea house or the restaurant? The response was also rejection. That's too expensive. Lutin asked, why are they arguing? Suddenly, HanLii asked from behind, how about not going to a restaurant anymore and going directly to the street food stalls? Everyone eats whatever they want and can stroll around. Yuhyun said, each person eats one thing. Isn't that fine? The two women nodded. HanLii suggested, that's not bad. I heard the seafood here is quite good. At the street food market, HanLii asked, do you want to eat this? The dishes look really appetizing. This grilled octopus seems delicious too. Yuhyun kept running from place to place. Boss, how much is this? HanLii thought, this kid is so sincere, isn't she? The seafood meal just now was at least 300-400 yuan. Yuhyun wore rabbit ears, looking really cute, and asked HanLii, how is it? Isn't it adorable? Do you want to try it? HanLii replied, it's cute, but don't make me wear it. HanLii drank Coca-Cola and asked, aren't you going to find Lutin and the others? You girls walking around together might be more fun than with me. Yuhyun replied, if I go with Lutin and the others, HanLii would be alone. Although she didn't know what had happened during the time HanLii and Lutin were alone, holding HanLii's hand, Yuhyun cheerfully said, let's go. The thought still flashed in her mind, but I must seize every opportunity and act quickly. She continued to run around and said, there are still many places we haven't been to yet. On the street, the shadows of the two walked together. Suddenly, Yuyeon looked into a mirror and thought about the necklace HanLii had. She thought, are you giving it to me? Don't you like it? Suddenly HanLi's phone rang. Do you like that? Yuyeon replied, of course I like it. It's such a beautiful necklace. HanLii said, let's go inside and have a look. Inside the store, Yuyeon examined the necklace given by the staff, while HanLii sat drinking Coca-Cola, looking at Yuyeon. In my previous life, I saved money to buy this necklace for her, wasn't it this very necklace? Although after giving it to her, I never saw her wear it. Now I have no interest in her, but she likes the necklace she once disliked. Yuyeon's face showed desire in front of that necklace. Turning back once more, this scene was truly absurd and laughable. HanLii spit out his soda, laughing. Suddenly, HanLii said, wrap it up and make a bill. After saying that, he thought if that's the case, let this necklace end the relationship and be the king of my previous life. Yuyeon blushed and asked, did you buy this for me? Later, I'll bring it to show baby and the others. HanLii, feeling exasperated, interrupted, do you believe that I'll return this right now? It's not expensive, but I don't want to cause so much trouble. Suddenly, the possibility of flying in the air seemed within reach. HanLii thought, can this really be given as a gift? On the display was a pet harness. After you put this necklace on the neck of a dog or cat, you can safely take them out to play. The effect is happy and joyful. If you can raise a husky with this, it would be a divine tool. HanLi's thoughts were interrupted by Yuyeon. I can't fasten it, can you help me? HanLii, putting the necklace on Yuyeon, said, doing this takes effort. Boys' hands are clumsy. Yuyeon, amused, said, it's okay, take your time. After HanLii finished putting the necklace on Yuyeon, he said, there it's done. Suddenly, there was a noise outside the door. HanLii glanced out and saw Xeluting's group peeking in, looking somewhat displeased and sweaty. Xeluting looked into the window. HanLii squinted at Xeluting, pondering why they came over here. Did she misunderstand? HanLii appeared determined, thinking, why am I feeling guilty? Isn't it just helping someone put on a necklace? Why bother explaining? Then he rubbed his chin, pondering the thought, what I want is a small cucumber. My love must be above. As for below, if there's no strong contrast, how can she be proactive? He then stepped forward to greet Xeluting and Bibi. Xeluting, Bibi, are you both here too? Bibi replied, yes, are we all gathering here? Are we bothering you? Yuyeon responded, not at all, we were just about to look for everyone. Jinpyong said, since everyone is here, let's quickly head back, it's so crowded it's suffocating. Xeluting also said, then let's break up, it's getting late. Today's activities end here. Jinpyong seemed regretful. Just like that, are we leaving? Why not stay and walk around a bit more? Duangqiaoi said, it's so boring, let's just break up. The woman with Jinpyong said, actually, I found today to be quite fun. Jinpyong said, next time we go out to play, there will be more opportunities. HanLii ran his fingers through his hair, smiling, there won't be another chance like this. From the previous life, the finance class never gathered again after graduation. Life is a journey from loneliness to loneliness. In this life, people are just travelers passing through. Xeluting, holding her phone, talked to Yuyeon, while HanLii kept thinking, what I sent to her earlier was really meant for myself. There's no need to let some temporary passengers affect me. I can't fool around with these kids anymore. Then HanLii walked off, thinking, building a career and making money is the most important thing. In his room, HanLii said, this feels great, sitting at his desk, where a message from arrogant little cucumber appeared. Thank you for your support and encouragement. My key number is 256.684. The thought flashed, this number is... HanLii touched his chin, pondering that his career partner for the novel had arrived. In Xeluting's room, she was climbing into bed when she received a message from arrogant little cucumber. Sausage for cucumber, I'm sausage for cucumber. Please add me as a friend. Xeluting wondered, what should I say? Hello, or ask how to address them. This is the first reader willing to talk to me, even giving me expensive gifts. She suddenly clenched her teeth and tossed her phone away. But then her embarrassed eyes returned to the phone, where a message said, "Finally added the author. So excited, author, why don't you continue this book? I really like your style. Do you have plans to write a new book?" Luting replied, "Thank you for your support. It's not that I can't continue. The data is really terrible. I feel there's a pile of problems in the content that I can't write anymore." Meanwhile, HanLii thought, Little Cucumber's writing style is quite unique, but using too much force turns it into an empty shell. It looks gorgeous, but it's actually without substance. Moreover, she's overly focused on her writing style, neglecting the plot and basic logic. Most importantly, if I collaborate with her in the future, if I'm complementing the guitar with a computer, it won't work. And when complementing, I must point out the issues, which is the most necessary and meaningful communication for her. Now the message comes, the current state of the author is excellent, although the arrangement of the two characters indeed has some problems. The technique is a bit immature here. Luting thought, he can hit the nail on the head and point out my issues. He's truly my hardcore fan. Did he seriously read my novel? Luting confidently replied, "With your encouragement, I feel much more energized. Could you, from a reader's perspective, point out my specific problems, or how can I modify these issues?" HanLii raised an eyebrow, thinking, is this child desperately seeking solutions everywhere? If I casually make an analysis of these problems, what use is there for professionals? After speaking, HanLii smiled, thinking that after 10 years of reading and using advanced writing techniques, Little Cucumber's luck wasn't bad, considering he himself was a connoisseur. HanLii replied, "Actually, aside from the usual issues like plot and character pacing errors, I feel your biggest weakness might be a lack of general knowledge and life experience, making it hard to support the story you want to write. Your stories are too big, but without proper details and content, the whole story becomes unrealistic. Such a lack of realism makes readers feel exhausted." Luting listened intently to the messages on her phone, then replied, "Moreover, you have an instinct for writing, thinking as you write. Such novels aren't bad, but this style raises the reading threshold for readers. Only readers who understand it can appreciate it, which is why your novel data is poor. Am I right?" Luting, worried, thought his words were spot on. Blushing with embarrassment, determined that she had found her true ally. Luting continued replying to HanLii over the phone, not knowing it was him. "You're really skilled. Your analysis is entirely correct. I'll follow your advice on changes." HanLii, feeling proud, thought, "Very good, let's have a happy collaboration," resting his chin on his hand, appearing to be in thought. Under the clear moonlight, Yuan asked Luting, "You're not asleep yet?" Luting replied, "You all go to sleep first. I still have things to do. I'll sleep later. Your biggest problem now is the lack of reading experience, but this can't be solved quickly. So my suggestion is to avoid similar topics for now. Write a few stories, and leverage your writing strengths gradually to build your fan base. What genre do you excel at?" HanLii continued analyzing for Luting, who replied, "I'm good at detailed descriptions of certain scenes, like the sensitive touch of women's emotions." HanLii muttered to himself, "Isn't this intense romance? How subtle. Who knew Little Cucumber had such a unique taste? Are you talking about understanding emotional genres? Such content is troublesome to write." Luting replied, "What should I do then?" Yuan asked Luting, "You're still not asleep? Who are you talking to so intently?" It's almost 3 a.m. Luting was still texting HanLii. The author loved writing novels and planned to make it a career, continuing to challenge herself. "I love creating," she thought, "it's just that others deceive me. I have no other choice." Meanwhile, HanLii considered Luting's character, thinking she was too proud. Her nature meant she couldn't accept being an employee. For someone like her, there were only two paths: start a business or marry into a good family. He remembered she once joked about being a model, but gave up because it was too complex. Now, continuing to write novels was the best path for her. Then he messaged Luting, "I have an idea. I've always wanted to write a novel about a dominant CEO and a Cinderella-like heroine. The male lead is a handsome, arrogant CEO with a cold demeanor, while the female lead, Jukmong, is a beautiful, kind-hearted girl. They meet on a train, and after a series of coincidences, they develop feelings for each other. Later, conflicts arise between her father's company and the male lead's business, revealing his cold and ruthless side. He shows no mercy, sending her father to jail. This causes a major conflict between the female lead and him. Her sister, to protect her, signs an unfair agreement with the male lead, like raising a tiger. Eventually, the female lead learns the truth and transforms from an innocent wildflower into a cold, ruthless woman. She returns to the male lead, pretending to reconcile, while secretly plotting her revenge. HanLii then asked, "What do you think of the story?" Lutin was speechless. The next morning at the school library, HanLii took a book slowly and carefully. A book as thick as this one needs to be unlocked with skill to remember it. Suddenly, he saw Lutin. He called out to the class leader, "Good morning. Do you want to take this book? Let me help you. Do you really want to write a novel?" Lutin replied, "Didn't you want me to focus on myself? I feel that developing a few hobbies is also not bad." HanLii asked again, "A well-written novel can indeed earn money. Unfortunately, I don't have a knack for it. Otherwise, I would have liked to try." Lutin said goodbye to HanLii. "Thank you for helping me get the book. I have something else to do, so I'll go ahead." HanLii also waved and said, "Good luck, class leader. Have a great vacation." Back in her room, Lutin pulled out a chair, sat at the desk, took out the book, and continued texting HanLii. This story is also very creative and innovative, and the style is excellent. On the other side, HanLii replied, "Hitty. Since the author said that, I feel relieved. How about we collaborate?" Lutin was surprised. "Collaborate?" The other side explained, "Yes. Although I can come up with the outline, I have some shortcomings in writing. Moreover, for novels aimed at women, a man like me can't quite capture that essence. I feel it's a bit of a waste if I don't write it out. So, how about this? I can hire an author to polish and edit my first draft." Lutin was thinking when HanLii said, "As for the payment, there are two options. The first option, a fee of 1,000 words NDT 20, paid at the end of the month. Regardless of the data, I will send this amount on time to you, like a salary. The second option, if you are confident about collaborating with us, you can take 1/3 of the benefits, including bonuses, royalties, etc. Let me think about it for a moment." After Lutin replied, the other side said, "Of course, that's not a problem. I will edit the 3 golden chapters and the outline for the author to review. You can decide then." Lutin thought, "The payment doesn't seem high, but it's not bad compared to others. If I want to do it, I should dare to try. If the outline and the 3 golden chapters are good enough, then why not take a chance? Besides, everyone learns the same way. HanLii, that Dan man, why is he stronger than me? I won't let him compare himself to me anymore." Lutin clenched her fist, determined. Walking on the road, HanLii thought, although the little cucumber is a bit stubborn, she is quite smart. Plus, my inadvertent hint earlier might make her pay more attention to this matter. I need to get the outline for the little cucumber. However, the female protagonist in the Chasing Wife chapter to the Cremation Afterlife is very popular. It's just a trial. I need to seize every opportunity to make money and then upgrade the system. There's still a lot to do in the future. HanLii walked proudly. The sound of the phone ringing began. The notification appeared. Ham sausage exchanges cucumber. Author's outline and 3 golden chapters have arrived. This has kept her waiting for a long time. Lutin smiled happily, thinking, finally, it's here. It's been 3 days. I thought he was going to stand me up. At this moment, her friend stood at the door, waved goodbye, and said, Lutin, we're leaving. We'll bring lunch back late. She responded, Okay, everyone go quickly. Looking at the closed door, she turned to focus on her computer, moved the mouse to the word application, and saw the story. The remaining years have nothing. Brothers must live well. From the key point of reverse love and blackening, the female protagonist is a dramatic romance. The female lead is named Jepmom, and the male lead is named Ong Yeom. The main content is a chance encounter. Jikmong and Ong Yeom meet on a train. She is humiliated by others, and he steps in to help. Jikmong thinks she has met the prince of her life, but unexpectedly, this person pushes her into a deep abyss. The image of a domineering CEO mixed with a vengeful queen, sweet then bitter. She thought, the female protagonist's name is the same as mine. It must be just a coincidence, right? The outline is even more vivid than she imagined. Although there are cliché details like the hero saving the damsel in distress, the characters in the story are very well portrayed. Especially the male protagonist, who, through his clothes, watch, speech, and other details, analyzes the opponent's strength and background. His sharp and biting language, when facing an agitated opponent, calmly reveals his trump card and thoroughly defeats the opponent's confidence. Although some word choices and descriptions are overly masculine, and the female protagonist's reactions are not ideal, these are minor issues. After thinking, she typed a message, "I finished reading. The content is very distinctive. I want to give it a try, but I don't want the payment. I want to take 1/3 of the share." HanLii replied from the other side, "All right, but if we share, my requirements for you are very strict." She replied, "Just tell me everything. I can try the draft first." He smiled as if thinking about something and replied, "Then try your specialty. Write a passionate scene between the male and female protagonists. Include the reasons, details of the scene, and specific ideas clearly. From the female protagonist's perspective, try to use your imagination. There is no limit to the length of the text. Write as much as you want." She thought awkwardly. Writing this for a male student? Calm down, calm down. This is for art, all for ideals. He smiled while reading the message and replied, "I've finished writing. I'll send it to you. But can the female protagonist's name be changed? Isn't this name a bit ordinary?" He then sent a message, "How about changing it to Jukmong-su? It sounds a bit more artistic." She thought, it seems to be a bit more artistic. On the other side, he received a message, "What I meant is, can we change it to a more artistic surname?" He quickly replied, "This surname has a special meaning and cannot be changed. However, you have the right to name the male protagonist and other characters. In fact, I am not good at naming." She thought, "Then I'll give it a try. Let's try naming after finishing the draft." She wondered about the special meaning. What special meaning can a surname have? The moon had risen high in the dark night, and a document longer than 2,000 words appeared. HanLii blushed and thought deeply. He texted, "You wrote very well and excellently." She sat on the bed, happily replying, "Really? Did I pass?" As soon as the message was sent, she received a reply, "Far beyond my expectations. This 1/3 share is yours now. I won't give it to anyone else." She replied, "Starting today, we are partners." He also sent a message, "Okay. But since we are collaborating, do you think we should sign a contract?" Seeing this, Lutin was flustered. She bit her hand, seriously considering whether to sign a formal contract. She worried that identities, information, and appearances might be exposed. However, if the book's performance is very good, the 1/3 share would be significant. Without a contract, she wouldn't feel secure. She and HanLii exchanged messages. "I don't know what you think. I'm worried about personal information being exposed." He replied, I do have some thoughts on this. I will introduce you to the person behind the author for your convenience. You can check the data at any time. After that, let me know your payment account. Each month, the payment will be transferred to your account. I will immediately transfer your share the next day. Once we get closer, you'll feel more secure with me, and we'll supplement the contract later. How do you feel about this plan?" Lutin happily sent a message, "I think it's okay. I hope we can cooperate happily." HanLii sent a message back, "Let's proceed as planned. I hope we have a pleasant cooperation. Little cucumber." HanLii told himself that the next step was to accumulate drafts. After gathering several tens of thousands of words, he would post them. Looking at the mess in his room, he realized he hadn't cleaned up in a few days. First, he would go downstairs to take out the trash. In the middle of the night, a sudden noise startled him. He looked towards the person opening his room door. Jeongyu and Jia Hyangbuk walked in cheerfully. Jeongyu actively said, "Big brother, we're back. Where are you? You're not here." He looked awkwardly at HanLii. HanLii, with a scowl, was holding a trash bag and said, startled by the horrifying scene. Jeongyu and Hyangbuk, hugging each other, said, "Oh my god, we really messed up." HanLii, seeing them making a scene, was speechless. Watching the two people in a panic, he said, "So you're back? Could you help me open the door?" Jeongyu, trembling, turned on the light, and the room immediately brightened. HanLii calmly asked, "What's wrong? Aren't you coming in?" Hyangbuk, worried, said, "What are you doing? Why didn't you turn on the light? What's in the bag? Is it Huangwei?" HanLii helplessly replied, "Huangwei is so big. Can this bag even contain him? I'm busy cleaning up the trash. Hurry up and come in." Jeongyu and Ji Hyangbuk, having just had a scare, said in turn, "So that's it. How can we let the big brother do this? Just wait for us to clean up." The trash bag was now neatly tied. Jeongyu suddenly remembered something, opened his bag and said, "Right, big brother, I brought some local specialties for you." Many packets of food were taken out one by one. "It's from my family's workshop. My sister and I have eaten it since we were little. It's absolutely hygienic." HanLii quickly tried it, feeling reassured. He looked at the packaging, which was very attractive, and enjoyed tasting it. He said, "Processed snacks from the workshop. When I was a kid, I admired classmates who had snack workshops. Although I don't like snacks like this anymore after growing up, it's still very delicious." Jeong smiled and said, "Haha, as long as big brother likes it, that's great. I'll ask my family to send more over." Hyangbuk also said, "Big brother, I brought some specialties too. These are all local specialties from our hometown. We don't know what you like, so we brought a little of everything. Just take them and eat. If you can't finish them, give them to others." HanLii, pleased, debated in his mind and said, "All right, but this is too much. I just want to taste it. You guys keep the rest for yourselves." Jeongyu and Hyangbuk happily said in turn, "We've been eating these things since we were young. We don't even want to touch a piece now. We specially brought them for you. Don't be polite with us." HanLii blushed and replied, "All right, thank you. You're really too sincere." Observing the two talking to each other, he wondered if this was really how it was when they came back. He was lost in thought, thinking, "These two kids, did I really scare them like this? But if I hadn't threatened them, I would have been the one bullied. Having been pampered since childhood, these kids dared to do anything." At the same time, Hyangbuk said, "Huangwei, can I endure him? I'll directly retort and get involved." He continued thinking, with someone like Huangwei leading and bullying others, it's just a casual thing for them. Seeing HanLii staring at him, Hyangbuk asked, "Big brother, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me? Is there something on my face?" HanLii pulled up his blanket and replied, "Nothing. But where is he? Has he completely moved out?" Hearing this, the two looked very alarmed. Hyangbuk awkwardly said, Whether he moved out or not, it's the same. Anyway, he wouldn't dare to be arrogant in front of Big Brother." On the other hand, Jeongyu sent a message saying, "Big brother, indeed, keep Huangwei out of the bag, and definitely don't let him come back." HanLii, looking very harmless, said, "All right, actually, it's no big deal. I think these two kids can still get along. Who hasn't done some foolish things?" Thinking about it, he lay down and covered himself with the blanket, saying, "It's getting late. Pack up and go to sleep. You brought so many specialties for me. I feel a bit embarrassed. Tomorrow, I'll treat you two to a meal. It's only fair to reciprocate." The two, still very alarmed, replied, "Okay, we won't be polite with Big Brother. Big Brother, go to sleep first." The next day, the scene was beautiful. In the late afternoon, the sunset bathed the space in a soft, attractive golden hue. When the three people were sitting at the same table, Hyangbuk took the initiative and said, "HanLii, it's worth the effort. The barbecue from this place tastes great." He responded, "If it's not good, could you bring 2 more people? If it's not enough, order more." The fried rice here is also quite good. He then thought to himself that he should also invite Bibi and the others for a meal another time, considering he had been eating their food for so long. At that moment, HanLii noticed the sound of Pangi tofu. Coincidentally, with her shiny, flowing hair and star-shaped earrings, she looked very eye-catching, complemented by her cute, pink lips. The person who appeared was Pangi, who looked striking, and next to her was a very cute, short-haired girl named Fu Dodao, who was talking to Zhongyu. "When did you get back?" In response to her enthusiasm, Zhongyu smiled and said, "I just got back last night. How about you too? Have you eaten yet?" She replied, "We also just got back last night and haven't eaten yet. We just went out for a bit." Seeing them chatting intimately, Hyangbuk, who was next to HanLii, said, "These are our classmates from the finance class and the beauty queen of the diplomatic academy." The response was, "Very pretty." Jiangyu on the other side said, "We and our roommates are having a meal. Do you want to join our table or get to know each other?" Fu Dodao looked with sparkling eyes at Pangi and said, "Is that okay?" Seeing Pangi's interest, Pangi seemed taken aback. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Then I'm sorry for the trouble." The can of drinks was opened, and a cough was heard. Hyangbuk happily said, "Fate has brought us together, so let me introduce everyone and get to know each other a bit." She introduced, "This lively and adorable girl is the class leader of our finance class, Fu Dodao, nicknamed Tofu." She smiled and said, "Call me Tofu or Fu Dodao." She then pointed to the other girl and said, "This one is even more impressive than our class beauty, the beauty queen of the diplomatic academy, the most admired beauty of the whole school, Pangi." HanLii thought helplessly that this kid, true to his northern roots, was showing another bout of shyness. Soon after, he choked on water, because Hyangbuk introduced him by saying, "And this person is our wise and mighty one." HanLii raised his hand and said, "My name is HanLii from the finance class at the business academy. Nice to meet you both." He then thought, "I can't let him talk nonsense." Fu Dodao, upon hearing this, said, "HanLii from the finance class at the business academy sounds familiar." Pangi next to her looked puzzled. Suddenly, Fu Dodao exclaimed, "Could it be that you are the guy whom two beautiful girls from the business academy have been pursuing and inviting to meals every day?" Hearing this, HanLii's face darkened in shock. Standing in front of the expectant gazes, he felt a bit awkward and sweaty. He thought to himself, "Has the topic changed so quickly?" Jiangyu and Jia Hyangbuk looked at him with eager eyes, while Pangi, from a distance, couldn't hide her expectant gaze at him. She exclaimed, "Wow, you're amazing." Jiangyu and Jia Hyangbuk moved closer and asked him, "Why didn't you share such an interesting story with us?" He awkwardly replied, "There's nothing special to share about this." Pangi cleared her throat and interrupted him, saying, "Let's order now. Does anyone want to add anything?" Everyone agreed with Pangi. Hyangbuk happily said, "Okay, HanLii, today we invite you. Feel free to order anything you like." Yuyun, beside her, added, "Well, it's not very nice, is it? How can we let someone we just met treat us?" She suggested, "How about I invite you instead?" HanLii politely declined Yuyun's offer, saying, "It's okay, let me treat you. Meeting each other is fate, so there's no need to make a big deal out of a meal. We're not short of money for this barbecue." He picked up the menu and looked at the dishes inside, saying, "We're like half classmates with each other. It's like a classmate gathering to eat and drink. The important thing is to enjoy the meal." Yupbun and Pangi looked at each other in silence. Yupbun then took the menu from his hand and looked at it, saying, "Thank you, HanLii." He replied politely, but wondered why she kept calling him HanLii. She cheerfully responded, "It's become familiar to say it this way. I can't just call you by your first name, right?" He awkwardly agreed, "You make a good point." Jiangyu came over and stood behind Yupbun, looking at the menu and said, "This dish is very good. Order an extra portion to try." HanLii looked at Pangi and thought to himself that Pangi had only been seen from afar before, and she was close friends with them. Moreover, wasn't she supposed to be the kind of little princess from a wealthy family? It was surprising that she would agree to share a table with strangers, and handle things so generously, contrary to the rumors about her. Indeed, seeing is believing. He opened a can of drink and, unexpectedly, Pangi enthusiastically invited him for a drink. She called his name and invited him. "HanLii, I don't know how to drink much, but I can have a glass with everyone. Since you're the host today." He accepted her offer, and they clinked glasses and drank. Drink as much as you can. We shouldn't have bad drinking habits at the table. If you really can't handle it, you can have some fruit juice instead. It's not safe for girls to drink too much. Pangi smiled and replied, "You're right. As long as everyone doesn't mind." Suddenly, Pangi noticed something, and he focused on her. He asked, "It seems like there's something special about your eyes." She was surprised by his question. Pangi cheerfully answered, "My mother is from a minority ethnic group. I inherited my eye color from her." While pointing at her eyes, she asked him if it was very unusual. He smiled and complimented her, "No, it's very beautiful." She then asked for some information about him. Where are you from?" He answered, "Wangjian, have you heard of it?" She replied while drinking, "It's a new city with rich mineral resources. The landscape is mostly mountainous, but there isn't much to see." She replied lightly, "The destruction caused by mining, right?" He agreed, "Yes, that's the cost of development." Jiangyu, sitting next to him, suddenly leaned over and called out, "Big brother." Jiangyu pointed to the girl standing in front of him and said, "Look over there. Isn't that the beauty queen from your class?" The person Jiangyu pointed to was Exi Lutin. Exi Lutin turned to notice the table where he was sitting and called out from a distance, "Hello, class president." She was surprised and asked, "HanLii?" Yuhyun looked at Exi Lutin in surprise and said, "Class president? Isn't the class president of the finance class at the business academy the same as the one Yuhyun mentioned hesitantly?" Pangi looked up, thinking about the name of the person in front of Exi Lutin. Pangi and Exi Lutin seemed to know each other. Zilutin immediately recognized Pangi. Exi Lutin and Pangi were known as the outstanding talents of the Humanities Academy. Exi Lutin, being the class president and participating in the student union, had a clear goal to use her role in cultural activities as a stepping stone to rise to the top and improve her skills. On the other hand, Pangi, a student from the finance class at the Diplomatic Academy, had no interest in anything related to the school and didn't participate in any activities, preferring to wait to study abroad. Given this, it would be expected that the two knew each other. They were also rivals. Lutin thought from a distance that she wasn't familiar with Pangi. She was busy with the student union and had no spare time. It wasn't easy for the new president to get a big position. In the next semester of the first year, she was given the position of vice president of cultural activities, which she was unhappy about. She found out that the position of vice president was actually reserved for a new student. The student union invited that big brother 3 times, but he was not interested in coming. Even so, the position of vice president had to be left for him. Only when it was confirmed that the person was truly uninterested did the position go to her. Exi Lutin looked at Pangi and said with a smile, but her disdain for Pangi was still evident. She thought, "The hard work I put in was just to pick up the scraps of others. It's not necessary for the big brother to come uninvited." The student union's big brother is Pangi, the rich girl from the finance class. HanLii, why is he sitting with her? The negative thoughts about Pangi grew stronger, thinking, "Is this the networking flower? Is Yuhyun and Baby not enough to make him arrogant?" Exi Lutin suddenly turned around and asked him, "HanLii, what's wrong with you? Yuhyun is still waiting for your news." He was surprised by the abrupt question and felt a bit displeased, thinking to himself, "Have they just started playing games with me? Aren't we supposed to be new partners in a strategic collaboration?" He was puzzled, wondering if he had offended her in the past few days. He replied to Exi Lutin, "I invited my roommates to eat, and we happened to meet the students from the Diplomatic Academy. It's just about sharing a table. Class president, are you going out for a meal? Please help me bring some food later." Pang and Yuhyun looked at him in confusion. He continued, "Consider this as me inviting your roommates to enjoy some barbecue. It's a way to avoid waiting in line for a table." Excilutin looked at him with discomfort and thought, does this guy not welcome me or something? Yuyan was excited to watch the drama unfold. Ji Hyangbuk suddenly stood up and invited Excilutin to join them, much to everyone's surprise. He happily called a server and said, since we've all met, let's eat together. How long do we have to wait for a table? After eating, we can pack up and take the leftovers with us. He called the server from afar to bring extra chairs. Jeongyu looked at Ji Hyangbuk with annoyance, silently cursing him. This foolish guy is ruining everything. Ji Hyangbuk was still oblivious and continued, hurry up and make room for the class president. HanLii was stiff, unsure of what to say. Ji Hyangbuk urged everyone, HanLii, move a bit and make some space. Jeongyu could only groan and curse Ji Hyangbuk under his breath. This is a mess. Now clearly, we don't want to deal with this girl. This time, this kid is in trouble. He turned to Ji Hyangbuk with a forced smile and said, thanks, but tonight, I'll teach you how to chant sutras. Ji Hyangbuk was startled by the remark and realized what he had said. Ji Hyangbuk's face darkened and he broke into a sweat, now realizing that he had made a mistake by inviting Excilutin to join them. Excilutin pondered for a moment and said, in that case, I'll respectfully follow your wishes. She called out his name, startling him. HanLii, if I come, I won't be a bother to you, right? As she spoke, Excilutin picked up a chair and walked over. She placed a chair between him and Jeongyu. HanLii felt something was off, sensing that something was wrong. His face grew increasingly grim. Although Excilutin was usually a bit impetuous, she would never do something like this. He had heard that the outstanding duo of the Humanities Academy had some issues, and it was unstable for them to sit at the same table. He called out to Excilutin, class president, we've been eating for a while already. There are still some leftovers and soup on the table. It might be inconvenient for you to join us now. If there's anything you want to eat, I'll pack some new food for you. We can arrange a formal meal next time. Excilutin looked back at him, and he continued with a smile. If we're acquainted, we could host a party next time. Excilutin, angry, stood up with clenched fists and responded, I understand. No need to pack anything. I suddenly want something else to eat. Excilutin, fuming, left to another place and said, you all can continue eating. I won't disturb you any longer. Hyangbuk saw this and said to him, big brother, it seems like that girl is quite angry. He replied to Hyangbuk, I didn't need you to tell me, I'm not blind. He frowned, sighed, and thought that she was indeed still angry and would need to be pacified later. Excilutin stopped for a moment, looking back at him, and thought, this man. I've lived so long and never had anyone dare to refuse me like this. No, I only saw them sitting together. How could he send me away so quickly? Excilutin's eyes welled up with tears, feeling aggrieved, and silently cursed him. This Dan man. Ji Hyangbuk, curious, asked HanLii, I didn't have time to react earlier. Are you and that girl from the same class? Yuyan added, there are 2 financial classes, and you're not in the same class as Excilutin. Aren't you in the same dorm room? How did you not know this minor detail? Jiang rubbed his head and responded, it's not that I forgot. It's just that you can't say big brother is too imposing. We basically didn't dare to ask. Jeongyu thought to himself. Pangi glanced at Excilutin and said, she just left like that. She probably feels uncomfortable inside. Ji Hyangbuk, while eating, added, if big brother can't deal with her, then let her go. She came up to talk to me. I thought she was an acquaintance of yours. Yiplun added, both Excilutin and I are in the student union. Although we don't meet often, I feel that she isn't too bad. She works very seriously. Pangi took a can of drink from the table, opened it, and drank while speaking to Yiplun. Sometimes you can't just judge by appearances. I've heard about Excilutin. Although she works seriously, her personality is a bit strong and has double standards. Such a personality can easily offend others. Many people don't get along with her. Ji Hyangbuk chimed in, anyway, I also find her temper quite hot. I don't know who can keep her in check. Hearing this, HanLii picked up a skewer from the table and said, Actually, it's not as exaggerated as that. Pangi might be right. A personality like hers can indeed offend others. But she's young and not mature enough or used to being at a disadvantage. I don't actually have issues with her. It's just that both of us have our own temperaments and don't want to keep giving in to each other. People do mature over time, and personalities need to be honed gradually. The others were intrigued by what he said. He told everyone, "Don't take it too seriously." After he finished speaking, everyone applauded. HanLii was a bit surprised, choking on his food for a moment. Pangi smiled at him and said, "HanLii, it's impressive that you can say such things. Your way of speaking is like my father's, but you're right. Everyone has many sides, and being too one-sided isn't good." HanLii asked Pangi, "So, are you saying I'm old?" Pang replied, "Hurry up and eat. The skewers are getting cold." HanLii stood up, saying, "I'm going to the restroom. Also, order a portion of fried rice for me to take home." He went to the restroom, locked the door, and while sitting there, texted someone, "Jamin, are you there?" The reply came back, "I'm really pissed off. You don't know what I just went through." HanLii texted back, "What happened?" The response from the other side was lengthy. "Let me tell you about a classmate of mine. She might be like a young master, coming from a wealthy family. Her working style is usually like a domineering CEO. I originally planned to use her as a reference for writing a novel, but it turns out she's not a CEO. She's a tyrant, a tyrant." HanLii chuckled while reading the message, thinking, "It seems you were planning to use me as a reference. It turns out that Lutin was the one you were referring to. It seems you didn't know Lutin was reading your messages. There's a domineering CEO in real life as well. But you should quickly seize the opportunity for reference. But what did she do to make our little pickle girl so angry?" Lutin texted back, "I've always used her as a reference in silence. But this time she was really outrageous. I feel like she's deliberately teasing me. One moment she's nice to me, and the next, she's cold. Her mood changes faster than flipping a book." Lutin vented about the things she found outrageous. HanLii, on the other side, just read and thought, "Didn't she suddenly rush in? But I didn't mean to be cold. Forget it. I'll first try to soothe her and then address right and wrong. Besides, Jamin is just an online friend. It's fine to go along with her opinions." Lutin was ordering food to take away. The owner prepared a portion of fried rice for her. HanLii, meanwhile, was still focused on texting Lutin, saying, "One moment good, one moment bad. This person wants to play hard to get. We're not falling for it." Lutin responded, "Of course, I should have just turned and left without looking back. Maybe now they're regretting it. I won't care about them anymore." HanLii thought to himself, ignoring them won't do. He texted Lutin, "Since you're a friend online, I have to support you unconditionally. If it really doesn't work out, we'll design an evil character in a story to have them written off." At the dining table, he told everyone, "I have to take care of something urgently. Keep eating. If I don't come back later, Hyangbuck, you handle the payment. Don't lose anything. Just text me if there's any issue." He then threw his wallet on the table. Hyangbuck took the wallet and promised to handle the task. But before he could finish speaking, HanLii had already left. Hyangbuck called out, "Where's Big Brother going?" Jiangyu and Pangi both said they didn't know. In a restaurant, the chef, while cooking, asked Lutin, "Do you want anything extra for the fried rice? Extra eggs are NDT2, ham is NDT3. Lutin, holding her phone with one hand and pointing with the other, replied, "Add extra eggs." From her phone, Lutin received a message. "How about using them as a reference and making them the live villain? They won't last 10 episodes. Lutin replied, "That's not very good." The person messaging Lutin was HanLii under the alias Jamin. He texted back, "I will definitely stand by you, but in current life, you need to be a bit more cautious. I see that you're a bit agitated. Just because I support you doesn't mean you should blindly insist that you're right. If you encounter any trouble, I trust you'll understand my point." Lutin blushed and texted back, "You're right. After talking with you, I feel much calmer now. Jambin, you're much better than that guy. The chef then brought out the bag of fried rice and said, "Little lady, the fried rice is ready. Total NDT 10. Tailutin reached into her pocket, saying, "Okay, here's the money." But then she suddenly asked, "Where's my wallet?" She thought to herself, "Could it be that I forgot it?" A hand then reached out with money and said, "I'll pay for her." Tailutin turned around to see HanLii and said, "I told you I'd buy a portion for you. Take this one. The fried rice from this place is very tasty. It's less greasy. Try it out." HanLii frowned and added, "What's the problem? Don't you want to exchange it? I've had the fried rice from this place before. It's greasy, salty, and expensive. Aren't you afraid of getting pimples from eating it?" He thought to himself, "I've already given my wallet to them. I used the last NDT 10 I had to pay for you." HanLii, the chef, and Tailutin all had grim expressions. HanLii asked, "What's the matter?" Tailutin tried to control her anger and forced a smile. "Haha, thank you for your concern." She then quickly turned and walked away without looking back. HanLii said, "I don't know if eating fried rice causes pimples, but getting angry at a dog definitely won't." Tailutin left, leaving the box of rice behind, saying, "If you've already bought it, you can keep it. Goodbye." HanLii could only watch her leave. He sighed and said, "It looks like she's really angry. I guess even the country's elites are talking about it." He picked up the box of rice with both hands and thought, "There's definitely something wrong. This little pickle changed her attitude suddenly today. This isn't normal." As Yuhyun and Wang Baibi followed him all day without any special reaction, HanLii continued to think, "The only strange thing is that she has a smell of gunpowder with Pangi." HanLii opened his phone and checked the text messages from Tailutin, who wrote, "Jambin, this guy is really insane. He came over and gave me a portion of fried rice to take away, but I didn't care and just left." HanLii, in the persona of Jamin, replied, "It seems like he has a bit of conscience." He then asked, "Is your mood any better?" "Still outside," he added. "Remember to stay safe on your own." Tailutin responded, "I'm feeling a bit better now. I'm heading back to the dorm. Getting angry will cause acting. I'm not mad at him anymore." Then a beat from the system sounded, 2,000 experience points added. HanLii thought, "Hemph, an unexpected gain like this. The little cucumber's temperament really is a bit double standard. She demands that others not approach her without permission, but she can freely cross others' boundaries. With such a brash personality, she will sooner or later suffer some setbacks. The sooner she realizes this, the sooner she can change." Suddenly, Jongyu called out, bringing HanLii back to reality. "Bro, you're back." Jongyu continued, "Are you going to eat more? We're discussing whether to disperse." HanLii, holding 2 bags of rice, said, "Wasting food is not good. I'll take this back and finish it." Jae-hyang-buk suddenly pointed and asked, "Bro, what did you take the fried rice for? Why is it now 2 portions?" The naive question made Jongyu and HanLii feel awkward. Jongyu had to cover Jae-hyang-buk's mouth and said, "It's not good to be too curious. Let's just mind our own business." Then Pangi and Fu Duda stood up. Pangi said, "Well, we'll head back. Next time, I'll treat you again." Fu Duda, smiling, waved goodbye. Jae-hyang-buk and HanLii said goodbye, smiling and waving their hands. "See you next time." HanLii and Jae-hyang-buk waved and said, "Definitely see you again." As they left, Jae-hyang-buk said, "Bro, Jongyu and I have to go out later. Don't you want to come with us?" HanLii asked, "Where are you going?" Jongyu, brushing his hair with a smile, said, "A few classmates have invited some girls from the drama department. We'll go karaoke tonight." HanLii, skeptical, asked, "Going karaoke? Are you sure you're not just calling us to pay?" Jongyu helplessly said, "HanLii, sometimes we can't just say things directly like that." Jae-hyang-buk, eyes wide with curiosity, asked, "How did you know? Does chanting scriptures make you so perceptive?" HanLii replied, "That's not it. It's mainly because you two give off a very clueless vibe. It's obvious at first glance that you're naive and rich." Jongyu and Jae-hyang-buk, hearing this, fell silent. They had to accept it because it was so accurate. HanLii turned around and waved his hands, saying, "You guys go ahead. I'm not going to join the excitement. Classes are starting soon, and I still haven't finished my books." Jiangyu was fixing his hair, using hairspray to set it. Jianghanbuk continued to try to persuade HanLii, "Really not going. Those girls are not familiar with our class, but they're all beauties. Who knows, you might like them." HanLii replied, "Really not going. I can't spend that much money to pay for them. Besides, I'm not interested in beauties right now." Jianghanbuk, smelling his shirt that reeked of grilled food, said, "So, what about the beauties in our class?" "No interest at all. I and Ding Ding can help you out," he offered. HanLii returned to his computer desk, pulled out a chair and said, "It's a bit much to help out. If that's the case, why don't you pursue them yourself?" Jianghanbuk, changing his shirt, was stunned and said, "Bro, what are you joking about? I can't pursue such a girl, nor can I afford to keep her. Even if Shizhu Dong approaches me, I'd have to think about it carefully." Jiangyu stood behind, eyes closed, arms crossed, looking very understanding and said, "It's true. One must know oneself." HanLii replied, "Not bad," and then Jiangyu put his arm around Jianghanbuk's shoulder. They both smiled. Jianghanbuk said, "Of course. After all, we're your little brothers." HanLii assessed, "What little brother? Whether it's a little brother or not, it's just that we're both. Don't think there's some gang in this dorm. Hurry up and go play. Don't interrupt me reading." The two left, saying, "We're going now, bro," and slammed the door shut. HanLii turned on his computer and thought. After the National Day holiday on November 11, a stock trading competition started, provided by a tech mobile. The exclusive security support had begun. The competition mode had 3 rounds, with the battlefield extending to January 27 of the following year. The list would be open to the public once in the final match, where participants would have access to a real capital of 1 million. In the last 2 weeks of the competition, participants could use the 1 million to earn all profits, which would be the legal income of the participant. This not only tested their actual financial level, but also offered a chance to make a significant amount of money. On the computer screen was a draft. HanLii thought further. The draft for the vengeful goddess of the domineering CEO has reached 100,000 words. The little cucumber's efficiency is very high. By the time of the next contract, the profit can be obtained next month. HanLii put his hand on his mouth, imagining Lutin and Pangi surrounded by a killing aura. He thought further, "As for Pangi, I don't know what issues they have, but these issues don't concern me for now." HanLii smiled, thinking that the level of this woman was too high. As a rich family's daughter, he currently lacked the strength and ability to interact with her. It was better to let nature take its course. With the holiday over, everyone had started going back to school. Back in class, Wang Baibai came in, saw HanLii, and waved. HanLii, sitting below, replied, "Long time no see." Wang Baibai sat down next to HanLii and said, "This is the long vacation after the semester begins. HanLii, didn't you go out much to play?" HanLii, organizing his books, looked at Wang Baibai and responded, "Not much I could do. There were too many things to arrange and time was tight." HanLii thought to himself while holding a book, "I need to refine all the professional knowledge and start preparing more in-depth topics. Also, I spend 2 hours a day writing novels. Only busy people understand." He looked at his phone and sighed. A full 24 hours in a day is simply not enough. Wang Bibi, with a smug look, said, "That's right, being busy is good. But I heard someone say they had no living expenses, but secretly invited the beauty of the international school next door for a meal." HanLii, startled, made an X sign with his hands and said, "Stop. Did you catch the Yulun infection or something? Why are you speaking so oddly?" Wang Bibi, still smiling, covered her mouth and replied, "What's the matter? Aren't you concerned about HanLii?" Wang Bibi continued, "By the way, HanLii, did you have a falling out with Lutin?" HanLii was shocked and almost spat out his drink. He asked, "Why do you ask this?" Wang Bibi explained, "Yesterday, when Tai Luting came back, she looked very unhappy." We asked her what happened, and she coldly said, met HanLii and his group, invited the international school beauty to dinner. After hearing this, Yuan's face turned dark. Both of them were unhappy, so I didn't dare to ask further. HanLi's face looked sad. He thought, well, the little cucumber noticed your weird behavior. Why go and report it? Wang Bibi persisted, come on, tell me what really happened. HanLii seriously replied, nothing happened. I invited a roommate to dinner, met their class leader, and shared a table. Halfway through, Lutin ran into me and didn't let her join the meal. So she got angry. Wang Bibi asked in confusion, is that all? HanLii closed his eyes and frowned, replying, yes, that's all. Wang Bibi, disappointed, looked away and said, I thought there would be some hot news. So disappointing. She added, I thought something big had happened. But HanLii, don't you even care about Lutin's face? HanLii rested his hand on his cheek and said, I'm not one of her lapdogs who has to follow her every command. Wang Bibi then thought, if you cared about her, you could have let them sit together, which would have been livelier. Wang Bibi then raised a hand and asked HanLii, do you really have no interest in Lutin? HanLii replied bluntly, whether I have any interest in her is none of your business. HanLii looked at Wang Bibi and smiled, just laugh it off. I need to continue reading. At this moment, Yuan and Lutin also arrived. HanLii glanced away. In front of him was Lutin, who was also glancing at him without saying anything. Then the school bell rang. Wang Bibi stood up and asked HanLii if he had eaten yet, offering to treat him. HanLii packed up his things and said he had treated everyone yesterday. And since he had planned to treat everyone to a meal, it was about time he did. Wang Bibi happily asked if that was true, and if so, she wanted to eat hot pot. HanLii turned to her and said to ask Yuan what they wanted to eat and to use her voting rights. Wang Bibi, with wide eyes and a smile, responded with enthusiasm. She then went over to where Lutin and Yuan were sitting. HanLii watched them and thought that perhaps the little cucumber was still embarrassed about what happened yesterday. After calming down and realizing his own behavior was a bit impulsive, he thought that her personality might not be one to actively admit fault or reconcile. At this moment, he should appear as natural as possible. Her inner self was quite rich. At Wang Bibi's location, she was leaning on Lutin and Yuan's table, saying that HanLii wanted to treat them to a meal and asking what they wanted. Yuan surprisedly asked if there was such a good thing. Later, at the hot pot restaurant, Lutin was looking at the menu and said she was fine with whatever, and that everyone could order. Yuan then suggested ordering the couple's hot pot, which everyone could enjoy. Wang Bibi, sitting down, asked for an extra portion of dried goods and asked if Lutin wanted anything else. Lutin, still contemplating the previous day's events and feeling awkward, thought that the guy she was dealing with was acting as if nothing happened. These two girls really had no backbone. They were already so happy over a hot pot. Anyway, she wouldn't give him face. She needed to let him know that offending her had serious consequences. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Lutin's thoughts. Hello, beautiful girls here for hot pot? From a nearby table, three guys, looking like troublemakers, said, our table is quite lively. Why don't you join us? This round is on me. Next to them, two others were cheering, boss, help me out, please, QQ. Lutin quickly turned away and said, thank you, but no need. She thought to herself, another one trying to strike up a conversation. Then one of the guys from the table stood up, approached, and leered at Lutin, saying, don't be so cold. Which school are you from? Lutin coldly glared and said, where we study might not be relevant to you. Wang Bibi, worried, asked where HanLii was and why he hadn't arrived yet. Yuan pointed at the phone and urged, hurry up and call him. Wang Bibi, both worried and scared, took out her phone and said she would call him. Another guy walked over, patted Yuan on the back, and looked at the bewildered Wang Bibi, asking with a smirk, how do you contact such beauties? Lutin could no longer tolerate it and stood up, shouting, what are you doing in broad daylight? She then looked at the initial guy threateningly. If you continue to bother us, we will call the police. The initial troublemaker placed his hand on Yulan's shoulder, looked at Xe Lutin, and said, "Little beauty, you're just too hot-tempered. How can this be called bothering you? We're just being nice, offering to treat you to a meal. Are you really not giving us any face?" Xe Lutin clenched her fists angrily. The shameless guy then grabbed her hand and said, "Let's go, don't be so shy." Xe Lutin tried to resist, yelling, "Don't touch me." A shout came from afar, "Hey, what are you doing?" HanLii arrived, hands in his pockets, questioning, "I just went to withdraw money. How did it turn into this?" He wondered if his physical condition was unsuitable for treating others to a meal, as every time he treated, something happened. Yuyan and Wang Baibi were overjoyed. Wang Baibi said, "HanLii, you're finally here." The troublemaker, still holding Xe Luting's arm, looked at HanLii and asked, "Are you with them? You're quite lucky, bro. Who among them is your girlfriend? Is it this most beautiful girl?" Wang Baibi and Yuyan anxiously ran to HanLii. Xe Luting struggled, telling him to let go. The troublemaker leered at her and said, "Introducing such a beautiful girl to my friends," and suddenly he started sweating in fear. HanLii, now very angry, grabbed the thug's hand. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, causing the thug to panic. HanLii said, "Where do you think you're putting your hands?" Xe Luting stared in shock as HanLii tightened his grip on the thug's arm, causing him to scream in pain and step back, saying, "Let go." HanLii tightened his grip even more, making the thug cry out, "It hurts, it hurts. Are you insane?" The thug swung his hand to break free and said, "Where did this madman come from? Let go of me quickly." HanLii glared and said, "Am I crazy just because I'm holding on to you? You were the one who grabbed the girl's hand and wouldn't let go. What gives you the right?" The thug, angered, pointed at HanLii and retorted, "What's the matter? Can't you handle a friendly interaction? Are you upset?" He then threw a punch at HanLii, saying, "If you're unhappy, let's fight. I'll teach you a lesson." HanLii easily deflected the punch, turned around, and with a cold gaze, knocked the thug down. HanLii said, "You started it first. I'm just following your request to let go in self-defense." Then HanLii looked at the two remaining guys and said, "Everyone saw it, right? It was him who attacked first." The thug's accomplice, worried, looked down and called their boss. A bald man suddenly appeared, holding two black bags, and asked, "What's going on? What happened? Who called me?" HanLii immediately turned away. Wang Baibai called out to him, and HanLii said, "Why are you still standing there? Let's go, Wang Baibi." Yuyan and Xe Luting looked on, still processing the situation. HanLii turned back and told them, "Do you want people to crowd around and watch us eat hot pot? They're just waiting for some gossip. Let's move to another place." Wang Baibi staggered and agreed, "Got it." Yuyan, running, said, "Let's go, let's go. These people are really annoying." Wang Baibi worriedly said to Yuyan, "Speak quietly. Those people might come back to cause trouble later." Yuyan smiled and replied, "What are you afraid of? HanLii hides his talents. He can take down a guy with a single punch." She thought to herself, "I really didn't misjudge him. HanLii was impressive just now." At this moment, HanLii was walking with Xe Luting and asked her, "Are you okay?" Xe Luting touched the spot where she had been grabbed and said, "I'm fine." Hearing this, HanLii was relieved and continued, "That's good to hear." Xe Luting, feeling uncomfortable, thought about asking something but decided against it. She wondered what the guy's intentions were. Suddenly, HanLii turned around and smiled. "Did you think I looked cool when I took him down earlier?" Xe Luting was surprised, and HanLii pointed at her and teased, "Think about it, the domineering CEOs in novels always act like this. When a girl is harassed, the cool guy steps in to handle it." Xe Luting blushed and said, "What are you talking about? And why would a guy like you be reading domineering CEO novels?" She wondered to herself, "How did he know what I was thinking earlier? Is he a mind reader?" HanLii continued, "A lot of those romance novel moves are like that, aren't they? Honestly, I even wanted to hit them a bit more just now. I was testing the system's skills and abilities. He sighed and said, unfortunately, novels and reality are different. We can't act recklessly. We need to consider the consequences for them. A little intimidation is enough. If we really fought them, I couldn't guarantee I could protect all three of you. Plus, causing trouble at the hot pot place would have been disastrous. Disputes over hot pot and splashing hot soup aren't unheard of. We need to ensure everyone's safety. HanLii stood there dazed, listening to him. HanLii took out his phone from his pocket and continued, but those little punks are quite unlucky. The owner of that hot pot place is someone I know, a retired police officer with a strong sense of justice. HanLii opened his phone and said, I'll check the cameras. These punks will definitely get some education. They might even get their parents involved. HanLii covered her mouth and laughed, asking, will they really get their parents involved? HanLii remembered a time from his childhood when he was sweating profusely, being scolded by a thug. Call your parents quickly. He thought, if you say that, I don't know what to do. I'm most afraid of being called by my parents. HanLii, excited, asked further, but you called the store manager, right? HanLii held up his phone and smiled. I called before we entered the store. How smart am I? HanLii responded with a reluctant, "Hemph, I guess you're smart." That night, in the male dormitory, there was a beeping sound from HanLii's computer. While drying his hair, he was startled and quickly checked his laptop. A message appeared. Is GM Bong Bong there? It turned out HanLii was messaging him. She wrote, I used to tease that classmate of mine for you. So listen, yesterday was awkward, but today he acts like nothing happened and even invited me and my roommates out for a meal. But that's not the point. The point is, I have to admit, he was super cool today. I'm telling you, HanLii. HanLii read the message while holding a towel to his mouth, thinking, yesterday, she scolded me severely, and today she thinks I'm handsome. The speed at which women change their minds is dangerous. He replied, got it. So you like him, don't you? The little cucumber sister has changed. I thought you said you weren't interested in men and were only focused on your career. This is betrayal, betrayal of our grand career. HanLii, frightened, thought, I don't like that guy. Why is he saying that I like him? I don't like him at all. Jam Bong Bong replied, yes, I understand. You don't like him. You just like to use him as a topic. First, don't worry about that domineering classmate. I plan to officially start posting more updates tomorrow. Quickly check if there's anything that needs to be revised, main characters, supporting characters, summaries, and our account passwords. Everything needs to be reviewed. HanLii responded, okay. I'll log in and check soon. From behind her, Yoo-hun, sitting on a chair, asked HanLii, lately, every evening, you're always on your phone. Who are you chatting with? HanLii turned around and quickly explained, oh, I'm just chatting with a friend. Yoo-hun suspiciously smiled and asked, I noticed a few days ago that you changed your QQ name. Is it an online friend? HanLii blushed and said, what are you thinking? He's just an old friend I know. She then stood up, put on her coat, and said, I need to go to the library. You guys can go to sleep. Don't wait for me. Yoo-hun questioned, at this hour? The lights are about to be turned off. But HanLii left without saying anything, slamming the door behind her. Yoo-hun, confused, said, don't you think HanLii has been acting mysteriously lately? She keeps running off to the library. Wang Bibi looked at the door and nodded in agreement. In the lecture hall, the professor stood at the podium and said, I know the long vacation has just ended, and you may not have fully adapted yet. However, investing and learning are among the most important subjects in the finance class. I hope everyone can quickly adjust and get back on track. But theory is theory, the market is the market. Investment skills aren't something you can learn just from books. The key lies in practice. At that moment, HanLii was intently looking at her phone. The screen displayed her work, and she was thrilled, thinking, after the review, this time, I'm so excited. It seems I wasn't this thrilled the first time I published a novel. She remembered sitting in front of her computer in the past, struggling with her thoughts. The screen showed a message from Jam Bong Bong. Change the male lead's name to HanLii. Is there a meaning behind this? She then typed a message. Actually, the guy I spoke ill of to you is also a relative. After thinking it over, although he can be a bit annoying sometimes, his personality is quite similar to our male lead. He's worth using as a model. Jam Bong Bong replied, I see. Then pay more attention. After all, intuition comes from life experience. Salutin responded, Mem, got it. Suddenly, the lecturer called out, startling Salutin. She looked back and saw HanLii using his laptop during class. The lecturer asked, What are you doing with your laptop? This made HanLii a bit flustered. He thought, shouldn't Professor Ngo be encouraging us? Why is he suddenly calling me out? The professor adjusted his glasses and said, I know this investment course is dry, but I hope you can take it more seriously. The class was noisy, commenting on HanLii. As expected of HanLii, we sneakily use our phones, but he brings his laptop openly. He must be really dedicated. Is he having a showdown with Professor Ngo? How would I know? HanLii suddenly had a realization. He thought, Professor Ngo encouraged everyone to bring laptops to class for convenience in checking teaching materials and quotes. But we're already on chapter 14. HanLii calmly put away his laptop and said, I wasn't using the laptop for entertainment. I was actually practicing. He thought, I was just thinking about familiar operations before a game, but I forgot about the timeline. People around laughed and commented further. Playing with the laptop is fine, but why show off? The professor asked, practicing quotes. HanLii thought, I can't say I made a 30% profit in just a week. That would be too shocking. Unfortunately, I don't have much capital. This rate looks high, but it's still not enough. He raised his hand and said, It's virtual trading. The professor then asked, So, do you think virtual trading is completely stress-free, has practical meaning, and is helpful? HanLii replied with a smile, Yes. It helps in finding ways to trade earlier and get familiar with the operations. The professor, with a thoughtful expression, said, This student has ambition. I like that. Please explain to the class a bit about how mature trading styles should be categorized. If you explain well, I'll give you full attendance points, even if you don't attend my classes this semester. But if you mess up, I'll deduct your attendance points. Other students whispered and debated. Professor Ngo takes attendance every class and frequently checks homework. Our attendance points are never enough. I really admire HanLii. I want to go up there too. What's so admirable about it? Let him talk. Whether he can explain clearly or not is another matter. I bet he'll lose all his attendance points later. Wang Bibi looked up worriedly, wondering if HanLii could handle it. Yuyan leaned over and said to Salutin, What is this trading style anyway? It sounds advanced. Yuyan thought, even if attendance points are deducted, it's fine. But if everyone knows that Wang Bibi and I are pursuing HanLii, and HanLii is embarrassed or mocked, won't we lose face? Salutin asked, Why are you worried? Professor Ngo is strict, but he's not the type to suppress students. Even if HanLii doesn't explain well, Professor Ngo won't make things hard for him. HanLii then adjusted his tone, addressing the class to clear any doubts. Since the professor gave me this opportunity, I'll briefly explain. However, trading styles aren't a concept with a fixed meaning. They are essentially a summary of a trader's investment strategy. I confidently say that I can't judge if a trading style is mature or not, but I can explain what I understand. A stable trading style typically involves 1. Trading cycles, 2. Trading skills, 3. Position management, 4. Risk control, 5. Trading discipline. These 5 factors can combine with market conditions and flexible adjustments to build a complete trading system. The students listened attentively, and the professor clapped, praising HanLii. Very good. This student explained very well. The other students tried to recall what HanLii had said, confused. What did he say? I didn't understand anything. Has anyone ever seen Professor Ngo this pleased before? His reaction shows HanLii spoke very well. Professor Ngo said, If you hand in a blank sheet with just your name at the end of the semester, I'll give you 95 points. The students below murmured, unsure if it was true or not. HanLii is amazing. HanLii smiled and said, "Professor, that requirement is a bit excessive. Moreover, I still want to rely on my own abilities to earn the full score." Then he stood up and continued, "But if I don't explain well, you shouldn't withdraw the reward you promised." Seiluvtin watched from behind, feeling annoyed. This guy really knows how to flatter. Professor Ngo continued, "Did I say you could take back the opportunity? You're indeed a clever lad. Moreover, I believe that my students can do it, so you can do it too." HanLii thought to himself, "This is just the beginning of investment classes. Even if I explain clearly, they might not understand." He raised his hand to his neck and thought, "There's an old saying. Teaching others is also a way to learn." HanLii leaned on the lectern and decided to take this opportunity to refine his previous thoughts and summaries. Besides, it was a chance to attract more opportunities. Standing at the lectern, he smiled and said, "I don't know if you remember, but when I introduced myself, I mentioned that I study finance because I wanted to establish a place for myself in this bustling city, accumulate my first fortune, and ultimately become a wealthy, sophisticated, and kind person. This is not an easy task, but I am willing to put in the effort." He took the chalk and continued, "I also mentioned that I look forward to making friends with like-minded individuals who will join me. I will prove that I am committed to this ideal and extend an invitation to like-minded friends. Now, I will demonstrate a complete and mature trading style." HanLii, while speaking, picked up the chalk and wrote on the board in the classroom. He began, "I will prove my commitment to this ideal and extend an invitation to like-minded friends." He started writing, "Now, I will demonstrate a complete and mature trading style." As he wrote, he began explaining his work, detailing as follows. First, trading cycles. Trading cycles are central to trading styles. By determining our concepts, operations, and time cycles, we can fill in the details. This makes the audience below interested. Can he really explain it so naturally? One person thought, even though this school isn't highly reputed, the so-called experts in the world, here there are some future financial masters who will make a lot of money. On the board, HanLii wrote the second line, trading skills. Some students focused on him, while others were indifferent, trying to understand the buying and selling points. The skills of holding stocks are very strict. According to the differences in trading cycles, the buying and selling skills will change accordingly. HanLii glanced at Xi Lutin below, thinking, now that Jianbong is online and attracting Xi Lutin, who has a talent for writing, the progress offline is also developing well. At least now, she is thoroughly attracted. He then continued writing on the board, position management. He explained, the key point here is simple. Manage your own positions well. Based on market sentiment and your own grasp of the market, choose between light, medium, or heavy positions. He thought, next, I need to attract 2 more people. He looked at Jiangro, noting, although Jiangro is usually modest and unassuming, he will show his talent in stock trading a month later. HanLii looked at the direction and saw another person, Xia Hongjuan. If he remembered correctly, she and Jiangro, Duangqiuyi, were the top 3 in the class for the stock trading competition. She and Jiangro were quite different, one being bold and the other careful. HanLii decisively thought that these 2 were complementary talents, and it would be a waste not to involve them in the group. He put down the chalk and continued his lecture. When the trading style became a part of oneself and took shape, no matter what situation we faced, we could always find a prearranged sequence to respond to it. He turned and spoke loudly. Finally, the most important and also the most difficult thing is serious implementation. HanLii said with a serious tone, why can successful people make money? Because they have a model and discipline. How do those who suffer losses do it? Because they lack a model and discipline, or they do not strictly adhere to such patterns. His lecture made everyone below look up attentively, with many not understanding anything. They just charged ahead into the market without common knowledge, determination, methods, or resolution. The price of reckless behavior was complete loss of control. The explanation of trading styles concluded here. A bookish youth stood up and spoke, "Thank you, Professor Ngo, for giving me the opportunity to share with everyone. Although it sounds very difficult, everyone shouldn't lose heart." HanLii raised his hand to signal for silence. Let me add a few words off topic. He smugly said, if we have chosen this major, we have access to more information than others. Because of this, there are so many connections, and we have room to display our talents and professionalism. In fact, it's not as hard as imagined. Respect the market, respect trends, and grasp the correct methods. He continued, making everyone below feel astonished, including Xia Hongjuan and Xi Lu Tin. Whether in stock investment or in everyday life, as long as we don't. Today listen to so-called insider news, tomorrow learn some secret techniques of 100 victories. Own our judgment and understanding. We will gain certain knowledge. By cultivating this way of thinking into a habit, we will surpass others. After finishing, HanLii happily raised 2 fingers to signify goodbye. I'm done, fellow students. I hope we can all work hard together. Suddenly, he slumped over, and his face darkened. Why is there no reaction at all? Unexpectedly, everyone stood up, applauding and praising him. HanLii is amazing, so good. Powerful, absolutely right. HanLii's eyes were contemplative. It turned out that he wasn't shy. HanLii spread his 5 fingers and thanked everyone for their encouragement. He thought, is this the feeling of being a top student? Fu Dudao asked Pangi. Do you remember HanLii? Pang replied, didn't we have a meal together 2 days ago? Of course I remember. Why? Fu Dudao continued, I'm trying to find out more. Huang Wei, didn't he suddenly say that he wanted to move out? I heard from people who hang out with them that Huang Wei was depressed those days. She pointed and said, when I just asked him, he got defensive. He must have been bullied in the dorm. Combining this with Zhang Yu and Jie Hyangbuk's respectful attitude towards HanLii, Fu Dudao felt there was an 80% chance that HanLii had done something. Pang replied, this guy is not easy to mess with. Besides, Zhang Yu and Jie Hyangbuk, the 3 of them, could they be bullied by one person? Fu Dudao responded, that's hard to say. I see HanLii being modest and not arrogant. She rested her chin on her hand, dreaming. Even in front of Pangi's beauty, we can remain unmoved. Pang said, this person is quite interesting. But why did you suddenly bring him up? Are you watching the drama? Fu Dudao, like a little cat, thought, Ivan discovered. She said, Professor Ngo of the finance class next door is known for being strict. I think HanLii openly brought a laptop to class and said he was doing virtual stock trading. Pangi asked, virtual stocks? Does their finance class teach so advanced so quickly? Fu Dudao quickly retorted, of course not. Their progress is quite similar to ours. She interlaced her fingers on the table and continued, it's HanLii who not only started virtual stock trading earlier, but also was called up by Professor Ngo to explain something about trading models. As a result, HanLii not only spoke very well, but also stimulated the learning enthusiasm of the classmates. Pangi was surprised. Originally, the class next door had incomplete attendance. Now, everyone has been attracted by his appearance. Fu Dudao cheerfully continued, not only does he handle interpersonal relationships very maturely, but he's also a super student. It's clear he could achieve great things. She looked up with admiration, realizing why he was so well liked. Pangi gently replied, you always like to follow the latest gossip. She muttered, but HanLii really has a different aura from others. HanLii was attentively reviewing his notes when someone called his name. HanLii turned to Xia Hongjuan, who said, what you said yesterday, after I went back, I wrote it down based on my own understanding. Can you take a look and see if there are any issues? HanLii happily agreed and reviewed Xia Hongjuan's notes, providing feedback. The main logic is fine, but there's one point to be cautious about, HanLii said, pointing to Xia Hongjuan. Even when it's the best time, you should never fully fill your position. You need to leave some space for yourself, for managing your position well is the first step to mastering human nature. He continued, human nature is greedy. If it goes beyond limits, it will easily lead to mistakes. Xia Hongjuan responded, I understand. So, what about risk management? Before HanLii could finish, Duan Xiaoyi below laughed. HanLii only said a few general things, yet people actually went up there to seek advice. Xia Hongjuan became angry and said, just a few sentences. Why don't you try to get up there and say something in the next class with teacher and go and see what you can come up with? She added, I think what HanLii said is very useful to me. What does it have to do with you seeking advice from him? Duanqiaoi replied, what HanLii said is indeed correct, but it's all repetitive content. If you really want to learn, you should check out some online posts from experts. It will help you a lot. Sa Hongjuan countered, there are no precedents. The success of someone is not a perfect copy. Without your own judgments and thoughts, you will soon become just a bunch of chives being cut off. She angrily waved her hand, saying, even Teacher Ngo said that HanLii's thoughts and opinions are consistent and very valuable for learning. Duanqiaoi wondered what consistent meant. HanLii suddenly spoke up. A closed room can be repeated and verified. Although making money in the market doesn't need to be completely about style and theory, consistency is important. But in verification, it's about continuous improvement. During this period, Lutin wrote while thinking, yesterday, the guy was called up by the teacher to give a lecture. I'm not entirely clear on what he said, but judging by teacher Nido's excitement, the content must have been like that. She thought about HanLii's proud demeanor and how confident he appeared, speaking concisely yet profoundly with clear logic. She looked at HanLii and suddenly realized, when a person has consistency, and moreover, continuously adjusts and improves in practice, this approach can lead to success time and again. The strong confidence in the guy came from this. She wondered why her gaze was so thoughtful. The arrogance and self-confidence were not unlike the high status, wealth, and power given by one's parents. HanLii's demeanor was completely independent, belonging entirely to himself. It seemed he could be confident about any memory. Yu Yun, admiring HanLii, felt that the reason people found HanLii attractive wasn't just because of his looks, but because of his strong aura. The essence of a dominant personality is this kind of confident control. She shyly thought, my work and the guy HanLii Iksu might possess something like that. His attractive behavior and confidence come from this. She thought of her own work, Jukmong, who admired the strong and desired to be conquered. She loved HanLii Iksu for this reason. The image of Jikmon being imprisoned and his sister developing feelings for HanLii Iksu in his brutality. One running away and the other yearning, continuously seeking excitement in torment. Had she been subdued? Although she was reluctant to admit it, she indeed felt a strong admiration for HanLii. His image constantly appeared in her mind. Lutin kept thinking. Since she got to know him, it seemed that she had always been led by this guy. Even though she could appear more assertive and aloof than him, she knew she didn't have his depth. This guy, although he sometimes annoyed others, his knowledge, abilities, and confidence were not hidden. Lutin crossed her arms and thought, in such a short time since the semester began, he has managed to grasp the content of the entire subject and scored high marks. He even earned praise from teacher Ngo. If he wants, he can choose from any of the 2 universities when the rankings are out next May. Thinking about this, she felt disheartened. Clearly, she had said she would strive to surpass him. But now she was getting angry over a small matter, wasting time, and letting him get ahead. She looked at HanLii and the crowd around him and wondered if she should use yesterday's events to reconcile with him. However, something made Lutin panic. She looked at HanLii, surrounded by beautiful female students. Why were they all gathered around him? They surrounded HanLii, eagerly asking, HanLii, you must have just started exploring the stock market, right? Are there really investment opportunities in the domestic market? Yesterday's content you mentioned, I've also written it in my notebook. I agree with your overall thinking, but where should I learn trading skills? HanLii, I've always learned with my dad, but in the past 2 years, it hasn't been effective. Why is that? HanLii replied, investment opportunities can be present at any time, but you need to make sure that the value you understand truly aligns with future economic trends. He confidently said, trading skills can be found online or by observing the top performers in stock competitions. Another student asked, can I become a top expert like Suang? HanLii thought to himself, these finance students are asking very substantive questions. However, the era-specific characteristics of these questions are too intense. He looked at his classmates and thought, ultimately, even after 10 years, the market environment of the future will still be different. At this time, stock enthusiasts are passionate yet straightforward. Trading, when cutting off bundles, must be very pleasant. HanLii had become more shrewd. Not everyone in the future would have the same skills, and market emotions were unpredictable. Seeing people like Xia Hongjuan, he couldn't help but be cautious about sharing too many personal insights and nurturing too many investors who were on par with experts. Adding a few dark horses into the mix would make the situation very chaotic. Suddenly, several voices rose up. HanLii, I keep feeling that the hot spots in the stock market are changing recently. Something seems off. Is it true that the companies in the market still have potential? Is the market still holding out for a long time? HanLii interrupted. Wait a minute, let's handle each question one at a time. Xia Lutin appeared and said, HanLii, I have questions about trading strategies that I want to ask you. HanLii was startled. At this moment, in the dorm room, Xia Lutin was angrily looking at her phone, muttering two words, disgusting, disgusting. She had just texted someone and recalled when HanLii had awkwardly declined her question. He had extended his hand, smiling, and said, Class monitor, I'll answer their questions first, in order. Behind him was Yuan, who looked even more irritating. She leaned against the chair of the male lead, provocatively glancing at Xia Lutin, looking smug. Being rejected made Xia Lutin even more uncomfortable. She glared at the two of them, gritting her teeth as if she wanted to devour them. Meanwhile, the other students admired HanLii, treating him like the greatest, with sweet-talking that made him puff up with pride, arms crossed, thinking he was the coolest. Recalling that image, Xia Lutin angrily texted the other person. I humbled myself to actively talk to him, and he didn't even have a special reaction. She received 2 messages, and a hand was holding the phone to read them. Perhaps the person she was texting was the same as the one she was badmouthing. It turned out, the person she had just sent a message to was none other than HanLii. He read the messages with a tired sigh, his face darkening so much he had to rest his chin on his arm. Seeing her continue to text, he felt overwhelmed. Those 2 girls really knew how to cause trouble. A few days ago, he was worried about the guy making a fool of himself and affecting them. But today, everyone was involved with him. He was helpless against her exploding emotions, even sweating from the stress. He lamented, thinking, the imagination of this little cucumber is indeed worthy of writing novels. He wondered what he had done to deserve this. Recalling that moment in the classroom, he had warned the class monitor in advance, saying, wait a moment, everyone come one by one. I can't guarantee that everything I say is correct, but I can share my thoughts with everyone. Speaking so modestly, Yuan admired and praised HanLii, and suddenly, she moved close to where he was sitting, pressing her large chest against his back, and kept flattering him. HanLii, you're so enthusiastic. Next time, come and teach everyone during the break. This unexpected pleasure made him gape, his eyes shifting to what was rubbing against his back, confusion written all over his face, though his cheeks flushed. Wang Baibai saw her intention, and with envy said, you're something, aren't you? Surely you just want extra lessons. Hearing this, Yuan felt a bit embarrassed, playfully sticking out her tongue and laughing it off. The main character, witnessing this scene, was shocked and instinctively stepped back, his face showing clear signs of women are really scary. Returning to reality, he felt frustrated thinking about Xia Lutin. Clearly, it was Yuan and Wang Baibai who acted first. What did that have to do with him? At that time, the bus station had already approached his face. Suddenly, he stopped blaming her and placed his hand on his chin, analyzing this girl's psychology, focusing on the chat. The main character thought, but little cucumber seems so relaxed online because, in reality, she wants to maintain her goddess-like, aloof image. It was due to being suppressed for so long. Reading the message again, he noted, he didn't even have any special reaction. He quickly countered his earlier thoughts. Although her online and offline personalities were completely different, the arrogance from her bones didn't disappear. This girl might seem easily fooled, but in reality, her heart was like a transparent mirror. All her actions were carefully considered decisions of pros and cons. If she didn't see hope in the domineering goddess-like work, she wouldn't have put so much effort into it. Even with her deep affection for the ham, she was still deep in thought. He focused on the phone screen, typing away. Perhaps he was planning to reply to her message. Switching scenes to HanLii. She had received a message from him. She and the brilliant classmate had reconciled, but why was he so well liked? After reading, she quickly replied, "Yes, originally just 2 roommates. I was stuck to him, and now all the girls in the class are surrounding him, even some guys. Although he is really outstanding, I'm truly not happy about it." It seemed she completely trusted the online friend and poured out her thoughts, not realizing she was being led and analyzed by the main character. He followed the storyline and laughed. After all, everyone likes to be around outstanding people. Reading this, HanLii felt somewhat dissatisfied and continued to dwell on the excellent classmate. Suddenly, 2 more messages arrived, making her blush deeply. Her face flushed as she stared at the phone screen, seemingly struck where it hurt. HanLii turned the situation around, asking her directly what was troubling her. Was it because he was more outstanding than her, or because there were too many girls around him? Was it possible that she really liked him and was feeling jealous? She was taken aback by how accurately he read her thoughts. But as a proud girl, how could she admit such an embarrassing thing? She quickly replied, "Who likes him? Don't talk nonsense. I just find it annoying. Clearly, we're the same age, so why is he so outstanding?" Understanding her psychology, HanLii responded, "If you become more outstanding, isn't that good? We'll finish writing this book seriously, and then you can throw your achievements in his face." She felt a rush of excitement at this suggestion, blushing and nodding eagerly while imagining HanLii begging on his knees, praising her as an amazing class leader, and treating him like a lowly pawn. "Now do you know my worth, you guy? Do you still look down on me?" Her eyes were filled with satisfaction as she envisioned this scenario. Laughing happily, she immediately agreed with HanLii, saying, "You're right. Let's do it that way." Seeing her agreement, HanLii took the opportunity to convince her further, saying that she should focus on making the details of the story realistic for a successful work. The core of a successful work was its plot and characters, so she shouldn't waste the effort she had put in. After sending the message, HanLii's face wore a cunning smile. He had read her mind clearly and thought, "This girl knows herself best. Although she has gone through hardships, she's very strict with herself. I can't deny her excellence." Everything seemed to be going according to HanLii's plan. He felt triumphant as he picked up his phone and crossed his legs, pondering how the exchange of attack and defense would develop. It was truly exciting to anticipate. "Okay, rest assured, we're 2 like-minded partners making money together." The message he sent made her very excited, laughing aloud. The name 2 like-minded partners seemed a bit off, but thinking about her plan to take revenge on HanLii in class made her heart bloom with joy. She eagerly anticipated the day he would kneel at her feet. Flashing forward to October 15th, when the sky was still dark and the moonlight shone on the trees, a scream suddenly echoed through the area. It turned out that the sound came from HanLii. She swiftly sent a message to HanLii. "A week of signing contracts is too impressive. You were right, we need to make money together as partners." He replied, "The woman has changed. Just a few days ago, she clearly thought that Nain was foolish. She hurriedly denied it, saying, 'Oh, I was just joking.' This time, she seemed to be on the right track, firmly holding her phone with a confident gaze. She thought, 'I knew this book would definitely be a hit. Once the first batch starts getting promoted, I'll be successful and advance to the next level.'" She recalled that the guy once said he wanted to write a novel but didn't know how. She thought of a way to get back at him, giggling to herself. "When the time comes, I'll slap him with my book and make him call me Great One." Little did she know, the Great One she was planning to slap was actually HanLii. Suddenly, her phone vibrated, interrupting her thoughts. The messaging app notified her of a new message from HanLii. He wrote, "But little cucumber, there's some bad news." The main character received a question from her, but he seemed to be calculating something. With a serious expression, he looked at his right hand, preparing for the first round of recommendations. Each day's introduction must be around 35 chapters, and if there is a manuscript, it could last for 1 or 2 months. However, from November to January, this period is the stock trading season, and it won't be possible to focus too much on the novel during that time. Additionally, continuous updates and revisions will likely be very busy. On the other hand, other plot details are easier. Apart from calculating his next steps, he quickly messaged Lutin. I tried writing several intense romance scenes, but I really feel like there's no sense of it. I'm thinking maybe you could write these details while I handle the other parts. Of course, I'll also give you additional payment. The payment for this part will be based on 1,000 words, which is NDT 40 for you. Little sister, you have a knack for this. As the saying goes, academic skills all have their research direction. It turns out it's just a small matter. She breathed a sigh of relief, thinking she was worried about something major and was scared for nothing. She quickly replied to the main character, "You scared me. I thought there was a major issue with our book. 40 is a bit much. Just calculate as before, NDT 25 per 1,000 words will be fine. After all, these contents don't take up much length." But leaving everything to me, including the imprisoned part, is hard to believe. However, I'm also very happy. My cheeks have been flushed for a while. As for the main character, he has acted thoroughly. He replied sincerely and earnestly, "I really can't write it. Relying on you, and you can go with NDT 40. You said the length isn't much. We aren't comparing over these details." Happy as if in harvest season, she realized her time had come. The price of NDT 40 was already very high. However, this girl also fell into the main character's trap, thinking if he trusted her so much, she couldn't disappoint him. She responded to HanLii, praising him as the generous boss. "Then I'll give it a try." Seeing that the prey was caught in the main character's trap, she nodded in agreement, feeling that resolving this pressure would significantly ease her burden and gain the appreciation of the little cucumber. Killing two birds with one stone, but eventually, there would be a difficult issue to face. The cucumber messaged him back, "But boss, intense romance scenes are fine, but I really don't understand the imprisonment part. I might not write it well." "What's this?" The main character widened his eyes. Indeed, he hadn't anticipated this. Eventually, the two people writing this book became a pair of amateurs in writing the imprisonment part. He thought it best not to say that the little cucumber, but even he himself didn't understand much. Checking online sources might help, but wait, he paused for about 2 seconds. Suddenly, the main character had an idea. He remembered that the system had once given him a set of items. Indeed, necessity is the mother of invention. The image of that item appeared in HanLii's mind. It was called the Thunder Pet Set, which looked like a dog collar with the effect of obedience and plus 50 happiness. What would he do with this set? One fine morning, with sunlight filtering down and illuminating the ground, the trees swaying and the street lamp on the side, perhaps this was a pedestrian street, a voice suddenly raised a question. "Large package, why?" The voice was none other than HanLii's. He quickly called out to the Petic class leader, deliberately teasing her. Not finishing his sentence, he said, "Or should I help you move it?" The main character kept teasing Lutin, who was hurrying step by step. She blushed and awkwardly turned to respond, her voice stuttering. "What do you mean? Are you looking down on me? What's this? Just a girl with naturally weak strength," he sighed, showing sympathy for her. Indeed, he knew how to tease. "Nevertheless," he continued jokingly, "aren't I concerned about you?" The class leader was helpless against this talkative and troublesome friend. She retorted, "Haha, then I appreciate your concern." Although she appeared displeased, in reality, this girl still had a bit of affection and shyness towards the main character. As they approached the warehouse, she stopped and pointed a finger at his face, showing her annoyance. However, her cheeks also turned red. Her voice reminded him that she would handle things herself. Following the class leader's instructions, HanLii complied and began working. There were boxes of goods, some wrapped in white paper and others in black. Lutin noticed a box with her name on it and exclaimed, "Found it." The box was clearly labeled with the recipient as Jupmom and the sender as HanLii Xu. The young woman couldn't help but be impressed by the way HanLii coordinated the names. She gazed lovingly at the 2 lines of text, her lips involuntarily smiling and her cheeks flushing. This girl found the boy quite romantic and considerate. Seeing her so absorbed in the package, The main character leaned in to see what was so exciting. But when she saw him, she quickly stepped aside with a look of disdain, clearly hiding something. She huffed at her friend, saying, "What does it have to do with you?" Closing her eyes, she remained blissfully happy with the box she had just received. The main character laughed disdainfully, thinking proudly that of course it was related to him. He had put a lot of effort into sending this gift, even going out of his way to deliver it. He felt thrilled to tease her like this. Suddenly, Sayalutnin walked outside, and HanLii asked, "Where are you going?" But she, already preoccupied with the gift, responded bluntly, "Do you need to manage my actions?" The sound of footsteps stopped abruptly. The class leader, pausing as if remembering something, turned back and asked HanLii about his previous claims in class. "Do you really think you can make money in the stock market?" With a skeptical look, she focused on the main character, who seemed puzzled. His response was casual, "Why not? With what I've accumulated." She replied, "Because the domestic market is like a casino. The house and the structure are ruthless. Without connections or insider information, it's like becoming a vegetable." The more she spoke, the more confused the main character became, his brows furrowing in question. "You're a future professional, and yet you think this way? If you think like that, what's the point of studying finance?" The class leader nodded, acknowledging that the argument seemed reasonable, but her viewpoint was not easily swayed by a single statement. She questioned, "But isn't what I said true?" Her thoughts were clearly different from his. He frowned and answered, "Of course not. Don't you usually follow relevant news? First, gambling has no logic, only absolute balance. Market trends don't exist." Surprised, she turned to face him. He continued explaining, "Every aspect of the stock market, every dynamic group, has its own logic. The purpose of studying finance is to grasp this logic and then follow trends to make money. When trends are bad, learning how to stop profits and losses is the basic rule to make money. The so-called house is actually very rare now." The background noise of rustling provided a backdrop to his detailed analysis. He mentioned that Article 182 of the Criminal Code was specially prepared for gambling houses, so their era of dominance had long ended. As he spoke, he smiled with satisfaction at the information he had just shared. He told the class leader that if she paid attention to the news, she would find that every year, hundreds of people are taken to the lottery machines. Sayalutnin, filled with doubt, asked, "Is that true?" He confirmed, "Of course it's true." He continued passionately discussing the issue with her. "Remember, so-called new strategies are just involved in insider trading and will eventually be exposed. Absolutely avoid speculation for profit. The idea that a bicycle will turn into a motorcycle is just a trap to lure you in." Feeling gradually convinced, she admitted that his points made sense, but asked how he understood so much. HanLii hesitated for a moment, then said with a faint smile, "Maybe it's because I have a dream." The main character looked ahead, clearly feeling happy and satisfied to be living his dream and working hard to achieve it. He pondered over his knowledge, experience, and reflections, thinking that even if he started over, he would live just as an ordinary person. But with the system, why not take a risk and live a remarkable and fulfilling life? Sayalutnin suddenly reflected on the concept of dreams. It seemed like talking about this topic had transformed HanLii into a different person, a serious and truly mature individual. He looked at her with a trusting gaze. "Yes, class leader, maybe you have dreams too. As long as you want it, you can achieve it." "Really?" she asked joyfully, her eyes shining as if she had struck gold. Her face then showed determination and ambition. However, her next words contrasted sharply with her previous excitement. "But I don't seem to understand anything." Suddenly, the main character took on the role of a mentor and casually said, "This is something I can teach you." Of course, she was skeptical. "You actually have such good intentions." She pointed and scrutinized him, realizing her thoughts were correct. Just a moment ago, he acted like a mentor, but now he was asking for tuition. He sighed, "You really understand me well. Accept me as your master and then give me a bit of tuition, and I will teach you step by step." Sayalutnin smiled friendly, but was already quite heated. She said, "Who needs you to be a master? And for the tuition, just treat me to breakfast, nothing more." As they were talking, someone called HanLii and Lutin from afar, making them turn around. The voice belonged to Yuyeon. Seeing her, the class leader turned and asked, "Have you woken up? Where is Bai B?" Yuyeon said that she was still asleep, but then shyly asked another question. "Why are you two together?" Perhaps the girl was feeling jealous. Seeing Yuyeon's question, Lutin was displeased and turned away, reluctantly responding, "We ran into each other while jogging and happened to pass by here together." The main character, who liked to tease, chimed in, "That's right. The class leader took the initiative to invite me." He didn't want Yuyeon to see their interaction, so she had tried to avoid it. HanLii, however, kept intruding. Irritated, Lutin shot him a fierce look and said, "You really talk too much. Let's quickly get breakfast." She deliberately rushed off to urge him, trying to avoid any further trouble with her friend. Meanwhile, the main character remained carefree, saying, "I was just speaking the truth." Early in the morning, her temper was already flaring, and she felt unsatisfied. Her childish temper flared up as she argued with him. "Who's being irritable now? I'm actually in a good mood." The main character didn't counter her, but rather agreed, saying, "Yes, you're right." This only made her more annoyed with him. The two continued their bickering without noticing Yuyeon observing from a distance with wide eyes, wondering what was going on with them. She was puzzled, thinking if the change in Lutin's attitude towards HanLii was due to the incident at the hot pot place. She remembered that just a few days ago, Lutin was in a cold war with HanLii. She pondered and watched HanLii from behind, thinking she might not want to lose to Lutin and needed to act immediately to gain the upper hand. Yuyeon pretended to lose control of her balance and bumped into HanLii, using her chest to seduce him, though it had never been effective before. She sweetly asked, "What are we having for lunch today?" The main character was startled by her sudden approach. His body froze as he focused on the chest of the red-haired girl, but he felt no desire. His expression showed that he found himself in trouble again. He immediately pulled his hand away from her and answered uncomfortably, "Rice or sour and spicy soup." Today, the class leader had invited her as a guest. The class leader then asked, "Why do you always eat such oily and salty food early in the morning?" Red-haired girl was taken aback, but still didn't fully understand what was happening. Why would Lutin want to invite HanLii for a meal? Her face showed confusion and surprise. Meanwhile, the other two continued their usual teasing, paying no attention to the girl behind them. The main character asked the class leader, "Are you concerned about me?" He decided to eat something light. His arrogance made it difficult for her to accept this. The class leader quickly retorted, "I'm just complaining, not showing concern." Yuyeon watched them more closely, feeling increasingly puzzled. A big question mark was visible on her face. What had happened between them? The scene shifted to the cafeteria. The three of them sat at the same table, and the main character was about to eat when Yuyeon interrupted, showing concern for him. She asked HanLii, "Are you really eating light food with Lutin? The meatballs here don't have much meat. Eat one." Smiling kindly, she used her chopsticks to serve him a tasty meatball. But don't let her naive appearance fool you. Yuyeon had her own calculations. To win HanLii's favor, her eyes shifted from friendly to cunning. She thought to herself, "Wang Baibi is fine. She's proactive. But Lutin is different. If Lutin really takes action, what about me and Wang Baibi?" Even though she noticed the attention being given to her, the main character still ignored her, not interested in the food, and looked at her briefly. He casually picked up a piece of noodle and said, "Eating light food occasionally is quite good." But in reality, HanLii was no different. Yuyeon appeared carefree and innocent on the outside, but inside she was aware of what others were thinking. The main character was very familiar with Yuyeon's current state. Clearly, lowering expectations could help find the right person, but he was thinking about something higher under the circumstances. He knew the hopes were slim but stubbornly continued to pursue. However, he never thought of improving himself. He looked at her with a judging gaze. HanLii. Suddenly, a voice came from afar. Seeing them, Yuyeon waved and greeted them warmly. "Long time no see, good morning to you too." The laughter from behind made Exeluting tense up, her body freezing. Her lips tightened in fear. She looked down, showing her dislike for the newly appeared person, none other than Pangi and Fu Dodao. Seeing Yuyan greet them, Fu Dodao also cheerfully responded, "Good morning." The scene shifted to a slender hand holding a fork, eating a salad with just greens and cherry tomatoes. The person eating was Pangi. Although she was focused on her meal, the room was otherwise very quiet, with only 5 people present, creating an awkward atmosphere. Seeing this, Yuyan moved closer to HanLii and asked, "Why do I feel something unusual in the atmosphere?" Fu Dodao spoke up to ease the tension, asking HanLii about the other beautiful girl. "Where is she today? Isn't she here?" The main character turned to her and answered naturally, "I went jogging early in the morning. She couldn't wake up and is still asleep." "But you two are up early as well," Pangi added. She smiled modestly and glanced at her watch, saying, "It's 7:15, just the right time. If I stayed at school, I would have breakfast at this time every morning." The main character asked if she found it troublesome. "Yes," she replied calmly and maturely. HanLii praised Pangi, and then his mind started calculating. The first class of the morning began at 8 a.m., with breakfast at home between 7:30 and 7:55. On Wednesdays, they don't stay at school. Third-year students don't attend classes. Second-year students generally skip breakfast. The cafeteria is mainly for first-year students, and Pangi is quite famous among them. Seeing the two of them having the good conversation made Exeluting uneasy. She frowned, thinking about the dog of a man. Was it just a meal with Pangi? Their rapport seemed like a couple, which made her feel unpleasant. She peeled an orange and called out to HanLii. He responded with a grunt. Her voice suddenly became sharp. "According to your rules, whoever invites you to a meal, you should follow them. After eating, continue chatting with Pangi." The people at the neighboring table heard everything Exeluting said. She quickly thought this was a declaration of ownership. Was she interested in HanLii or trying to reassert her previous position? In the cafeteria, everyone was enjoying their breakfast, fueling up for the day. On this side, HanLii was eating with Yuyan, and they continued their conversation. HanLii smiled slightly, exhaling a scheming breath, and said to his tablemate, "All right, class leader's invitation. Then I'll have to follow the class leader." As he spoke, he picked up a piece of fruit, savoring it, with a slightly flushed face due to embarrassment. His eyes closed, revealing a charming expression that captivated the attention of the girls sitting next to him. Yuyan blushed a bit, surprised by his words, and replied, "HanLii, you really lack principles. Clearly, I invited you first." Her voice trembled slightly as she tried to express her feelings. HanLii responded without hesitation, "My principles are very firm. If she invites someone, then the payment should be made by that person. It's fair and doesn't bully anyone." He shrugged while still chewing a bit of food. "Hemph, it seems you have a little conscience," Yuyan replied. "You're still impressive." She was unsure where his confidence came from. Suddenly, a female voice softly spoke up, accompanied by a finger raised in admiration. Another person had appeared. The words drew HanLii's attention. It was Fu Dodao who had arrived. "I've never met someone as straightforward, shameless, and audacious as you," she said, expressing her views on HanLii with a sense of female perspective. Her face looked cute with a hint of pink on her cheeks and her wide-open eyes. Hearing Fu Dodao talk about him like that, HanLii immediately responded with a sly expression. "The one without shame is the world champion. How about experiencing VIP treatment once?" he said, holding his chopsticks and pointing them at Fu Dodao in a playful manner. His eyes squinted and his brows furrowed together. His words made Fu Dodao shiver as if she were experiencing goosebumps. Feeling the special treatment, she wanted to refuse but answered, "I can't afford that. I barely have enough for myself." She looked saddened by her finances and continued, "I can't accept it," with a hint of cuteness. She awkwardly pointed away from HanLii, clearly flustered. Suddenly, Fu Dodao swiftly turned and pointed to Pangi, saying, "Right, you should ask Pangi. Didn't she say she'd invite you next time?" She looked at Pangi, who was bewildered by the sudden attention. Pangi, caught off guard, wondered why she was dragged into this. Her face turned red, and she looked awkward, causing people to feel trapped by her embarrassment. My weekly allowance is enough for us to eat at the cafeteria for a year, Fududa said, putting Pangi in a difficult situation. Seeing the two of them, Yuan thought to herself, even if there are scraps in the pot, I must have a chance to sneak a taste. If someone else takes it away, there will be nothing left. I must assert control over the situation. These thoughts flashed through Yuan's mind, and her face turned slightly red, her eyes appearing lost in deep thought. Her hand moved rhythmically over her full lips, and her beauty was undeniable. Suddenly, she noticed the box next to HanLii and asked, HanLii, what did you buy? Can I see it? The question aroused everyone's curiosity, and HanLii also began to pay attention to the peculiar box. The box looked like a package for express delivery, with information and a seal on it, including numbers and a QR code, which made it seem quite intriguing. Yuan's hand reached for the box, trembling slightly with anticipation as she moved closer, her voice gentle as she said, I'm curious about what's inside. Can I open it? Her curiosity was evident in her tone, as if she wanted to tear it open to examine its contents. HanLii responded calmly, It's not something I bought. It's a gift from a friend. Her tone was gentle and friendly. After hearing this, Yuan became even more curious about the true identity of the sender. She asked HanLii, Which friend? We've been close for over 2 months, and I've never heard you mention this person. Is it someone you talk to every night? Yuan's probing nature resurfaced, digging deeper into the story. This made HanLii quite surprised and then shift to a state of anger. Her face showed clear irritation towards Yuan's persistent questions. Sweat began to form on HanLii's forehead, and her expression turned grim as she glanced at Yuan, annoyed by her curiosity. HanLii immediately snatched the gift box from Yuan's hands and replied curtly, What nonsense are you talking about? Besides, do you know every friend of mine? In her mind, she thought, Is this really the time to dig into my personal matters? Her thoughts seemed to be trying to silence Yuan and prevent her from revealing any secrets. Yuan was startled by HanLii's angry tone, and her expression reflected surprise at her friend's reaction. HanLii then spoke up to defend the package, saying, What if it's a gift from the class leader's admirer? Opening it in front of so many people would be embarrassing. HanLii's face showed embarrassment, hinting at curiosity about the contents of the sealed box. His words made HanLii feel self-conscious, and her cheeks flushed with shyness. She replied, What nonsense are you talking about? You know I've never received a gift from an admirer. Her tone became terse, and her anger and embarrassment were reaching their limits. She lowered her head slightly, her eyes wide, and her mouth continued to respond anxiously. Her irritation was evident. Seeing the situation escalate, Yuan added, HanLii is so outstanding and well-regarded in the student council. From what I know, many boys have confessed to her. And Pangi also frequently receives gifts. Isn't that a common hassle for pretty girls? She said with a smile, her eyes closed and showing her lively nature. Unaware that HanLii was growing increasingly angry with her lack of tact, HanLii's frustration intensified. Her brows furrowed tightly, and her gaze became sharp. She had nothing left to hide, and her face turned a dark shade as she declared, You're just joking with me. It's really not a gift from an admirer. It's just something I asked a friend to buy for me. Some jewelry, that's all. Her face showed clear embarrassment. She gently placed her hand on the box and answered shyly, If you're so interested, you might as well help me hold it. Hearing her friend's words, Yuan looked a bit surprised. HanLii's current thoughts were that, although the package didn't specify what it contained, the weight suggested it might be a bracelet or necklace. The more she tried to hide it, the more suspicious it would seem, so she might as well reveal it a bit. She gestured towards Yuan with a shy face, her cheeks still flushed, and said, If you like it, you can wear it for a few days. Yuan, with a delighted expression, covered her mouth with her hand and replied to the class leader, Wow, HanLii, you're so nice. Yuan seemed very interested in the gift now. Seeing this, HanLii said with satisfaction, Are you satisfied now? If so, continue eating your meal. It's getting cold. If you want to open it, You can do so later at the dorm. I'm going out for a walk and didn't bring a box cutter. She then sat down, picked up her chopsticks, and prepared to enjoy her meal, which had been forgotten until now. In her mind, she thought that Yu-won couldn't open it without tools, so she would figure out how to deceive her later. However, to her surprise, Yu-won was very careful and always carried a small knife with her. With a swift motion, the knife sliced through the tape. Didn't expect this, did you? I always carry a small nail cutter with me, Yu-won said with a triumphant and joyful expression. Lutin was left speechless, unable to believe what had happened. She saw the well-packaged gift being opened, revealing a carefully wrapped item. The box was topped with pink wrapping paper, looking very attractive. Yu-won giggled as she unwrapped the gift, clearly enjoying the process. I just love the excitement, she said, her face bright with happiness. Lutin could only think, how could she dare to carry a nail cutter with her? Forget it, I'll deal with it later. If it turns out to be a bracelet, I'll say it's earrings. If it's a short necklace, I'll say it's a long one for the waist. As she thought, she bit her nails anxiously, her face showing clear worry. The gift fell to the ground with a thud. Seeing this, Yu-won quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Lutin, she said, flustered. Lutin's expression was one of disbelief, unable to comprehend that Yu-won could do such a thing to her gift. HanLii, who was still sitting and chatting with everyone, said, It's fine to occasionally have a free meal, but now I have my 3 meals a day planned out clearly. It's not good to waste a meal at the dining hall. He continued, if we meet outside someday, having a free meal at a fancy place would be more enjoyable. His face showed a look of delight. Yu-won, sitting next to him, felt exasperated by his comments. Hearing HanLii, Pangi responded sincerely, All right, if we get the chance, I'll invite you all to a fancy restaurant. But just to let you know, don't suddenly take out a ring to scare me. Pangi's expression was quite interested in this topic. She touched her cheek, her beauty evident. What ring? Fudoda suddenly asked, looking puzzled. HanLii explained. Mangangjuk is a private restaurant with the best view in Shanghai. You can book a seat and arrange the setting with the restaurant's butler. In other words, it's a place with a very grand ambience, often considered a sacred spot for proposals. He clarified for Fudoda. Don't worry, I'm not too keen on Mangangjuk. Any 5-star restaurant will do. It's rare to have a chance to enjoy a good meal, he said, looking increasingly happy. This made Yu-won, sitting next to him, anxious. Her face darkened as she thought about the implications. The thought of a sacred proposal spot in Pangi, who was wealthy and beautiful, made her feel overwhelmed. As everyone chatted, Yu-won had opened the gift from Lutin's friend. Little did they know, an unexpected surprise awaited them when the box was opened. Yu-won's hands trembled slightly as she held an item that was quite indecent, a leather collar paired with a rope. Seeing it, everyone immediately understood the implications. Furthermore, since Lutin had mentioned asking a friend to buy it, it seemed she had run out of excuses. Yu-won, unable to believe her eyes, hesitantly called out, Lutin, take a look at this. Upon seeing the item, Lutin's face went stiff. She was at a loss for words, her face showing no emotion as she wondered. How could this be? It wasn't what she had imagined. She had thought it was just a necklace or a bracelet. She thought if it was just a necklace, she could explain it away. But the rope added a whole new level of discomfort. Unsure of what to do, Yu-won handed the item back to the class leader, her face full of embarrassment and avoiding looking directly at the collar. I don't like this kind of thing. Lutin, you handle it, she stammered. Lutin, equally embarrassed, tried to refuse the item now in front of her, making the situation even more awkward. Everyone was now focused on the leather collar and the accompanying rope, making the atmosphere extremely uncomfortable. Lutin could only say, You were so curious before, so I got it for you. We're all friends, so don't be so polite. With that, she handed the item back to Yu-won. Both of them were now stiff in the face of this awkward situation. Yu-won had shown interest in the item earlier, but now she wanted to reject it. The two of them were left speechless, both wanting to ignore the presence of this uncomfortable gift. Seeing them discuss the item, Fu Doda's gaze was drawn to it. With a flushed face, she said, "Isn't this?" Her expression suggested she had guessed the sender's intentions. Pangi, also showing signs of embarrassment, added, "What a creation! Isn't this the dog collar we use?" Their looks now had a somewhat suggestive undertone. Pangi placed a hand on her chin, thinking about her own dog and its cute little tail. Suddenly, she imagined a rather indecent scene, the collar around Yuvan's neck, with Exi Lutin's hands on her shoulders, both of them in an awkward, intimate scenario. Pangi's thoughts were filled with embarrassment and awkwardness. She said, "Although the world is vast and nothing is impossible, I respect other people's tastes. But Exi Lutin having such a preference and directing it towards her close friend is surprising. I didn't realize she had such a peculiar interest." Everyone looked at Pangi, who was visibly stiff and immersed in her own dark thoughts. She couldn't believe she had such indecent thoughts. "Oh my, isn't this for walking dogs?" Fu Doda said, looking somewhat amused yet slightly bashful. "Maybe you should let Baidi use it." Yuyan, trying to deflect, suggested. Now, the faces of both girls were even more embarrassed as they listened to Fu Doda's remarks. Lutin was truly at a loss. The situation seemed like a bad joke, but Fu Doda's words carried a genuine sense of surprise. Everyone was now unsure what to think, as the scene had reached an extreme level of awkwardness. No, that's not it. I didn't mean anything like that with Yuhan. I didn't even think of it that way. I didn't buy it either." The anxiety on Exi Lutin's face was evident, and she became increasingly pale. Everything she said seemed to contradict itself, her speech becoming disjointed. Holding the leather collar, she wanted to deny the reality of the situation. Her forced smile was unmistakable. Now, there was truly no turning back. "How did this happen? I've been lying all this time. What do I do now?" Although Exi Lutin might have justified her previous lies, now there was no way out. She was at a loss for how to handle the situation appropriately. "Yuan, come here. Why are you avoiding me?" "You know this is a misunderstanding," she said, her face avoiding direct eye contact while reaching out to Yuan. Perhaps now, the one who needed the class leader's explanation the most was Yuan. "Exi Lutin, I swear, I respect your preferences. But I like men," Yuan said, tears streaming down her face, as she tried to smile through the embarrassment, wiping away the remaining tears. Lukin was even more uncomfortable with her friend's reaction. "What does that have to do with liking men?" Lutin asked Yuhyun with a confused expression. Seeing this, Pangi stood up and said, "It's okay. As long as no one is hurt, everyone's preferences deserve respect." She placed her hand on the class leader's shoulder and spoke with a cheerful expression. In contrast, Lutin was left speechless and rigid, overwhelmed by the situation. Pangi thought that with Exi Lutin's personality, this would likely lead to a big mess. She believed the meal at the cafeteria hadn't been in vain. She added, "Exi Lutin, the ones who understand won't blame you. Those who don't need to care." Pangi's face showed a hint of satisfaction as she spoke, and she added, "I admire you deeply. No need to explain to others." Pangi's words left Exi Lutin speechless. Defending herself was now a challenge. Though Pangi appeared gentle and friendly, she was actually quite entertained by this kind of situation. While she seemed to admire Exi Lutin, her words and tone were mocking Exi Lutin's humiliation. As the girl immersed in her embarrassment, Pangi prepared to leave, perhaps not wanting to witness the continuation of this awkwardness. "We have other things to do, so we'll leave now." "Goodbye, everyone," she said. Fu Doda also wanted to leave, not wishing to remain in the uncomfortable situation Exi Lutin was facing. With both Fu Doda and Pangi intending to avoid the scene, their departure was imminent. Suddenly, a loud burst of laughter erupted. HanLii was laughing heartily in front of Lutin. His laughter grew louder and more mocking. Seeing this, Exi Lutin became even more embarrassed and scolded him. "You scoundrel, why are you laughing?" She yelled at the laughing man in front of her. "Haha, I just find you girls quite interesting, and I'm amazed by the class leader's preferences," HanLii said, still laughing. His lack of sensitivity only served to infuriate Exi Lutin further. She felt like tearing his mocking face apart. Hitting HanLii, she said, I've said it's a misunderstanding. Stop laughing, you're not allowed to laugh. She didn't know how to handle the situation. Luden's face grew sullen, her mood darkened. She thought about how Pangi looked down on her, and how the man took pleasure in her discomfort. Slapping him felt like hitting a cotton pillow. Her hand hurt more. Why doesn't he help me explain? It's always like hitting a pillow. And Pangi might be talking bad about me behind my back. This situation is so crushing. Lutin now felt utterly embarrassed, wishing desperately for someone to come to her rescue. The humiliation made her tear up, and suddenly she burst into tears, surprising everyone, including the man who had been laughing at her. He was now completely silent, no longer daring to laugh. Seeing her friend cry suddenly, Yuan was confused and approached her. "Why are you crying?" "Stop crying, everyone is watching you," Yuan said, feeling unsure about how to handle the situation. She could only comfort Lutin and urge her not to cry. Yuan thought about how Pangi had left, and Lutin's peculiar preferences had caused a major headache for her friend. She hadn't expected this. Turning to HanLii, Yuan said, "HanLii, you should say something." Yuan thought to herself, "I can't believe HanLii would be interested in a woman with such peculiar preferences. What's with his expression?" From Yuan's perspective, HanLii was staring at Lutin, sneering slightly before approaching and saying, "Yes, Yuan is right. There are a lot of people watching. It's not a big deal. I've put the stuff away for you. Wipe your tears and I'll buy you an ice cream. Eat something sweet and stop crying." As he spoke, he handed a tissue to Lutin, hoping she would use it to dry her tears. "Got it? I'll get ice cream for her. You keep an eye on things," HanLii said to Yuan, pointing towards the door. Surprised, Yuan responded, "Okay," and thought to herself, "Why is HanLii suddenly being so nice to Lutin? I thought he didn't like her impulsiveness." Her face showed a mix of surprise and confusion. She hadn't expected him to treat the class leader this way, especially since he seemed to indulge Lutin's behavior and even go out to buy her ice cream. Lutin, while thinking, looked at HanLii's departing back, noticing a bit of sweat on his face. Her expression revealed her growing tension and contemplation. "Wait, HanLii," she thought. "I've always said I don't like Lutin's personality, but have I really confirmed that I don't like her? Maybe my disinterest was just a provocation." After HanLii left, Yuan was fully absorbed in the actions HanLii took toward Lutin. She thought about Lutin's picky and capricious nature, her strong will and high pride. Yuan considered HanLii's lack of concern for Lutin and how he seemed to use her and Bibi to undermine Lutin's arrogance and expose her vulnerabilities. The image of the two of them together grew clearer in Yuan's mind. She thought about how HanLii seemed to enjoy taking down a rival to impress the one he liked. "This man is quite skillful," Yuan mused, her face growing even redder. She was surprised that the man she liked had such cunning skills. The more she thought about it, the more interested she became. She touched her nose, looking quite proud. Yuan then recalled how HanLii comforted Lutin and bought her ice cream, which only made her more envious. She thought, "I can't stand how HanLii is treating Lutin like this. I want to be treated the same way." Yuan was increasingly enamored with HanLii. Meanwhile, HanLii was holding the ice cream he had just bought. Suddenly, a beep sounded, and the system notification appeared. HanLii's attention was drawn to the system's message. "While others play the villain, you give an ice cream to the heroine. Reaching this level deserves a reward. Earned, sweet milk candy." The system's praise was perfectly timed, acknowledging his actions. The candy fell into his hand. While the wrapper seemed like any ordinary candy, the system's description made it seem extraordinary. According to the system, the candy had a bittersweet surprise but was also sweet and seductive. If given to someone, it would increase their willingness to comply with him and even agree to a few requests. The success rate depended on the difficulty level. HanLii's expression showed a mix of skepticism and hesitation regarding the system's information. Besides what was mentioned, there was an additional note stating that the candy couldn't create miracles, but could yield pleasant surprises if used well. The system's guidance was unexpectedly intriguing, suggesting an upgrade in its functionality. HanLii thought to himself that the gift had come at the perfect time. Holding the ice cream, he finally reached Yuhyun and Xe Lutin. He asked Yuhyun to go ahead to the classroom and that he would stay with Xe Lutin for a while. "She can't go to class right now," he said with a sympathetic expression, like a psychologist trying to help a patient. Hearing HanLii's words, Yuhyun agreed, saying, "Okay, I'll save seats for both of you. Don't be late," and added, "If you need anything, HanLii, call me." HanLii responded, "Got it. You go ahead." Yuhyun left, and now there were just the two of them. One crying face down on the table, and the other preparing to comfort her. HanLii looked quite cheerful, contemplating the stubbornness and resistance of the girl. With the ice cream in hand, he approached Lutin, who was still hiding her face in sadness. Hearing the conversation between Yuhyun and HanLii, she wanted to drive him away. "I don't need you to stay. You should go too," she said, shrugging her shoulders, not wanting to face anyone. HanLii's expression changed when he heard her words. He softly said, "Why didn't you mention this when Yuhyun was here? Are you still sulking? Sit up, I bought you an ice cream cone." He bent down, holding the ice cream towards Xe Lutin. Despite his efforts, she was determined not to let anyone see her face. She shouted into the empty air as if scolding the man in front of her, "Take it away. I don't want it. You always use ice cream to trick me." She looked both embarrassed and a bit angry, with her eyes red and swollen from crying too much. Seeing her reaction, HanLii insisted, "Really, if you don't want it, don't eat it. Just go away." Lutin responded defiantly. HanLii, noticing her anger, added, "But I've already bought it. If you don't eat it, I'll tell you how to resolve today's situation." It seemed like he had successfully enticed her with the offer. Xe Lutin, realizing there was a chance to escape her awkward predicament, looked at him with hopeful eyes. "Is it true? You really have a solution?" she asked, her resolute demeanor now replaced with a tearful, vulnerable expression. She wiped away the remaining tears with her left hand and took the ice cream with her right. Her beauty, even in distress, captivated the young man in front of her. He promised, "I swear I will give you a solution." His cheerful expression suggested he had alleviated some of the burden he had created. Seeing HanLii's words, Lutin responded with a hint of annoyance, "Really?" She carefully unwrapped the ice cream, perhaps ready to eat it all. The sight of her beautiful hands made HanLii think, "It's so lovely how someone can be so beautiful even while crying." The girl who seemed like a goddess to him in his past life now appeared vulnerable and completely his. He wondered if anything in the world could bring such satisfaction and joy. His face reddened as he started to like the girl in front of him. His eyes darted around, looking like someone embarrassed in the presence of his goddess. The sight of Xe Lutin eating the ice cream made him entranced. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "I've finished eating. Tell me what to do now." Maybe because she ate too quickly, some ice cream remained on her cheek, which looked really cute. Curious about how to solve her predicament, HanLii suggested, "It's simple, just be open about it." Lutin was puzzled by his words and asked, "What do you mean by being open? What should I be open about?" Her expression showed discomfort as she looked at the man across from her. To her surprise, his next words stirred a storm within her. "Be open about your preferences. That's how it is. Let others understand as they will. It doesn't matter if they can control it or not." Suddenly, she tightly grasped HanLii's wrist, surprising him. Her anger flared as she bit down hard on his arm, her sharp teeth making him wince. Her face turned dark, and her eyes became full of hatred as she bit him, her rage apparent. "Let go. It hurts too much," HanLii said, pushing her teeth away from his arm. The arm was now red from the bite. He said, "Why are you biting me like that? My advice was good." Her frustration only grew at his attempt to justify himself. "I'll bite you to death. I knew it. A dog's mouth can't say anything good. I shouldn't have expected anything else." Her anger was further provoked by HanLii's words. She bit down even harder, clearly furious. HanLii responded, "Isn't that so? Am I a dog's mouth now?" He asked, "Think about it. Do you really believe people will laugh at you? Just speak your mind. If you let go of the treatment, you'll calm down more. People will mostly just express their sympathy. Who will laugh at you? He pointed at Lutin with a confident tone, though he was embarrassed by his own suggestion. So you're saying from today, I'll become a queen? She asked, looking embarrassed. HanLii smirked. You're already quite assertive. You don't need to pretend. Who doesn't call you master? Lutin was very embarrassed and thought HanLii was teasing her. Stop saying that. Who wants to be a queen? You obviously don't have good intentions. HanLii continued to persuade her. If you become a queen, I won't gain any benefit. If you're willing to use a whip, I don't want you to hit me. Lutin was mortified and responded. Who wants to use a whip? How can you just say that? She tried to justify herself. I just want to experience it a bit, not for actual use. She quickly retracted, realizing how odd her words sounded, and tried to deny it, feeling cornered. Forget it. The more we talk, the darker it gets. I'm not explaining anything more. You wouldn't understand anyway. HanLii stood up and gently patted her head. He adopted a serious expression and said sincerely, I really don't understand, but I trust you have your reasons for doing what you do. Just do what you want. Although it's important to consider how others understand, we shouldn't abandon what we want to do just because others don't get it. So you don't need to explain to anyone. Just be yourself. In this difficult situation, having someone who understands her like this was comforting. Lutin was deeply moved and teary-eyed. HanLii asked her if she felt any better and then offered her a candy, saying, I heard experts say that sugar can improve mood. Lutin, still pretending to be sulky, snatched the candy and said, if I can get something from a miser like you, of course, I'll eat it. You're usually such a jerk, but you're reliable at critical moments. She quickly put the candy in her mouth. Seeing everything go smoothly, HanLii felt pleased and thought, little cucumber, how can you be so easily deceived? He then asked, Class President, you mentioned wanting to experience that a little earlier. I'm curious about the effects of this candy. Let me see how it works. He leaned in and whispered, do you need my help? Lutin widened her eyes in shock, thinking to herself, oh, so he wants to be the one tied up, doesn't he? Since I'm the heroine, I wrote this part of the story, so let's just let my sister experience it a bit. She acted embarrassed and said, well then, I'll bother you. But suddenly she realized something was wrong and thought, wait a minute, where did my sister come from? It's just a novel, not reality. Feeling embarrassed, she pushed HanLii away, and he looked puzzled. Fortunately, she realized it in time. Otherwise, she would have been incredibly embarrassed. She blushed and yelled, you're trying to trick me, aren't you? You dog-like man, keep dreaming. HanLii, seeing the situation tense, had no chance to respond before Lutin, feeling too embarrassed, found a way to escape. I have to go to class now. Goodbye. She turned and walked away. HanLii tried to salvage the situation. Can't we discuss this a bit more? After she left, he began to smile triumphantly, thinking, I knew it wouldn't be easy to deceive her. If it were that simple, she'd be my girlfriend by now. She wouldn't be Lutin anymore. The candy looked delicious, but it had clear limitations. It could not satisfy the other person's desires as it required a breakthrough in their inner state. However, this opportunity had planted a seed in her heart, so it wasn't a complete loss. As he pondered, HanLii left the dining hall. In his past life, Lutin was even considered hateful by him, using him as a scapegoat and a target for venting her anger. He could only see her strong side. Reflecting on their past life interactions, he thought, each person has different attitudes towards those of different values. The truth of this world is that it is harsh. Now, he felt he was capable and valuable enough to suppress her, so she showed a weak side in his presence. The stronger he became, the more favorable terms he received. Advancement through personal effort was eternal. He stretched and relaxed his muscles, deciding to stick to his current stance. HanLii decided his next course of action, to return and continue researching his transaction strategy. He went back to his dorm and sat in front of his computer, focusing on the data. 2014 might be the best era, not to mention the previous year and a half. However, the current market environment makes those knowledgeable about it rejoice. This stock is essentially buy and sell. Over time, More people have shared their techniques, and even novices are becoming proficient, evolving the techniques faster. Although it feels like the same old moves, they now show up in a more complex manner. Even though it seems like the same tricks, they're now performed with more frenzy. However, I only have a small amount of capital, so I should take advantage of the opportunity to understand the trading system. Suddenly, he heard a creaking sound outside the door. It was Jongyu and Jae Hyangbuk. Jongyu burst in and asked, "Bro, aren't you going to school?" "Something big happened today." HanLii replied, "I got a special exemption for 2 periods this morning, so I didn't need to go to class." "What happened?" He was secretly worried, wondering if the incident with the little cucumber had spread everywhere. Jong continued, "Didn't you hear? Kaxilutin from your class is a lesbian." HanLii sighed in relief. Where did this rumor come from? It's hard to believe. Jongyu insisted, "It's true. During the middle of the class, she came to our class to confess to Pangi." HanLii was shocked. His face darkened as he couldn't comprehend what was happening. He could only mutter in astonishment, "What's going on?" HanLii was extremely shocked and couldn't believe his ears, feeling utterly confused. "What are you guys saying? Who confessed to whom? Kaxilutin and Pangi?" Exactly. Jiang gesticulated wildly, describing the scene animatedly. "Boss, you weren't there then." The scene was fantastic. We had just finished class not long before, and Kaxilutin came to our class. She was smiling, but her whole aura was untouchable. At that moment, she declared she was there to find Pangi. Lutin called Pangi. "Pangi, can you come over here for a moment?" Pangi probably didn't know what was going on either and went over to Kaxilutin. Pangi asked, "Kaxilutin, what do you need me for?" Everything happened so fast after that. Kaxilutin grabbed Pangi's hand and gently said, "What's wrong? Can't I come to see you for no reason?" Then she pulled Pangi into her embrace. Lutin whispered, "Miss Pangi, if you had seen them then, you would have seen Pangi suddenly blush and push Kaxilutin away." Even after being pushed away, Kaxilutin wasn't angry, but instead smiled mischievously, saying to Pangi, "Embarrassed? Don't be embarrassed. That gift is specially prepared for you. Don't you want to try it?" After saying this, Kaxilutin swaggered off, leaving Pangi stunned for a long time. A crowd gathered around, asking her what was going on. Jiangyu, finishing his story, still seemed amazed by the events. Jae Hyangbuk curiously asked, "Boss, what do you think the gift was that made Pangi blush like that?" HanLii intentionally dodged the question. "How would I know? It must be something good." He was also surprised by the story, even though he had suggested she confess publicly, but not in such a manner. No wonder she's called the little cucumber. She certainly acts decisively, never forgetting to put benefits first. When lying on Yuan, she successfully dragged her enemy into the water, putting them in a passive position. Pangi probably didn't expect this to happen either, right? Jiangyu walked around and placed his hand on HanLi's shoulder. "Boss, you're in the same class as Kaxilutin. Can you help us find out a bit more?" This action inadvertently interrupted HanLi's thoughts, startling him a bit. HanLii grimaced and asked, "A guy like you wants to gossip about 2 girls?" Jiangyu laughed, "I'm just curious." HanLii didn't care about Jiangyu's request and said, "I want to go out to eat. Do you want to join me?" They didn't seem interested. Jiangyu quickly declined, "We've already eaten. We stayed up late last night and plan to take a nap this afternoon." Hyangbuk agreed, "Right, boss, you should go eat. There's no need to queue at the canteen now." Hearing them, HanLii said, "All right, then I'll go to class this afternoon. I won't bother you guys anymore." He waved and said, "I'm off, goodbye." They cheerfully waved back, "Goodbye." "Thanks, boss. You're really thoughtful." Returning to school, suddenly someone called out. HanLii, it turned out to be Wang Baby, running hurriedly. "You didn't come to class this morning. Something big happened." HanLii calmly replied, "Lutin's confession to Pangi?" "Why are you so excited?" Baby reacted, "Of course I'm excited." She was extremely thrilled. You have no idea how cool Sister Kaxilutin was at that moment. She just laid it all out there, no pretense, it's crazy. Her excitement made her somewhat lose control. Think about it, Sister Lutin and Pangi are both great beauties. If they were together. HanLii sat down, his face showing obvious concern. She conjured up an incredibly romantic image. Lutin gently cupping Pangi's face, asserting confidently, "That scene would be beautiful." HanLii got lost in the thought. It didn't seem bad. But he was puzzled. "But Wang baby, why are you suddenly so close to the little cucumber, calling her sister Xe Lutin?" He thought while extending his hand to her. Suddenly, she grabbed his hand and placed it under her chin, her eyes sparkling, cheeks red. HanLii, see, just like this. Bibi's seductive face could make any man's heart skip a beat. HanLii awkwardly thought, why is she suddenly demonstrating? What does that look in her eyes mean? HanLii became tense, sensing something was off. This girl, in the past, never had such embarrassment and composure when facing him. Bibi, holding HanLii's hand, smiled strangely. "HanLii, if you like the things Xe Lutin buys, I'm willing to try them with you. But you can't interfere with my relationship with Sister Xe Lutin." HanLii grimaced, realizing that the little cucumber had indeed used that outfit on Bibi. Nearby, someone saw this scene and exclaimed, "HanLii, Bibi, are you two dating?" Bibi, startled and embarrassed, pushed HanLii's hand away, causing him to almost fall, not understanding what was happening. She explained, "You misunderstood. We're just good friends. HanLii is like a brother to me." Hearing this, HanLii felt a bit uncomfortable. "Great, now I'm someone else's brother." He worried, "All right, now the little cucumber is her true love, and I'm just a good friend." This development wasn't what he had expected. Bibi cheerfully invited HanLii, "HanLii, let's go eat. After eating, I need to find Sister Xe Lutin." HanLii, looking glum, was still dragged along by her. HanLii continued to ponder about Bibi. This girl, was she a celestial goddess in her past life, now turned into someone so passionately in love? Now, the little cucumber appears on the Inman University stage, liking both men and women. It's worth celebrating that Wang Bibi's previous idolization and enthusiasm for me seem to have transferred to the little cucumber. But even without Wang Bibi, there's still Yuhyun. She and the little cucumber are now on bad terms and still don't get along with Wang Baby. While HanLii was lost in thought, Bibi next to him whistled, appearing very happy. HanLii continued thinking about the women around him. That girl is stubborn and doesn't give up easily. The current situation is she might cling to me even more. What should I do? Seeing HanLii's unhappy expression, Bibi curiously asked, "HanLii, what's wrong?" But HanLii just closed his eyes, putting his fingers on his forehead, saying, "Nothing." He continued to worry. The situation now is too chaotic. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Wait, he remembered something. Don't I have the nickname Mastermind? HanLii finally found an opportunity to solve the problem. He went to the school library, borrowed a computer, and typed something. HanLii clicked the mouse. It turned out he was chatting with Xe Lutin. Of course, she didn't know he was HanLii. The other side sent many messages. "Do you know what I went through today? Do you know that dog chain was exposed in front of many people? Do you know at that moment, I wanted to use that chain to hang myself in the cafeteria. The cafeteria, you know. I'm so stupid, all because of Yuhyun, who carries an eyebrow razor with them." HanLii focused on each message. Can you imagine that scene? Can you imagine my classmates holding the dog chain, their faces filled with fear, looking at me? HanLii shivered. An angry girl is truly scary. The messages continued. My mind felt like it was shrinking. That hateful Yuhyun had no good intentions. She purposely exposed my stuff, wanting to embarrass me in front of my idol. HanLii didn't quite understand. Idol? Who? He wondered. The messages continued. She added insult to injury, saying I talk to you every night. I was so confused and didn't react. I just needed to tell her it was a gift from an online female friend. Wouldn't that have solved everything? She pretends to be so innocent, it's ridiculous. She seizes every opportunity to take advantage, pulling on my idol's clothes and flirting with him. She thinks I didn't notice. But thankfully, my idol is pretty innocent and decent in this regard, not falling for her tricks. Otherwise, they would have ended up together already. HanLii realized the issue and just covered his face, feeling that the idol she mentioned might be him. Since when did I become an idol? He speculated, maybe it's the effect of that milk candy. Although she'd avoided it, her inner thoughts were somewhat influenced. Even though she didn't dare to admit it in front of HanLii, she didn't avoid it in front of Ham. But she could detect Yuhun's malicious intentions. Yuhyun is an experienced master. How could she be scared by a small collar? Performing is Yuhun's specialty, excelling in on-the-spot performances. This time, the little cucumber was played terribly. After chatting, she decided to find Pangi to confess, as she had seen Ham still not online. From the way she talked, it was intentional, wanting to bring Pangi online with her. HanLii pondered while tapping his fingers on the table. Ham feigned surprise, asking why so much had happened. HanLii waited silently for a while, still not seeing a reply from the little cucumber. He thought she might be eating, right? He picked up his phone and thought, the morning has passed, and everyone is probably still discussing this. HanLii wanted to check the news about this. A hot headline read, "Love and Hate of the Ultimate Duo." HanLii sighed silently. Indeed, it was a hot event. According to the little cucumber, Pangi started hanging out with female students in high school. Rumors already said Pangi was a lesbian. HanLii, while thinking, stood up and turned off the computer. If the little cucumber continues to be blackened, she might really use that outfit on Pangi. The sensual image of Pangi in that outfit flashed in HanLii's mind, sparking some perverse and exciting thoughts. It was really quite stimulating. He returned to the lecture hall area. HanLii entered the class, and from afar, Yuhun was waving vigorously, calling HanLii. "HanLii, there's a seat here next to me." HanLii walked past Lutin's seat to get there. Lutin suddenly called out, "HanLii, come here, I have something to tell you." HanLii found himself in a dilemma, sandwiched between two options. He decided to sit next to class monitor Lutin. "What's up?" Lutin didn't answer immediately, just huffed a bit, feeling slightly pleased that he knew better than to sit with that annoying Yuhun. Recalling a bit from the previous chapter, HanLii walked past Lutin's seat to get to Yuhun's. Lutin suddenly called out, "HanLii, come here. I have something to tell you." HanLii found himself in a dilemma, sandwiched between two choices. He decided to sit next to class monitor Lutin. "What's up?" Lutin didn't answer immediately, just huffed a bit, feeling slightly pleased that he knew better than to sit with that annoying Yuhun. Lutin spoke up, "Mr. Lu just spoke to me." HanLii responded, "Mr. Lu talked to you? What about? You went to find Pangi this morning, right?" Lutin replied, "Yes, what else could it be about?" According to him, he wants to revoke my class monitor position and might even publicly criticize me. HanLii interrupted, "Is he crazy? Such a small matter to publicly criticize. Normally, he doesn't care, but when it involves the Diplomatic Relations Academy, he's quick to act." HanLii laughed, showing his disdain for Mr. Lu. Lutin sighed, "The world is like this. How many can escape being flatterers? Now, the trouble is, how to handle this." HanLii continued, "People like Mr. Lu always want to use others' weaknesses to gain benefits and show off their authority. But solving this is simple. Listen to me, after class, buy 2 packs of cigarettes, put them in a plastic bag, and slip it under his desk. Then have a private talk and give him a self-criticism report." Lutin's face turned green. "Just a little matter like this needs 2 packs of cigarettes." HanLii, with a natural look, said, "If you trust me, just do as I said. Or do you have a better way? Or do you want to experience being watched by Mr. Lu every day?" Lutin, hearing this, agreed cheerfully. "All right, I'll follow your advice. I'll do it tomorrow morning." HanLii was a bit surprised, thinking to himself, "So obedient? It seems that milk candy is still effective." He didn't seem to want to live peacefully. Class monitor. "Actually, I prefer your stubborn attitude from before." Lutin now wasn't too harsh with him. "Don't get cocky with me. I'm not the same as before. Be careful, or I'll take all your meal tickets." HanLii sighed. "Women, how quickly you turn faces. Using and then discarding." Looking at Lutin with a scrutinizing gaze, he lamented, I've given you so many ideas and you have no ethics. She retorted, as if you have ethics. We're both the same. HanLii didn't argue. All right, we're the same. He took out a book, reading while reminding her, do what you want, but if you get into trouble, don't come to me for advice again. Internally, HanLii thought, the reason the little cucumber could succeed seems to be related to her sense of morality. When powerless, she was as obedient as a kitten. When capable, absolutely arrogant. Luton, listening to his reminders, stubbornly replied, what could be more serious than losing face? Anyway, I have to fight. You can see, right? Pangi and I don't get along. If I don't show some attitude, I won't be able to handle Pangi for the rest of my life. HanLii, hearing this, also encouraged, all right, then you go for it. I can't understand the resentment between girls. I wish you success. If you can't handle Pangi, go handle someone else. In life, when not cruel, do what you want. Why bother so much? Suddenly, a beep sounded, followed by a system announcement. Congratulations, you have acquired a new skill. Insight. Level 1 Insight Skill Guide. Good deeds done by me, bad deeds done by you. When used together with deception, it can effectively make others take the blame. When used with coercion, the effectiveness of incitement is greatly increased. The pen noted, learn something proper. You're nearly full of all 5 poisons. HanLii angrily retorted, who is a scoundrel full of 5 poisons? I call it a proper suggestion, not inciting others. Got it. He laughed, haha, what a crappy skill. I won't waste experience points leveling this up. Reaching for the cross at the corner to close it, he thought, but the data of the domineering president and the goddess have improved. Profits might be seen soon. What should I do with the profits? Today is 17/10, and the system announces that the incitement skill has leveled up to level 2. HanLii was shocked. Why did it level up to level 2? Since when did I become an inciter? A message from the little cucumber, Ham, I saw our book successfully on the chart backstage. He replied modestly, humble. You're not a fan of the idol. These are 2 different things. Luton, standing in the library, responded to Ham's message. In terms of creation, I'm a fan of you. In terms of dealing with people, I'm a fan of him. Everyone has their strengths, there's no comparison. Han replied, all right, as long as you're happy. But I feel you've been a bit distracted while writing lately. Remember to adjust your state. How's the situation after that incident? Luton replied, annoyed, can you still ask? Of course, I've solved it. To say the least, it was my idol who gave me the idea. HanLii is very responsive. Out of 10 questions, 8 are related to the idol. You've already called him an idol, so why don't you pursue him instead of nagging me every day? Do you think you can pursue him that way? HanLii's persuasion skills keep increasing. I don't know if he realizes it, but every time he talks to Exi Luton, he persuades her about something. After reading the message from the Ham, Luton suddenly became very tense. She thought to herself, should I pursue HanLii? Hold on. Speaking of this, I've never actively pursued anyone in my life. She replied to the Ham, he now spends the day in seclusion building a transaction model and doesn't like to reply to messages at night. I basically can't meet him. Moreover, now I'm outwardly a lesbian. How can I pursue him? She sighed, thinking she should have left an escape route. The Ham replied, right? I forgot about you pretending to be a lesbian. If he's usually busy, why don't you ask him out on the weekend? If you wait too long, he might really believe you're a lesbian and bless you and another girl for 100 years of happiness. What will you do then? Luton thought about it and agreed. If others believe it, it's fine, but if HanLii thinks it's true, that won't do. She messaged back, you're right. I'll try to ask him out this weekend. At the sports field, HanLii was panting heavily when someone approached him from behind. HanLii, good morning. HanLii turned around. Class monitor, good morning. It turned out to be Luton. He wondered about her outfit and asked, are you planning to date Pangi today? Hexi Luton was wearing a t-shirt and shorts with a green jacket over them. She looked cute and feminine. She shyly said, what are you thinking? She went home and isn't at school today. She invited HanLii, are you done practicing? A new escape room just opened nearby. Are you interested? HanLii coldly responded, practice is unnecessary, but do you want me to go with you to check it out? Why not call Wang Bibi? She would surely want to go with you. Lutin explained, Wang Bibi's IQ and courage aren't suitable. I don't want to go with her. Then she asked, are you going or not? I have some things I don't understand and we could discuss them. HanLii happily agreed. All right, let's go. But I'll charge for tutoring. Do you have the fee? She said, the escape room ticket and a meal, is that enough? HanLii, with his usual cheeky attitude, reluctantly agreed, that's barely enough. Wait here, I'll change clothes. Lutin urged, hurry up, I've already booked it. HanLii replied, well prepared, aren't you? Then they went outside. HanLii wore black shoes and a hoodie. He walked confidently while Lutin seemed very shy. HanLii asked, class monitor, you suddenly asked me out. Besides the escape room and questions, is there another reason? Lutin was startled. Did he realize it? She wondered what to do. The ham didn't tell her how to respond in this situation. Should she confess directly? But she didn't like him that much. HanLii interrupted her thoughts with a naive question. Did you have a falling out with Pangi? He cheerfully said, it's okay, Xe Lutin. If there's anything, just ask me. I can give you advice. I'm a girl's friend, you know. Then he extended his hand friendly. Lutin cursed silently, this jerk. Embarrassed and angry, she shouted at HanLii, what are you thinking? I'm not close to anyone else, so I asked you out. Who else would I ask? She swung her fists around. HanLii raised his hands to defend, his face full of fear. Why do you always hit people? Doesn't your hand hurt? Also, is the escape room you mentioned that shop over there? A person dressed as the Grim Reaper stood at the shop entrance, welcoming customers. Real-life escape room, don't miss it. Next to him was a sign that read, newly opened, surprise inside. The two paid no attention to the Grim Reaper. HanLii asked if they should go in while Lutin seemed dazed. The Grim Reaper tried to greet them as they entered. Lutin turned on her flashlight. It was pitch dark around them. She recalled the ham's message. Think of a way to ask him to a haunted house. When the suspension bridge effect kicks in, pretend to be scared and cling to him. Wouldn't that solve everything? However, Lutin was genuinely scared now. A hand on her shoulder and a voice made her jump and almost cry. It was HanLii who chuckled and said, sorry, did I scare you? I was just curious about what you wanted to ask me. Lutin reproached, do I have to ask now? We're in a haunted escape room. He grinned, aren't we here to have some fun and lighten the mood? You look very tense. If a ghost with a chainsaw asked you about recent stock trends and how to predict them, would you find the question scarier or the ghost? Xe Lutin sighed, both are scary. She shone the flashlight upwards and started talking about recent class content that she didn't understand anymore. She felt her stupidity had suddenly increased. Numbers have never made sense to her. Maybe finance wasn't for her. HanLii responded, learning this stuff does require talent. Those with talent succeed with ease. Without it, one must work twice as hard. Haven't you noticed? There's a stock competition in November. Registration might start soon. If talent is lacking, effort is necessary. How do you know you can't do it if you don't try? Lutin was stunned. A stock competition? She had never heard of it. Just then, her flashlight started flickering and dimming. She wondered if the power had gone out. Suddenly, someone was behind her. She turned and tried to turn the flashlight on again. When it lit up, she saw a hideous-looking ghost with a chainsaw. In a grand building, Lutin took a sip of water, trembling, and said, that was terrifying. HanLii nonchalantly raised his hand and said, with that courage, and you criticize Wang Bibi? Xe Lutin slammed her cup on the table with one hand and ran the other through her hair, yelling, how was I supposed to know the NPC would be like that? Plus, the chainsaw noise was terrifying. She tilted her head, puzzled, and asked, but you mentioned the stock competition in November. Why haven't I heard of it? HanLii, looking at his cup, replied, Mr. Ngo mentioned it to me. But I remember the Ruji group also talked about it. HanLii and Xe Lutin seemed separated by a large wall. HanLii continued as the class monitor, didn't you see the related news? Xe Lutin, surprised, thought it must be an illusion. Why did his attitude suddenly seem so cold? She replied, "Did they? Maybe I missed it." HanLii, with closed eyes, said, "You once said you'd surpass me. I've been finding information that interests you." He gently put his cup down and continued, "I've heard your lackeys have been making a fuss about you and Pangi." Before she could respond, HanLii stood up abruptly. He said, "I don't mean to speculate, but did you pull me out to use me as a tool?" Lutin was stunned. But HanLii continued, still pointing his finger, "As I said before, play however you want, but I don't want to be involved. I just want to focus on my career and studies. I don't have time for this." After saying that, HanLii turned and told the staff, "Hello, I'd like to pay." He then turned back to Lutin and waved, "I have to go now, take your time." Watching HanLii's back as he left, Lutin hurriedly stood up and shouted, "Wait, HanLii, that's not what I meant." Lutin looked at HanLii with a complex expression. She thought, "Although I am indeed caught up in this mess, I never intended to use you as a shield." She lowered her head in frustration, realizing she had overlooked this matter. No wonder HanLii misunderstood the situation. Anyone would think the same. Lutin recalled the previous scenes and continued her thoughts. At this critical moment, anyone who approached her and Pangi would be surrounded by those who were watching. She angrily clenched her fists. "But this guy didn't even give me a chance to explain. If I don't look for him, then fine." She decided she would go find Pangi. The scene shifted to the grand buildings where Pangi lived. Pangi was leisurely lying on her bed reading when her phone rang unexpectedly. She picked it up, curious about who it was. A message appeared, "Pangi, what are you doing?" It was from Lutin. Lutin continued to message Pangi with affectionate words. "I miss you after not seeing you for a day. Let's have lunch together. I'm at the restaurant alone and it's so boring." However, Pangi, upon seeing these messages, felt angry rather than pleased. She thought, "Clinging to me at school is one thing, but now that I'm home, you still won't leave me alone." Suddenly, an interesting idea crossed her mind, making her smile. She thought, "You want to bully me alone every day, right? Don't blame me for stirring things up." Meanwhile, HanLii was on his way home when his phone started buzzing with notifications. He checked it and saw a friend request from Pangi on WeChat. Surprised, he wondered how Pangi got his WeChat ID. HanLii stared at his phone, pondering why she added him now. Maybe Little Cucumber went to her. He sent Pangi a questioning message. Pangi quickly replied, "Fudoda came to contact me. Do you have time today?" Her greeting made him suspicious. Is she trying to drag me into something to deal with Little Cucumber? Pangi continued to text him. "I want to eat something delicious. I've already chosen the restaurant but got stood up." She sent a long message, reminding him of their previous conversation about having a meal together. "Do you want to eat something good? I'm very sincere about this, and you were the first person I thought of." After reading the lengthy message, HanLii coldly replied with 3 words, "Lunch, right?" Pangi eagerly watched her phone for his response. Suddenly, a notification popped up with HanLii's message. "Yes, I'll leave in half an hour." That should be enough time. Pangi thought, even though we've only interacted twice, it's clear that Lutin is controlled by HanLii. She smirked, thinking, if I drag HanLii into this, dealing with the crazy Lutin will be easy. Lutin, just wait. Suddenly, HanLii sent a message that interrupted her thoughts. "Sorry, I might not make it today." Pangi's phone continued to display his messages, leaving her stunned. "I went to an escape room with a classmate this morning. We planned to have lunch, but something urgent came up. I might be busy until tonight. This meal might not happen." Pangi felt perplexed by HanLii's messages. Is he rejecting me? If it were someone else, they'd make time to go out with me despite being busy. She looked at his new message, "Then go ahead and work. We'll arrange it another time." Pangi put down her phone but couldn't help but wonder about the escape room with a female student. She glanced at Lutin's message and noticed something unusual, thinking, early in the morning, Lutin suddenly invited me for lunch and mentioned being prompted by someone. Could it be HanLii? Pangi propped herself up with one hand on the bed and the other holding her phone to her chin, pondering. She wants to drag HanLii into this. Why? To divert the attention of the people pursuing her and involve HanLii. Why did he specifically add that middle part? Pang thought, he must have figured out why I wanted to add him. She then sent a message to Lutin. Let's go out for a meal. I won't make a special trip. After sending the message, Pangi continued her thoughts. The reason HanLii suddenly cancelled the lunch plan with Lutin might be because he saw through Lutin's intentions. Lost in her thoughts, Pangi was startled by a message from Lutin. Come on, I found an escape room that's not very stimulating. Pangi's eyes widened and she ran her hand through her hair, smiling excitedly, thinking this is really interesting. Pangi ran her hand through her hair again, smiling excitedly, thinking this is really interesting. Meanwhile, HanLii suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He hugged himself and shivered, thinking, why do I suddenly feel cold? It must be Little Cucumber talking about me. I just used Little Cucumber to talk about my own thing. She probably realized my intention, right? The moon was high in the sky, and the tall buildings were lit up, but HanLii was still lost in his own thoughts. Although seeing beautiful girls cling to me every day is really fun, if she neglects her studies and our creative work, because of it, that's not good at all. HanLii had arrived home and was sitting in front of his computer when a notification popped up. Data, the royalty payment has been sent. Please sign the contract and send it back. It was a message from editor Xiao Kuailin. The next message from the editor read, Data, how many manuscripts do you still have? We'll go big next time. Dege replied, including updates, I have enough to last until the end of the year. Don't worry. Xiao Kuailin responded, great. HanLii looked at the messages on his computer. From editor Xiao Kuailin, Data, I'll add you to the big shot group. There are a lot of top authors there, and many have sold their rights for a huge profit. I think this dominant CEO and goddess story could sell for millions. HanLii was taken aback and thought, millions? HanLii stared at the screen, putting a hand to his chin, pondering. The full-text project of the dominant CEO and goddess is 5.58 million words, categorized as modern romance. Despite being the top genre on the app, selling film rights for modern romance isn't as easy as for historical romance. HanLii's face showed resignation as he thought, after all, the current market favors historical dramas. He glanced at the system interface in front of him, showing his level 3 stock skills, and continued thinking, although my stock skills are only level 3, stock trading can't be rushed. The experience in this environment is sufficient. HanLii reached out to the system interface, choosing to upgrade his level 3 writing skills, thinking, the royalty payment just arrived and is already being converted into experience. Plus, I still have 170,000 left from before. Thinking of Lutin diligently typing away, HanLii mused that Little Cucumber's overall writing skills might be at level 3, but her writing could be close to level 4. Besides, her progress is rapid. It won't be long before she catches up. The images of the characters in the story, dominant CEO and goddess, flashed before HanLii's mind, making him think about why the story was popular. It was because it was a genre of revenge and dominance, appealing to the times. Without Little Cucumber's refinement, Jack's achievements might not even reach 1/10 of it. Anyway, first, upgrade the writing skills to level 4 and then see. After deciding, HanLii reached out and clicked the button to upgrade skills on the system interface. Suddenly, his phone on the table rang. Looking at the screen, HanLii saw Pangi had sent a cute sticker with the message, "Are you there?" The scene shifted to an upscale restaurant where a girl was ordering food with the staff. 1 serving of garlic butter crab, and 1 serving of crab noodles, and 1 serving of fried crab, Pangi ordered. She continued with, "And 4 emperor crabs. Yes, I want 2.5 kilograms of male crab." Pangi then turned to the person in front of her and eagerly asked, "Can you drink?" The restaurant's golden wine pairs wonderfully with the emperor crab. "Anything else you want to eat?" HanLii confidently replied, "Sure, whatever Miss Pangi decides is fine. If we don't eat enough, we can always order more." Pangi responded cheerfully, "It's not easy to have your time free, so let's enjoy this meal." Pangi folded her arms and pouted, saying, from the end of October to early November. I finally managed to invite you out." Seeing this, HanLii scratched his head helplessly, replying, "I didn't want it to be like this either, I've just been too busy." Though he said that, HanLii thought to himself that even though he didn't want to get involved, if she had lowered her attitude like this, rejecting once or twice was acceptable. But if it happened 3 times, it might even affect their friendship. After hearing HanLii's explanation, Pangi rested her chin on her hand and asked curiously, "Are you studying a lot, or is it because of the stock competition?" Before Pangi could finish, HanLii replied, "It's about the rare opportunity in the stock competition. I want to make the most of it." Pangi smiled and expressed concern. "It must be tough for you. Let's not talk about heavy topics anymore. How do you find this place?" HanLii flattered. "Since Miss Pangi likes this place, it must be great." As HanLii spoke, the server began bringing out the food. HanLii clasped his hands in front of him and continued to flatter. "Moreover, with you here, this place is truly brightened up." As the server walked away, the two continued to chat happily. Pangi responded to HanLii's flattery. "Your compliments are really sweet. I thought you'd criticize the decor here." HanLii replied with a chuckle, "My professional ethics have always been praised. I respect the host." HanLii smiled with his eyes squinted, holding chopsticks in both hands, and flattered further. "The food here is excellent, and you are both beautiful and kind-hearted. It's only right to compliment you." Pangi responded with admiration. "No wonder Yuan and the others are so attached to you. You really are interesting." HanLii widened his eyes at Pangi, a few drops of sweat forming on his forehead. He confidently said, "Providing emotional value in interactions is something one should do." However, inside, HanLii felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, thinking, "Oh no, Pangi, Little Cucumber, and Yuan are on entirely different levels. I can't guess what she's truly expressing." Seeing Pangi running her fingers through her hair, HanLii couldn't stop thinking that her dialogue, tone, and psychological level were insufficient, but it was okay. The host needed more interaction and analysis, but psychological activities were generally manageable. Suddenly, a server carrying a plate of crab interrupted HanLii's thoughts, announcing that the food the two had ordered had arrived and wishing them a good meal. HanLii, eager to dive into the food, exclaimed, "Yum, it looks delicious. No wonder this place was chosen by Miss Pangi." HanLii thought to himself that Pangi was truly a young lady of privilege. Looking at the fresh, gleaming crabs, he thought, eating female crabs in October and male crabs in November. Is this just cold knowledge I learned from others? Female crabs are full of roe and very rich in October, while male crabs are at their best in November. HanLii realized that it's no wonder people say going beyond social circles is difficult. The distance is reflected in these details. It's not just about food. Everyday language, gestures, and manners can reveal differences. Meanwhile, HanLii's hand unconsciously reached for the chopsticks. While deep in thought, HanLii considered that the range of social interactions didn't need to be forced. Being a normal person and enjoying life was also quite good. Suddenly, Pangi raised her hand to her forehead and exclaimed, "Don't eat yet. I need to take a picture of the food for my social media." Pangi cheerfully took out her phone and started taking pictures, saying, "This angle is perfect." Seeing Pangi so focused on her phone made HanLii think about how even the wealthy can't avoid the habit of posting food pictures online. HanLii realized something odd and thought he had seen Pangi's social media before. The food at this level was worth photographing and sharing, right? Watching Pangi happily engrossed in her phone, HanLii began to suspect there might be a scheme involved. After finishing her task, Pangi put her phone down and said, "Okay, let's start eating. Remember to like the photo for me." HanLii quickly glanced at the phone and replied, "Sure, but I don't usually check social media." Despite saying that, HanLii kept wondering if Pangi had included him in the post. He looked at Pangi's post, which had him in it with the caption, "First weekend of November, dining out with a classmate." HanLii thought, as expected, she did include me in the post. He stared anxiously at the phone screen, worrying that not only was his image revealed, but also the detailed meal for the two of them. He realized that Pangi had invited him out to deal with Little Cucumber, but he still fell for her trap. While thinking, HanLii was startled when Pangi, while serving food onto his plate, said, "Try this. It's the top dish of this restaurant." HanLii, while using his phone, was surprised by the question. Did Pangi and her family come out for a meal? Hearing the girl across from him call out to 3 people, he was puzzled. Both stood up, and HanLii seemed a bit flustered. Pangi quickly greeted the people in front of her. "Hello, Dad, Uncle Jiang, and Uncle Wang." Pangi's father responded, "What a coincidence. My father and I were also here for the crabs from this restaurant. We decided to have a few drinks. Don't tell Mom, okay?" Pangi laughed and agreed, "Got it. I'll keep it a secret that you're sneaking out for drinks. Mom will definitely nag if she finds out." Pangi's father laughed, "Haha, my dear daughter won't betray me." The 2 men behind him also smiled. Then he turned to HanLii. "Oh right, you haven't introduced your classmate to me." This made HanLii look over in surprise, but quickly, he raised a hand and confidently introduced himself. "Hello, Uncle. I'm HanLii, a classmate of Pangi." Pangi's father shook HanLii's hand with both of his. "A classmate? That's great." He continued shaking HanLii's hand and said, "Pangi, we've never had a meal with a young man before. You're the first I've met." Pangi became embarrassed and said, "Is this really the case? I feel so awkward now." Pangi looked astonished and wondered what was happening. Her father continued holding HanLii's hand, smiling and saying, "Regarding making friends, I particularly support Xiao-Han. You don't need to feel too much psychological pressure. As long as your personalities match, it's fine. Other things are not important." However, it seemed like he was gripping HanLii's hand tighter, making him sweat. "Your body seems to be in good shape. Do you usually work out?" It reminded her father to ease up, and he replied, "Just a bit thin." "Is the food at home not good?" HanLii worried. Why is Pangi's father so enthusiastic? Does he treat everyone this way? The people around him reminded him to ease up a bit and not scare HanLii. Uncle Jiang laughed and said, "Xiao-Han is quite good. He still has some edge and spark in his eyes, unlike some of those weaklings." Uncle Jiang glanced at Uncle Wang and added, "Men should exercise more." Uncle Wang, adjusting his tie, responded, "I feel like someone might be taking a jab at me." Uncle Jiang replied, "I'm just sharing my personal thoughts, not targeting anyone here." Uncle Wang laughed and said, "On the contrary, I think at this age, one should study more. It's quite important." Pangi's father laughed and said, "Haha, you two are still arguing in front of the young ones." Pangi, holding her father's shoulder, said, "Dad," and then quickly ushered him away. "We're just having a meal with friends. Why talk about this?" She added, "Your rooms are upstairs. Please go up now." Pangi's father, complying, said, "All right, I won't bother you two anymore. Have a good meal, and if you need more food, just help yourselves. Even though it's a treat today, just cover the cost." HanLii, still flustered, responded, "Okay, Uncle. Don't worry." Pangi's father cheerfully insisted, "No sneaking off to pay for the meal. Just enjoy yourselves." HanLii could only awkwardly smile and say, "Okay, Uncle." The 3 of them went upstairs, chatting animatedly. Uncle Jiang said, "Anyway, I like this kid as long as he's not weak." Uncle Wang added, "He's reasonably polite." Pangi's father remarked, "My daughter making friends doesn't concern you too. Why meddle so much?" Pangi was startled when HanLii asked, "Shall we continue eating?" Pangi sat back down, saying, "Why not?" She seemed embarrassed and sat down, adding, "Are we going to run away?" Pangi frowned, "Why is my dad so enthusiastic?" HanLii looked towards the 3 people who had just left and commented, "Your father is really interesting. What does he do? And Uncle Wan looks familiar." Pangi, feeling embarrassed, asked, "Why do you call him our father?" HanLii quickly corrected himself, "I misspoke. It wasn't intentional." Pangi blushed with embarrassment and said, "If you dare go to the 2nd floor now and call him Dad, I'll tell you everything you want to know." HanLii grinned and teased, "Really? Then I might actually go." Pangi, annoyed, replied, "Are you out of your mind? What about your professional ethics?" HanLii, tense, put his hands down, saying, "This meal isn't on you. Why should I worry about professional ethics?" Pangi crossed her arms, looking serious, and continued, Uncle Wang, you might not recognize him, but his photo is still on the official website of our school. He's the principal, Inman. Pangi explained that her father was the principal of their school, but had never managed the school directly. HanLii was surprised and said, "No wonder you wanted to study at Inman. But why didn't you apply directly to a prestigious school abroad after high school?" HanLii began analyzing. Even though your father is the principal of Inman, it's still difficult to transfer from Inman. I've heard that most students from international and diplomatic academies end up at less renowned universities. Pangi responded with a light smile. I see it as going to school. Not graduating from a prestigious school doesn't make much difference compared to domestic ones. Moreover, my mother didn't want me to be far from her. She's not at ease. HanLii fell silent, holding a crab and thinking. So that's how it is. In this day and age, the older generation's thinking is quite outdated. Their business dealings are so complex that they don't consider the idea of a daughter taking over. The position of heir is never based on attending a prestigious school or earning excellent degrees. HanLii scooped out crab roe, thinking, if a daughter or son were to be cultivated, they would have been gradually trained in the company. If they lacked talent, then they would just enjoy a wealthy life without worries. HanLii continued to think deeply while eating crab meat. Just don't cause trouble. Looking at Pangi eating crab, he realized that for someone like Pangi, the only requirement from their decision was to get married early. HanLii pondered. It would be a shame if a smart girl like Pangi ended up as someone else's wife. Suddenly, HanLii's words startled Pangi. So you're not planning to go abroad? Pangi sighed and said, I'll figure it out later. For me, the future seems already determined. How it unfolds doesn't matter much. Just then, someone called out, Pangi, you're here, eating crab. You didn't invite me? The speaker, a girl with a ponytail and a blue hairpin, ran up and hugged Pangi. HanLii couldn't help but think, this is really fake. It's obvious she saw it on social media and came intentionally. The girl's embrace seemed overly affectionate, and HanLii realized that Pangi's father's enthusiasm towards him made sense now. Observing the two girls being so intimate, HanLii thought, could the principal really be unaware of any major incidents at school, especially ones involving his beloved daughter? Pangi had only played with girls since childhood, and now she was being confessed to by this girl. Seeing this scene, HanLii helplessly rubbed his forehead, feeling that Pangi's father might be worried that his daughter could turn out to be a lesbian. While HanLii was still pondering, someone called his name, saying that Pangi's father wanted to see him and asked if he was available. The girl with the bun was curious about why Pangi's father wanted to see HanLii. Pang also wondered why her father wanted to find HanLii in the luxurious room, where conversations were ongoing. That kid seems very smart, but is it really necessary to be so enthusiastic about a junior? They continued talking, with Uncle Wang saying, It's a waste that you're the principal and don't even know what's happening in your own school. I heard that Mr. Pang's daughter was confessed to by a girl. Mr. Pang might still be scared, Uncle Wang added. HanLii approached and overheard the conversation. In fact, I usually don't interfere with my children's preferences, but given the current situation, I can't help but worry. Mr. Pang looked troubled and said, I've heard that the girl in question is also outstanding. If Pangi really falls for her, who will manage the family business in the future? HanLii listened outside and thought, even though Pangi is smart, entrusting the business to a girl is really worrisome. With so many business matters, what if she gets tired? It would be better to find a capable man to handle the business while she focuses on her own happiness. HanLii stood still, thinking about Mr. Pang's plan to potentially assign the responsibility of the hair to his future son-in-law. HanLii touched the door and thought, even if Mr. Pang has such a plan, the opportunity is rare. Not taking advantage of it would be foolish. The staff standing by invited him in. HanLii turned to the staff and asked, Could you wait a moment? Then, there was the sound of the door opening. Mr. Pang, standing and leaning on the table, said, come in, and whispered to the two people beside him, Please keep an eye on this kid. HanLii held a bottle of wine in one hand and a small glass in the other, smiling as he said, Mr. Pang, sorry for the trouble. Thank you for your hospitality. I'd like to propose a toast to you and the others. The other two also stood up. Uncle Jiang said, Xiao Han, you're very thoughtful. There's no need to be so formal. HanLii uncorked the bottle of wine and poured it into the glass while saying, I've been taught to do this since I was young. Mr. Pang looked pleased. HanLii, holding a glass of wine in one hand and the bottle in the other, continued, such manners cannot be overlooked. Besides, as a junior, this is something I should do. He raised his glass to Mr. Pang, thanking him for his hospitality and proposing a toast. Mr. Pang, smiling, accepted the toast, saying, Good child, I accept. HanLii responded cheerfully, Please have a drink. Mr. Pang sipped the wine, thinking to himself that the standard of the wine pouring was excellent. Everything was done properly, from the position of the pour to the detailed clinking of glasses. Mr. Pang thought, this kid's family must be extraordinary to raise someone like this. They must have given special training. Mr. Pang cleared his throat and asked Xiao Han, From your accent, you don't seem to be local, right? Do you live in the dorm? Is there a lot of pressure from studying? HanLii turned and said, I'm from Wangjian. I've just arrived and am still getting used to it, so I chose to stay at the school. There isn't much homework, so the pressure isn't heavy. Mr. Pang nodded. Wangjian is a good place. He continued, I called you up here not for any particular reason, just to say that since Pangi rarely interacts with boys, the fact that she can get along with you shows that you're a good person. I hope you two can go out and talk more often. Don't worry about the money, I'll take care of it. HanLii felt flustered and replied, You're too polite. I usually have to study on my own during my free time, so I don't have much time. He added, But Pangi really enjoys spending time with girls. Earlier, a classmate came by, and they were talking. Mr. Pang was shocked by this and stood still. He wiped sweat with a handkerchief and asked the female classmate, Why didn't she come up with you? He said, I know Pang is friends. Who is it that came? HanLii pointed and said, The class monitor from my class, named Lutin. Mr. Pang smiled at HanLii and said, I understand now. Well, Xiao Han, you can continue eating. Help take care of Pangi a bit. Feel free to eat whatever you like. HanLii stood with a bottle of wine, ready to pour more for Mr. Pang, while a man dressed in black, like Mr. Pang's bodyguard, stood nearby. HanLii waved goodbye and said, Please take your time. I'll head downstairs now. Mr. Pang waved goodbye to HanLii, saying, All right, goodbye. Good child. HanLii closed the door behind him with a click. After saying goodbye, Mr. Pang's mood fell. He held his head in distress and said loudly, Damn it. His bodyguard asked, What's wrong? Mr. Pang, exhausted, pounded the table and shouted, No. Angrily, Mr. Pang tried to leave, saying, I have to go down and see what's going on. Uncle Wang stopped him. Calm down, Mr. Pang. Don't get so worked up. Uncle Jiang, drenched in sweat, said, Yes, we should wait and see. It might not be what we think. Uncle Wang, also panting and sweating, added, If you go down now, you might scare the girl. What then? Mr. Pang, fuming, was at a loss for words. Lutin and Pangi were in Pangi's room. She peeked outside and said, He's back. Lutin seemed to be comforting Pangi. HanLii walked in, and Pangi asked, Did my father call you for something? HanLii replied, No, it's nothing. Just that I was instructed to go eat and drink. Take good care of his precious daughter. Lutin placed a hand on Pangi's shoulder and looked at HanLii, saying, Hemph, Pangi doesn't need you to take care of her, I'm here. Lutin pointed at HanLii and asked, And why did you suddenly invite Pangi to eat? HanLii casually replied, What else could it be? Of course, it's for a free meal. HanLii pointed at Lutin and asked, And why did you come here? Lutin draped an arm around Pangi and said, I just happened to want some crab. She pointed at HanLii and asked, Is it that only you two know that the crab here is delicious? HanLii was taken aback by Lutin's words and had no idea what to say next. Lutin, draping an arm over Pangi's shoulder, pointed upwards and said, Add 2 more crabs to this table. HanLii, sweating, looked at the 2 people, realizing they were clearly there to keep watch. HanLii, with an impassive expression, sat down and started eating, thinking that Pangi was indeed unfortunate. Originally, he had wanted to avoid getting involved, but now, things had unexpectedly taken a turn. First, Mr. Pang had come to see him, and then Exi had shown up right at the door. Pangi, annoyed, pushed Exi hand away and said angrily, "Stop it. I didn't invite you. You can pay for yourself." Lutin looked at Pangi with disbelief and asked, "What?" HanLii thought, "This is a mess. She's dragging herself into trouble. This is really unlucky." Exi, displeased, exhaled and said, "Fine, I'll pay. I just received my living expenses." She pointed at HanLii and said, "But this guy keeps freeloading on our meals. Do you want to keep mooching off the beauties of the school?" She asked HanLii, "Is it because Pangi's food is better?" HanLii could only glare at Exi. Exi, annoyed, continued, "Pangi is a good person. I'm the one who actively invited him to dinner." Pangi added, "We enjoy chatting and sharing delicious food together." HanLii sighed and thought, "Here we go again. Miss Pangi has really stirred things up." He quickly intervened, "Can you both stop playing around and not use me as your joke?" HanLii lifted his glass of water and said, "I wish you both a lifetime of happiness, is that okay?" HanLii smiled and said, "I feel like I'm just a bright light bulb here." Suddenly, he was surprised by what he heard. He stared wide-eyed as Exi said, "Well, if that's the case, thanks to your good luck. It's good that you know you're a light bulb." She said this without noticing that Mr. Pang had been standing there for some time. Lutin cheerfully added, "After eating, let's go. I want to go on a date with Pangi." Mr. Pang trembled upon hearing this, his face darkening. He was visibly unhappy after hearing Lutin's words. HanLii, with a darkened face and sweating, quickly waved to Exi, but it seemed Exi didn't understand what HanLii was trying to signal. HanLii cursed inwardly, thinking, "How dare you continue?" Mr. Pang was still standing there, looking. Suddenly, Mr. Pang slammed his hand on the armrest, causing a loud thud in the hallway. HanLii heard the noise and quickly glanced over, still sweating. Mr. Pang was shaking uncontrollably. HanLii thought, "Oh no, Mr. Pang might have high blood pressure." The 3 of them, HanLii, Exi, and Pangi, sat back down at the table. Pangi said, all right, just eat quickly." HanLii commented, "Mr. Pang, you might have high blood pressure. It's really troubling." HanLii, drenched in sweat, pointed out, "It's just a meal, and it's become so complicated." Pangi, annoyed, asked, "What do you mean?" She warned HanLii not to joke about her and Exi. Pangi asked, "Why are you still glaring at me?" Pangi raised an eyebrow and said, "Do you want to make fun of me? If so, I won't be Pangi anymore." She continued, "What do you mean by this?" Pangi went on, "Aren't you hoping that the relationship between the 2 of us will improve? How come you hit 2 targets with 1 arrow?" Mr. Pang was gradually coming to his senses and was tearful, thinking, Pangi is just teasing Xiao Han. Thank God Pangi is interested in men. Mr. Pang suddenly thought, what does hitting 2 targets with 1 arrow mean? Are young people really so bold? He thought, Pangi must have gone bad. Lutin rested her chin on her hand and said, "What are you talking about, Pangi? Don't talk nonsense." Exi thought, although she was just joking with Pangi, she still had some feelings for HanLii. She looked at HanLii, irritated, and thought, what's with this hitting 2 targets with 1 arrow nonsense? She reached out to touch Pangi's hair and said, "Besides, why do you need a man? Can't I satisfy you? You've seen my toys before. We can be independent. My skills are very good. If you don't believe me, you can ask Wang Baibi." Pang was very displeased. Mr. Pang was trembling and his face darkened as he thought, what on earth is this nonsense? Uncle Jiang rushed in, surprised to see Mr. Pang looking so grim. Mr. Pang was thinking, if my daughter were a lesbian, that would be one thing, but now she's a bottom too. Not just a bottom, but apparently not the only one. And Pangi looked so embarrassed. What is my fate? Uncle John, catching Mr. Pang as he seemed about to collapse, asked in panic. What's wrong with you? Get a hold of yourself. Mr. Pang said, it's hard enough to raise a precious child like this, and now she's involved with someone who is juggling multiple relationships. Mr. Pang, with tears streaming down his face, lamented, this is really a mess. I didn't think it would turn out like this. He looked at HanLii and thought, isn't there still that guy? Mr. Pang glanced at HanLii, who was sweating, and thought, forget about this one arrow hits two targets nonsense. As long as he can bring Pangi back to normal, we can negotiate anything. Pangi asked, what's with this Bang JG? Bang JG is just joking with you. She pointed at HanLii, who was sweating profusely, and said, as long as HanLii agrees, she's looking forward to marrying him tomorrow. Lutin told Pangi to stop talking so much and asked, do you really think you're so impressive? Pang angrily told HanLii, hurry up and get Wan Bibe. Look at Lutin. She's already like this. Lutin said, what does that have to do with me? Mr. Pang was increasingly shocked, thinking, oh my god, Pangi is so devoted to Lutin. Why did she invite HanLii for a meal? Is it to separate my daughter and her boyfriend from Lutin? He clenched his fists, thinking, I have to step in and stop everything. If I don't bring Pangi back, it's over. He thought, I'm really a bad father. Pangi said, let me go quickly. You're blocking me from eating crab. Mr. Pang clenched his fists and approached Pangi, calling out, daughter. He walked up and asked with a smile, how are you all doing? Pangi, sweating, called out, Dad. She was surprised to see her father there. Lutin was also surprised by Mr. Pang's visit. Mr. Pang smiled and said, I heard you have a new friend, so I came down to check on you all. He smiled and asked Lutin, you must be Lutin, right? Lutin forced a smile, waved and said, hello, Mr. Pang. Mr. Pang asked, how are your parents? Are they well? HanLii watched as Mr. Pang placed his hand on Lutin's shoulder and thought, here we go, another parent's exclusive greeting tactic. Looking at Pangi and the little cucumber, he rested his chin on his hand and thought, they probably don't understand Mr. Pang's unusual behavior. Mr. Pang said, all right, I won't disturb you any further. He suddenly called out to Xiaohan, startling HanLii. Mr. Pang said, Pangi can be a bit willful and doesn't get along with many friends. He patted HanLii's shoulder and said, you and Lutin are both good kids. I really like you. He suddenly smiled and gave a thumbs up, saying, feel free to come over on weekends or during the summer holidays. You're always welcome at my house. HanLii waved and said, yes, thank you, Mr. Pang. Pangi thought the scene felt familiar. She wondered why her father, who had always been strict with boys, favored HanLii. She thought, we've only met twice. Is there something about him that's so attractive? Pangi looked at HanLii and thought, why is he getting so much attention from my dad? Lutin pointed out, Pangi, your dad seems very friendly, not pretentious at all. Pangi, still glaring at HanLii with displeasure, thought, what's he smiling about? Pangi frowned and thought, is he only favored by my dad? What's so special about him? The more Pangi looked at HanLii, the more annoyed she became, thinking, just wait. I'll find out what's so special about you. The sky began to darken as Pangi, exhausted from the day, walked away. HanLii asked, aren't your friends going out today? Why do you all look so dejected? A guy with a crew cut and a tank top turned and looked. The guy with the pink hair communicated with his eyes. You should speak up yourself. HanLii, annoyed, asked what had happened. The crew cut guy said, Dan Zihao from our class specially came to the dorm to wait for you today. He also suddenly looked for two people. He continued, we asked about you. HanLii wondered, why did he inquire about me? The guy said, he didn't explain and we don't know the reason either. HanLii put his hand on his chin and said, Dan Zihao. That name sounds familiar. Suddenly he remembered and said, oh, I remember now. He's listed as the third richest student in the school on the school's bulletin board and was the first to pursue Pangi. HanLii pondered. He suddenly inquiring about me might be related to Pangi. HanLii said, I understand. Thanks for the heads up. Hyangbuk said, it's no problem. The pink-haired guy waved HanLii off, saying, Jiangyu, put on your glasses. Jiangyu said, although he didn't clarify, I feel it's related to Pangi. HanLii said casually, it must be. Is it related to that kid, Huang Wei? Besides, he can only cause trouble behind my back. Whatever, it doesn't affect me. Hyangbuk asked, the key issue is doing something bad. The key is not to cause a murder. He thought about HanLii wielding a hammer with a scary face and was worried. He thought, I'm not worried about HanLii being dealt with, but I am worried about Dan Zihao. If he angers HanLii, he might get kicked out immediately. He imagined HanLii sitting with a smile surrounded by plastic bags and wondered how many bags Dan Zihao and his lackeys would need. He shivered at the thought. HanLii, sweating and feeling bored, thought, what is this kid thinking so much about? The pink-haired guy hurriedly pushed the crew-cut guy's hand and said, all right, just let HanLii know and be done with it. The crew-cut guy said, let's go out for a bit. HanLii waved goodbye and said, go ahead. HanLii smiled and said, actually, you two can come back here to sleep often. I've never hit my friends. The two of them, hearing this, looked grim and were sweating profusely. The crew-cut guy laughed and said, got it, HanLii, just be careful. If something really happens, don't get too agitated. The pink-haired guy cursed, and the crew-cut guy said, shut up and leave quickly. HanLii, with a blank expression, thought, I guess I scared that kid too much. HanLii turned on his computer and thought, although Dan Zihao is not someone to mess with, it shouldn't lead to a fight. He checked a message he had sent and saw that he had messaged his little cucumber sister. He asked, have you received the payment? If not, let me know. What should I do if I made a mistake in the transfer? The girl replied, yes, I received it. It's a lot of money. HanLii smiled, arms crossed, and thought, of course, it's impressive. The contract with the CEO and goddess was at the highest rate. I didn't expect that paying the little cucumber would also convert into my own experience points. HanLii imagined himself as a CEO and thought, in the future, when I start my own company, I'll be able to realize my eternal ambition. Right. HanLii clenched his fist, smiled, and thought, if all my expenses turn into experience, it would be so satisfying. HanLii typed as if messaging someone and sent a message to the little cucumber, saying, isn't that so? Our duo is unbeatable. Once we introduce the second labor, the payment will only increase. The little cucumber responded, this is the most money I've ever made. I used to think that getting 1,000 to 2,000 NDT, around 3,500 to 7,000 RMB, would be great. But today, I realize that this money is never enough. She added, Master, how much do you think we can make next month? Tens of thousands. HanLii, sweating as he read the message, thought, the little cucumber has responded. Has she really started earning money? It seems my previous advice was useless. On the bookshelf, there was a book about annual reports on income distribution among residents. HanLii thought that in 2013, the average monthly salary for urban workers nationwide was less than 3,000 NDT, about 10 million VND. The amount the little cucumber had received this time could rival the income of a mid-level employee. Of course, even though a few thousand sounds like a lot, HanLii replied, did you underestimate our unbeatable duo? Just keep thinking positively about the earnings and don't let me down. But why do you suddenly feel like the money isn't enough? I remember you're a student. This should be several months' worth of living expenses, right? The little cucumber replied, I seriously suspect that Baekhyun Wei, with her dark heart, has her sights set on my idol. Her family is exceptionally wealthy. Today, she treated my idol to crab, and they spent nearly 3,000 NDT. But I caught on in time and went to make things difficult for her. The little cucumber revealed that Lutin was the one she was talking about. She messaged HanLii from the bathroom, saying, isn't it shocking that the 3,000 NDT meal is just an average expense for her? Lutin's mother gives her 100,000 a month for snacks, and her father is even more incredible. Whatever she wants, he gives her directly. Moreover, she manages her own red envelope money since she was a child, without having to hand it back. Oh my god, I've never even seen how red envelope money looks. HanLii laughed, thinking, her childhood and mine and everyone else's are the same. I've never seen how red envelope money looks either. My parents saved it for me. He replied, you're worried she might use her wealth to entice your idol. So HanLii, seeing the message, felt annoyed and responded, yes, that's right. Once I earn more money, I'll flaunt it too. HanLii read HanLii's message and thought, you're just starting to earn money now. How long will it take to compare with the achievements of her father? It's been so long. HanLii, feeling annoyed and sweating, thought, indeed, I've spent a year writing and still can't save up enough for even a month's worth of Pangi's living expenses. She messaged back, you're right. So what should I do now? HanLii replied, try looking at it from a different angle. If you can't compete in terms of money, then compete in terms of beauty. Although I haven't seen what you look like, I'm sure the little cucumber is as beautiful as a fairy. HanLii blushed, not knowing how to respond. She wondered to herself if she should compete in terms of beauty. As morning arrived and everything began to wake up, a group of people froze upon seeing someone. Everyone was astonished as a girl appeared. Wherever she went, people looked at her in amazement. A guy with green hair looked at her and could only say, wow. The girl seated next to him turned to look as well. HanLii entered with a stunning figure, and there were whispers saying, the class president's figure is really beautiful. HanLii called out to HanLii, didn't you say you weren't coming to Laongo's class? HanLii replied, I think it's nice to occasionally listen to Laongo. He glanced at HanLii and said, interesting. She smiled and said, is that so? It's quite interesting. HanLii smiled and said, good morning. HanLii suddenly burst into laughter, making her embarrassed. He asked, class president, you seem to be in a really good mood today. HanLii asked, what do you mean? HanLii asked, did you sleep with Pangi last night? She shifted uncomfortably and HanLii glanced at her, saying, you look beautiful. Your cool and aloof demeanor suits you. She just sat with her arms crossed, glaring at him. HanLii, feeling a bit uncomfortable, sighed and said, why do you care? Anyway, it's not like I'm showing it to you. She turned away, irritated, thinking, is this man only reacting like this? I even put on light makeup for him. HanLii turned back and said, it's clear that your state is unusual. I'm just curious. Mr. Liu entered the classroom, coughing and greeting the students with, good morning, everyone. He looked around and said, is everyone here? I have an important announcement. Adjusting his glasses, Mr. Liu continued, you probably heard about the upcoming competition organized by the Finance Dynamic Investment Group, with technical support from Apta Intelligence and exclusive cooperation from Haitong Securities. The registration is open to the public. Mr. Liu picked up a piece of chalk and continued, the competition is divided into 3 rounds. The first round is a simulation game with 9 matches, running from 11 elements to 10 firsts. The second round lasts for 7 weeks, from 25 elements to 10 firsts. The final round, the championship, will be from 13 firsts to 27 firsts. He simplified the rules, explaining that participants can start from the simulation leaderboard and, by advancing to actual matches, can win real money minus 300,000 NDT. Those who make it to the finals will have the chance to win 1 million NDT. The students buzzed with excitement, 1 million. That's real money. HanLii, sitting with his arms crossed, thought it was worth getting excited about. Mr. Liu added, the most important part is that during the 2 weeks of the final, all profits from the 1 million NDT will be part of the participants' legitimate income. If you make it to the top 10, not only will you get a substantial income, but you'll also get to attend the award ceremony in the capital, where industry experts and annual champions will gather. You'll gain not just benefits but fame as well. Think about it, minus 2 weeks, 1 million NDT, with a 50% profit margin. How much money is that? HanLii exclaimed, wow, this competition is really impressive. Mr. Liu added, even if you don't make it to the finals, participating will still provide valuable experience and significant rewards. He asked, "Is that right, everyone?" The whole class replied in unison, "That's right." Mr. Liu agreed, "Okay, if you want to register, come to me." Also, the content of our course this semester will focus on evaluating everyone's skills. Those who perform exceptionally will be exempt from the final exam. Lutin suddenly stood up. HanLii looked at her and asked, "Class president, do you want to register?" She looked at him and said, "Why not? It's such a great opportunity." Lutin said, "Hemph, this is a good chance to earn money. I must win this real competition." HanLii, hearing this, could only look at her with a smirk. Lutin pointed at him and asked, "What's with that look? Are you doubting my abilities?" HanLii said, "I'm not. Good luck, class president." He thought about the little cucumber's impressive performance. Yuhyun ran up to HanLii and said, "Let's go register together." HanLii looked at Lutin and remembered that in his previous life, the little cucumber had achieved the highest rank in a competition, only to be interrupted with a 77% negative result after 2 months. She had bravely achieved first place in the class, becoming a legend in the finance class. HanLii thought about how Lutin performed and how others often knew about the losses. She, however, seemed to keep losing despite her efforts. He thought that ultimately, her skill would prove her worth, being a robust leak, a term for someone tough. The school's PE system seemed to be preparing to make an announcement. Duan Xiaoyi told her classmates, "I'll definitely show my skills in this competition so you can see my strength." The classmates agreed, "Yes, yes. If you achieve a good ranking, you can be so impressive in school." Yuhyun continued to follow HanLii, saying, "Can you teach me how to build a trading model?" Duan Xiaoyi watched, feeling displeased and unsure what to say. Yuhyun, happily linking arms with HanLii, said, "It's finally time for HanLii to prove himself. Go for it." Wang Bibi also linked arms with HanLii and said, "Just flattering HanLii. Why does he need to prove himself in this competition?" HanLii looked uncomfortable, while Duan Xiaoyi shook his head, as if to indicate that the others were surrounding HanLii for no reason. Duan Xiaoyi clenched his fists, thinking, the registration has just started, and they're already showing off. HanLii glanced at the furious Duan Xiaoyi and thought, "Why does it feel like someone's cursing me?" HanLii, slightly uncomfortable, remembered that Duan Xiaoyi and Wang Bibi's relationship had suddenly improved a lot, likely because of this stock competition. Duan Xiaoyi seemed still angry. Jiangro watched Duan Xiaoyi, and Xia Hongjuan glanced at Jiangro, contemplating, although this kid has a bit of a bad personality, he does have some skills. Even though Jiangro and Xia Hongjuan couldn't advance to the actual match, the potential benefits were very promising. Duan Xiaoyi thought, if I can surpass 20% and place in the top 3 of the class. Wang Bibi clung to Duan Xiaoyi, who pondered, maybe he's won the favor of beautiful women because of this aspect. Duan Xiaoyi thought that this time it would be different. This was a rare opportunity to showcase himself. Lutin entered, shouting, "Hemph, let's see how you do now that you're boasting so much." HanLii, blushing, thought, is she already mocking me? He thought, as expected, she's still as reckless as before. Lutin, annoyed, thought about Wang Bibi and was frustrated. Why is this guy getting so much attention? HanLii smiled and said, since the class president has already said so, how about we make a bet? Lutin asked what they were betting on. Are you trying to dig a pit for me again? HanLii casually picked up a book and said, what do you mean, digging a pit? I'm not setting any traps. If it's related to the competition, then we should bet. Whoever has a higher profit margin wins. Lutin said, why would I bet with you on profit margins? I'm just a rookie. You're a seasoned expert. Is that fair? A classmate raised their hand and said with a smile, yes, HanLii, you're so skilled, you should at least give the class president 10 points. Another student added, 10 points is nothing for HanLii. You should give 20 points. Duan Xiaoyi thought that if the class president lost, HanLii would be very smug. Duan Xiaoyi thought to himself that with HanLii's level, it wouldn't matter if he conceded a lot or a little. It would likely be the same. He decided it was best not to bet with HanLii. Ex-Lutin slammed her hand on the table and said loudly, 20% it is. If you dare concede, I'll bet with you. The people around seemed surprised by Ex-Lutin's challenge. She thought, if I back down now, what's left of my reputation as class president? I don't believe he'll concede 20 points and that I can't win. HanLii smiled and said, all right, 20% it is. It's settled then. He thought, if the leak, Ex-Lutin, still performs like in the past life, I could concede 80% and still win. Yuhyun eagerly said, HanLii really has guts. Since we're betting, there should be terms for the bet. Ex-Lutin crossed her arms and asked what the terms would be. HanLii stepped forward and said one word, bet. HanLii smiled and pointed at Ex-Lutin, saying, if you win, you can ask for anything you want, as long as I can do it. I'll try my best to fulfill your request. If I win, you must forgive me unconditionally for any future incident. Ex-Lutin asked, forgive you unconditionally? What do you mean? What are you planning? HanLii laughed and said, I'll leave it up to you to decide what you want. At most, it'll be dating with a beauty you disapprove of. Jin Pyong clapped and asked, oh, class president, is there a story between you and HanLii? Jeongro looked at Jin Pyong and just smiled. Duan Cheoe asked, what's this about catching someone in the act? Ex-Lutin replied, I'm not concerned with who you date. Your love life is your private matter. HanLii smiled and said, all right, so how do you want to bet? Ex-Lutin proposed, if you lose, you can't date anyone for 4 years of college. Hearing this, HanLii was momentarily speechless. HanLii agreed, okay, I accept the bet. He thought, what benefit would it be to her if I don't have a girlfriend? Is this her way of digging a pit for herself? Yuhyun laughed and said, Ex-Lutin, you're really too much. Who goes through 4 years of college without dating? Loisy, feeling a bit uncomfortable, said, I actually think this bet isn't too bad. HanLii is so popular with the girls. Maybe stopping him from dating would be a good idea. I don't believe Yuhyun that they can endure 4 years. Ex-Lutin thought, since I'm not sure about my own feelings right now, I might as well lock this guy down. We have plenty of time ahead. HanLii spoke up, class president, whether you win or lose, make sure you don't regret it later. Loisy suddenly called HanLii over, saying, come here, let's make a deal. HanLii replied, are you still a kid, making deals like this? A male student laughed and said, class president, let HanLii broaden your horizons. Another student chimed in, HanLii, go for it. Beat the class president. Someone came up to HanLii and said, I want to do trend investment, but I don't know how to find reliable buy and sell points. Hexa Hongjuan stopped Jeongro from asking and said, I have the same question. Saya Hongjuan thought, anyone who's talented and useful in the future must show their skills. HanLii discussed the techniques on this topic. Duan Cheoe picked up on the signal. HanLii said, in the absence of real operations, I can only give impressions. How about this? You all continue with your own strategies. When reviewing, I'll point out any mistakes you make. Is that okay? Jeongro smiled and said, all right, thank you in advance, HanLii. Saya Hongjuan asked, HanLii, can I schedule a time to hear your lecture? HanLii replied, of course. We can form a discussion group. You can bring up any questions you have anytime. Jeongro said, I'll set up the group and invite HanLii's friends. Saya Hongjuan added, it seems I haven't added HanLii as a friend yet. Yuhyun, impatient, urged HanLii, are you done? I'm so hungry. Let's go get something to eat. Female students hurriedly made friends and politely said goodbye to HanLii. All done, HanLii. Let's go eat now. We need to get going. If you have any questions, feel free to interact in the group. They added as HanLii quickly left the room. Yuhyun rushed after HanLii, asking, can we have spicy hot pot today? He responded casually, sure, whatever. Yuhyun continued trying to get closer to him. After eating, can you walk around the campus with me? HanLii flatly refused. Yuhyun, finding nothing else to add, had no choice but to give up. Suddenly, she switched to a sweet vulnerable mode, expressing her genuine feelings. I understand, HanLii. You must be worried about others misunderstanding our relationship, but it's okay. With how great you are, don't let these small issues hold you back. I'll always wait for you. HanLii was silent, not knowing what to say. He thought to himself, if I didn't know her true nature, I might have been moved by this. But her kindness and gentleness are built on the misunderstanding that my family is wealthy and powerful. If she discovers the truth, she might hate me more than anyone else. He thought further and found it increasingly disgusting, so he abruptly pushed her hand away, leaving her stunned. He even worried she might do something crazy. He then told Yu-Yun, I've never believed in promises. I only trust time. He turned away with a distant and cold gaze. Yu-Yun was shocked but seemed to understand, so, Sayulutin was right. He must have been hurt emotionally before. No wonder he doesn't open up to me and Wang Baibai. It's because he's afraid of being hurt again. She said to him, it's just an emotional scar that hasn't healed. I can wait, even if it takes a few years. I don't believe I can't melt this iceberg. Filled with new determination, she grabbed HanLii's arm and pulled him forward. Let's go eat. HanLii, caught off guard by her reaction, thought, I'd just been cold to her. But she's even more enthusiastic now. Unexpectedly, the system sent a notification. The persuasion skill has leveled up to level 2, which surprised him even more. Why did it level up automatically like this? A few hours later, at 2 o'clock, the clock struck. To all esteemed readers, beautiful young fairies, and strong youths, I am your ham. Thank you all for supporting the overbearing president and the cold goddess. Let me introduce myself briefly. My real name is Hans, 35 years old, a writer. Adding one more great to this great book. It is actually an autobiography I collaborated on with Sojiocha, completed when Sojiocha and I knew each other within 10 years, approximately close to everyone's age. After that, many stories happened between us, which cannot be disclosed temporarily. Forgive me, we decided to record our story in a book. Achievements and money are not important. I just hope everyone can like this book. By the way, if there is a chance to publish a book in the future, I will consider using Sojiocha's photo as a postcard for the book as a gift. Let's look forward to it together. Exilutin, who was scrolling through her phone in the dormitory, suddenly became furious. What is this Ham babbling about? She quickly sent a message to Ham. What are you babbling about? What do you mean 35 years old? Didn't you just enter college? Also, what is this autobiography? Your mouth is just saying vague things. Ham replied, oh, this is to trick people into buying the book. Don't you think that by saying this, they will definitely be very curious about the content of the book? Moreover, I am helping you to attract popularity. Later, when you open a new pit, directly using the name Jekmom will make the hotness naturally increase. She suddenly calmed down and felt embarrassed, thinking to herself that it was because of this reason. Did I misunderstand him? She quickly sent an apology message, saying, Ahem, I admit that what I said earlier was a bit excessive. I hope Mr. Ham can forgive me. But I think the focus is on using that photo of yours for promotion. What's wrong with that? If it really gets published, it will be revealed sooner or later at the signing event. This beautiful lady might even chat with you. A few days later, in a large classroom with only a few people present, the teacher, standing on the podium, sighed and said in a very affectionate tone, comforting the students, my class is on the next Friday. Please help me pass on a message. Students can bring their own computers to class. The teacher also wants to see the excitement. From the teacher's words, HanLii felt that this might be a scam. After an older leak fell, the younger leak hopped around. He suddenly thought of the top 10 from the first week's competition, which was directly upgraded to the actual combat stage. Today is just the start of the competition, so he needs to stay calm. He turned on his computer and logged into his account. In the group chat, everyone was discussing lively. He saw that the little cucumber had already taken action so quickly. It seemed that she really wanted to win. Sometimes he was curious if she won, whether he would regret making the bet. But looking at her skills, operations, and thoughts, even if he gave her 100 points, she still couldn't win. Someone was holding their head in lament for her. Lutin was continuously sending messages in the group, showing her observation and judgment skills. HanLii was sweating and was really helpful to others. Only this cold and indifferent attitude was not exposed. It was to the point that he almost believed it. Little Cucumber, you are indeed a stock analysis genius, right? How could you see this road becoming stronger? And these people here, Little Cucumber, dare to say it, but these people really dare to flatter. He was truly speechless. There was even an idiot who actually dared to invest according to her. At a cafe, Lutin was immersed in her analysis and thoughts on the group, while beside her, the green-haired girl was cheering, saying, "This time, victory is certain." Suddenly, Lutin messaged HanLii, asking, "What do you think? What do you plan to buy?" HanLii didn't know if this was a real consultation or just a pretense to show off. If he had already been named, there was no reason not to answer. He feared that if he answered, everyone would be shocked. Since he had already been called, there was no reason not to respond. He worried that if he spoke, everyone below would be restless. The crowd below indeed couldn't sit still. Duan Xiaoi messaged HanLii, "You are really too brave. Teaching us about position management is very sincere. But in this market environment, you quickly hit the daily limit with the entire position." Loishi remarked, "You say one thing and do another. What should we ultimately learn?" HanLii looked at these two people with disdain. All right, these two don't dare to confront directly but are sneaky and scheming. Their skill in this is almost perfect. Passerby messaged, "I always follow along." HanLii definitely doesn't take full shares. What game is HanLii playing? Passerby B. Yes, I was worried when holding 30% of the shares, but HanLii directly filled it up. HanLii thought to himself, wanting to make me the target of public criticism, dreaming is still beautiful. Xia Hongjuan added him and asked, "Could you share a bit about why you bought that stock?" Lutin also joined in. "Don't be shy about hiding it, little Vuong. Yet, you are really proud now." Then he typed on the keyboard. The class leader's overall thinking is correct. The weaker the trend, the more you can buy strong stocks. However, when it comes to judging strength and weakness, she has a bit of a problem. Huaqianbo is currently a weak stock. It either has strengths or is weaker, with the former much less likely than the latter. The reason I chose Yanshin is that Yanshin is one of the strongest stocks in the market right now. Without the rotation of new types and new hot points, capital will only continue to focus on transfers and high restructuring. Market prospects could very well reach the 7th limit. Even if new hot points appear, it will at least rise to the highest point tomorrow. From this perspective, the probability of returning from Yanshin tomorrow is about 90%, and from Huaqianbo is 30%. That's why I dared to buy it all. Got it? After a lengthy explanation, he felt very satisfied, as if enlightening a group of confused people. However, contrary to his expectations, everyone had no reaction. Did I lose the connection? People are about to cry from embarrassment. Suddenly, a series of notifications appeared. Everyone finally had their minds opened and continuously praised HanLii. Some even wanted to follow him. He breathed a sigh of relief. Tomorrow, thinking of chasing like this, how daring! I don't even dare to claim this pot. Finally, he messaged, "Tomorrow, when the probability increases, I will sell it. Don't ask me. The purpose of the competition is to learn and practice. Your advice sounds very profound." Still at some cafe, Lutin was frowning and annoyed, saying, "This dog man also knows how to speak. Even her friends praised his good words. I don't believe Yanshin's profit can surpass Huaqianbo. Maybe she is quite stubborn." The next day, Lutin, in class, kept staring at her phone. HanLii walked in from outside, exclaiming, "Yanshin's performance is even more impressive than I imagined. How is the class leader's Huaqianbo?" He intentionally asked, knowing full well. He was very pleased. Lutin, embarrassed, brushed her hair and said, "Winning or losing is just a normal issue. Don't be too smug." Pointing directly at HanLii, she challenged, "Just wait. Tomorrow, Huaqianbo will definitely make a comeback." "Fine, but class leader, we must know how to let go in this profession." He thought to himself, "With her momentum, I wonder if she thinks it's a game between leaders, counting from the bottom up." Facing Silutin's angry and panting look, HanLii innocently invited her to eat. But she clearly hated him, so she flatly refused. What meal? I'm focused on the data. He waved goodbye and awkwardly cheered her on. In the supermarket, HanLii was scrolling through his phone and choosing food, thinking that Yuan had been clinging to him these days and he didn't dare to be gentle with her anymore. Suddenly, from a distance, a voice called him. A girl with long hair was waving at him. HanLii recognized her as Pangi and realized that her sudden enthusiasm must mean something. He stood up and walked over to her. Pangi cheerfully greeted him. Come over here quickly. I've been waiting for you for half a day. He replied. When did I make an appointment to eat with you? Fududa next to her warmly invited HanLii. Come sit here. What do you want to eat? I'll order. Anything is fine, I'm not picky. HanLii noticed that Pangi's mood seemed off after eating crab last time. Now, there was another person involved. A stranger sitting at the same table suddenly spoke up. You're HanLii. This guy seems handsome, but his face looks a bit scheming. Is it me? HanLii suspected it wasn't as simple as Pangi trying to deliberately cause trouble for him. The guy showed disdain for HanLii, clearly identifying him as poor, thinking he was no big deal. Pangi countered. Is this how you speak about someone? It's quite rude. HanLii thought. Pangi used to have many admirers, but she handled them easily. Why involve others as shields? He looked at the guy, who was likely Dan Zihao mentioned by Jathai Hangbuk. This guy wasn't easy to deal with either. Dan Zihao continued. Pangi, I mean nothing by it, but with your status, associating with people like this just lowers you. Moreover, he made you wait so long. Pang replied, I wanted to invite him out for crab before, but had to wait several days. Although HanLii's family isn't as rich as mine, he works very hard. Haha, even if I can't match Lutin, it's not bad to give this dog man some trouble. After all, he didn't save any face for me and had a free crab meal. Moreover, recently my dad has been talking about him every day. My ears are about to go deaf. HanLii, sitting next to Pangi, reached out to pat her head. She was startled and looked over, not knowing what he was trying to do. HanLii smiled. Writing something takes a lot of time. Sorry for making you wait. Didn't you say there's no need to wait? Next time, remember to listen and not make yourself known, understood? He thought to himself. If you want to drag me into this, fine, but I'll control the initiative. Pangi, visibly angered and speechless, was watched in shock by the two others. After HanLii patted Pangi's head, she was very angry, thinking, even my dad doesn't dare touch my head. Why does HanLii? She intended to give this dog man a lesson but reconsidered. She had called HanLii to help her deal with Dan Zihao, and she started the pretense of intimacy in front of Dan Zihao. So, there was no other way to handle this situation except relying on HanLii. Pangi thought that this pretense was her own creation, and HanLii was just taking advantage. She didn't even have the right to scold him. She had to endure because if this pretense failed, she would become a laughingstock, and Dan Zihao would attack her without mercy. Pangi didn't know what to do about this awkward situation. She thought her last resort was to use her eye control technique. With her sparkling purple eyes, she looked at HanLii, hoping he would apologize. But contrary to Pangi's thoughts, HanLii looked at her with a puzzled expression. The two of them stared at each other with confusion. Pangi, blushing with embarrassment in front of everyone, realized her charm was not working on Dan Zihao. She was surprised, as she had used this trick since childhood, from elementary to high school, and no one had ever resisted it. Anyone who faced this for more than 10 seconds would introspect and come to console her. In her thoughts, Dan Zihao suddenly stood up, his eyes red with anger, and slammed the table, shouting, How dare you touch Pangi with your dirty hands? Dan Zihao, furious and red-eyed, yelled at HanLii. I know Pangi hates being touched and having skin contact with others. What kind of relationship do the two of you have? Dan Zihao suspected that Pangi wouldn't accept this kind of attention, so he increasingly doubted their relationship. Faced with this misunderstanding, Pangi thought this was her chance to seize. Dan Zihao had misunderstood their relationship, and she decided to play along with the act to the end. Dan Zihao was surprised and stared. You think ruining my hair is an issue Pangi should mention. She should be scolding him so he won't appear in front of her again. Danzi Hao was in this train of thought when HanLii interjected. Let's get back on topic. Are you Danzi Hao? Danzi Hao bowed and greeted HanLii. Yes, I am. I forgot to introduce myself earlier. I'm Jie Hyangbuk Jiangyu, your roommate's friend. Danzi Hao reassured himself to stay calm. He had heard that Huangwei described HanLii as very cunning, so he needed to be cautious with every word and not fall into any traps. HanLii looked at Danzi Hao's exaggerated reaction with confusion. Danzi Hao wanted to test how scheming HanLii was because, in his eyes, HanLii was just a poor guy. Danzi Hao calmly said, "Let's hang out together sometime." HanLii responded calmly, "Sure, we can have a few drinks together if the opportunity arises." Danzi Hao was surprised and jumped up, not expecting HanLii to agree so quickly without any hesitation. Looking into HanLii's eyes, he thought, this must be the legendary empty gaze. No wonder Huangwei was scared off. That gaze seemed to penetrate through his flesh. Danzi Hao, scared, turned away in broad daylight, worried that HanLii might use that gaze against him. Just then, Fu Duda appeared with a bowl of soup, breaking the tense atmosphere. She said, "What's wrong with you all? You look unhappy." HanLii cheerfully accepted the soup from Fu Duda and replied, "Thank you. We were just introducing ourselves." Danzi Hao thought, what on earth, is this person really sick? His gaze was indeed very sharp. He had just scared me with it, and now he was chatting cheerfully with others. Seeing Danzi Hao's darkened expression, Fu Duda thought, regardless of the system's restrictions, it could lock the text you want to view and adjust the position within 5 meters. This scare tactic was indeed very effective. After Fu Duda brought the soup to the table, she realized she had forgotten the utensils. Pangi helplessly looked at Fu Duda and said, "Why can't you fix this habit?" Fu Duda, blushing, replied, "I still haven't improved on that. I'll go get them now." HanLii interrupted, "No need, we already have some here." Danzi Hao was surprised, staring with wide eyes. This was one of the best handmade dining sets, made of gold dragon. Simply put, it was extremely expensive. Danzi Hao was angered, seeing that this expensive item was being used so casually by HanLii, while Pangi seemed not at all upset, which made Danzi Hao even more amazed. Pangi blushed, thinking, if I like using it, I'll use it. When acting in a play, you must play your role well. It's just a dining set. I'll throw it away and buy a new set later. Danzi Hao stared at Pangi, thinking, good heavens, they even share dining utensils. If I weren't here, wouldn't they start feeding each other? Danzi Hao scratched his head, feeling confused, and thought back over everything that had happened. The gestures and actions of the two, Pangi's enthusiastic greeting, HanLii's cheerful pat on her head, and his casual concern. Pangi, shy, interrupted HanLii and introduced herself. Pangi didn't say anything, accepting that HanLii could use her utensils. Pangi silently agreed, realizing she couldn't disrupt the situation now. But suddenly, Danzi Hao had a revelation. What about Exe Lutin? With Exe Lutin keeping such a tight hold on Pangi, how could these two develop their relationship under her supervision? After returning to the room from the dining area, Fu Duda talked with Pangi about the earlier incident. Fu Duda asked Pangi, "What's the deal with you and HanLii?" Pangi calmly replied, "What else could it be? It's just like that." Fu Duda was surprised, saying, "Is he trying to bully you on purpose? That's really annoying. I was only worried about delivering the food, not the atmosphere between you two. Anyway, next time, use a signal to let me know so I can take care of him for you." Fu Duda clenched her fist, showing her frustration. Pangi smiled lightly and said, "Even delivering couples' meals, you're on his side. What's with that small stature of yours? Can you even stand up to him?" Fu Duda replied, "How would I know if I don't try? Of course, I'm on your side." Fu Duda insisted, "But the key issue is that I can't interfere in your personal matters. Usually, a love triangle involves two women competing for one man, but your triangle is the opposite. I've never seen anything like it before." After saying this, Fu Duda said goodbye to Pangi. "Well, I'll go out now. Pangi looked at Fu Doda helplessly and replied, I knew you'd rather play. Go ahead, I want to rest a bit. After Fu Doda left, Pangi quietly lay down on the bed, sighing softly. She thought to herself that Fu Doda was quick to leave. Alone in the quiet room, Pangi reminisced about her past. Born into a prominent wealthy family, she was a shining jewel in the household, admired by many as a beautiful girl with everything. Spoiled by her parents and the object of countless admirers, this was not always a blessing. People around her approached her for her wealth, and Pangi feared being seen as someone who could change others' lives. The relationships and kindness she offered were exploited, increasing her anxiety about what true friendship really was. She sat up on the bed, hugging her knees, reflecting on her father's words that most intelligent people respect those who are far above them in status and don't need to lower themselves or give alms. Pangi found her father's words true through her own experiences. Although Fu Doda often joked about her and Exilutin, Pangi knew that when things got serious, Fu Doda would be the first to run. Pangi was accustomed to this. She had few friends and no one to confide in, feeling a surge of loneliness. Angrily, she punched the pillow, blaming HanLii for the trouble. Despite their pleasant initial interaction and seeing Exilutin disadvantaged, Pangi only wanted to inconvenience HanLii a little. Instead, it seemed she had hurt herself and her own dining utensils. Pangi, feeling helpless, recalled the events in the dining area. Pressing her face into the pillow in frustration, she thought about HanLii and Exilutin, realizing how one was more insane and indifferent than the other. Pangi struggled with the fact that everyone has weaknesses, but in her case, she couldn't find an equivalent to exploit. Unlike Exilutin, who could stake everything, Pangi wondered how she could get her revenge. Suddenly, Fu Doda burst in, panic-stricken, announcing that something major had happened. Fu Doda quickly showed Pang her phone, urging her to take a look. Today, the internal rankings of each class in the match are out, Fu Doda said, pointing to the screen. Pangi was shocked to see HanLii ranked 9th. Pangi asked Fu Doda, is this ranking impressive? Fu Doda enthusiastically explained, by theory, an 8% profit in 2 days is quite strong, but given the special situation, it's not so simple. Yesterday and today were peak periods for big bets, and many people got lucky and achieved normal profits. For example, Dan Zihao is ranked first. He might come to boast later, but you should know he's just lucky. Yesterday, he made a 13% increase easily. The problem is he won't maintain this. His performance will eventually have to match his skill. There are many similar people ranked higher. True experts are very cautious in their actions. They either keep light stocks or only take half of the profit. The performance in the first 2 days isn't high. Simply put, if someone truly has skill, they win consistently. As for HanLii's performance, an 80% stronger position than 1 vote indicates he's not just a novice. He's been successful for 2 days in a row, earning profits. His style shows he's not simple. Fu Doda kept explaining to Pangi, evaluating HanLii highly and considering him an exceptional expert. Pang smirked and replied that although she didn't understand everything, HanLii seemed very impressive. Fu Doda agreed and asked if something was wrong. Pang replied that she just thought HanLii was remarkable and that it would make him famous. As she spoke, Pang reflected on the discussion from earlier in the class. Everyone was buzzing about the previous day's rankings and marveling at the top performers. Exilutin and Wang Baby watched to discuss the rankings, while a classmate praised Duan Xiaoyi for ranking first in their class. Duan Xiaoyi, boasting modestly, claimed it was just luck and suggested they look at HanLii, who might have some hidden tricks. As the classmates gathered around Duan Xiaoyi to congratulate him, Xia Hongjuan, annoyed by the conversation, remarked that if the meeting was just to hear Duan Xiaoyi boast, she would leave. Duan Xiaoyi, feeling the sting of Xia Hongjuan's comment, lightly responded that he understood her admiration for HanLii, but wanted to share his own thoughts with everyone. He also pointed out that HanLii hadn't even come to class, and that the teacher had warned against blindly following others. Just then, Wang Baibi stood up, looked at her phone, and told everyone to check the forum, revealing that the overall rankings were now visible and had just updated. As HanLii entered the room and heard the lively discussion, he asked what was going on. He then lazily mentioned that he had heard the noise from afar and warned that their teacher would probably come and scold them soon. Seeing HanLii enter, everyone stared at him, surprising him and prompting him to ask why they were looking at him like that. Before he could figure out what was happening, an announcement came over the loudspeaker, congratulating HanLii for being a top performer. It announced that HanLii, a new student of the 2013 financial class, had achieved an excellent result by ranking 7th nationally in the first week's competition. The announcement, made by the Inmun Department, Student Union and faculty, congratulated HanLii warmly. HanLii, stunned and speechless, remembered something and rubbed his forehead, realizing he had almost forgotten about this. The overall rankings were now visible, but they were only in the top 10 of the weekly rankings. It was still just the third day of the competition, and the week wasn't over, so the early announcement felt a bit premature. As he pondered this, Yulan's voice cut through his thoughts. She praised HanLii, saying she knew he was the best and approached him, making him blush and feel awkward. Yuan continued, calling HanLii the pride of their class. HanLii, embarrassed, thanked her and pushed her gently away. Gradually, others came over to congratulate him, with one classmate remarking that HanLii must have used a big strategy. Jian Guo, smiling, added that HanLii had continuously won for 2 days, achieving an overall profit rate of 15.4% on the third day, which was impressive. Hearing everyone continuously praising HanLii, Duan Xiaoi felt a bit unhappy inside and subtly smiled, saying, "I wondered why I didn't see HanLii." Turns out HanLii is still waiting to collect. Regardless of Duan Xiaoi's words, Yulan spoke up, saying, "If this situation continues, the promise between Exilutin and HanLii, Exilutin is surely going to lose." HanLii heard this and closed his eyes, replying, "That can't be said for sure. Yesterday, I did some research, and Huiqiangbo is also going to rise today. Earlier, when I collected, the price had already increased by 4%. From behind, Exilutin stepped forward and said, "I sold it this morning." Hearing her say that, HanLii immediately looked at her with a confused expression. Not only was he surprised, but Wang Beibi was also a bit puzzled and asked her, "Huh, sister?" So now, seeing everyone's strong reactions, Exilutin closed her eyes tightly and replied, "Initially 6,300 shares, bought at a price of 170, sold at a price of 1690, profit 7,650. How about that?" Surprised. Listening to her recite fluently like she memorized it from his notebook, he silently scolded in his mind, "You copied my homework, didn't you? No wonder yesterday you suddenly talked to me privately, asking this and that." On the morning of November 14, Exilutin encountered HanLii watching something, so she greeted him good morning. HanLii not only didn't respond but immediately turned away, leaving Exilutin behind in confusion. Seeing that, she chased after him and asked, "What are you doing?" Hearing her question, he stopped and replied, "Every time you giggle, it definitely isn't anything good." He helplessly turned to look at Exilutin and asked, "Today, do you want to copy my homework again?" She slowly stepped forward while he continued to complain to her. "I told you, suddenly you started taking an interest in my Yanshin after buying it. It feels like you're still waiting here." Interrupting HanLii, she immediately said, "Didn't you hear old Neo say?" HanLii turned to look at her with a difficult expression while she continued to explain. "Stocks are a long-term learning process. Moves need persistence and endurance. Sometimes we will take a few wrong paths, but as long as we correct them in time, it's fine. Now you're the model of our class. This girl is replicating it and won't let you drop a single piece of meat. Besides, with your abilities, this time is truly a famous battle. In the future, those who learn from you will only increase, not decrease." She smiled and said, then took out her phone to look at something and continued to ask, "Did you think of confessing yesterday? There was a senior on the wall who confessed to you, right? Are you going to the classroom today?" Regardless of her asking, HanLii turned and walked away, leaving her talking to herself. Seeing him turn away without saying a word, she called out to HanLii while he turned away, thinking, I told you. Why does the other school react so quickly? As soon as they saw the order, they immediately announced congratulations, publicizing it so vigorously. But until now, no one from the other school has come to inform me. If someone is always watching me, then immediately secretly operates after having the data, then everything can be explained. While thinking, his expression became more serious. Seeing HanLii's sudden poor expression, Exhalutin called out HanLii's name. Suddenly, from afar, someone shouted for HanLii to quickly see something. Hearing that, he responded by asking, "What is it? We haven't finished running yet." Exhalutin ran up from behind, pulling him to the notice board. Seeing everyone standing in front of the notice board, he hesitated to step forward. The announcement on the board was the same as what was broadcast over the loudspeakers the other day. HanLii was surprised at the fast movement. Exhalutin also chimed in, saying, "Showing off like this, there must be a reward, right?" From behind, a voice spoke up with a disdainful tone, "HanLii, where did this mediocre fish come from? Never heard of it before. I told you, such a small matter causing such a big commotion, such a rubbish school." Two arrogant girls standing next to him also agreed with the boy's opinion. And the red-haired girl added, "It's not like they won any international awards." The harsh words from the students caused Exhalutin to lose her composure and angrily retort, questioning if they even knew what honor meant in a national competition. The two students laughed dismissively and remarked that the Commerce Academy was too inferior to compare with their International Diplomacy Academy. One of the girls added that they didn't even bother to pay attention to the stock competition. Exhalutin, enraged, clenched her fists, but the red-haired girl provocatively pointed out that Exhalutin was constantly following the Academy's beauty, questioning her shamelessness. Exhalutin grabbed HanLii's hand and pulled him forward. Surprised by the sudden action, HanLii called out to the class monitor, asking what was happening. Exhalutin, still angry, said she was trying to get justice. HanLii, wanting to calm her down, suggested she should control her anger. But Exhalutin noticed something was off and let go of HanLii's hand, fearing he might misunderstand. She explained she didn't actually want to hold his hand. HanLii reassured her that it was okay if she didn't want to hold his hand. Her embarrassed reaction made her call him a dog, criticizing him for wasting time flirting despite being insulted. A student interjected, realizing HanLii was the prominent figure they were talking about, and questioned if he and Exhalutin knew each other. Exhalutin's reputation as a lesbian was also brought up. HanLii, worried about Exhalutin's reaction, asked her to calm down and mentioned that fighting in school would lead to punishment. He thought that the current situation was serious. Exhalutin, still angry, provocatively asked the student if he would continue barking after hearing her. She accused him of being a dog of Pangi, implying that he was just a lackey wanting his master to intervene. Everyone was shocked by her anger, and the student, unable to respond, walked away while warning her to watch out. HanLii found their speechlessness amusing and laughed out loud. Seeing HanLii laugh while she was fuming, Exhalutin asked him what was so funny. HanLii explained that he didn't expect her to have such a strong character and thought she would have fought them. Exhalutin replied that she wasn't foolish and knew that fighting could lead to expulsion. She added that those people were just envious of him. HanLii, appreciating her concern, said it was fine and that their jealousy wouldn't affect him. He reassured her that he wasn't upset about their insults. Exhalutin's face reddened, and she playfully threatened him not to touch her head again. With her mood improved, HanLii felt happy. Meanwhile, Pangi was in a room discussing with a teacher, who informed her that the previous proposal had been implemented and the poster was now on the bulletin board. The teacher assured her that the upcoming promotion would focus on the stock competition. Pangi, after taking a sip of tea, thanked the teacher and was asked if her goal was to be an outstanding student or to receive a scholarship. Pang replied that the school's rewards depended on actual performance, and without good results, there would be no way to achieve them. After Pangi finished speaking, the teacher was about to say something but paused when he noticed her change in expression. He thought to himself that propaganda alone didn't bring direct benefits and wondered if Pangi had been quietly helping HanLii. It seemed their relationship was more complex than it appeared. Pangi, putting her teacup down, focused her thoughts, feeling that despite the high status of the International Diplomacy Academy, being suppressed was unpleasant. She hoped HanLii would maintain his performance. Otherwise, there would be serious repercussions. In the dormitory, HanLii was working on his computer when Jongyu and Jae-hyangbuk entered, commenting on how impressive it was to place 7th out of 800,000 participants. HanLii, realizing they were talking about him, glanced at them. They asked if he was the one they were referring to and were surprised when he spoke up. Jongyu, somewhat awkward, asked if HanLii had run back and if he had eaten breakfast, offering him some delicious shrimp dumplings. HanLii declined, saying he had already eaten. Jongyu continued, praising HanLii's newfound fame and mentioning how it was even announced on the radio, with the seniors saying they had never seen such excitement from a school. Jae-hyangbuk, sitting next to Jongyu, agreed, suggesting that HanLii might soon receive a reward. HanLii pointed out that their class had some impressive results as well. Jae-hyangbuk replied that their class couldn't compare, as they struggled with understanding lectures and English was just a necessary subject. Some in their class had started trading stocks in their sophomore year, but they had insider information. Jongyu added that even those with insider information faced challenges. He said that many people envied HanLii's achievements, especially those who liked to show off. Jae-hyangbuk then mentioned that Dan Zihao had inquired about HanLii again, but assured HanLii that they hadn't revealed anything to him. Jongyu emphasized that the school was using HanLii as a role model and that people's envy wouldn't change that. Jongyu, expressing some frustration, noted that the early and enthusiastic promotion created pressure on HanLii before final results were decided. HanLii, impressed by Jeongyu's insight, acknowledged his observation and considered that Dan Zihao or Pangi might be the ones holding the grudge. He replied he would keep an eye on the situation. After finishing their meal, Jongyu and Jae-hyangbuk decided to leave and told HanLii to continue his work while they went out to have fun without disturbing him. HanLii continued to ponder the situation, considering the possibility of facing difficulties if he lost. However, he wasn't certain he would fail. With an additional 3 points of profit, he could break into the top 10 for the weekly rankings. If the profit margin decreased significantly, he needed to remain calm. Emotions were one thing, trading was another. A good trader could feel angry or upset, but must not let emotions affect their performance. If given the opportunity to gain fame, he had to win and win decisively. Determined, he began his calculations as the clock struck 9:29 on 14/11/2013. At exactly 15 o'clock, HanLii completed his calculations, showing a total income of 25.5, whereas the top income from the previous day was only 18.5. Although a higher profit margin was better, starting from zero meant even a small loss wouldn't affect his top 10 ranking. The next step was to focus on defense. Suddenly, his phone rang loudly with a message. Someone wanted to talk to them. It seemed that someone had heard about the dispute with the International Business Academy this morning. HanLii replied, asking the sender to go ahead, promising to join later. Meanwhile, Teacher Lu slammed his hand on the table, angrily scolding Xi Luting. He expressed his frustration over past conflicts with Pangi and warned that if she continued to provoke the International Academy, he would consider removing her as class president. Xi Luting, feeling frustrated, thought Teacher Lu was always threatening to take away her position. At that moment, HanLii walked into the room. Teacher Lu, seeing HanLii, welcomed him warmly and invited him to sit, mentioning that HanLii had just finished his work. HanLii responded, somewhat skeptical, wondering what was happening since Teacher Lu seemed to be reprimanding others. Teacher Lu offered HanLii a drink, and Xi Luting, curious, glanced back before leaving the room. Her expression confused HanLii. Teacher Lu congratulated HanLii, acknowledging his impressive achievements for the International Business Academy and urging him to keep up the good work. HanLii, surprised by the positive reception, thought Teacher Lu wanted to discuss the morning's incident but was reassured when Teacher Lu dismissed the idea. Teacher Lu, forgetting HanLii's presence while scolding Xi Luting, mentioned that Xi Luting had defended him from being scolded by others and that it would be regrettable if she were punished for standing up for him. Teacher Lu emphasized that Lutin's actions were commendable and should be rewarded, not punished. Teacher Lu then encouraged HanLii to focus on the current competition. He introduced an application for the student association and suggested that if HanLii was interested, he could fill it out. Although the school had yet to announce any rewards, Teacher Lu assured HanLii that the school would not be stingy if he brought honor to them. HanLii, sweating, listened as Teacher Lu inquired about his background, mentioning that his hometown, Wangjian, was known for its wealthy families. Teacher Lu was interested in learning more about HanLii's background and how his family raised such a talented child. HanLii wondered why Teacher Lu was so curious about his personal circumstances. Teacher Lu concluded by emphasizing that the school valued HanLii's achievements and that the principal had even called to inquire about him. As Teacher Lu finished speaking, HanLii asked in surprise who the principal was. He thought to himself that Dan Zehao lacked the ability to influence a principal, but others, like Pangi, could easily do so. HanLii took the job application and asked Teacher Lu if he could leave. He thought about how he must have offended Pangi the day before in the cafeteria. This propaganda was clearly insincere and aimed at flattering him. As he walked out, he continued to wonder how Pangi might try to harm him next. HanLii left the room, contemplating whether Pangi could actually cause him trouble. He thought about how Rioheng's reputation might benefit from Pangi's actions. Solving the issues with grades and securing a scholarship would make his parents very happy. As he exited, Lutin was waiting with her arms crossed, asking what Teacher Lu had said. HanLii replied that Teacher Lu had only encouraged him to continue working hard and achieve good results for the school's honor. Lutin seemed puzzled, unsure if HanLii was serious. As they entered the classroom, someone shouted for everyone to applaud HanLii and Lutin, praising them for their achievements. Teacher Lu announced that both the first and third place winners were from their class and expressed confidence that HanLii would definitely win. Lutin, only 0.2 percentage points behind, was encouraged to keep trying. Both HanLii and Lutin were taken aback. HanLii glanced at Lutin, noting her achievement despite not having looked at the rankings for a day. Lutin told HanLii to forget their bet, and as they went to their seats, a girl complimented HanLii. HanLii asked Lutin if this meant she was no longer betting with him. She agreed, stating that he was now the top student of the class and there was no need to be afraid. Lutin sighed, acknowledging that her results were due to copying HanLii's work. She realized that she couldn't keep copying his work and felt that her results were just a reflection of a mistake that many beginners make. She felt she could not win against HanLii and that continuing to copy his work was not a viable strategy. HanLii encouraged Lutin, suggesting that she wouldn't know if she didn't try. He noted that if it were an ordinary competition, she would have been a wealthy student by now. Lutin responded quietly, admitting that she was confident before, but now felt that her skills did not match her results. She realized that copying HanLii's work was similar to public punishment and expressed regret for her actions. She apologized, stating that her achievements were not truly hers and that she did not want to disappoint Teacher Lu. If Teacher Lu wanted results, he should seek truly capable individuals. HanLii was shocked by Lutin's strong tone. He wondered if she was afraid of societal judgment. He responded decisively in the group chat, indicating that he would not force her to continue betting. Lutin replied that she didn't want to play the game and wasn't concerned about losing. HanLii lowered his head, contemplating how perceptive she was. He regretted losing the opportunity to have an advantage over her. Imagining a scenario where he and Lutin pursued fame and success, he saw her choosing to withdraw just as success was within reach. HanLii envisioned Lutin in his mind, thinking to himself that at critical moments, it is she who can adopt the resolve and attitude of a warrior, being harsh on herself. And what she loves most is indeed right. At the moment she is harsh on herself, HanLii stretched out. As for whether or not she is being forced to death, she is more formidable than indulgent, able to handle a grand strategy and goddess. She has the opportunity. Friends have not yet given her the experience. The stock market opened, which snapped HanLii back to reality. Today, once busy, He would temporarily relieve himself from the competition. Stocks, Donsun, the competition forum. A user named Lao Wang sent a message. Where is this kid from? Just appeared with a 30% profit and already top one. Where is this kid from? Just appeared with a 30% profit and already top one. Another user, Special Smile and Short Youth, from Business School and Inman, Financial Class 1358, said, "This is a college student. How can young people nowadays be so terrifying?" Another user, Black Wind Painful Wrinkle, said, "Yesterday I saw an ID like this, but the last 2 digits were different. This is already the 13th instance. Could it just be level 13 or 05? Another user, Ding Ding with aggressive messaging, said, "Impossible. How formidable can a freshman be? I don't believe it." Another user, Financial News Exclusive Interview, said, "Everyone, be patient. We will quickly interview the expert. 1358, please wait." Another user, 4C's Literary Post, expressed anticipation. Another user, nickname not usable, said, "Waiting with 10,086. While reading the comments, the door opened with a bang, startling HanLii. He turned and asked who it was. Teacher Lu walked in with a beaming face, accompanied by 2 men. "Oh Gio Han, I knew you would be in the dorm." Teacher Lu began introducing. "This is the dean of our business school. This is Director SA from the school office." Dean SA said, "Not bad. This kid looks very intelligent and full of energy." Director SA warmly shook HanLii's hand and said, "Student Han, you have brought much honor to the school. This is very important and rare. On behalf of the school's leadership, I extend my congratulations and rewards to you. I hope you will continue to work hard, showcase your intelligence and abilities, and keep striving for the school's honor." HanLii reluctantly said thank you. A young man spoke up, "Student HanLii, congratulations. You have achieved the top position on the weekly ranking and successfully promoted." He introduced himself as the student council president, Oh Ha-kyun, and introduced the girl standing next to him. "This is Wang Chanking, head of the publicity department." Wang Chanking waved to HanLii. Director SA said, "Don Sun wants to conduct an online interview with you. These two will assist you, but we'll discuss this later. Let's talk first. The school will not treat any student who contributes to the school unfairly. Do you have any requests or difficulties?" HanLii looked blank. Director SA continued, "If you need any help, just let me know." Teacher Lu patted HanLii on the shoulder and said, "What rewards do you want? Any requests? Both Director SA and the Dean can make decisions for you." The Dean cleared his throat and said, "Seo Han, if you can be promoted in the final round of the competition, there will definitely be a spot for you on the exchange student list for next year." 5 people were convinced. The Dean continued, "The school will cover all expenses for the exchange period. The exchange student list is not like the rich second generation at the Foreign Affairs Institute. People from other institutes compete fiercely for this list, to the point of bloodshed." Hearing this, Oh Ha-kyun was astonished. The Dean continued, "The hottest list in Inman is the 1-year exchange student at Chris-Kosen University in the USA. The tuition is fully waived, and living expenses are about 80,000. It seems not small, but it is already the most cost-effective goal for studying abroad." Hearing this, Wang Chanking was stunned. Not only is the list guaranteed, but tuition is also covered. Oh Ha-kyun also sweated. Oh Ha-kyun bowed his head, thinking, "Did I work so hard for this? The student council president only cares about this list. Now it's easily handed over. But the dean's intention is that HanLii is the best and most valuable choice of the academy. As long as you bring someone along, the school will cover all costs." HanLii thought, "Oh, this is just the beginning. They'd have already painted such a big cake for me. Why is it so good? They are clearly trying to buy me off." In his mind, he thought, "Who do they think they are looking down on?" He said to the director and the dean, "I have no requests or difficulties. If my final performance is not good, I have no face to make any demands. If the performance is good, then I do not need these rewards." After hearing the extraordinary treatment from the dean, HanLii thought to himself, Who do they think they are looking down on? He then replied to Director SA and the Dean, I have no requests or difficulties. If my final performance is not good, I have no face to make any demands. If my performance is too good, then I do not need those rewards. Isn't that right? Everyone looked puzzled at his words. Director SA patted HanLii on the shoulder and said, Your thinking is very realistic. I have more confidence in you now. However, if you achieve good results, the school cannot not reward you. We will discuss this later. HanLii clasped his hands and said, Thank you for understanding about the competition. I will definitely try my best. Director SA smiled and waved goodbye, saying, I won't disturb you any longer. After saying that, Director SA turned and left. Teacher Lu hurriedly reminded HanLii, You should review the economic news interview. If you have any questions about how to respond, you can cooperate. Oh Ha-kyun handed him a stack of documents with a serious expression and said, These are the online interview questions. I have written an outline. Please check if the answers are okay or if any changes are needed. HanLii took the documents, read through them, and replied, No problem. I will answer based on these materials. After reading only a few pages, he wasn't too surprised, knowing that the school would continue to boast about its teaching quality and promote itself. As the group was leaving, the dean turned around and encouraged him, You just finished the exam, so rest well. Don't worry. Your daily matters are already well arranged. You don't need to attend specialized classes for exams. After saying that, he turned and left. Only Wang Shanking remained standing. She approached HanLii with a charming expression and said, Let's add each other as friends. Do you use QQ or WeChat? HanLii blushed, glancing at her and thinking, She is indeed a girl with a really broad mind. He answered awkwardly, QQ, but I don't often check messages. She just responded with an O and left it at that. Elsewhere, Director SA knocked on the principal's office door and asked Principal Wong, Are you busy? After entering the office, the principal asked what was the matter. Director Say replied, This time, HanLii has again secured the top position in the weekly ranking of the stock competition, as he placed a stack of documents down. He continued, The school's publicity department has planned a promotion. This material needs your review. He then scratched his head, smiling, and said, I must thank Pangi. If she hadn't actively reminded me, we might have missed out on such a good person. The principal, listening, was surprised. Oh, was this initiated by Lao Fang's daughter? Director SA nodded and replied, Yes, Pangi specifically instructed not to let that male student know this was her initiative. Director SA continued, HanLii is that thin, bright-eyed student, right? The principal, surprised, said, Yes, yes. Do you know him? Taking the documents from the dean, the principal said, I've met him once before. Lao Fang quite likes that kid. As he signed the documents, he continued, The publicity plan is fine. Proceed as you mentioned. We'll adjust the rewards and specifics based on the results of the competition. After signing, he handed the documents back to Director SA and said, All right, then I will arrange it. Director SA, with a beaming face, left the office. As soon as he closed the principal's office door, Director SA was extremely excited, feeling as if he had struck gold. He jumped with joy, thinking to himself, Finally, I have a chance for promotion and a raise. Holding the signed plan in his hand, he walked along and suddenly recalled the principal's earlier words. It was not hard to see some news. First, the principal did not really know HanLii. Second, Chairman Fang also did not understand HanLii well. It was likely not a social relationship. Third, Chairman Fang had no objection to his daughter interacting with HanLii. Fourth, the principal was very happy to grant favors to HanLii. These 4 points were not important. What mattered most was that they were exactly as he thought. As he thought, he waved back to people he met on the street. He was certain that the relationship between Pang and HanLii was not simple. Perhaps Pangi had already set her sights on that kid. As he continued walking, he thought further. If it's the love of the little princess, then he should try his best to promote it. If the little princess was satisfied and mentioned him a few times in front of President Fang, he could easily step up. The head of the SA department spoke with a smile and a smug expression. But then he suddenly realized that he should tell the little princess that he had completed the task. At that moment, in Pangi's classroom, while she was talking with Fudoda, her phone rang. She picked it up and recognized it was a call from the head of the SA department. She answered the call, and on the other end, the voice of Pangi's supervisor could be heard. "I'm calling to thank you. Thank you for introducing such a talented person to the school. Rest assured, I will make sure to secure as many resources as possible for him." At that moment, everything around suddenly fell silent, and everyone turned to look at Pangi. The head of the SA department continued, "If it weren't for your reminder, I wouldn't have known about this. The school highly values him." Hearing these words, Pangi's expression turned serious, and her face darkened. Fudodao asked, "Pangi, is something wrong?" Pangi shook her head and said to the head of the SA department, "I really need to thank you properly for this matter." Hearing this, the head of the SA department responded with a bright smile, "No need to be polite. It's all part of my job. Other things are not convenient to discuss, but I will find a way to take good care of HanLii." The sound of the phone hanging up echoed from the head of the SA department's phone. "It's off, just as well. Probably went to talk with his lover," he thought. Just now, his breathing seemed a bit shaky. He must have been overly excited. With that thought, he put his phone back in his pocket and hummed as he walked. On this side, Pangi, Fudoda called out, but seeing her dazed and unresponsive, suddenly a brown-haired boy approached and asked, "Pangi, why does your face look so grim? How about going out for dinner tonight? I saw a new restaurant yesterday. It has a high observation deck and good service. You would definitely like it. That poor HanLii certainly can't go there. Let me take you to check it out." Before he could finish speaking, Pangi interrupted him sharply. He looked confused, not understanding what he had said wrong. "Aren't you just secretly in love with HanLii?" Pangi said, shoving her phone into his chest, frowning and continuing. "Is this the kind of condescending attitude you have? You think you're really great." The boy stuttered, "I didn't mean it that way." But Pangi ignored him and walked away angrily, leaving Fudoda bewildered and not understanding what had just happened. After she left, the boy frowned and said, "This woman changes her attitude faster than she turns pages in a book. How could she possibly be in love with HanLii?" At the campus, she walked alone towards the gate, thinking to herself, "This is driving me crazy. Not one, but two people are unreliable. After all this, they still gave him such a great opportunity. Is he really that impressive?" As she was thinking, her driver, who had been waiting outside the gate, asked respectfully, "Miss, should we head straight home?" "Yes, go straight home," she said as she got into the car. Upon arriving home, a servant informed her that the master had been looking for her. She responded with a non-committal "oh," but thought to herself that she had a bad feeling about this. Suddenly, a voice from inside the room called out, "Oh, you're back. Your uncle just called your father. How is your relationship with your classmate, HanLii, these days?" She avoided eye contact, looking guilty. Meanwhile, in HanLii's dorm, he was eating instant noodles while sitting in front of his computer, thinking, "I've written 3 chapters today. I'll send them for revision and have to submit more drafts before the small trading exchange begins." As he opened his phone, he suddenly received a message. "Oh, this is a message from Fay," she asked. "Are you studying in the finance department of the Commerce Institute, in Mun?" He was surprised, thinking, "Really a distinguished guest." He replied, "Yes, I am a student in the finance department. Why are you asking this all of a sudden?" As he typed the reply, he thought to himself, "It has been about 10 days since we last contacted each other. Although we used to chat every day, it's normal for things to change with time, especially with different schedules and work commitments. I don't understand her difficulties, and she can't understand my ambiguity. This is one reason why long-distance relationships can easily end. Even though communication is the main issue, we aren't in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, so there's no need to put in effort to find topics to discuss." The phone rang again, and she responded, "So do you know who student number 1358 in the finance class is?" He asked back, "Are you also participating in the stock market competition this time?" Yes, she replied. "My friend and I participated, but we lost." Haha. She responded from behind the phone screen, appearing as a beautiful, seductive girl in a black nightgown. She continued, earlier, someone told me that a big shot suddenly appeared at the institute. I saw the name on the list and thought I should ask about you. He replied, oh, so you remembered me only after seeing that? I understand. But in the end, you don't have me in your heart. She sent him 3 question marks and continued, how did you learn to use such flirtatious language? What bad things have you been learning? All right, it's not like I see you very often anyway, she said, laughing while lying down. By the way, my friend's younger brother is also at your place. This weekend, I'll visit her brother, and we can meet. Do you have time to entertain us? He was surprised, thinking, she wants to come over. The distance and time are too short for such a big change in me, which is hard to explain. He touched his face, thinking, and replied, sure, if you come, just call me. After thinking this, he calmly ate his noodles and continued thinking. But she probably doesn't remember clearly. She's probably just deceiving me. It's best if she doesn't come, but if she does, it's okay. Tomorrow is Sunday, so it's perfect for a long outing. It's been a while since I've relaxed. In the evening at Pangi's house, she was sitting in the living room when suddenly a voice startled her, causing her face to go pale. My daughter, just take it easy. You must be tired from studying all day. Can we talk about this tomorrow? She looked at her father with sparkling eyes. President Vance responded, our daughter has worked hard. Let's think about it. Just then, a very young-looking woman walked in from behind and said, my darling, what did you do at school today? I missed you so much after a week. It turned out that this was her mother, the woman with sharp eyes who hugged her neck and asked, why are you so tired? Is it too much pressure from studying, or are you hiding something? Speak up so I can give you advice. While saying this, she placed her hand on her shoulder. But her expression was far from gentle as she squeezed her shoulder. Pangi forced a smile with a guilty expression. Just after returning from school, Pangi felt a hand on her collarbone and heard a woman's tender voice saying, how was school today? I missed you so much after a week. As soon as she finished speaking, her mother embraced her from behind, continuously asking questions that left her feeling flustered. Why are you so tired? Is it because of study pressure, or do you have something troubling you that you're keeping to yourself? Speak up so I can offer advice. After finishing, her mother darkened her face and pressed hard on Pangi's shoulder, making her pale and shiver in response to the questioning. Finally, Pangi, feeling frustrated, sighed and said, I don't have any troubles. Is there anything that requires both of us to face together? Forget it, let's just get it over with quickly. She swiftly changed the topic and turned to her father, asking, why did you suddenly mention my friend earlier? The father was surprised and flustered, replying, oh, it's like this. You know, over the years, I've had little work and have taken an interest in stocks. I've lost quite a bit of money, but I've made a lot too. My wife is so skilled that I almost got taken away. He thought to himself. Pangi could no longer stand it and interrupted. Dad, your investment account only has a few dollars. Don't think I don't know. Stocks and HanLii. Those 2 keywords together are suspicious, aren't they? It's a complete loss, and only a few dollars are left, right? Hearing this, her father pondered and said, because of this, your mother has mentioned it to me a few times. Today, Mr. Wang called and told me there is a student at the school who has very high achievements in this area, and this person is someone I know. I thought you could invite them to our house so I could ask them a few things. As Pangi listened to her father's ramblings, she felt more and more exasperated. She said, learning from him, Dad? Don't you think that sounds absurd? Her mother, who was next to her, also supported her husband and hoped Pangi would help, though her expression seemed a bit playful. Darling, just looking at your father's investment accounts makes me headachy. You need to save them. Pangi looked at her mother in confusion as she continued. If Xiaohan's skills are really good, then I want to entrust those accounts to him to handle. She then placed a hand on Pangi's shoulder and said confidently, don't worry, darling. We won't let him suffer any loss. Pangi, feeling dissatisfied, retorted, I can't be at ease with your money, but something feels off suddenly. Wait a minute, there's something wrong. Lately, you two have been secretly inquiring about my love life. Are you doubting if there's something going on between me and that kid? She got up angrily and yelled, "No, this can't be." Her mother, seeing her reaction, asked nervously, "What's wrong?" Realizing she had overreacted, Pangi embarrassedly explained, "I mean, he's still young. He probably doesn't have the capability. Also, inviting a male student over for a meal isn't very appropriate." Hearing this, her mother countered, "How would we know if we don't talk about it? There's nothing wrong with it. If it really doesn't work out, you still have a female classmate who's also from his class. Why don't you invite her too?" Her mother looked at Pangi and made a decision, leaving her speechless. "All right, you go and ask them. See if they're available for dinner tomorrow night. We'll talk then." Pangi, feeling helpless, agreed. After the family was left alone, the mother, holding a teacup, complained, "Lao Fang, I think you're right. The situation really isn't quite right. Our daughter seems very averse to interacting with the opposite sex." The father agreed with a smile, "Isn't it? Xiao Han is the only male student who's gotten close to her. If you hadn't suggested inviting that girl, she definitely wouldn't agree to have Xiao Han over for dinner." They continued, "It really won't work. Tomorrow, when facing that girl, we need to arrange Pangi's marriage first. She has always been sensible since she was young, and we have never interfered in her growing up. Suddenly getting involved today, do you think she's angry with us?" The father, feeling tired, said. Hearing this, the mother agreed. "It can't be helped, but we can't just sit and wait. Our children have grown up and have their own ideas now." Sighing, he said, "It's better to deal with it early." The next morning, HanLii was still in bed when the phone rang continuously. He woke up and checked the time on his phone. It was 8 o'clock, and he had finally managed to sleep in a bit. It turned out that Pangi had sent a message, wondering what she wanted. HanLii thought to himself and opened the message, which read, "HanLii, my father heard that you came in first place. He wants to invite you over to discuss stock investments. Tonight at 6 p.m. I'll send you the address." He thought, "This is quite straightforward and not polite at all. Rushing me to their house, Fang's intentions aren't simple." He quickly replied, and the next message came through. "Don't overthink it. Lukin will also be there. You two can arrange a time to meet." Reading this, he was surprised and thought, even Lutin will be there. It's not just me who's overthinking, but her father who's being overly considerate. The message from Xiao Wan mentioned meeting at 5 p.m. and seemed very enthusiastic. As HanLii brushed his teeth, another message arrived. "We're coming over today. We'll meet soon and have lunch together." Later, in a part of the city, Zhang Yang was talking with Chen Fei. "Do you really know that expert?" "Don't lie to me," Zhang Yang said. Chen Fei confidently replied, "Why would I lie to you? I really know him." Zhang Yang continued, all right. You all wait here. My brother will come to pick everyone up." Xiao Fi, looking at her watch, added, "My friend will also come to pick everyone up. He should be arriving soon." Just then, a familiar male voice called out, and Xiao Fei blushed as she turned around, her eyes wide with anticipation, calling out, "HanLii!" HanLii, dressed in jeans and a styled hairdo, greeted them with a bright smile. Yan Fei, smiling, waved and said, "Well, haven't you recognized me after just 1 month?" Yan Fei was still stunned by HanLii's dazzling appearance. She shyly asked, "Did you change your whole look?" HanLii, puzzled, wondered how bad he must have looked before and replied, "I just removed my glasses and braces and changed my hairstyle a bit." Xiao Fei quickly defended, "Who said you looked bad? It's just that at that time, your face was bruised and it was hard to see your potential." Zhang Nang behind them was also impressed and said, "You really are that expert. Not what I imagined at all." Yan Fei proudly introduced, "Zhang Nang is our beauty queen from the Business Administration Academy. We live in the same dorm and are close friends." She then introduced her friend to HanLii. "This is HanLii, also the expert from the business school's finance class." HanLii extended his hand cheerfully. "Hello. My classmates usually call me HanLii, but you can also call me Xiao Han, like Chen Fei." Zhang Niang playfully said, "All right, Xiao Han, nice to meet you." HanLii turned to Xiao Fei, embarrassed, and asked, How many people did you tell about that embarrassing situation of mine? Xiao Fei, unbothered, replied, I just introduced you a bit. Behind them, a boy with brown hair called out, Sister Xiao Fei. Seeing everyone gathered, the boy looked puzzled at one person. His sunglasses almost fell off as he said, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. HanLii, sharing the same curiosity, asked, Why are you here too? Jiang Yang gently said, He's my younger brother. Jiangyu, shocked by the sight of the two holding hands, wondered why HanLii was there and shaking hands with his sister. Jiangyu came up from the subway, confused, What's going on here? Standing between Yanfei and Jiang Yang, Jiangyu looked worriedly at HanLii. HanLii, do you know my sister? HanLii, unsure how to respond, looked at Chen Yanfei, Jiang Yang, and then Jiangyu, expressionless, waved at him. What are you standing there for? Come over here. Jiang Yang happily gestured to her brother. HanLii, this is my younger brother, Jiangyu. HanLii, smiling, responded, Oh, nice to meet you. Jiang Yang said, Jiangyu, this is HanLii. Jiang Yang noticed her brother's strange expression and asked, Why the expression, Jiangyu? Jiangyu, irritated, responded, What's going on? HanLii, standing next to Jiang Yang, looked at Jiangyu. Chen Yanfei, eyes closed, said happily, All right. Let's go have lunch first. We'll get to know each other better later. Let's go. Chen Yanfei handed the bag to HanLii, who was confused. Chen Yanfei smiled and said, You'll be in charge of carrying the bag now. HanLii sighed and said, All right, I'll escort you ladies. Jiangyu, still bewildered, watched HanLii walking in between Chen Yanfei and Jiang Yang, feeling even more confused. Seeing HanLii happily carrying his sister's bag, Jiangyu thought, I used to carry her bags before. Why does HanLii get to do it now? Jiangyu, feeling a bit anxious and angry, thought, even her high school boyfriend didn't get this treatment. What does HanLii have that makes him so special? An image of HanLii and Jiang Yang getting married appeared in Jiang's mind, with Jiang Yang in a wedding dress happily linking arms with HanLii, saying, Call him brother-in-law. HanLii, happily extending his hand, said, We'll be family now. Jiangyu, feeling distressed, thought, Why is he so happy? Does he want to be my brother-in-law? I won't allow this. I don't agree. HanLii turned to Jiangyu and said, Jiangyu. Jiangyu shouted, Brother-in-law, you called me? Feeling at a loss for words, HanLii was unsure how to respond. Chen Yanfei, trying to hold back laughter, saw Jiangyu's confusion and HanLii's embarrassment. Chen Yanfei couldn't help but laugh out loud, causing further embarrassment for Jiang Yang and confusion for HanLii. Chen Yanfei looked back at HanLii and laughed, So, you've got another brother-in-law now. Jiang Yang felt even more embarrassed. HanLii, unsure of what was going on, was confused. Jiang Yang gave Jiangyu a sharp knock on the head. What did you just say? Jiangyu, wincing in pain, clutched his head, confused and thinking he needed to protect his own head, even if he couldn't safeguard the family wealth. If HanLii really became his brother-in-law, would he have to worry about someone holding a hammer over his bed at midnight? Jiang Yang continued to hit Jiangyu, Is your head full of water? HanLii is just a good friend of your sister's. You only just met him today. Seeing the worried looks from Chen Yanfei and HanLii, Jiangyu placed his hand on HanLii's shoulder and said, I get it. We'll just call each other by name from now on. HanLii sighed and nodded. All right, let's go then. Jiangyu, still annoyed, led the way. Chen Yanfei, still laughing, commented, Your brother is really funny. HanLii was just asking what you wanted to eat. Jiangyu, now understanding, cheerfully pulled Jiang Yang along, saying, Let's go find a spot. My sister and I will get some food. Chen Yanfei and HanLii, left in helpless amusement, followed. At the school cafeteria, which was known for its delicious food, Chen Yanfei was excited to finally try it. HanLii, standing with Chen Yanfei, observed the cafeteria. Chen Yanfei turned to HanLii and asked, Where do you usually sit? HanLii helped Chen Yanfei, as she almost stumbled and said, Be careful, you're wearing high heels. You need to balance yourself better. Chen Yunfei blushed with embarrassment. HanLii, slightly reddened, wondered why everyone seemed prone to falling. Chen Yunfei, feeling embarrassed, backed away, saying, "Have you helped a lot of girls like that before?" Just then, a voice called out, making Chen Yunfei and HanLii turn. Yu-yun, with a flushed face, appeared, looking confused. HanLii, surprised, thought, "Why is Yu-yun here at the cafeteria at this time?" Yu-yun, smiling, walked towards HanLii and Chen Yunfei. "HanLii, is this your friend? I don't think we've met before." Everyone in the cafeteria stared at Yu-yun with puzzled looks. Yu-yun, clearly displeased, looked at HanLii, who quickly turned away to avoid her gaze. Chen Yunfei looked at Yu-yun and said, "Oh, a high school friend visiting." Yu-yun then turned to Chen Yunfei, who was puzzled. Yu-yun realized, so this is the girl he was in a relationship with in high school, and continued to smile at Chen Yunfei. "You're really beautiful." Chen Yunfei was taken aback. Yu-yun then approached HanLii, revealing 2 melons and said, "HanLii, you didn't introduce us to such a beauty." Yu-yun was sweating profusely, thinking to herself, "This is bad. This girl is so beautiful. Has she made HanLii fall for her? Although her teeth aren't as perfect as mine, her presence, it's like she stepped right out of a script for a goddess of first love." HanLii, on the other hand, was confused and didn't know what to say. Chen Yunfei, leaning against HanLii, extended her hand toward Yu-yun and teasingly said, "Is this your good little sister?" Seeing HanLii so dazed, Xiao Fei continued, "Aren't you going to introduce us?" HanLii, startled, realized he had no other choice, and Yu-yun quickly spoke up. "Hello, sister. I'm Yu-yun." Yu-yun extended her hands and smiled lightly. "I'm just a fellow student of HanLii. How should I address you? You look so beautiful." After hearing this, Yu-yun took a moment to think before reaching out to shake Yu-yun's hand. Chen Yunfei introduced herself. "I'm Chen Yunfei, a high school friend of hers. It seems that HanLii is quite popular at school. I was worried that he wouldn't adapt well to the new environment." Yu-yun nodded repeatedly. "Yes, he's quite impressive here. Not only did he finish the freshman major courses on his own, but he's also very disciplined and reserved in his second year. My friends and classmates, including the beautiful girls around, all like him." Hearing all this, HanLii thought to himself, "Good grief, why does everyone have to make things up? Xiao Wang, Pangi, Wang Bibi, plus you and Jiang Yu, that's already enough for a mahjong game." Yanfei lightly brushed her hair and said, "So, he's always been outstanding. My dad also said that HanLii is the best among his peers." As she spoke, Xiao Fei pinched HanLii painfully, making his face turn pale. She continued quietly to HanLii, "After being apart for 3 days, you need to see things from a different perspective." HanLii, after hearing this, stood there dumbfounded, thinking, "If you can't boast, then don't. Standing here like a wooden statue, if the enemy doesn't move, then I won't either. The more you talk, the worse it gets. If I stay silent, I won't make mistakes. I should just stay quiet." Yu-yun, looking dejected, thought about her father saying she and HanLii had already met the parents. Yanfei, holding Yu-yun's hand gently, asked, "Do you also like HanLii? Have there been any developments? He's quite picky, but it's okay. We can prescribe the right remedy." Although she asked this, she thought to herself, "Logically, I don't have the right to be dissatisfied with those pursuing HanLii. I've known him the longest and there have been many events. If we talk about special connections, mine with HanLii far surpasses these people. But seeing their indifferent attitude, they definitely haven't reached that level yet. Most importantly, I just don't like this girl at first sight, especially her strong tea scent. Is this a tea leaf spirit from a tea garden?" Yu-yun, sweating profusely, said, "Well, thank you then." At this moment, Zhang Yang ran over and waved at them. "Why are you all standing here? Aren't you looking for a place to sit?" As soon as Zhang Yang appeared, Yanfei tapped her hand and said, "Sorry, I almost forgot about you." She pulled Zhang Yang close and continued, "By the way, I also like HanLii. I can't help you with that. This is my best friend Zhang Yang. She and I are both students at the Foreign Language University. Her younger brother happens to be HanLii's roommate. I heard HanLii did well in the stock market competition, so I wanted to bring her here to congratulate him. Xiao Fei kept talking, while Zhang Yang looked awkward and unsure. She whispered, "Aren't we here to visit my brother?" Xiao Fei, with a cunning expression, said quietly, "Just play along. We'll treat you to a meal later." Seeing this, Yuan thought to herself, "Another one. What does this girl mean by standing in front of HanLii and saying all this?" Breaking her train of thought, Yuan turned to look at HanLii, thinking privately about his pampering gaze. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind Yuan. "What's all this commotion about?" Upon hearing the voice, Yuan turned around to see Lutin. Lutin placed a hand on Yuan's shoulder and continued, "We're supposed to go out together tonight. Why aren't you dressed up?" Lutin smiled and said, "Oh, I remember now. You mentioned you had a friend visiting. Are these two your friends?" Xiao Fei and Zhang Lang were left stunned, not knowing what to say. The scene quickly divided into two opposing sides, Yan Fei and Zhang Yang against Lutin and Yuan. Lutin, with a proud expression, raised her hand and said, "Hello, I'm HanLii's class monitor." On HanLii's side, he felt pale and dazed, thinking, "Is this the legendary showdown? Can I continue to play dead?" One side was Xiao Wang, where despite the seeming advantage, forcing her might lead to disastrous consequences. The other side was Guanga, his first crush and someone he dreamed of being with. Fortunately, they had become good friends. As for HanLii now, the good news was none of these people were his real girlfriends. At most they were just ambiguous interests. The bad news was, helping anyone would be quite exhausting. Yan Fei, looking pleased, said, "Ah, so you're the class monitor. I've heard HanLii talk about you." "Hello, I'm his high school friend." Lutin responded, "Oh, a high school friend, the legendary ex-girlfriend." Yan Fei was surprised to hear that HanLii had never dated in high school and wondered why he missled her. Yan Fei thought, "I don't know what HanLii told them. Of course, there's no way to respond directly. This might just be a rumor. They're probably just guessing." After a moment, Yan Fei said, "You're overthinking. HanLii doesn't have an ex-girlfriend. It's just that." Yan Fei slowly approached HanLii and continued, "He does have a crush, though." The two girls were surprised to hear this news. HanLii doesn't have an ex-girlfriend, but he does have a crush. What does that mean? Is the crush her? All right, romantic matters aren't things that can be prolonged or pursued indefinitely. Based on what I know about this guy, he wouldn't have a crush on anyone without acting on it. If he really liked someone, he would definitely pursue them directly. If that's the case, then the girl must be overly confident, thinking he likes her. Even though it's not crushing, this attitude makes others uncomfortable. What happened in these 2 months? HanLii has become more handsome and confident, and many beautiful girls are pursuing him. Yan Fei countered, "It seems you understand HanLii better than I do. I'm really curious. Since you understand him so well, has HanLii pursued any of you? Is it you or your good sister beside you?" Lutin's face flushed red as she said, "You." Yuan waved her hand and said, "Sister, I know he will definitely become a very remarkable person in the future. That's why I've never expected anything between us. I just want to silently admire him from behind. You don't know, but he's very popular here. Many girls like him, and he doesn't need to actively pursue anyone because he already has many admirers. We all believe that once he finds his true target, he will definitely move forward bravely." HanLii, looking dazed, thought to himself, "This person seems quietly kind and perceptive. If I didn't know her personality beforehand, I'd be completely confused by now." Yuan continued, "So, I'm also very curious. If he really had a crush on someone in high school, but didn't do anything about it, was that girl too strong or arrogant, making him too afraid to pursue her?" She added, "Although my grades are average, I never pressured him, just encouraged him. Furthermore, he's now the school idol. But is he really an idol?" HanLii, thinking about becoming an idol, concluded, "Yes, he's indeed become very handsome." Yuan said, "Should I thank everyone then? Thank you all for encouraging his confidence and helping him become the local idol. But it's not exaggerated. He's always been outstanding. It's just that his usual forgetfulness leads him to forget his wallet and meal card. There's nothing more we can do, Xi Lutin, and I have to take care of him, buying his meals and pouring his drinks every day. Hearing himself being exposed, HanLii could no longer play dead and said, "Why do you all like to publicize my freeloading? Fine, I can't hide it. Do you have some talent for this? Is there something going on? Can freeloading still be satisfying? With the money left from buying the house, isn't it enough for normal meals? Don't think I can tolerate this. I won't forget things like forgetting my wallet, causing pain in my hands. My mouth keeps saying it hurts. I'm not explaining, just listen to me." Wanda's fighting power is not small. It seems like she's puzzled, but in reality, our relationship is quite close. I did talk about buying a house with her, but I didn't expect her to remember it so well. Hearing about buying a house, Yuan thought, he's already bought a house after starting university. HanLii isn't from here. Where did he get the money to buy a house? Could it be a house in his hometown? Xi Lutin thought, if he wants to go back home after graduation, why not continue developing here? Unless his family has already arranged his job, marriage and career, it might be related to Rejection Fay. If not, how would she know about this? HanLii rubbed his red ears and said, "It's not that I bought a house and faced some issues. I actually wanted to buy a house here, but I couldn't resolve the purchase restrictions. So, I have to wait until next time. At our old school, there are still 2 houses available in the study area with a good location and large space. It's just that the price is a bit higher than expected, so I spent all my funds. I only have 2,000 cash left. Since it's just the start of school, I can't ask my family for money. And people who offer help are usually very kind, so how can I refuse? Although it's a bit embarrassing to say, freeloading is quite nice." Zhang Yang whispered to Rejection Fay. "He's very calculating. Using the living expenses given by his family to invest is quite impressive." Rejection Fay replied, "What do you know? There's no such thing as living expenses. It's clearly money for plastic surgery." To Rejection Fay, HanLii's stubbornness was intriguing. Otherwise, how could she be interested in him? She turned to complain, "It's really impressive. Even a simple meal gives him a sense of pride." HanLii responded, "You don't know. I've never enjoyed such treatment before. It's a rare opportunity, so how can I not appreciate it?" Rejection Fay, with arms crossed, was unyielding. That's the truth. Back then, his temperament was too soft. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. There's a loophole attack. Push the envelope and climb the pole into the house. In this critical situation, HanLii still remembered to use his skill to ease the atmosphere. The dog is still your dog. Congratulations, you have acquired the skill to seize every opportunity. HanLii felt helpless, thinking, what kind of skill is this? At this moment, Yuan and Xi Lutin were still lost in their thoughts. Xi Lutin thought to herself, this girl is messing with HanLii. What right does she have? Initially, HanLii's temper was too soft. Did she make him suffer before? Although HanLii is somewhat of a pushover, he's excellent. How could he be easily controlled by someone? It's all this girl's fault. HanLii must be suffering because of her. I knew it. Talking about love only affects HanLii's ability to become successful. The more I think about it, the angrier I get, almost boiling over and making Yuan uneasy. Yuan asked Xi Lutin, "What's wrong?" Xi Lutin, looking cool and composed, called out, "Hey, you fatty!" Yanfei was startled. Xi Lutin crossed her arms and said, "If you don't know what to say, keep quiet. What do you mean by relying on us? We invited him for a meal. What does that have to do with you?" This made Yanfei question her own existence. Who's the fatty? Where am I fat? She glanced at Lutin, whose figure was indeed beautiful, with long, slender legs. Yanfei could only feel envious of Xi Lutin and couldn't retort, so she turned to HanLii to vent her frustration. "HanLii, you see, I brought my friend to see you. I'm wondering if I've offended anyone. What's going on?" She then pointed at Yuan and Xi Lutin, saying, "First, it's a good younger sister and a good class leader. One pretends to be innocent and the other." Rejection Fay questioned HanLii. "Tell me, am I your guest or not? If yes, please explain. If not, I'm leaving immediately." The crowd was drawn to the commotion. noticing a lot of beautiful people and wondering, what are they doing? Isn't that the legendary HanLii? HanLii, scolded, and in a difficult position, thought, why is this girl suddenly angry? HanLii rubbed his forehead and tried to find a solution. He thought to himself that he needed to intervene, but whatever side he took would offend the other. Suddenly, an idea struck him. HanLii smiled and confidently replied, to us, this is nothing new. You're a good friend who has gone through hardships with me, and an old classmate I trust. Hearing this, Yanfei sighed and asked, so, you really made Chen Yanfei feel touched? She felt that despite HanLii's stubbornness, he was still on her side. Just as things seemed to turn around, HanLii continued, so, I want to thank you. Thank you for introducing Zhang Liang to me. HanLii's words made Chen Yanfei freeze for 5 seconds, thinking HanLii was on her side. HanLii continued, I never believed in love at first sight, but now I do. He then reached out to Zhang Liang and said, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? Chen Yanfei, Yuan, and Xi Lutin were shocked by HanLii's sudden action and exclaimed in unison. Zhang Yang, after hearing HanLii's confession, blushed deeply, stammering and unable to speak. She couldn't believe what was happening and chose to run away, saying, I just remembered I need to go shopping with my younger brother, dragging Zhang Yu along with her. Chen Yanfei then reacted, how could he like Zhang Liang? HanLii, now serious, said, don't cause a scene. As my friend, you should think about me as well. Chen Yanfei was stunned, with old memories of HanLii resurfacing. She tightened her fists, thinking, okay, my reaction was indeed a bit excessive. But suddenly, Yuan's words interrupted Chen Yanfei's contemplation. Does HanLii really like that younger sister? Xi Lutin, standing to the side, smirked silently, thinking, haha, is this believable? Yanfei glared at her. Both of them thought, it's not our fault. They clearly started everything first. HanLii took a deep breath and said, and you, calling out Jep Mom, am I giving you too much face? Isn't that right? Xi Lutin seemed unable to believe her ears, her mind in turmoil over HanLii's question. She wondered, how does he know this name? How does he know this phrase? Could he have watched the Overbearing CEO series? Did he discover I'm the writer? Xi Lutin, anxious and sweating, thought, did he read all the kissing scenes and the passionate moments I wrote? If he reveals this, I'm done for. She was deeply worried about her future if her secret was exposed. Realizing this, Xi Lutin had no choice but to apologize, I'm sorry, I was wrong. This made Yuan next to her puzzled, seeing Xi Lutin's attitude completely different from earlier when she was so defiant with Chen Yanfei. Yuan was still in disbelief, wondering if this was really Xi Lutin she knew. Sorry, HanLii, she said with an embarrassed look. Is it because of a single threat that you're scared now? Chen Yanfei, observing the scene, was impressed. It was the first time seeing HanLii in such an overbearing CEO mode. She didn't expect HanLii to use a nickname directly and be so straightforward. HanLii was indeed very confident when facing Xi Lutin. She seemed to have some secret she didn't want others to know. Despite feeling she was not at fault, seeing Lutin apologize, Chen Yanfei thought that apologizing first would settle things, considering Xi Lutin was in a worse position than herself. After thinking this over, Chen Yanfei turned to HanLii with a smile and said, sorry, HanLii. The situation turned out this way, and I am partly to blame. They are your class leaders. I shouldn't have put them in an awkward position. Then Chen Yanfei turned to Yuan and apologized. Also, I apologize for the scheming talk earlier. Chen Yanfei added, I also want to thank everyone for taking care of HanLii. Yuan, no longer confused by Xi Lutin, was now surprised to see Chen Yanfei suddenly apologizing. Yuan awkwardly waved her hand, struggling to process the situation. After regaining her composure, Yuan replied with an embarrassed smile. Sister Yanfei, you're being too polite. We're all good friends of his. I won't hold any small displeasures against you. She then provocatively added, by the way, I also want to thank you for introducing my brother's future wife. Sister Yanfei, you are really generous. Although Chen Yanfei was annoyed by Yuan's teasing, She could only suppress her anger and forced a smile. No need to be polite. HanLii, speaking seriously, instructed Exilutin to take Yulun home. His gaze was domineering as he warned Exilutin. This is the last time. If it happens again, don't blame me for not giving you a heads up. Exilutin had no choice but to comply and take Yulun away. Despite her compliance, she was still harboring resentment towards HanLii. Thinking, remember this grudge. I will never forget it. As Yulun was abruptly taken away, she wondered, is it really over just like this? After Exilutin and Yuyun left, HanLii sighed in relief, glad it was finally over. The system notification chimed again, with a green notification board appearing before HanLii, showing that his dog had won an impressive battle. Experience points were awarded, 10,110, plus bonus experience for manipulation, deception, and performance, 66,666, 52,088, and 23,333 respectively. HanLii reviewed the system board, noting the experience points had increased, and he was nearing level 4. At this moment, Chen Fei's call to HanLii broke the silence. She asked with suspicion, "Do you really like Zhongliang?" HanLii responded, "Why do you ask?" Chen Fei began to voice her thoughts. "Don't think I don't know. You're just using her as a shield." HanLii shrugged and smiled. "What if it's true?" Chen Fei smiled back. "So you prefer the weak type?" She moved closer to HanLii, with a slightly shy tone. "Do you particularly dislike my personality? Do you find me too strong? Even heroes can't resist a beautiful woman." HanLii blushed and replied, "I wouldn't put it that way." He had a few thoughts about the girl in front of him. Compared to the fierce presence of the protector, she seemed a bit more feminine. This kind of personality, if grasped well, could make her seem endearing and lively. Finishing his thoughts, HanLii stepped back slightly and continued, "There are many good people who, after loving someone good, find themselves exhausted. If you don't want to be tired, you have two choices. Either don't love or be a bit cruel." Chen Fei was slightly surprised by this and asked, "What do you mean by cruel?" HanLii explained, "Being cruel to oneself, which means controlling yourself more and being tougher on the other person. The more you clash, the more proactive you need to be." Yanfei responded, "Oh, I see." She casually walked around as HanLii said such direct flirtatious remarks. "Do you want to get a bit closer, get to know each other better?" HanLii was awkward, thinking, this scenario is unexpected. Who is teasing whom here? Chen Fei continued to express her feelings calmly. "Is it so sudden? I actually have had a good impression of you since we met on the train. You are very my type. I've always hoped to have a memorable romance with you, no matter the outcome." She added, "To be honest, I wanted to wait, but with so many outstanding girls around you, I couldn't just watch." Chen Fei moved closer to HanLii, asking, "Have you thought it over?" HanLii, flustered by Xiao Fei's confession, was blushing and holding up his hands to stop her from coming closer. "Don't come any closer." HanLii didn't expect this and thought, this script is not right. Who is actually teasing whom? Chen Fei continued her affectionate confession, "Finding a good person to admire and work towards a future together, until you confirm that they are the right one, eventually leading to marriage and a family, is that simple." HanLii, regaining his serious demeanor, asked, "What if it's not the right match?" Chen Fei, smiling brightly, replied, "Then it's okay. Even if it's a mistake, love is still love. If you don't love, you'll never know if it's right or wrong." Hearing this from Yanfei, HanLii truly felt that she was right. He felt that Yanfei, the intelligent, brave, and passionate girl who had touched his heart, was someone anyone would be drawn to. If possible, he would really want to grow old with someone like her. Despite the fact that the girl he secretly admired had expressed her feelings, contrary to his inner thoughts, HanLii said, "Sorry, I need to think more about it." Xiaofei was shocked to hear HanLi's response. She wondered, what about HanLi's true feelings? But questioned herself, am I really such a good person? Reflecting on her failures and the many tragedies she had witnessed in life, she realized she had developed too much greed. Facing reality, HanLii continued, honestly, you are the goddess in my heart. But I am not yet prepared. For me, it's important not to deceive oneself. Whether it's a small cucumber or Pangi, whether it's about utility or genuine affection, it doesn't matter. I see myself as a greedy person who only wants to use what's available to climb higher. At this moment, HanLii could only apologize to his dream girl, Fay. Fay couldn't believe HanLii had rejected her. Meanwhile, after dropping Yulan off, Lutin rushed home and texted HanLii, "How did you find out? Did you pretend not to know? I was wrong. I admit it, but you still need to give a girl some hope. When did you figure it out?" After sending the message and receiving no reply, Lutin grew increasingly anxious. Why isn't he answering? Is he busy dating the goddess he secretly loved for years? Suddenly, a message notification from HanLii appeared. "Last time, I noticed something on your delivery slip. After reading your message, I realized I should have torn up the delivery slip. Who looks at someone else's delivery slip? I was too careless." Another message from HanLii arrived. "My friends have left. I was going to buy some fruit juice. Do you want to come along?" At a brightly lit fruit stand in the supermarket, Lutin, wearing a simple pink hoodie, stood in front of the fruit display, asking HanLii, "Is buying some fruit enough?" HanLii responded, "If not, then what?" He waved his hand, indicating that since they were all students, buying some fruit was enough. Lutin looked at the fruit stand and asked, "What fruit do you think is appropriate to bring?" She hesitated among the various baskets of fruit with clear price tags. After choosing, Lutin asked HanLii, "Is this enough?" HanLii, seeing her look at him, asked, "Why are you staring at me?" Lutin bluntly replied, "Of course, I'm waiting for you to pay." HanLii waved his hand. "You chose the fruit, don't rely on me, I don't have enough money." Lutin, frustrated, clenched her fists, "But you've made me lose face today." HanLii turned away indifferently, "I don't have any money." Lutin continued, "Not only are you bullying me, but you're also being stingy." HanLii persisted, "I truly don't have any money." At this point, Lutin began to complain, "If you don't have money, I can treat you to a meal. This time you should pay. I've already given you enough face today." HanLii, sweating and feeling itchy, had no choice but to reluctantly pull out his wallet and said, "Fine, let me see if there's enough money." The cheerful cashier responded with a smile, "Youth today and their interesting love stories." Lutin's eyes lit up, and she scolded HanLii, "How dare you, you miserable man? Hiding so much money in your wallet while making me pay for meals every day." HanLii could only helplessly explain, "This is all I have. I need it to last until the winter break." Lutin thought of ways to squeeze every last bit of money from him, limiting his spending on flirting. She said, "I don't care. You have more money than I do." HanLii responded, "You must be richer than me. Your great works are so excellent." Lutin turned pale at hearing this. HanLii continued, "The royalties from your works are probably not small, right?" Just then, HanLii received a system notification. "Congratulations, you've received a consumer gift. A box of sweet fruit-flavored gum, 24 pieces with 4 flavors. It can keep your breath fresh and sweet in your mouth and improve your mood." Duration: 2 hours. Attributes: sweetness plus 50, friction plus 50, bioelectricity plus 50. HanLii thought, "I wonder if this can be used for its intended purpose. Has this suggestion passed the review?" While HanLii was lost in thought about whether to keep the gum for himself or give it to someone else, Lutin blushed and said, "That book wasn't written by me." Lutin, sweating, thought, "This dog man really knows how to hit the sore spot. Why bring up this issue?" She said, "I only participated a bit, but the book isn't just about BDSM. It also mixes Korean soap opera melodrama, Japanese adult content, Thai drama novelty, and Vietnamese unconventional elements, being a genuine collector." Lutin thought, "If he knew I wrote those intense scenes, my life would be over." She also considered that with his personality, he probably wouldn't like watching such themed shows. HanLii took the bag of fruit and cheerfully carried it on his shoulder, saying, So it turns out to be such a powerful novel. I only watched a few clips briefly. I'll read it carefully another time. Sailutin continued, don't mention it. Those intense scenes are quite vivid. This directly left her frozen in place. On the dark road, the two decided to share a taxi. Sailutin, sitting close to HanLii, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, while her inner turmoil felt like it might explode. What should I do? I'm so embarrassed. Why isn't he talking and just staying silent? My toes are poking through my shoes. Sailutin was the first to break the silence. What kind of female students do you like? HanLii, surprised, responded, didn't I just confess my feelings to someone? Why would I like someone like her? Sailutin turned to him and said, do you think I'm stupid? I won't believe it easily. HanLii bluntly replied, you see, even if I say it, you wouldn't believe it. But Sailutin still wanted to know, be honest with me. What do you think of Pangi? HanLii reluctantly answered, Pangi is quite nice. Sailutin pressed further, do you like Pangi or not? HanLii pondered, whether I like her or not. She's a lady of the family, a perfect match for someone like her. What man wouldn't like a girl like that? Why are you asking this? HanLii asked. Sailutin replied, so you do like her, because she's a rich lady. Although she asked, her inner thoughts were different. She wondered, does this guy not understand my hint? When a girl asks a guy if he likes someone, what else could it mean? HanLii then asked, aren't you interested in her too? Afraid I might steal her from you. Sailutin quickly waved her hand, no, I'm just joking. I'm actually not a lesbian. My sexual orientation is normal. Inside, Sailutin thought, as expected, if I didn't explain this, he would really think I'm a lesbian. HanLii crossed his arms and asked, so what about Wang Baibi? Did you use her to practice writing intense scenes? He then smirked. Or should I suggest we rent a room tomorrow, so I can gain experience and improve my skills? You could play the female lead and I'll play the male lead. Sailutin shouted, who wants to book a room with you? She then spoke more quietly. If it's really for practicing, then I'll be the female lead and you'll be the servant. HanLii laughed. That's not okay. I want to play the CEO role, and you be the one I depend on. Sailutin asked, puzzled, why do you look down on me? HanLii glanced at her and said, do you think I'm underestimating you? Sailutin blushed and said, although you're very good at fighting, this is completely different, right? The key here is technique and psychological stimulation. It's all about grasping the level of this. HanLii looked at her admiringly. Class monitor, you really understand it well. The driver quickly interrupted. You two have arrived. At this moment, Sailutin realized she had been talking about such things with him and thought, what was I thinking? But HanLii didn't seem to care about that. He pointed out, by the way, I paid for the fruit earlier. This made Sailutin extremely irritated. I'm paying for the taxi too. Is that not allowed? After getting out of the car, Sailutin sighed, feeling exhausted from talking with him. She then looked ahead in astonishment at the large mansion still lit up, with a familiar figure approaching them. Pangi, I was just about to send you a message. Is this your house? I've only seen houses like this in dramas. It's so magnificent. Sailutin said excitedly. Pangi smiled. It's not that extravagant. She suddenly remembered something and said, oh, right. I don't usually bring friends home. If there's anything lacking, please let me know. It wouldn't be good if everyone wasn't happy. She looked at HanLii. HanLii quickly nodded. Haha, definitely, definitely. As night fell, the lights of the villa continued to warmly welcome visitors. Pangi opened the door and said, come in quickly. I've prepared slippers for everyone. As they entered, they saw 2 pairs of neatly arranged slippers. Sailutin looked around, slightly amazed, thinking, this house must be worth over 100 million. The first thing they saw upon entering was a pristine white piano. HanLii asked, do you play the piano? Pangi answered enthusiastically, and HanLii, admiringly, expressed his hope to hear her play. Pangi, taking the opportunity to be proud, replied, yes, you're worthy as well. Just then, a voice interrupted. What kind of talk is this, little one? Pangi turned in surprise and playfully said, Mom, you scared me with that sudden shout. A woman with short hair and simple clothes appeared. So this is your friend. Why didn't you tell me beforehand? She was Pangi's mother. She addressed them. You must be Xiao Han and Xe Luting, right? I'm Pangi's mother. You can call me Auntie Trius. Xe Luting, shyly standing behind Pangi, greeted her, I'm Xe Luting. Auntie Trius responded warmly, Hello, Xe Luting. I often hear my little one mention you. It seems she can't be away from you for a moment. HanLii, still holding the fruit basket, bowed and said, Hello, Auntie Trios. I'm HanLii, Xe Luting, and I'd brought some fruit. I hope it's to your liking. HanLii, with enthusiasm, asked where the kitchen was so he could bring the fruit there directly. Auntie Trios responded, You didn't need to bring fruit. Just leave it on the table and I'll wash it for everyone. But next time, don't bring gifts. If you do, I won't get you any presents. Auntie Trius looked pleased, thinking, this child is just as straightforward and understanding as old Fang said. She instructed Pangi, take Xe Luting to another room. I'll take Xiao Han to the kitchen. And call your father down. Why is he taking so long? Pangi replied, Got it. I'll go now. She thought to herself, Mom means she still wants to invite him over in the future. Auntie Trius asked for a few plates for the fruit. I want to wash some fruit for the kids, she said. The maid replied, Yes, madam, please wait a moment. She pointed to the kitchen counter and said, Dio Han, just put the fruit on the table. HanLii replied, Yes, ma'am. While washing the fruit, Auntie Trius asked HanLii, I heard you're from Wangjian. How many people are there in your family? HanLii honestly answered, Auntie Trius, my family consists only of my parents. My grandfather passed away early, so in my generation, there's only my father and a brother-in-law left. Auntie Trius remarked, I see, no wonder you're so understanding. I've been to Wangjian before. I wonder how it has developed now. HanLii responded, Wangjian is a resource-dependent city. It's very rich but still has a lot of poor people. However, the overall economic growth rate is relatively fast, so there are ways to earn more money. While Auntie Trius washed the fruit, HanLii continued, the general situation is fine, but my family is relatively ordinary. There are indeed many newly rich people there. Their overall quality doesn't keep pace with the growth of wealth, so there are many unnecessary conflicts. However, we honestly don't create trouble and are not always bullied. Auntie Trius said, You have a clear and sensible view. You're a good child. In her heart, Auntie Trius thought, whether a family is rich or poor is important, but with the wealth and background of old Fang and me, we have enough for several generations. At least at this stage, social status isn't important as long as he's a male who can redirect the girl's sexual orientation. The child is even better than I expected. Calm, elegant, and well-presented. HanLii asked, Auntie Trius, can you help me carry the rest? Auntie Trius looked at him with satisfaction and thought, this child is not bad. In the living room, a stout man in a white shirt and a gold watch cheerfully said, Our Xiao Han has arrived. HanLii hurriedly greeted him while bringing out the fruit plate. Hello, Uncle Fang. He smiled and clapped, saying, Quickly put down the items. Let's go have some tea. Xe Luting stood aside, confused, thinking, What kind of situation is this? Auntie Trius, feeling embarrassed, covered her face, thinking it was truly awkward. She then asked Pangi, When we have dinner, what would you and Xe Luting like to drink? Would you like to have some wine with me? Pangi shook her head and declined, I'd rather have Coca-Cola. Auntie Trius looked at her daughter in confusion, Coca-Cola? That's rare. Old Fang poured tea and asked HanLii, Do you usually drink tea? HanLii casually replied that he didn't drink it much. Old Fang seemed to want to interrupt him, cough. Tea is good for calming the mind and nurturing patience. It's much better than Coca-Cola. This tea is very hard to come by and tastes great. As he spoke, Old Fang broke into a cold sweat, thinking, the girl doesn't like guys who drink plain beverages. Given her personality, she might prefer a guy who is calm and patient, although I still don't know if she likes men at all. HanLii responded, I'll try it slowly. but internally he was skeptical, wondering if this was hinting at Pangi's preferences. The atmosphere grew tenser as HanLii thought. This family seems like they're from another world, with daily conversations feeling like cryptic puzzles. Old Fang, pouring tea, also wondered, does this kid not want to talk more with me? Could it be that he has no interest in my daughter? HanLii, taking the cup of tea from Old Fang, thought about how growing up in such an environment might explain Pangi's lack of interest in boys her age. He wondered if he could keep up with her train of thought. But he reminded himself that he was only here for the excitement, and being deeply involved with Pangi might not necessarily be good. He forced a smile and said, "The tea is sweet and delicious." Old Fang's face brightened at HanLii's comment, and he happily said, "Really? The annual production of this tea is less than 1 kilogram, and many people rush to buy it." He continued enthusiastically, "I have a reliable taste in tea leaves. If Xiaohan likes it, he can come over on weekends to have tea." A maid's voice came from the kitchen. "Dinner is ready, sir and madam." Auntie Trius quickly waved everyone to the dining room. "Come and eat." The dining room sparkled under the lights, and the table was neatly arranged with steaming hot dishes. Auntie Trius, taking on the role of the hostess, said, "Please sit down." HanLii noticed that this seemed to be his first time eating at someone else's house, and he caught Pangi's and Lutin's stares. Feeling a bit nervous and confused, he wondered what was going on. Pangi teased Lutin. "Where's your queenly aura? Why are you so timid now?" Lutin blushed and glared. "How can this be similar? I feel like uncle and auntie are always targeting me." Old Fang raised his hand, clearing his throat to interrupt their conversation. Seeing this, Old Fang thought about how tightly bonded the two girls were, and to break the tense atmosphere, said, "Please start eating. The food will get cold soon." He continued, "Lutin, you and this girl are good friends, so just treat it as if you're at home. Feel free to eat whatever you like." Auntie Trius began serving food, saying, "Let me serve some food for Lutin." Lutin quickly thanked her. Auntie Trius then served Pangi, saying, "Here's your favorite crab." But moments later, Pangi transferred the crab to Lutin, gently saying, "Try this, it's very delicious." Old Fang was surprised and thought, "My daughter is really being too generous." Seeing the situation, Old Fang quickly poured some wine and held up his glass, calling, "Xiao Han, can you drink? Let's have a drink together." HanLii cheerfully responded, "Yes, I'd love to have a drink with you." Auntie Trius glanced at Pangi, who had opted for Coca-Cola, and thought, "You can still drink red wine with me later if you regret it." She subtly implied that it wasn't too late to join her for wine. Lutin noticed this and asked Pangi, "Don't you like drinking Coca-Cola?" Pangi pouted, saying she wanted everyone to enjoy the drinks, and raised her glass of wine. Lutin, excited, said to HanLii, "You had wine with Uncle, and I'm not interested in fizzy drinks, so let's have some wine with Auntie." Lutin stood up eagerly, and HanLii, concerned, thought, "The little cucumber wants to drink wine. I wonder how much she can handle." His face grew darker as he thought, "I hope the red wine won't make her too drunk. I don't want to have to help her home later." Soon, the wine bottle on the table was noticeably emptier. Lutin, quite drunk, asked Pangi, "You're already drunk like this? I thought you'd be immune to red wine by now." Pangi, also quite drunk, replied, "Your tolerance isn't that high either. 1 glass and you're out. What a mess." HanLii sighed, feeling helpless as he looked at the two of them. He thought they were both a mess, not knowing that they seemed to have drunk quite a bit. Auntie Trius reminisced about the past as she drank, gently holding her wine glass. "I used to have a good friend. We were inseparable, closer than anyone else. Unfortunately, after she was deceived by a scoundrel, she stopped being close to me." Lutin slammed her hand on the table and declared, "That's right. There aren't many good men out there. They're always flirting with girls and are so proud of themselves." Pangi agreed, "Yes, exactly. They eat their fill and then run away, avoiding responsibilities." Lutin, in her drunken state, shouted, "Exactly. They spend your money with confidence, but sulk when spending their own." Pangi, equally drunk, added, Yes, can you believe it? They have no shame, eating up the food of others while patting themselves on the back. The two girls continued their tipsy ranting, forgetting they were in the presence of adults. Exilutine, feeling mischievous, said, "If I get the chance, I'll prepare a whip and wax for him." Pangi eagerly replied, "Good idea. Don't forget to bring chains and a collar for the dog. Call me when you're ready." Auntie Trius was stunned, shocked by the conversation of the two young women. What on earth are these girls talking about? What kind of games do they usually play? In contrast to Auntie Trius's shock, Uncle Fang seemed to empathize. No wonder these girls get along so well. It seems they've both been hurt by men. He suddenly realized something, his eyes widening as he thought, has the girl ever been heartbroken? Why didn't I know? Uncle Fang quickly turned to HanLii and said, "Regarding those scoundrels, don't give up. People's perceptions and thoughts can change." He stood up and looked at HanLii. "Come on, let's drink some more. Just 2 more sips, and I'll ask you a few questions." HanLii politely declined, "Please don't call me teacher. I'm not that skilled." In the room, Uncle Fang's lively voice rang out. He said with a warm smile, "Xiao Han, you don't know. It's been years since I've felt this relaxed drinking. You are the most outstanding young man I've ever met." HanLii quickly said, "Please drink a bit less." Internally, he thought, Old Fang really knows how to talk when drunk. If it weren't for the system, who could handle his ramblings? Suddenly, Old Fang grabbed his arm and said candidly, "Xiao Han, if you could be my son-in-law, that would be wonderful." HanLii was momentarily stunned and struggled to respond, trying to come up with a few more words about macroeconomics and financial structure analysis. Old Fang asked him, "Why aren't you speaking? My daughter doesn't match up to you. Pangi is outstanding. But what matters is if you're a good match. The rest isn't important. I support you without any pressure." Old Fang proudly talked about his daughter. "I've said it, my daughter is so outstanding. Who wouldn't like her?" HanLii replied, "But uncle, the person I like is Exilutine." He straightforwardly admitted. By late at night, HanLii was helping the drunken Exilutine walk unsteadily along the road. Exilutine insisted, "I can still drink more, Pangi." HanLii, feeling helpless, thought, drinking Levy 1969, like water, is truly just their thing. He was worried as he looked at her. It was the first time he'd seen someone so drunk from red wine. Exilutine's vision was blurring as she saw HanLii supporting her. She suddenly shouted, "Scoundrel," which left HanLii confused. He tried to calm her down. "Please control yourself. Don't put yourself in danger." But Exilutine proudly patted her chest, claiming she was fine. "I can run and jump. Just watch." Just as she finished speaking, she crashed into a streetlight and stumbled. Fortunately, she fell into HanLii's arms. HanLii thought, youth is really something. You can just sleep wherever you fall. He looked up at the sky and sighed, "I can't go back to the dormitory. I need to find a place to spend the night." Meanwhile, Pangi had fallen soundly asleep in her bed. Auntie Trius had carefully tucked her daughter in before leaving the room. Uncle Fang, looking in from outside the bedroom, asked, "Is the little one asleep?" Auntie Trius replied, "Yes, she must be tired." Then she turned serious and asked Uncle Fang, "Did you know Xiao Han likes Exilutine?" Uncle Fang, looking worried, said, "I just found out, do you believe it?" Auntie Trius, angered, slammed her hand on the table. "You need to rethink what you just said. What do you mean by 2 suitors? What's wrong with a man who has capabilities, who doesn't have multiple wives or concubines?" She asked, "Are you one of those who also has multiple partners outside?" Uncle Fang quickly defended himself. "How could that be? I am devoted to my beloved wife, only one." Auntie Trius, still somewhat upset, responded, "I know you're devoted." She then asked, "So, are we sticking to the original plan? Have you given the account to the young man yet? Don't tell me you forgot." Uncle Fang confidently replied, "Don't worry, everything is arranged. I've also given him a check for 500,000. He added, "To pursue a daughter, you must have some money, it's essential." Auntie Trius was dissatisfied with her husband's actions, feeling it was inappropriate. When the stock account makes a profit, you can earn commission on your own. There's no need for you to provide extra money. If they're together for the money, they'll argue over it later. Uncle Fang was startled. Dear, listen to my explanation. The 500,000 is a pretext, a salary for Xiao Han. Do you think with our background, they'd argue over money? He continued, it's better to offer money up front rather than be empty-handed. The kid is sharp, let's give him a chance. They're still a few years away from legal age. Auntie Trius squinted and raised a finger. Now I'm worried. You didn't even value Chu Zi before. Uncle Fang scratched his head. Honestly, I don't think much of that Chu Zi kid. He's not genuine. It's clear he wouldn't take good care of my daughter or achieve much. Xiao Han isn't bad. At least let my daughter interact with a man first. Auntie Trius crossed her arms and shook her head. I don't think this is easy. Look at Xiao Han. He didn't even dare talk to our daughter all evening. He needs to learn how to court a girl. It was late evening outside, at some hotel. HanLii was holding a check for Uncle Fang's investment account, which originally had 10 million. The remaining stocks were worth about 3 million. If HanLii represented the account, any losses would be charged to Uncle Fang. But if there were profits, HanLii could take 30% of the gains. If he could get back to the original 10 million, he could take 50% of the profits. HanLii placed the check on his eyes, thinking, it's great to have money. Even 10 million could be used for speculation and fun. Meanwhile, Exilutine was lying on the bed. She suddenly woke up, her face flushed from drinking. Exilutine asked, where am I? Is this a hotel? Realizing something, she rubbed her eyes and wondered if she was dreaming. Seeing HanLii in front of her, she was shocked. Is that scoundrel here too? Exilutine, feeling gloomy, thought, why did I dream of this guy? She got out of bed and approached HanLii, suddenly hugging his neck, startling him. HanLii, feeling awkward, tried to move back and signaled her to stop. Please, keep your distance. It's inappropriate. Exilutine, pouting, didn't say anything but sat down on HanLii's lap. What's with this pretense? I hate your hypocritical attitude. Even in dreams, this sanctimonious behavior is so annoying, she said. I see through you. You're just a scum, a disgusting hypocrite, chasing girls everywhere and taking advantage of me. Exilutine's eyes were filled with disdain as she said, I hate you the most. Exilutine put her hands near HanLii's face, but despite knowing he was no good, she looked at him with loving eyes, saying, but I still. She leaned in close to HanLii, her hands touching his lips, leaving him bewildered. Exilutine's cheeks suddenly puffed up as if she was about to vomit. She then threw up on HanLii. HanLii, terrified, looked at the vomit and thought, I will never let this person drink again. He yelled, hey, don't strip in front of a male student. The next morning, in the room where HanLii and Exilutine spent the night, Exilutine was still in her dream, thinking about the unpleasant man. She woke up after a long night, trembling and covering herself with the blanket, asking, where am I? What happened? Why am I in a hotel? She recalled the events of the previous night, drinking heavily with Pangi, feeling dizzy, and then returning to the school with the unpleasant man before falling asleep and dreaming about being in the same room. Exilutine turned back to the bed, grabbed the blanket, and saw that the bed was clean without any traces. She sighed with relief. It must have been a dream. Exilutine looked around for the unpleasant man and discovered a note on the table. Approaching the table, she reached for the note, wondering why it was left instead of a message. As she turned, she noticed something. Exilutine looked at the vomit from last night on the sofa, horrified by the red, unidentified substance on the couch. At some restaurant, a bowl of beef noodle soup was ready for the customer. The vendor said, the beef noodle soup is ready. HanLii took his food and thanked the owner. By the way, can I borrow a charger? My phone is out of battery. The shopkeeper replied, sure, just remember to take it back. HanLii, holding the bowl of beef noodle soup and the charger, felt his phone vibrate. He reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone. On the screen was a message notification. Not my phone, he thought. Did I register a new account or something? Who could be messaging me this early? HanLii read the message, brother, save me. Something big happened. What's your phone number? It's urgent. I need to call you, sob. HanLii smiled. Oh, it's the little cucumber sobering up. He then noticed something strange. Messages don't work, so I need to call. Is this doubting if I have a relationship with that annoying guy? HanLii replied, why the urgency? Send me your number. HanLii thought, quite smart. Waking up also wakes up the brain. Good thing I always keep a global card. Taxilutine's phone rang, and she read HanLii's message. His phone number is 138. This is the other number for that scoundrel, she thought. She immediately dialed the number HanLii had sent, but the person could have multiple SAM cards, so she needed to hear the voice to be sure. Taxilutine put the phone to her ear and said, can you hear me? The signal isn't great where you are. Relieved, Taxilutine thought, this voice isn't related to that scoundrel. Thank goodness. HanLii responded, what's so good? Is this his voice? Didn't he charm you? HanLii had used voice-changing software to trick Taxilutine. Annoyed, she said, who's been enchanting me? I'm very focused. HanLii replied, all right. In your heart, there's only your idol. You don't care about your poor mentor. He added, what happened? Did you beat your idol? Taxilutine, embarrassed, said, I don't know what's happening now. Last night, I went to a friend's house with him. I had some drinks. She looked at the sofa. When I woke up, I was in a hotel. There was something red on the sofa. She continued, you know, I don't have any close friends. I could only turn to you. HanLii, hearing this, spat out his food. Taxilutine anxiously asked, what's wrong with the food you're eating? Is it okay? HanLii wiped his mouth with a napkin and coughed, saying, you two are moving fast. I retract my earlier statement. She isn't fully awake and probably hasn't seen the note I left on the table. On the other end of the line, Taxilutine was very worried. Please don't criticize me anymore. What should I do now? I'm alone in the hotel and I can't find him. No calls or messages are being answered. HanLii asked, really? Is it that bad? Do you still have battery on your phone? If you suddenly lose contact with someone, it's quite alarming. Taxilutine replied, let me check. She looked at her phone and saw it had 10% battery left. I'll check if the hotel has a charger. She searched the room, but it didn't seem like there was one. No charger, how inconsiderate. HanLii said, in that case, try asking the reception for one. Your idol might have gone out because his phone was out of battery. Maybe he went to charge it. Taxilutine realized the issue and responded, that makes sense. I'll turn off the phone for now. If his phone battery was dead, he might have left a note for me. He's quite considerate in this aspect. HanLii said, all right, let me know when you get back. Taxilutine replied, okay. The phone screen showed disconnected. Taxilutine looked around the room, trying to find anything. Taxilutine's eyes were drawn to the note on the table. She picked it up and read. Due to the curfew last night, we were locked out. I found a hotel, but there was only one room left. You were so drunk you vomited all over me. This hotel doesn't have a phone charger, so my phone's dead. I went ahead to find a place to charge my phone and change clothes. I was worried you might vomit on me again while asleep, so I laid out a blanket on the floor. Missed out on the chance to share a bed this time, but I'll make it up to you next time. Note: don't forget to return the room key at the front desk before you leave. It was quite expensive, NDT 200. After reading the note, Taxilutine cursed the scoundrel. So it was wine that scared me. The dormitory door opened and Yun, who was lying on her phone, said, "You're back. Did you stay at Pangi's place last night?" Taxilutine replied, "No, I found a room outside." Yun was surprised. "Oh, staying outside? Huh? Why stress that you rented a room yourself?" Suspicious. Yun suddenly realized something and looked at Taxilutine. "Weren't you and HanLii together at Pangi's place last night?" Could it be? At a bank, HanLii was handing over a check to the bank staff for stock conversion. "Thank you," the staff said. "Please wait a moment, sir." HanLii picked up his phone and saw a message from Yun. "HanLii, what's up? You confessed to a beautiful girl yesterday and then took Taxilutine to a hotel at night. What are you doing? Did you not come back last night?" HanLii thought, Good thing she came here to ask. He replied to Yuan. Last night my phone was out of battery. 99 messages. Xiao Wang's spirit is really strong. Hexilu team texted HanLii. I'm back at the dorm. Your phone hasn't been charged yet. HanLii replied, it's charged, I'm sending money. Hexilu team asked, sending money for what? HanLii responded, to buy something. Not just reading some masterpiece. I want to see the real thing. Hexilu team, feeling embarrassed, replied, damn pervert. Blocked. HanLii was about to leave when he saw Hexilutin's blocked message. He picked up his phone and typed a reply. Why are you cursing? I never said I wanted to use it with you. After HanLii hit send, the message failed to deliver because Hexilutin had blocked him. HanLii thought, so, she blocked me directly? Fine, if that's the case, I'll block her too. HanLii happily put his phone back in his pocket. Blocking is blocking, who cares? It's like being in a world of my own. HanLii thought that some people might not understand why Yuan, who had tricked him out of money years ago, could be ignored, while Wang Bibi, who just ignored him, was also irrelevant. But why did Hexilutin matter so much to him? HanLii immersed himself in the crowd, the traffic light turning green and the noise of the street filling his ears. His mind was still occupied with thoughts of Yuan, who had tricked him but had at least acted well and invested a lot of effort. Wang Bibi had only ignored him but hadn't done anything too offensive. Yet, Hexilutin was different. Because he was easy to bully, she treated him poorly, without any apology, as if it was a great honor for him to take the blame for her. This realization filled his eyes with an indescribable sadness. He thought, yes, Yuan exploited me to prove I was useful, but Hexilutin's complete disregard seems to negate everything about me. Even though I can understand that she lacks the confidence that Pangi's family provides and doesn't have the skills or intelligence of Chen Fay, so she can only step on others to climb up and pretend to be unapproachable to avoid trouble. Understanding it doesn't change the fact that the one being trampled naturally wants to retaliate. At this moment, he had arrived at the training facility. The receptionist greeted him with, "Hello, sir." He responded, "Hello." He wanted to inquire about the program. Looking at the poster featuring a muscular man, he thought that after training for half a month, there had been no significant progress. It seemed he lacked high-intensity systematic exercises. The basic attributes were lagging behind the secondary attributes, but it wasn't a big issue. After all, the basic attributes could increase with training. It was just a matter of time. The secondary attributes couldn't be resolved by later adjustments. He thought the facility definitely lacked a reliable system. As he glanced at the displayed system, his basic attributes were Strength 70, Agility 71, Physique 71, Intelligence 70, and secondary attributes were Beauty 71, Figure 74, Health 75, Special 75. After signing the contract, he resolved to train diligently. Now he was a man supported by a wealthy patron. He needed to make an effort to attract the patron's daughter and not let down Mr. Fang's expectations. Under the clear sky and beautiful weather, in the office, Mr. Liu said, "HanLii, the contract for game control and the small practical demonstration has been cancelled. Remember to sign." Hearing this, HanLii sweated and replied, "Got it." Mr. Liu added, "The other side may contact you about the prize money. This is part of the prize money given by the school. Hope you continue to work hard in the next match. If you need any help, just let me know." HanLii happily thanked him. He then closed the door, looked at the envelope, and found that the amount of money he received wasn't very much. He thought the company gave 5,000 and the school gave 2,000, which was quite stingy. Under the clear sky with shimmering rays of sunlight in the dormitory, HanLii suddenly said, "Jae Yangbuk, come eat. I want to treat you all to a meal tonight. You and everyone else, including my sponsors." HanLii, now feeling confused, read Yuan's message. Wow, finally can have a meal, not easy at all. Then he saw Wang Bibi's message. "You did great, so much prize money. I recently liked a pair of earrings, but I don't have money for living expenses." HanLii suddenly remembered that Xiao Wang was still on the blacklist and had forgotten to unblock her. He pressed the unblock button for Hexilutin. The phone now displayed that the account was no longer blocked. She texted back, "Hemph, lucky you remembered to unblock me. You want to invite Yuyeon and others to a meal. Alright, you can come too, along with my two brothers. Last time you wanted to do something, didn't you?" Lutin thought angrily. "Who wants to meet your brothers? I was just adding fuel to the fire last time." She replied, "I'm not going," with an angry emoji showing the middle finger. HanLii raised an eyebrow and texted back, "Ah, the temper is quite fiery. Fine, I heard Ruji and others recently enjoy reading novels. I happen to have a novel. I can introduce it to them." She quickly replied, "I'll go. Even if the sky falls, I'll go. It's an honor to be invited by you. I will definitely dress up beautifully to make you look good in front of your brothers." Yuyeon, beaming, approached HanLii and asked, "Are you inviting Lutin for dinner? Are you going?" Upon hearing this, Lutin hugged her face and said, "Yes, I'm going." Jeongyu then entered HanLii's room and said, "HanLii, are you inviting my sister and Yanfei as well?" HanLii thought of Jeongyang's image and said, "He's joking. We're not familiar with each other." Yanfei, beside him, pondered, "Who? Didn't expect I'd compete with a close friend one day." Jeongyu thought, "It's just a meeting. They won't really become a couple, right?" Later, HanLii, startled, said, "You didn't mention it. I forgot to ask. Give me your sister's contact information." Jeong regretted asking this. In the dark of night, the space was illuminated by lights as footsteps gradually approached. The three beautiful girls appeared. Yuyeon proactively greeted HanLii. Then, Lutin suggested tidying up a bit, asking, "Are we late?" HanLii, surprised by the appearance of the girls, opened his mouth and said, "Not late," with a smile. HanLii gave a thumbs up and commented, "The black tights are great, showing off long legs." He then said, "Baby looks very cute today," before introducing Hyangbuk to Yuyeon, saying, "Yuyeon, you've seen Lutin before. This is Hyangbuk." Yuyeon waved and greeted, "Hello, Hyangbuk." Hyangbuk responded cheerfully, "Hello, little sister." At this moment, Jeongyu, sweating, observed them and thought, "What if HanLii and my sister really become involved? Even if nothing happens with my sister, he must have some relationship with her." Yanfei decided to inform her sister and took a photo with her phone. Everyone gradually settled at the dining table. Yuyeon pointed at the menu and said, "I want to eat the shrimp in oil and the stir-fried pork with green onions." HanLii, "The hot pot we had last time wasn't enough. This time, let's really enjoy it." Seeing her so cheerful, HanLii smiled and replied, "All right, I'll go with the 5,000 standard. Let's go, Lutin." Lutin, hesitantly, mentioned to HanLii, "About the meal invitation, I've informed them." HanLii responded, "So what?" Lutin continued, "They'd heard you received a few thousand in prize money, but only invited a few of us. Many classmates feel it's unfair and have complaints." HanLii, calmly wiping his hands, said, "So what?" Lutin frowned and added, "Don't you understand my point? Although I don't have the right to say this, your actions easily lead to gossip." The response is, "I know," from HanLii, who was indifferent. HanLii smiled and said, "I never told you I'm selfish. I'm a lone competitor maintaining a social image, pretending to be generous and caring. I can't do that, so I invite everyone because they've invited me before. Our relationship is relatively familiar. Of course, there's another reason." Lutin glanced over and asked, "What's the other reason?" HanLii smiled and said, "I'm about to leave Inmun." She was stunned, with numerous thoughts racing through her mind. He's leaving? Where is he going? This man who always bullied me wants to leave. I should be happy. She asked, "Are you going abroad?" She then thought, "But why do I feel only grievance and sadness?" HanLii picked up a water bottle and replied, "No, I plan to transfer schools. I intend to move the headquarters outside." Seeing her awkward expression, he thought, "With this look, this pitiful appearance, I'll make them cry." She asked, "Is it for Yanfei or her friend? They're quite nice. It's normal if you like someone." HanLii spread his arms and sighed, "You underestimate me. Can't I like everyone or no one?" She was annoyed and said, "I'm asking you seriously. Don't talk nonsense." HanLii, looking serious, replied, "All right, but I'm not lying to you. Whether you believe it or not, I like everyone and no one. Luton found herself at a loss for words. She thought, isn't he a flirt? Really shameless. Wait, he's not even in the 12 schools for the transfer exams. What is he testing for? Realizing the situation made her angry, while HanLii smugly enjoyed her frustration. She clenched her fists and said, "You scoundrel, you're deceiving me." The noise attracted the attention of the other two girls, who looked at HanLii while covering themselves from her punches, laughing and saying, "Did you just react now?" She angrily said, "You're still laughing." Yuhyun, witnessing this, said, "Hexi Lutin, why are you bullying HanLii? Girls should be gentle and understanding." Wang BB, noticing this, commented, "Sister Hexi Lutin never bullied HanLii. Usually, it's HanLii bullying her. HanLii, if you want to bully Yuhyun, she definitely happily accept." The two girls exchanged glances, like fire and water. Yuhyun and BB, frowning, turned their faces away. HanLii then told Lutin, "Did you hear? Yuhyun is right. Girls should be gentle." She replied, "Hemph, it's not easy to say. I think you're deliberately provoking me." Hyangbuk, trying to mediate with a smile, said, all right, the food is ready. Does everyone want bubble tea? I'll go buy it." All eyes turned to her, and the space became eerily quiet. Then Yuhyun shyly said, "Oh, don't shout. I'm just a good sister of yours." BB, looking impressed, gave a thumbs up and said, "As expected of your friend." Hyangbuk smiled and said, "Yes, sister-in-law, I understand." "Sister-in-law, what flavor of milk tea would you like?" Yuhyun and BB cheerfully replied, "Strawberry flavor and original flavor, respectively." Hyangbuk asked the eldest sister-in-law, "What about you? What flavor do you drink?" Lutin angrily said, "I'm not your eldest sister-in-law." HanLii, nearby, responded, "All right then, she is the third wife. She drinks strawberry flavor." Hyangbuk, "Sorry for troubling you." Hyangbuk laughed and said, "So, it's the third wife. I'll make it up to you later. I'm leaving now." Jeonhyu, looking confused, said, "You're leaving me here alone." Lutin darkened and said, "You man, you think you can take advantage, don't you? If I'm not happy, you won't be either. I want to call Pangi to deal with you." HanLii awkwardly said, "Don't. I'm sorry. I still need to go to the gym later. The small sale has started. I probably won't have any free time left. Can we focus on eating now?" Seeing this, Lutin crossed her arms and said, It's good that you admit your mistake. You bullied me first, right?" HanLii smiled and said, "Ah, everyone here is a good friend of mine. They always care for me and look after me. I always wanted to invite everyone out for a gathering, but never found the opportunity. Today, I got my first reward in my life. Although it's not much, it's very meaningful. Hexilutin asked me earlier if it would make people in the class think badly of me for only inviting a few people. I wanted to say that friendship is about quality, not quantity. I care about people, and I admit I don't care what others think, whether they praise or criticize me. But for everyone here, you can't criticize me. Otherwise, I'd be very sad." HanLii raised his glass and said, "Let's toast. Cheers." Hyangbuk turned around and said, "I'll make it up to Yuhyun and Jeongyu later." They responded in turn, "HanLii, you're so cool, cheers." "I'm so honored, cheers." Lutin frowned and said, "Cheers." After saying this, she thought that this man was so sweet-talking. Something was off. Then he stood up and said, "All right, the class leader rarely goes out for a gathering. Don't be angry anymore. Listen to me, and later there will be dishes you like." She blushed and thought, why does he want to hold my hand? At this moment, the phone rang. Hexilutin was startled and said, "It's Pangi calling." "Hello, Pangi." He was still holding her hand. Hexilutin continued on the phone, "Sorry, Pangi, I accidentally called you." "I'm fine," Pangi asked, "Really? What are you doing now?" She replied, "I'm at the dormitory reading." "Why?" Pangi then saw Hyangbuk and said, "Oh, is that so?" Seeing Hyangbuk looking scared, Pangi said, "Hyangbuk, you told me you were going out to eat with them, right?" Hyangbuk then went back to the store, opened the door, and prepared to enter. She called out, "Big brother," and immediately after, the waiter brought the food in, saying, "Now it's the chicken soup for you all." In the space, HanLii happily said, "Come quickly. The food has just started to be served." He was startled and said, "Ah, I'm tired." As he stepped in, someone said, "Aren't you here to congratulate?" The red lips said, "Why the poor expression?" The person who came was none other than Pangi. She asked, "What's the matter? Am I making you unhappy by appearing here?" Luton was startled and let go of her hand. HanLii, panicking, said, "Pangi, why are you here?" Pangi smiled and said, "Reading at the dormitory." "Ha!" Luton, feeling guilty and trembling, said, "Give me a chance to explain." Hyangbuk approached HanLii and said, "Big brother, heaven is my witness. I didn't betray you. I just happened to run into Pangi. She asked me who I was going out with, and I said we were going out for a drink. She directly asked why 3 men were drinking and holding milk tea, which left me speechless." Hearing this, HanLii seemed to seriously think about it. He patted her shoulder and said, "It's not your fault. The innate intellectual gap isn't your fault. I'm sorry to make things difficult for you, Hyangbuk." After hearing this, she shed 2 long tears and said, "Hulu, why does this sentence make me feel even more heartbroken?" He glanced at her and said, "Look at Pangi, miss. What did you just say? Come on, sit down. I originally planned to invite you alone for a meal today. Isn't this a coincidence? All right, everyone, let's eat. Don't be polite to me. Feel free to grab whatever you want. We're all familiar with each other." As he spoke, he began to sweat.